Hi guys, this is Shadow. Your help is needed to keep this channel going. Please support me so I can work more. Donation link below in the description. Chapter 201, Gary. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Stop. Gary commanded in a firm voice after he hurried inside of the room, making Victor stop his assault and then smile as he looked back. This idiot finally realized that his girl was getting taken and came running. Victor wanted to shake April a little to make her more malleable later, as she tended to be very stubborn. Another one? You sure have a lot of lovers. Victor told April, who looked at Gary with sparkling eyes. This time I will cut a piece of him, otherwise people would keep interrupting us. He added, making her gasp. Gary leaves us. He is dangerous, she said firmly as tears welled in her eyes. Gary was a regular who attended this club every day and she knew him well. He didn't pursue women and just drank in the corner, and usually defended her when some perverts tried to approach her. At first, she liked him for his looks, but as time progressed she realized that he is a very good guy who helped those in need. He was 100% her type, and she secretly fell in love with him. He tried to ask her out a few times before. Although she was very happy, she refused, not wanting to involve him in her troubles. And she felt inferior and didn't want him to know about her bad family history. Maybe she should have accepted back then and given him her first night. Don't worry, I will fix this, he told her with a confident, reassuring smile, then looked at Victor. My name is Gary Goldman. May I know your name? He asked Victor. Oh, von Geldstadt? Victor asked, making Gary surprised. The Goldman Shaw name is the one usually used by the von Geldstadt family, like how his family used the White surname. But Gary didn't expect to be found out so fast. Yes. You are von Wise? Gary asked, noticing the purple token and the purple hair. Yes, Victor von Wise, the most charming elite heir in the family, Victor said shamelessly, as April watched their exchange. Was Gary also a young master? Did he like to be low-key? She wondered. Gary frowned. He had heard that name, Victor, before. Isn't he the one who humiliated his beach sister of his, Charlotte? Gary was not a fool. He quickly realized that Victor was probably here on purpose, and that was to get close to him. If Victor was here to talk, things would be easy, as April was just a secondary matter. Let's talk, Gary said as he sat down, then invited Victor to do the same as if this place was his own. I was wondering why a pretty flower like April was still unplucked in a garbage dump like this. You were the one protecting her, weren't you? Victor asked as he relaxed back. Gary didn't answer, he just glared at Victor while April gasped. What? He was protecting her? No wonder that greedy bastard leopard didn't sell her before. Oh, don't tell me that you were secretly in love with her and wanted her to love you back without revealing your background. Ha ha ha. I heard of fool young masters like this before, but this is my first time seeing one, Victor said with a shocked face as if looking at an idiot, then began to laugh as he saw Gary's annoyed face. April opened her mouth wide, then covered it with her hands as she looked at Gary, who sighed. She didn't know that he felt the same as she did. The poor girl was so shocked by Victor's assault earlier that she didn't consider the fact that Gary was also fooling her. Yes, I had it enough with dirty girls claiming to love me for my money. So I wanted to fall in love with April naturally. That's why I paid Big Leopard to keep her safe. But you must have paid him more to make him break my deal, he said to Victor, while trying hard not to look at April. He was a little embarrassed. Oh, what an idiot. You have been just keeping her safe for me, Victor said with a smug face. Should I make her a woman in front of you? Are you into this NTR stuff? Victor asked, making Gary wish to punish his dirty mouth. Set your price, Gary said sternly, ignoring Victor's previous remarks. Oh, a businessman. How about this? I don't mind making friends with you over her, but I have 3 conditions, Victor said, making Gary squint his eyes. He had a feeling that Victor knew about her before coming here. He must know that she meant a lot to him. But how did he know? Gary made sure not to reveal anything when he came to see her. State your conditions, Gary said as he looked at April and smiled. No matter what, no one can touch her without her permission, he said, making April's eyes tear a little. No one has taken care of her since her mother died when she was a child. Victor smiled. That's what he wanted to see. In his last life, April only knew about Gary's love when he got broke and couldn't cover for her anymore. That's when Big Leopard tried to sell her, but she was saved by Victor back then, who told her the full truth. She decided to stay with Gary back then, and she was the one who kept his hair as the memento that helped save Victor's life. Too bad someone killed her a few months later. Probably Charlotte, who discovered that she was pregnant with Gary's child. Victor could do nothing to save her. Now Victor wanted those two to get together faster. It would be safer this way, considering the worsening power struggle in the von Geldstadt family. My first condition is that you will become my little brother from now on, Victor said, making Gary squint his eyes. He quickly realized that Victor was looking for allies and he wanted him to be one of them. And he didn't mind at all. Is this about my sister targeting you? Gary asked. Yes, that slut sent an assassin after me. And I suspect she made an idiot try to crush a helicopter in my room. But I have no evidence. So my enemy's enemy is my friend. You're her enemy, aren't you? Victor asked, making Gary nod as April frowned, not understanding what those two were talking about. Yes, I don't mind being your big brother, Gary said, correcting Victor. He was a businessman after all. That works too. Victor chuckled. My second condition. I will be participating in the auction tomorrow, so I will be needing 3 anonymous rank Z tickets. He explained, making Gary squint his eyes again. The Z ticket has many rights and VIP privileges, and the holder doesn't have to pay the commission when buying things at the auction, making him spend 20% lower on everything and would not require the holder to undergo a prior assets check to bid. 2 tickets. Only one of them will be anonymous, Gary interrupted. An anonymous ticket grants complete secrecy to the buyer, even the family has no idea who would be using it. Too many of those would raise unnecessary questions. Fine. Victor only wanted one, but a second one would be good for Alpha. Your final condition? Gary asked as he relaxed. This negotiation was going smoother than he expected. Giving April to you like that is not good for my image as a domineering young master. So my third condition is that you must win her over in a bet. Victor proposed, making April nervous again. She is not a property. I will never do that. Gary interrupted. Now he was sure that Victor was just messing with him. It's just a game. If not, you would have to pay me for her, and I heard that you needed every penny for your business lately. Victor said, making Gary frown. True, he had no money for now. It's okay. April said she didn't want Gary to suffer for her. What is the game? Gary asked coldly, failing to comprehend Victor's thought process. 3 bets. 1 by me, 1 by you, and the last by her. Victor said, pointing to April, whoever wins 2 of 3 will take her home tonight. Victor smiled. Of course, I will not touch her. But you will have to pay me double the price if I win, Victor explained, making Gary relax a little after realizing that Victor was probably just messing with him. This should be easy. Let's do it then. My bet first. Arms wrestling. Gary said after some thinking. He put his arm on the table and invited Victor to do the same. He had heard before that Victor became a player a month ago, so he had faith in his strength as a player who conquered 3 dungeons. He wanted April to witness his strength too. Are you sure? Victor asked with a frown. Gary nodded. Victor sighed, then crossed his hand with Gary's and grabbed his fist. The next moment Gary's hand was pasted on the table under his amazed eyes. He couldn't resist Victor at all. WTF, my win. Now it is my turn to choose, Victor said quickly, making both Gary and April nervous. How about this? I will bet that April thinks I am more handsome than you, Victor said, looking at April. Tell the truth, who is more handsome? If you lie I will cancel the deal, Victor said, making Gary realize for the first time that Victor Knight was helping him. He wants April to confess. Why was he helping him though? Does he in desperate need of their alliance? April hesitated. She looked at Victor's handsome face and then at Gary, who was handsome too. I think young Master Gary is more handsome, she told the truth with a heavy blush, not daring to look at Gary. In her eyes, Gary was more handsome than Victor. That's why she fell in love with him at first sight. Oh, I am hurt, Victor said as he chuckled, making the atmosphere a little lighter. Now then, you choose the last bet, he told April, who relaxed a bit seeing his reaction. She had just realized that this entire bet was made to make her confess. No, She must make Gary confess first. Let's do a drinking contest, she proposed. She could see that Victor was a little bit drunk and knew that Gary was a good drinker, as he would order a lot of drinks when he came here before. He was probably here to see her. She blushed, not realizing that both Victor and Gary were frozen in shock. They both knew a very disturbing fact. Gary had zero alcohol tolerance. When she saw him drinking before, he was just acting to make her only serve him and not the other guys. He was dumping the drinks in the pot behind him when she was not looking. Let's do it. Victor shook his head, said, then grabbed a glass and gulped it in one shot, then collapsed on the table. Young Master Victor? Gary asked, but got no response. He quickly realized what happened. Victor was helping him. He smiled first before a shiver ran through his back. How much Victor knew about him. How did he know about his habits and alcohol tolerance? Is he okay? April asked with a frown, making Gary ignore his previous thoughts for now. He just can't handle any more drinks. Let's leave before he wakes up. I won the bet anyway. And you are mine, Gary said with a smile as he looked at April, who blushed. What does that mean? It has nothing to do with me, she said as she looked away, but didn't resist when Gary caught her hand. We will find out about that later tonight, he said as he walked out of the room with her and nodded to the chicks, who nodded back, then entered to check on their young master, who raised his head a minute later and smiled as he looked at the lovebirds leaving the club. His debt to them can't be repaid in a lifetime. Let's go back to the hotel, he told the chicks. I have my own girls to attend to. With that, Victor quietly paid his bill and left the nightclub, only to be stopped by the same young man who tried to help April before. This time he had a gang outside waiting for him in the empty parking lot. It was already 2:00 a.m. and most people were either asleep at home or busy inside the nightclub. That's him, Big Brother Tiger. He was the one who stole my woman. The young man pointed at Victor, who was too sleepy to take care of this mess. Are you the one who stole this brother's woman? Brother Tiger asked as he approached Victor with a metal bat, but was stopped by the chicks who blocked his path. The young master is tired. Please make way, Chick 9 said in a threatening voice as he lifted his very tight black t-shirt to reveal a gun in his belt. Brother Tiger froze with a frown. He was not paid to deal with guns, but he can't step down now, especially after he was ordered to follow this young man's commands by his boss. My little brother here only wants the woman and an apology. Just an apology would work too, Tiger said, not backing down. As long as he kept blocking the way and didn't attack them, they would not have an excuse to use their firearms. But the young man began to make trouble, but was grabbed by one of Tiger's men, who shook his head. Tiger planned to blackmail Victor to pay some kind of compensation at the very least. Most young masters would spend money to avoid trouble. He was mistaken. And it was not a small mistake. Number 9, number 17, move away. Victor ordered Chick 9 and Chick 17, who were covering him with their burly bodies, to move aside. So they did, and by doing that, they revealed that their young master was holding an MK-48 big machine gun with only one hand. The gangsters were shocked but began to laugh quickly as they realized that a heavy weapon like this can't be held in just one hand, it must be a fake. They quickly discovered that their assumptions were inaccurate when Victor began to fire at them without saying anything. It took the gang, and especially Brother Tiger, 3 seconds to realize what was going on, and another 5 to escape. Luckily for them, Victor only targeted the ground in front of them. Some of them were hurt by the ricocheting bullets nevertheless. Didn't I teach you before? We are not on the same level as those commoners. We shoot, then ask questions later. Victor scolded the chicks as the parking lot became empty again. A moment later, Victor shot one more bullet in a certain direction where the chicks only saw a blood pool begin to form from behind a corner. It was that young man who bought the gang. Victor had already forgiven him twice. This time he didn't. Let's go, Victor commanded, heading to the car where Paul, who was supposed to be, was spending his night in some other nightclub. He didn't know that Victor would finish this quickly, and this was a big mistake. Chapter 202, Robin. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was 5:00 a.m. Lily, who was hiding atop a tree, watched as the van left the heavily guarded mansion heading to Tetraquark City. Troy had just left. Confirm. Nora said. He is in the car. Confirmed. Sky replied. Nora, you follow the car. Sky. Contact Archie, then begin the infiltration operation. Lily commanded as she watched a man flipping a newspaper on the opposing building balcony. Damn it, the spies are still watching her. Hopefully, they will not interfere. According to her young master, they were only here to watch her and protect her life in case of emergency. It was 2:00 p.m. when the lazy Victor woke up the next day. He was alone in the hotel room. He could hear Margaret's sound outside. She was showing Alpha her new dresses. She got them in her morning shopping, where she overspent 3 of Victor's credit cards. Good morning, young master. Theta, who came to check on him, greeted. Does the young master need to eat here, or shall we go out? She asked. You didn't eat lunch yet? Victor asked. Margaret dragged us shopping all morning. She replied. Then let's go and eat. I know a good restaurant, Victor said as he jumped from his bed, then began to change his clothes. Young master, some man came earlier with these tickets, she suddenly said, giving Victor 2 golden envelopes, one with his name on it and the other with an X. Victor quickly took them and made sure that those were the auction tickets. Alpha, he said as he walked out of the room, interrupting Margaret's fashion show. He was only wearing his pants and showing his muscular chest. Yes? Alpha asked as she looked away with a blush. She didn't know why she felt that, but he was really hot. Take those. Today you will act by yourself at the auction. I will command you using the communication talismans inside, and you will help me manipulate the auction. One talisman lasts for 5 hours, so make sure to activate it only when you sit down, he said, giving her 2 talismans. Why don't we use a normal communication device? She asked. The auction will be jammed to protect against spies and the press, he said as he put a ring in her hand. This ring contains many artifacts that I decided to auction off. Go now and add them to today's auction. And make sure to hide your identity, he added. Alpha nodded as she watched him put on his shirt with Theta's help. I will need you to bid against me to raise Hannah's price, Victor said. And if you found anything worth buying, feel free to do so, he added. She glared at him and then walked out without saying anything else. She knew what she needed to do. What about us young masters? Margaret asked. Dress up. You 2 will accompany me to the auction. Don't you want to see how arrogant and domineering this young master can be? He asked with a chuckle. We already know how arrogant you are, Margaret replied. She was wrong. At 3:00 p.m. Victor left the hotel with Margaret and Theta. Paul, who was used as a luggage carrier by Margaret in the morning, was not happy at all. Victor could tell from the poisonous glares he was shooting at Margaret, who was now dressed in a very revealing red dress. Why are you looking at my woman? Victor scolded as he smacked Paul's head. Go prepare a car quickly, we will be going to the Morning Star restaurant for lunch. And don't even think about skipping again or I will call the elders this time. Paul could only nod and run to get the car. Damn it, who made Victor an elite family heir? Yesterday Victor called him when he was about to score a goal with a woman. Then after scolding him for 15 minutes he punished him to clean all the hotel's toilets. He barely slept 2 hours last night before the slut Margaret woke him up to work as her private mule. Let's go, Victor said as he took Margaret's and the blushing Theta's hands and then followed. They reached the restaurant 30 minutes later. It was one of the best restaurants in town and featured an excellent view and many unique dishes. Sir, do you have a reservation? The waiter at the door asked. Get me your best table, Victor replied, showing his token. Making the waiter frown. He had seen tokens, but this was his first time seeing this one. What an idiot, do you think you can get in here like this? A man scolded from behind before the waiter could reply. Stop wasting our time and kick this man out, he told the waiter, who was secretly calling his manager. Husband, how can beggars come to this place? They don't know that you have to make a reservation 3 months in advance. A slutty woman clinging to the young master added, making Margaret shoot her a glare. "Sir, please wait for a moment. I already called the manager," the professional waiter said respectfully to Victor. Most of the people who come here are VIPs, and he didn't dare to make a decision. After that, the waiter turned to the young man, who quickly showed him the reservation ticket on his phone, making sure that Victor saw it too. "That's how you—" The man began to speak, then froze when he saw Theta's face. "Robin," he said in surprise. "Aren't you dead?" he asked unconsciously, making Theta, who was trying hard not to be seen, flinch. This man was her cousin. He was no one important in the family, but he knew her nonetheless. She didn't know what to reply. But feeling Victor's touch on her shoulder, she felt courageous again. "I am now young Master Victor's maid. Please don't speak to me, you filthy commoner," she said, clinging to Victor's arm. "Who do you think you are to call me a commoner, you illegitimate child? Do you think you whore mother?" He didn't continue as Victor decided to break his jaw just as the manager entered the room. "Young Master Irwin," he said as he ran to the man's side, then looked angrily at Victor, then froze. "May I inquire about the young master's name?" he asked as he noticed Victor's token. This restaurant belonged to the von Geldstadt family, and they knew what the tokens represent. "The one and only Victor von Wise," Victor replied arrogantly. "Now where is my room?" he asked as if he didn't just knock off half of the teeth of someone a moment earlier. "Maria, get young Master Victor to the Golden Room and answer all his requests," the manager ordered as he gestured to the other waiters to help him drag young Master Irwin, who was trying to say something but failing, to a side room. Victor silently followed the waitress as he squeezed Theta's little hand. The Golden Room was not the most luxurious in the restaurant, but was the highest available at this peak hour, and Victor didn't mind. He was just here to eat. So after placing some orders, he looked at Theta and Margaret, who really wanted to hear Theta's story but didn't dare to ask. "Do you want to talk now?" "I don't mind waiting," Victor said, making Margaret shoot him a glare. She was dying out of curiosity. I will tell you," Theta said after collecting her courage. "That guy just now was my cousin Irwin Bloodflint. My real name is Robin Bloodflint," she said, making Margaret gasp. "That Bloodflint family?" she asked in shock. "The Bloodflint is a very famous family that is considered one of the richest in the world. The commoners' world. They were giants in the beauty and fashion industries, owning about 60% of the global market share." "Yes," Theta replied. "I am just a concubine daughter though, so no one cared about me. That was until all my elder brothers died in." She didn't continue as she blushed. "They were having an orgy on a plane which crashed due to all of the shaking. The report mentioned something about a resonance frequency," Victor said casually to the surprised Margaret, who might have read something like that in some tabloid. Victor looked back at Theta. "You became the oldest heir after that," he said. "Yes. In my family, the oldest has the right to inherit regarding their gender," she said, "but I was just a concubine daughter and the main wife already had 2 sons younger than me," she added as she looked down in depression. "They tried to kill you?" Margaret guessed. She had seen too many TV dramas. Before that, I was just an insignificant girl living in the mansion and waiting to be married off to some other noble family. But after the incident, I became the main heir. And no one liked that. Not my stepmother who wanted her children to take my place. Not my grandparents who didn't like someone with dirty blood like mine taking over the family. Not even the servant who always bullied me and didn't want to see me at the top. She said, my father who always hated me because my mother died after giving birth to me, just ignored me, not stating his opinion, and he kept delaying the inheritance declaration. They didn't have to try to kill me. I would have given up the family heir position if they asked," she said as tears welled in her eyes. Victor slowly stood up and hugged her, hoping to get that skill. "Not this time." "What happened?" Margaret asked as she glared at Victor, who was rubbing Theta's back with an evil grin. "He was a real scumbag who knew perfectly how to take advantage of girls in need of a hug. They tried to fake an accident when my stepmother took me shopping, but I was lucky and overheard them, so when she stepped down from the car to just grab something, I sneaked out behind her. I didn't expect the car to explode. The entire street was burned off. but luckily a truck stood in front of me at that same moment and that saved my life." She said, "I never heard of anything like that." Margaret said, "You did, a year ago when they assassinated some unfortunate minister." Victor said, "Yes, they killed that man to use as a cover," Theta said, making Margaret gasp. "After that, I lied to the police who came there and claimed that I was an orphan. So they took me to an orphanage where Titus kidnapped me." She clarified, "Don't worry, now that you are with me, even if your stepmother grew some balls, she would never dare to touch you. They might appear big and do have a lot of connections in the political arena, but in fact, they are just a fallen former power who nowadays only lives on the scabs left by the big powers. They might even hurry to give you back your rightful position when they hear that you are my maid." Victor said, making her smile a little and nod. "As long as I am with you, young master, I don't care about any of that," she said just as the waitress who brought their food entered the room while securely wiping her tears. "What a good girl." A woman was sitting like a peacock, having dinner amongst her envious overly decorated friends when her phone rang. "Aunt, it's me," a man said on the phone with some difficulty. "Who?" she asked as her maid poured some wine into her glass. "Urban," he replied. "The janitor." "Where did you get this number from?" she asked, intending to hang up. "No, not that one, Irvine. I am Carlos's son." Erwin replied. "Oh, Erwin, I didn't recognize your voice." "How is your father?" "Why are you talking like that?" She acted as if she cared. "Someone broke and shattered all of my—" He didn't continue. "Aunt, I just met Robin. She is alive," he said, seemingly talking with some difficulty. "What?" she asked. "Are you sure?" She stood up from her table, knocking some dishes off and surprising the women at the table. She didn't care about that. She was thinking about her stepdaughter. After the accident, they never found Robin's body, and that always made her uneasy despite the fact that nothing could have survived that explosion. "Yes, she is now serving some rich guy as a maid. He was the one who hit me when I recognized her," he said. "Aunt, please send me some men," he said. "Where are you now?" "Who is that young master?" she interrupted. "I am at Tetraquat City to participate in the auction." "As for the man, let me think." He paused for a moment. "He said his name is Victor von Wise," he said. She gasped. "Are you sure?" she asked with a shaking voice. "Yeah, some arrogant piece of shit with purple-dyed hair." "What a prick," he replied. "You are forbidden from approaching them. Wait for your father's instruction. And don't tell anyone," she yelled, then hung up without clarifying. She was in trouble. Big trouble. If Robin was truly serving a von Wise heir, doesn't that strengthen her inheritance right? Wouldn't the old patriarch change his mind? No, she needed to act quickly. That was what she thought, but too bad for her. Victor was at that same moment taking Theta to one of the most media-covered events of the year. Chapter 203, Zaina. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Unlike the relatively obscure auction in Vane City, the auction here in Tetraquad was a huge event, so any failure was not an insignificant matter. Gary made sure that every angle was fully covered and every situation was perfectly accounted for. The auction here is made into two parts. A public one for everyone who can afford an entry ticket and a private one, for the players. Victor arrived at the auction building and stepped on the red carpet with Margaret and Theta at precisely 7:30 that night. Paul was ordered to stay in the car as usual. Victor was dressed in a white tuxedo as the girls wore matching maid dresses that made everyone, including the attendees and those who were here for the fun, look at them with a frown. The way the girls were clinging to him made him appear like a pervert despite his charming look. Was he here to make trouble? Even the press, the live broadcasters, and photographers who were snapping photos of everyone hesitated to photograph him, but quickly began to snap some photos after a moment of hesitation. They would leave publishing decisions to the editorial department. "Your ticket, please?" The pretty receptionist at the door asked politely while trying hard not to show a disturbed look on her face. This was a public event, not a cosplay party. Why was he dyeing his hair purple? And what with the maids' dresses? They looked authentic. Victor casually showed her the invitation letter and the ticket issued in his name, and that made her quickly bow in respect after noticing the Z rank on the ticket. "Please, this way," She quickly guided Victor inside as another receptionist took her place. Everyone who expected him to be kicked away was surprised. Who is this guy? The receptionist didn't even flinch when a big CEO entered earlier and just pointed him inside. With that thought, every member of the press began to ask around while sending the photos they took. A new headline would be published tomorrow. A new young master in town. Now, you two are publicly mine, Victor told Margaret and Theta as he hugged their slender waists and followed the receptionist. The girls just smiled but said nothing as they watched the auction venue from the big windows in the winding corridor. It was a big auditorium with hundreds of seats, and on top of that, many balconies are protruding from the domed ceiling base in 3 interweaving layers. The receptionist guided them up to a similar VIP private room with a balcony overlooking the auction stage directly. It had a big couch with a small table filled with fruits. The balcony's curtains have the function of obscuring the young master's identity, so the young master can freely close them if anonymity is needed. The receptionist said as Victor entered the room and was about to sit down when he noticed a shadow behind the curtain of another room on the other side. All this time he was appraising people around, and what he saw on that shadow made him frown. Despite the curtains being of an appraisal and detection skills blocking material, and despite the detection cancelling talismans around every room that the receptionist didn't tell him about, Victor's skill was not stopped at all, as his authority allowed him to use his skills uninterrupted. "I don't like this room," he told the receptionist. "It smells like someone defecated here before. I can't stay with my girls in such a dirty room like this. Show me another one," he said, making the receptionist freeze for a second before smiling again. "Of course, young master." "What kind of view do you like?" she asked. She was not stupid and realized that he wanted some specific room. "Give me the one with the number 25. He said. "I can see it is empty," he added as he licked his lips. "Please follow me." She said nothing. Holder of the Z rank tickets can kick lower tier ticket holders out of their rooms, let alone change to an empty one. She quickly knew why too, as the room right beside number 25 had a very pretty girl sitting there. She didn't close the blinds as she sat proudly in her shoulderless diamond-studded gown, watching the attendees finding their chairs downstairs with an arrogant look. Little did she know that the room below this one had a man that would suffer a very humiliating fate. The receptionist guided Victor and the girls to the new room quickly and watched as Victor nodded in satisfaction, then thanked her with a slap on her butt. She didn't mind it, especially when she felt the stack of money he professionally stuck in her uniform's pocket. "Tell Gary that I want to meet him after the auction," he told her, then quickly headed to the balcony and opened the blinds, then began to talk to the girl there as she expected him to do. "I am Victor White. I didn't expect to meet a mega celebrity like Miss Zaina Zero here," Victor said to the woman, who looked at him coldly. "Please don't disturb me, or I will call security," she said coldly. "Sure. Feel free to call them. You are worth the trouble," he said as he sat down, but kept his eyes on her body, checking every nook and cranny. This girl was a famous singer. That was her public identity anyway. She was secretly a free player that is not associated with any power. Victor knew that she was one of the 3 founders of the Free Players Association. She hated the families and anyone belonging to them, and was one of the extremists who wanted the families to be executed. In the future, after the reckoning, she would be one of the leaders of the revolution against the families. Of course, she would fail and be killed in a very ugly manner by the von Zwy family. The von Kroner would use that accident to agitate the free players and get their help to destroy the von Zwy family after that. Name, Zaina von Miller. Level, 63. Class, Songstress of Doom. Authority, 7. Strength, 125. Agility, 134. Intelligence, 101. Luck, 34. Charm, 39. Order, 41. Skills, Captivating Voice SS. Suicide Song S. Cleansing Wave A. Energy Shield A. Survival A. Bartering A. Singing A. Quick Steps A. Charm A. Sword Art A. Self-Defense Arts B. Shield Arts B. Dagger Arts B. Pain Resistance C. Composing D. Stun Resistance C. Poison Resistance C. Map Drawing E. Cooking F. Equipment, Augmenting Staff, S. Defense talisman. A. Storage ring. C. Fate's status. Fate's power. B. Fate's direction, slightly positive. Fate's design, greatness. Total. B. Victor felt strange. Her fate was greatness. Why did she die then? Did she achieve greatness by dying in a great manner? That didn't make any sense. Maybe some cyan was involved in her death. And her last name von Miller was not the public one. Wait. Wasn't that the same surname as his teacher Isabella? That one was in the Free Players Association too. Victor decided to make Kai investigate his background. Zaina was now clearly disturbed by the way he looked at her while frowning as if he was inspecting some burned cookie, so she quickly called one of the employees and whispered something pointing at Victor, who flashed them a wide grin while Theta began to feed him some grapes. The employee nodded and then went away before returning 30 seconds later with an uneasy face. "We are very sorry, we can't do it. We can get you another balcony if you want. But all of the balconies are already taken by now, so you would have to share it with someone else. You can also go to the auditorium," he said in a soft voice. Zaina frowned, then sighed. "I will stay here then," she said, then completely ignored Victor. This auction was too important for her to waste because of some perverted young master. Victor chuckled and activated his disguise skill, then gestured to Margaret to act as if he was still on the balcony before shifting using his ring to the room below his where a man in a black cloak was busy watching the crowd. Name, Toril Almir. Level, 49. Class, Wizard. Authority, 4. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 80. Luck, 24. Charm, 27. Order, 41. Skills, Casting A. Fireball A. Survival A. Windball B. Survival Instincts B. Dagger Arts B. Water Ball C. Teaching C. Torture C. Phantom Steps D. Staff Art D. Self-Defense Arts D. Poison Resistance F. Equipment, Poison Dagger A. Defense Talisman C. Storage Ring B. Fate's Status, Fate's Power C. Fate's Direction, slightly negative. Fate's Design, undefined. Total C. The man was completely oblivious of Victor's existence behind him as held a hand-sized mirror and pointed to face the stage. This was the reason Victor hurried here. Zelator's communication mirror number 6101. This man was an agent of the Dark Chamber, as this was the same kind of mirror Duke had. Victor was intending to kill him, but after some thought he chose to stay here and watch. He might get some info. He was still close enough to his balcony to maintain the illusion there anyway, so he casually sat on a side chair and observed the rest of the auction as the man looked around with a frown. "What?" A masked man that suddenly appeared in the mirror said. "Lord Third, I felt someone spying on me. It is my survival instinct." The man said, "Use an S-concealing talisman and another detection one." The Lord ordered, and the man did that. The feeling didn't disappear. The detection returned nothing. "You are just worried," the Lord told him with a sigh. "Don't be so nervous, you only need to release the poison at the end of the auction. Its effect would only work 2 days later, so there is no danger." Lord Third said. "Yes, I know." The man said, but the feeling of a predator watching him didn't disappear. "Lord Third, why do we have to help that beach Charlotte? She tried to seduce me the other day. I am as old as her father." The man said, "You are always complaining like this. You should stop fearing your wife. She is just an old hag, damn it." The man in the mirror scolded him. "And Charlotte is important for our plan. She must win the next patriarch position. That's all you need to know," he added, making Toril shake his head. If Lord Third met his wife, he would not dare to talk badly about her. Victor frowned. So Charlotte was the one behind this. She must have also been conspiring with the Dark Chamber in his past life. At that time, the poisoning incident happened a year from now. His actions must have sped things up. At that time, after a very important auction, all the VIP participants begin getting sick one by one. Some even died. Gary, who was promoted after his many successful auctions, was stripped of his position to appease the public anger. This incident also played a part in his expulsion from the family. Victor decided to strike just before they released the poison, which will not give them many chances to make a comeback and would make him gain anything they buy at this auction. Now, he could only wait and watch the auction that was about to start. He began to inspect the other balconies. He could see Troy in one of them. He wanted to kill him here, but that would be bad for Gary, and his hands are now occupied with the Dark Chamber conspiracy, so he decided to give this task to Alpha. Looking around once more at the other balconies, Victor froze. WTF. He almost stood up and revealed himself when he saw one of the occupants of a balcony near his own. That guy was the last person he expected or wanted to see here. Chapter 204, Public Auction. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alpha was now relaxing on her VIP balcony. In the afternoon she had successfully placed the materials Victor wanted her to sell on auction. They were reluctant to take the materials at first as the auction catalogue was already printed, but after they realized that the goods were all A-ranked, they quickly accepted. She had just witnessed Victor, who changed his room to follow that hot singer. He was definitely a pervert, an absolute pervert. She sighed, wondering why her luck was so bad, ending up in his filthy hand. Only if she didn't act like some badass and lick his blood back then. If she killed him first, none of this would have happened. The talisman in her hand suddenly shone. It was that pervert. Alpha, what is your room number? Victor said she could see him across the stage licking his lips as he inspected that singer. I am in room 37, she said. Good, I can see you. A change of plans. Stay there and put your mask on. After the auction, leave after I give you a signal and follow Troy. You will be responsible for taking him out. Victor said. What happened? She asked as she heard his disturbed voice. Sebastian is here. He is in room 22, Victor said, making her gasp and firmly close her curtain, then use her sky eye to look outside. Sure enough, that room's curtains were wide open with that bastard standing there with his hands crossed like a cute kid who was accompanying his parent. She felt like he needed a hug. Didn't you lock him up in that vault? Alpha asked as a shiver ran through her spine when she realized that she was somewhat attracted to Sebastian. What was she thinking? He was supposed to be locked, but as I told you before, scions are like cockroaches, impossible to kill, and very hard to defeat. Do you see the other man, a member of the von Zwei, a fake blood? Victor said, making her gasp again and look at that man sitting behind. She didn't earlier as her eyes couldn't leave Sebastian. She knew what a fake blood was. After the von Zwei family destroyed her own, they realized that they needed their bloodlines to undo most of the locks and to use the resources stolen. For that reason, they used an artifact to change the bloodline of some of their weaker heirs into that of the von Richter, turning them into fake bloods. Not only can those guys open all their vaults and learn their exclusive skills, they can also feel their presence. He must have opened the vault for Sebastian. Victor said, don't worry about your safety. I will be using my skill to mask your bloodline, and as long as you don't use your skills and stay more than 10 feet away from him, his detection skill will not pick you up. Victor reassured as her hand involuntarily shook. Alpha nodded and squeezed her fist. What is that man's level? She asked. 99, Victor replied. Even if you can defeat him, you will make too much noise, and my hands are already occupied here. Remember that Sebastian is with him. That guy is a scion. He knows you and is probably still holding a grudge over the spider incident, so you better keep a low profile. Victor warned again, making her nod as she activated her artifact eye to carefully check on them. That bastard is destined to get your family's legacy. Don't make it easy for him. Victor reminded her in a soft voice. Anything else? She asked. I will be taking care of many idiots tonight, so I will leave Troy to you. He is in room 7. Make sure to follow him when he leaves. You must kill him on his way back and not at the auction site. Nora is probably here following him too. She can help you. Victor said, making Alpha look at the number 7 balcony, which was covered by blinds. She could make out the shadow of a group of people through it. Through her eyes, she could see inside, a young master with 4 guards and 2 sluts. I understand. She said, just make sure to get Hana and keep her safe. She added with a sigh. Master Evan, you must help me save Big Sister Hana, Sebastian said to his new master, the super powerful man who saved his life and then took him as a disciple. I know, the man in black said. Are you sure she was the one who opened the vault back then? Master Evan asked again. I am not. But she knew its position and she was the one who dug the hole leading down. Sebastian said, making the man nod. Master, are you truly an elder of my big sister's family? Sebastian asked. Yes. How could I have opened the vault and saved you if I were not one? That lock is bloodline locked. I also want to save her. The man nodded while hoping that Hannah was a real von Richter surviving heir. If she was, he can absorb her soul and blood to increase his strength, and maybe get a chance to make a breakthrough and increase his authority. A week ago, the monitoring device in the family detected a von Richter bloodline signal from the Golden Waterfall town. Too bad that when he reached the battle was already over and only this idiot was locked inside an empty vault while suffering from some backlash curse. Having no other choice, he tried to heal him, but two failed. Sebastian was suffering from a backlash where many evil souls were trying to invade his body, but for some reason, they couldn't eat his soul and were wreaking havoc on his flesh. After some thought, he decided to teach him how to control the evil souls that infested his body to gain his trust and gain info about the true heir, then kill him. He expected the process to take some time, but to his surprise, Sebastian quickly learned to control the souls ravaging his body and began to use them to his advantage. And after regaining consciousness, he told his savior what happened that day, hoping that he will help him find and save his elder sister. Evan decided to keep Sebastian around after that, just to help him recognize that girl Hannah. He would not live long anyway, as the souls in his body were being forcibly controlled and would become berserk sooner or later. Having spent a few days with Sebastian, Evan began to notice some pattern, that after some thinking almost made him yell in surprise, especially after Sebastian accidentally found a rare herb in the mountains that would help him fully control the evil souls. Sebastian was definitely a scion, he was pretty sure. As someone who read the entire von Richter archive, he knew things and knew what signs to watch for. And Sebastian fit them all. How else can someone survive the effect of evil soul's erosion for 24 hours in a locked vault? It also caught his attention that the business that he was preoccupied with on that day, before coming to check the vault, was cancelled out of nowhere, forcing him to arrive earlier and save Sebastian's life. He was not 100% sure about his guesses. Just 60%, but that was enough for him to decide to keep Sebastian around as his disciple. This is a perfect chance for him to rise. As if to affirm his guesses, the auction that he was planning to attend had the girl Hannah advertised as one of its merchandise. This can't be a coincidence. With renewed confidence, he came here with Sebastian. Luck was already smiling at him. As long as he keeps Sebastian happy, he can do whatever he wants. Victor kept an eye on Sebastian and Evan. Although he didn't know how he could have escaped, he had a few theories. But he really underestimated a science's power again. He could only shake his head. He still didn't have enough info on how science worked. All the knowledge he had came from some incomplete experiments, ancient books, and the top secret letters that a certain hidden sect sent to the top powers after the reckoning, telling everyone about science and that they should stop trying to kill them. The powers were not convinced at first, but after a few sects got obliterated by natural phenomena, they got the message. Too bad that the von Weiss family was long burnt to the ground by that point. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual Golden Auction. A young pretty lady declared, making Victor look back at the stage. She stepped lightly on her high heels heading to the center as the last arriving guests took their seats and the hall's door closed. First, allow us to welcome you all here and to thank our host, young Master Gary Goldman, she said, pointing to the highest balcony where Gary sat with a stern old man. The woman didn't know him, but if she did, she would be kneeling on the ground. Victor only heard of this legendary man. He never met him. He was dead when he came here in his past life. Harvey von Geldstadt. Level, 169. Class, Merchant Warrior. Authority, 16. Abnormal status, poisoned, SS 98%. Strength, 31,472. Agility, 21,405. Intelligence, 31,445. Luck, 45. Charm, 31. Order, 94. Skills, System Store Access. Level 9, Player Market Access. Level 2, Sword Arts, A. Spear Art, A. Mathematical Mind, A. Survival, A. Energy Shield, A. Endurance, A. Playboy, A. Poison Resistance, B. Corrosion Resistance, B. Tea Making Art C. Brewing C. Alchemy C. Poisons C. Acting D. Dagger Arts D. Staff Arts C. Instant Death Resistance F. Shogai F. Equipment. Dominating Sword, SS. Defense Talisman, SS. Appraisal Glasses, S. Magic Ledger, S. Von Geldstadt Patriarch Token, A. Hidden Storage Ring, S. Storage Ring, A. Illusion Talisman, A. Fate's Status. Fate's Power, D. Fate's Direction, slightly negative. Fate's Design, undefined. Total, D. This was the strongest man Victor met since he returned. He was Gary's grandfather and the current patriarch of the von Geldstadt family. Victor watched him carefully as the guests clapped their hands. This man was using a talisman to hide his sickly complexion. As far as Victor knew, this man would die in a month or two from now, and that would cause the troubles in the von Geldstadt family to explode. Victor decided to help him as he returned his eyes to the auctioneer lady. It is never a bad idea to ruin some people's perfect plans. Victor had the feeling that whoever poisoned him was probably the same one who targeted his grandmother before. I invite you all to take your seats, and I wish to remind you all to keep in order and that photography and filming are strictly prohibited. The pretty lady said as she took out a gavel and a stack of cards. For those attending for the first time, your lots would be delivered directly to you if you were in a private room. For those in the audience, you are free to go pick up your lots from the back at any moment during the auction, or you can wait until we are finished. Just make sure to have your payment checks ready, she clarified. Now, we shall start the public auction, she added as the assistants began to bring the auctioned items. Our first lot today is an antique painting by Duke Ray. It depicts his burning of the old castle tower from which he kidnapped his first wife. She began to explain. Victor didn't care, he just casually watched the auction progress. This was just the first part, a show for the public. The real stuff would come later. The items kept coming one by one. Victor only bought some random jewelry for his girls every once in a while. In addition to that, he got himself a painting of a few naked pretty girls in an ambiguous setting. He was the only one bidding for it, and he felt that if he didn't buy it, people would suspect the genuinity of his pervertedness. Do you want to appraise this piece of art together later? He asked Zaina, who glared at him through his illusion. She turned her head and completely ignored him. Margaret took care of the payments when the purchases were delivered to the room. As Theta acted as a maid who whispered some random things in her imaginary young master's ears every once in a while. Most of the attendees in the balconies were players, so they didn't care to participate in the public auction and just watched and picked some interesting trinkets every now and then. On the contrary, the commoner participants at the auditorium were losing their minds over the amazing treasures being offered. There was even a fight between two guys over an earring that some influencer girl on the internet promised herself to whoever buys it for her. Both lost in the end and were kicked out of the auction after Prince Troy got the earring. The public auction contained many lots and took 3 hours to finish. Victor bought no less than 10 items, and to his surprise no one competed against him most of the time. Only one purple gold ring had some fierce competition, but Victor just increased the price by a few millions and directly crushed the competition as he felt that Lily would like this one. At last, the public auction was over with a famous painting that was sold to an old bald man who cried as the auctioneer declared his winning. "Thank you for your participation in our auction," the pretty lady said after the final transaction was done. After that, she stepped to the side as an old man in a formal silver suit entered the stage. "The public auction is now over. We invite those with the public tickets to exit the hall," he said in a firm voice as he looked around as the young lady bowed to him and gave him the gavel. Many of the attendees sighed. They really wished to attend the private auction just to watch what kind of merchandise would be offered there. Too bad for them they didn't have the private tickets and didn't dare to stay, as they knew the consequences of making trouble here. So slowly, One by one all the commoners made their way out of the venue. After making sure that all the non-players left the hall 15 minutes later, the doors were closed and a spherical artifact that was placed to the side as a decoration piece was suddenly activated. In the next moment, 4 individuals in the auditorium collapsed. Those were normal humans who didn't leave and used various means to trick the auction employees. This device only worked to knock out mortals and didn't work on players. Every year some idiots would end up staying, mostly aspiring journalists and troublemakers. The auctioneer quickly gestured to the guards who grabbed the unfortunate unconscious attendees and dragged them away to become fish food. Some people just never learn, he said with a chuckle, then cleared his throat after no one laughed with him. Let's begin then, the old man said as all the players who were relaxed in their seats up until now sat straight. The real battle had just started. Chapter 205, Vibrate. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Lily nodded after checking her watch. The auction should have already started. It was time for her to act. Commence operation. Use formation Delta Bravo. Remember to stay hidden and to use the escape talismans if danger exceeds level 5. She ordered as the 6 girls accompanying her who evaded the patrolling guards and began to scale the wall of Troy's villa. Those walls were not typical for a mansion. They were so tall that it was obvious that whoever built them had many things to hide. She didn't know why Victor ordered her to keep extra cautious. Wasn't Troy just a semi-player? Nevertheless, she obeyed her young master's commands and decided to keep her team's safety her main priority. So they were advancing very slowly using the family's latest infiltrating devices. Reaching the top of the wall, Lily froze. The situation inside was super weird. At a first glance, it was just a normal mansion yard full of trees and shrubberies. That's what a normal man would see. But Lily was different. She quickly noticed that despite the heavily guarded outer walls, the gardens surrounding the mansion were empty. No, not just empty, but weirdly empty. Creepily empty. The dark paths surrounded by trees were not only clear of guards, but also of animals. Her inspection skill didn't even locate any insects at all. A shiver ran through her back as she looked around. She didn't know why, but she felt that this place was extra dangerous. Something is wrong here. Ivy's voice could be heard in her earpiece, accompanied by some static noise. There are no security cameras inside. There were precisely 427 outside the fence, she said, making Lily notice that too. It is as if someone didn't want anyone to know what was going on in here, Eve added in a somber voice. What should we do? Cora asked. They were very brave girls, but the situation made them uneasy. Lily really wanted to stand down and ask Victor what to do now, but he was at the auction right now, and all communications there were forbidden. That's why they are doing this now. No. She must make the decision by herself. Wait for my analysis. She ordered her sisters as she activated her area inspect skill one last time to its limit, but still no signs of life. But strange enough, she could not even feel the trees this time. This must be an array, Lily said. How else no life signs could be observed? What should we do? Cora asked. Arrays don't stop gases. Lily said. Everyone, take an antidote pill. Put your gas masks on, and prepare to put this entire mansion to sleep, she said decisively. But wouldn't that cost us a lot of sleeping gas to fill the garden too? Ivy asked. Look at the walls. They are as high as the mansion itself. If we pumped the soul gas here, this place would be like a pot. The gas, which is heavier than air, will have no place to escape. The effect will be lighter, but without the gas escaping it will accumulate in a very short time, she said. Just make sure to secure the gates and keep them firmly closed, she added. She calculated the area of the mansion, and according to her calculations, the gas cans they had would be barely enough. After that, no matter what array was placed, they can take their time to bypass it without anyone shooting at them. In the auction hall, where only 20% of the participants remained after the unawakened left, everyone got ready for action as the old auctioneer began to explain the rules. This private auction is divided into 2 parts, he said. The first is for the normal grade items and materials. Those would be sold in normal currency and coins. Every coin will be calculated as equivalent to $60. he stated, causing many attendants to curse at him for being greedy. A coin is worth about $100 outside. But on the other hand, only idiots and poor players would buy with coins what can be bought with real money. The second half of the auction is for the A and S ranked lots. Those would be sold using only coins. Normal currencies would not be accepted. I ask our guests to cooperate and refrain from creating trouble," he said as he took the first card on his podium. "Let's begin," he declared, adjusting his glasses as an assistant revealed the first lot. "Our first item is an E-ranked golden goose artifact. It will lay a golden egg every morning when the first sunlight hits it, as long as you feed it enough gems the preview night. It needs 5 gems for 1 gram of gold. The egg, weighing 0.5 kilograms, will need 2,500 gems every day." The auctioneer began, making many who got excited disappointed. This is not efficient at all, as the lowest gem is worth about 1 to 2 grams of gold in the market. "Do the eggs vibrate?" a pervert young master suddenly asked, breaking the hall's silence. It was Victor. "No, why would they vibrate?" the old auctioneer asked, then froze as he realized what the pervert meant. He glared at Victor as many male guests began to laugh as others asked the same question as the old auctioneer. "They do not. They are made of solid pure gold," the auctioneer corrected professionally as Margaret was holding her stomach hard, trying hard not to laugh while covering her mouth. Poor Theta frowned as she didn't get it. "What about the goose?" Victor asked. "What about it?" the auctioneer asked. "Does it vibrate?" Victor asked, turning himself many disgusted looks, especially from Zaina, who didn't realize that she was as perverted as he was for figuring out what he meant. "Number. It is just a normal artifact," the auctioneer said. "We will start with $10 million, he added. "I will buy it," Victor said, raising his sign. "Many things can be done with eggs and geese," he said with a perverted smile. No one else bid on it after Victor said that. This was just a waste of money, as gems were far more valuable than gold. Although some people got interested, no one dared, as they didn't want to appear like perverts after all. "The goose goes to number 25. The auctioneer said with some spite as he glared at Victor, then looked up at the highest balcony, inquiring if he should kick Victor out. Gary gestured to him to continue without care. A minute later a servant brought the golden goose to Victor's room, where Margaret helped him pay for it and then store it in her ring after checking it with interest. "This will make us rich later, so take care of it," Victor told her through his illusion. Margaret wanted to ask how, but decided to keep it for later. "The next item is a golden staff, an E-rank weapon found in an F-rank dungeon a while ago," the auctioneer said, while hoping that no one will make any dirty remarks this time. No one did, and the staff was won by a pretty girl in the auditorium. "Next we have this blueberry-eating slug. It is a very rare mutant beast that feeds on some dungeon plants. It is very good for increasing sexual libido, especially in old people," the auctioneer explained. "I will take this. My grandma needs it." Victor quickly bid before the auctioneer declared the reserve price, making him curse silently again. Who lets this pervert in? In fact, Victor didn't need this, but Kai used it as an excuse to tell him about the auction before, so he had to buy it. Maybe he would really gift it to his grandmother later. No, that's a bad idea. On the highest balcony, the one who let Victor in was shaking as his grandfather watched Victor with interest. "This guy is really interesting," the old man who was sitting with Gary said. "I think he is just a pervert," Gary replied with surprise. His grandfather was only here to assess his performance. He rarely takes interest in other family heirs. "You shouldn't say that. You were the one who invited him with a Z-ranked ticket," Harvey said, making Gary look down in embarrassment. A lot of his movements were being monitored by the family. "How much did he pay for it?" Harvey asked. "For what?" "The ticket." I gave it to him for free," Gary said, swallowing hard. "Oh. A little bird told me that you traded it for a girl," the patriarch said, making Gary begin to sweat. His grandfather knew all along. He was testing him. "Don't be nervous, you must learn from him. This guy is a better trader than you are. Never leave your weak points revealed to others," his grandfather taught him. Gary nodded. He should have grabbed April the moment decided that he wanted her. If Victor was really malicious, he would have demanded more. "I understand. I will not make that mistake again," Gary said after a few seconds, "but, look at that guy. He is definitely a pervert. Shouldn't he hide his true nature? Isn't he revealing his weakness?" Gary added, trying to appear honorable in front of his grandfather, who was watching Victor harass the girl on the next balcony with a goose. He was inserting his fingers in the goose's anus. That's where the golden eggs formed. It was just a statue, but that didn't stop Victor from appearing like a pervert. On the contrary, this guy might be a pervert, but he is using it to cover his other weak points, like the shell of a tortoise, hiding many secrets inside. Harvey said in a harsh voice, "People who act like this are the real dangerous ones." He added, then sipped some water. "Because they are unpredictable?" Gary asked. "Not only that, but it is also because they have no shame." The old man said, "Oh, so do I have to start acting like that?" Gary said nervously, making the old man chuckle. "If you do that, I will kick you out of the family. We have a reputation to keep," he said, making Gary freeze. "You must find your own power, your own methods, not imitate others," Harvey said, then sighed and stopped talking as Gary pondered on what he had just been taught. The auction continued with many items and an excited audience. Next we have an F-ranked skill book, sold. An E-ranked skill book, sold. Now, D-ranked defensive skill book, sold. Let's see. E-ranked transparency talisman, sold. Next we have this feather that was found in a lava dungeon. It was appraised as an E-rank feather of some mythic bird. The reserve price is 30.000.000. The auctioneer introduced the next item, a golden burning feather with strange red streaks. "Does this one vibrate?" Victor asked again, causing the professional auctioneer, who was in full swing, to almost stumble and fall. "No, it does not. We don't have anything vibrating on this auction." The auctioneer stated as he wished to simply kick Victor out. Why would he ask that? The eggs were excusable, but this was a feather. Sure, it was big, but it's a fucking feather. It doesn't vibrate. Why do you want it? Victor turned to face Margaret and asked as if she were the one who wanted it. He had the looks of someone wondering why would anyone want anything that doesn't vibrate. Margaret suppressed her giggles. She knew that he was using her to make an excuse to bid for the feather, so she did her part. "I like it, young master. I think it would look nice with my new costume," she said as the auction hall fell silent to hear what she had to say. "The one with the fluffy feathers under the belly?" Victor asked while pondering. "Didn't I accidentally rip that one last night?" "No, the other one. The one with the strings and peacock tail you bought me last week," she corrected him in a slutty manner as Theta blushed heavily. She had the feeling that Margaret and Victor were made for each other, a couple of perverts. "Oh, the one with that hole." Victor licked his lips. "Then I will take it," Victor said as many young men in the audience began to have wild fantasies. The reserve price is $5.000.000. The auctioneer wanted to finish this quickly. $10.000.000. Victor quickly bid, causing many guests to shake their heads. Kids nowadays are all perverts who only think with their balls. Although Victor tried hard to act like a pervert hoping to snag the feather easily, his foolish plan failed quickly as the guests here were not fools. This feather had many uses, and they will not let him get it easily. The competition was fierce, but after the price reached 100 million, only two bidders were left, young Master Victor and an elder of some minor unimportant sect. The Flying Myth sect. "Young man, just leave this feather to us and we will be very thankful in the future. If not, The elder could only begin to make threats with his eyes when his funds began to dry up. "Why don't you go fuck yourself?" Victor asked. "This young master wants that thing. Do you want me to look foolish in front of my girls?" $121.000.000. He bid while cursing at the elder in his heart. If this guy was not here he would have got this for half the price. "Damn you pervert." $121.500.000. The elder wanted to scold Victor, but looking at the threatening auctioneer's eyes he didn't dare to make trouble and only increased the price. His sect was not strong at all, so he just kept shooting Victor some very dangerous glares. "Why are you looking at me like that? I am not into old people." $122,000,000. Victor increased the price again. Hopefully, this elder would come for trouble after the auction. Victor really wanted to kick his ass. The elder was so angry that his face became purple and his hands began to shake. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have enough money and could only give up and sit down dejected despite his unwillingness. This feather could revive his sect as their awakening artifact requires mythical beasts remain as a sacrifice. No, he will get that item one way or another. That was his wishful thinking. With that, Victor won the feather for $122 million. Little did anyone know that this was the main item he attended the auction for. He ordered Kai to keep an eye for it as he remembered it appearing in some auction but didn't know which one. The feather was quickly brought up to Victor's room where he was waiting for it this time, not stalking the idiot on the balcony below. This feather was very important. Celestial Fire Chicken Feather, E rank. Victor nodded with satisfaction as he checked it and then put it away. For the great powers, this item was not really that impressive. But for him, it was vital. With this, he can start with the blood awakening at any time. All he needed now was Lin's cooperation and some undisturbed time. The best date would be after the wedding when no one will ask unnecessary questions if he disappeared for a few days. As for the stupid elder and his disciples who were conspiring against him, he simply didn't care. If they come, he will get more green goo for his experiments. Next we have some bronze fighting gloves. They are D-ranked. The auctioneer said after singing in relief as Victor made no further trouble and continued the auction, not realizing that Victor's mischief had just begun. Chapter 206, You Lied. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Lily sweated heavily as she looked at the black hounds that were sleeping due to the effect of the soul poison. Those things were 3 times her size. When she began to infiltrate the mansion 15 minutes ago after gassing the entire place, she encountered an illusions array that seemed to surround the mansion, exactly as she expected. Thanks to the SS rank talismans Victor gave her, she was able to quickly escape and proceed beyond it where the trees and greenery disappeared and were replaced by desolate black soil, an entire death field that surrounded the mansion. There, next to every window there was one of those hellish hounds. If she fell in the array while those things were awake, they would have surely shredded her to pieces by their teeth before she could comprehend what happened. SSHSHSHSHSHSH Lily, the con. SSHSHSHSHSH we. SSHSHSHSHSH one of her companions' voices came over with a lot of distortions. Activate the communication talismans, Lily repeated 3 times. 3 minutes later, all the girls activated their talismans. They were entering the mansion from different points. What are those things? Eve's voice came clear now through the talisman. I don't know. Kill it by slitting its throat with the poisoned dagger. Consider it a dungeon monster and be careful of any blood or miasma. Lily said as she proceeded toward the sleeping hound. It had a distorted face with stitches here and there, as if it were the result of some hellish experiment. Lily didn't hesitate as she slit its throat. The hound collapsed like an inflated balloon seconds later while a disgusting smell filled the air. Lily quickly used a general antidote pill as she stepped away after swiftly collecting a sample of its blackish tar-like blood. What the hell was this thing? She wondered. The auction proceeded from one item to another. Victor was not really interested in anything. He bid on a few treasures every once in a while to raise the price but won nothing. Alpha, on the other hand, bid on quite a few trinkets that might be useful for her newly formed team. Next we have some special merchandise. The auctioneer suddenly announced as 7 girls in chains were dragged to the stage. They had bare feet and were dressed in some very revealing semi-transparent dresses. Hana, who was one of them, was shaking as she was pushed forward and watched the audience inspect her. She was wondering how she ended up like this. Victor was hesitant. The situation was a little risky as he didn't expect Sebastian to be there. He was pondering if he should just step away and leave her to him. That bastard was sure to save her from Evan, but she would surely be his after that. After some thought, Victor quickly made his decision. He really needed an alchemist. Also, Alpha would really hate him if he let Hana go. And most importantly, he didn't want Hana to end up as a Sebastian food. So he will fight for her. On the other side of the hall, Sebastian, despite his angry eyes, couldn't stop his tongue from licking his lip when he saw her in that dress. He was quick to squeeze his master's arm though. "She is Hana," he said, pointing to her, making Evan squint his eyes. The auctioneer coughed to silence the guests who began to stir at the girl's sight. He could hear the sound of lips getting licked. "Those are our newest finds. The first three are all players, a wizard, an archer, and an alchemist. The others are normal humans," the auctioneer said. "They are all virgins and have unique bloodlines." He added with a knowing smile, "The player girls here are under a power disabling and obedience curse. We advise their masters not to lift those as they are not probably trained," the auctioneer said. "The normal ones on the other side are very sensible." He added, "Now, about." He began to speak but was rudely interrupted by another inappropriate interjection by the same very perverted young master. "You lied to me," Victor suddenly yelled as he stood up, making the auctioneer pause after realizing that Victor was talking to him. "What?" the auctioneer asked while wondering what was wrong with this pervert now. "That girl is definitely vibrating. You said nothing vibrated here. You lied to me." Victor continued to yell angrily, pointing at Hannah, making almost every guest look at him and then at the girl strangely. She was obviously shaking out of fear. "Can that be considered vibrating?" The auctioneer tried hard to keep his calm and suppress his anger as he looked at Gary and Harvey at the top balcony. Sadly, they signaled him to continue and ignore Victor. "Yes, it was my mistake," the old auctioneer said as he looked back down after a light cough. He really wanted to kick Victor's ass at that moment, but his masters didn't allow it. "How about we start with her? She is an alchemist with an unidentified bloodline. Lowest price is $25 million. He stated, wanting to appease Victor as soon as possible. $30 million. I want her. Victor quickly bidded. 40. Some pervert on another balcony raised the price. 45. Zaina bid this time. She was here to save those miserable girls. 50. This time it was Troy. Although he was hidden behind the curtain, Victor could easily identify him. 55, 56, 57, 59. The bids kept getting higher. "Elder, let me bid more." Some sect's young master begged his elder as he looked at Hana. She was his type. "Fool. Do you think our sect's finances came out of your mother's debts? Your father might spare you, but he would surely kick my ass if I allowed this." "That's enough." The elder scolded and forced his perverted young master to stop as the bidding continued. 60, 65, 67, 68, 69. A fat bald man bid as he licked his lips. There was a lot of lip-licking tonight. 70 millions. Zaina bid as she squeezed her fist. There were a lot of squeezed fists too. 80 million. Sebastian's master declared as he tried hard to feel any bloodline signs from Hana. Too bad he felt nothing. But that's to be expected, as the von Richter sealed their heirs' bloodlines before helping them escape. He needs to touch her to make sure. But he didn't dare to make trouble in this hall. 150 million. This time it was Alpha who had enough, and wanted to finish Hannah's misery quickly. The crowd was surprised by the sudden price increase, but they quickly forgot about her as Victor spoke. 300 million. He doubled the price directly again. "Ah, really? Is she worth all that? What does his father do for a living?" "SHHH. I will tell you later." "Mummy, get me the one with the white hair." "What a pervert." "Yuck. You are drooling on me." "Damn it." The audience was in shock as most people stopped bidding. "Damn that perverted bastard." Zaina cursed as the price far exceeded her budget. She was here to save those girls, and maybe convince them to join the Free Players Alliance. 500 million. Sebastian bid in anger, making his master grab his shoulder. He didn't have access to a lot of money from the family, and couldn't spend what he had this easily, as he only held coins and he wanted those to buy a very important item later using them. Hana looked with some hope at Sebastian's balcony as she recognized his voice. She was worried about him for the last few days. Thankfully he was alright. And now he will save her. 550 million. Victor stated arrogantly. "This vibrator girl is mine." He added, shattering her dreams. 600 million, Alpha said while cursing at her perverted young master. 650 million, Victor stated again, making everyone gasp again. Was this girl really worth this money? Who is that guy? Sebastian's master asked a waitress who was bringing him some fruits as he placed some money in her pocket. Number 25 should be Victor von Wise. The waitress said as she glanced at her tablet. This man also had a Z ticket, so he had some rights to know who is who. And the other one? Number 37? He asked, pointing at Alpha's balcony. It is an anonymous ticket. The waitress replied, then slowly withdrew. What should we do, master? Sebastian asked. Bid until 800 million. The master replied. If the bidder was someone of a lower status or weak background, he would have let him win and then stole Hannah from his hand. Too bad Victor was a name he knew well. He was the new rising heir in the von Wise family, so he can't face him right now. Fearing that he might disturb the family's plan, he could only grab Hannah legally for now. 700 million, Sebastian bidded. 710 million, Alpha said, trying to act as if she was nearing her limit. 750 million, Victor added while wondering if he should just give up on Hannah and take the money. 800 million, Sebastian stated directly as he sweated. 1 billion, Victor said, making the crowd gasp. This time no one replied. This girl for 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. 2. The auctioneer began the countdown, causing Sebastian to squeeze his master's hand. Evan hesitated, then decided to risk it and sacrifice the coins that he wanted to use to buy the final item. Sebastian was a scion, and surely pay him back one way or another. $1,500,000,000, Evan yelled, stopping the countdown, and making Sebastian breathe in relief. $2 billion, Victor bid after a bit. He was really considering taking the money at this time. Victor decided that he would abandon Hannah if Evan bid higher. Evan didn't. He had no more money. Coins didn't grow on trees. $2,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Sold to young Master Victor. The auctioneer stated and sealed the miserable Hannah's fate with the sound of his gavel and a broad smile. At this moment, Victor became his favorite bidder. Ha ha ha. Bring the vibrating girl to me, Victor said lasciviously, causing Zaina, who was looking at him, to feel disgusted, then look away to focus on saving the other girls. Margaret and Theta, who know about his plan, could only shake their heads, trying hard not to laugh. Why did he need to act as a pervert in every public event? At the same time, Sebastian was shaking in rage. He was about to storm the stage and save Hannah if not for his master's iron grip on his shoulder. The von Richter family didn't like people making trouble in their auctions. What Victor did was the limit, maybe even exceeded the limit a little bit. But what he will pay them for the girl, they would surely forgive him. Keep calm. Do you want them to kill you? Do you want them to kill me? Evan asked as he shook Sebastian awake. I will go talk to that brat Victor after the auction. I will try to make a deal, he added while thinking that he will go to Victor and test Hannah. If she was really von Richter, he would be able to ask the family for more finance or a treasure to trade. If not, too bad then. He will have to fool Sebastian somehow though. That would be troublesome. Sebastian took a deep breath to calm himself, then unwillingly nodded as he watched the auction assistants drag Hannah away to Victor's balcony. Chapter 207. Scamming Hannah. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After making sure that all the hounds around the mansion were taken care of, Lily and her sisters began to infiltrate the mansion through the windows while keeping wary of traps. After entering, and to their surprise, the mansion was completely normal. It was a typical luxurious mansion with expensive furniture. The walls were all decorated with rare paintings. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. There were a few maids and servants collapsed in the kitchen and in a few corridors. But that was the effect of the poison. They were all semi-players. How could Troy afford an entire staff of semi-players? Lily felt strange. She quickly surveyed the whole ground floor but ended up finding nothing of interest. That was when Cora contacted her. We found Troy's room on the second floor, she said. So Lily quickly climbed there. Her sisters, who found nothing on the upper floor, also had already started tearing the place apart when she entered. It was a full suite inside the mansion, a sleeping room with a study with their own bathroom. It was as if Troy didn't want to be disturbed up here. "Anything interesting?" Lily asked. "Just some usual business letters and work-related documents. This guy is casting a big network and businesses." Cora, who was checking the computer, said, "The safe here has some nice trinkets." Ivy added as she began filling her brand new storage ring. Lily looked and nodded. "Take everything in there. We don't know which thing is an artifact." Lily said she wished she had an appraisal skill like her young master. "I found some letters here. They are addressed to Levi Vons Y." Eve said after going through some drawers. "Show me." Lily quickly checked them. They were drafts for some letters containing a lot of bootlicking with reports about some experiments. "They are beginning to get results." Troy was requesting increased funding and more experiment subjects. He wanted subjects with bloodlines for better results. Most of the letters were the same with different bootlicking statements. Was Troy trying different begging methods? Lily frowned. From this it could become clear that Troy was working with the Vons Y family on something. This information needs to be transported to the young master, but first, they had a job to do. "Let's go to the basement," Lily said as she stored the letters, making the girls swallow and then nod. All of them ignored that place on purpose and chose to do the upper floor first. They had a feeling that they would not like what they will find there. Gary was shaking while waiting for his grandfather to scold him. He had just caused the family to lose a huge commission fee because he gave Victor the Z ticket. Harvey said nothing though. He just sighed. "Don't worry about it," he said after a few minutes of pondering. "This would make a good advertisement. Always think like a businessman and learn from your mistakes," Harvey said as he looked at Victor. He was wondering if he was his grandson. He shook his head. He had secretly tested Theodore and he was not his son. How many men did Anne sleep with was a mystery that he didn't want to solve. But still, he couldn't stop liking Victor more and more. He reminded him of himself when he was young. He also had a feeling that Victor was executing multiple schemes at the same time, but he couldn't tell what they were. He was wondering about something else too. What was so interesting about that girl Hannah for Victor and that sneaky Vons Y fighting over her? That question made him very curious. Hannah was guided by two guards to Victor's room. With the curse placed on her, she couldn't use any of her powers. Victor, who secretly returned to his room, arrogantly paid for her using the family card, which would surely be confiscated after today's expenses. "I knew it was you," he told her as he checked her body, making her cover the important parts under the semi-transparent clothes with her hands as she glared at him. "You are that young master from before," she said coldly. She remembered him from Golden Waterfall Town. "And you were that hot driver. Did your young master get bored and sell you off?" Victor asked, making her shake her head but say nothing. She didn't want to talk about Sebastian now. The only thing she wanted to know was who was the bastard who drugged her then sold her here. She was also worried about Victor's actions. He seemed to be some kind of a super pervert. That's what she got from his actions earlier. "You don't have to worry that much." Jokes aside, Victor suddenly became serious after the guards who brought her here left and closed the door. "I didn't expect to get my hands on another Von Richter so fast." "Why else do you think I paid that much money for you?" "For your beauty?" "My wives are 1,000 times prettier than you," he said, making her look at him again with shock this time. "How do you know that?" she asked in a harsh voice. She didn't eat well in the last few days. "I go to school with one of them. And beauty is a subjective matter. I am not saying you are ugly, on the contrary. But I meant about my family." "How did you know that I am a Von Richter?" she whispered as she wished to kick this pervert's ass. "Oh, well, I know many things. Like how your beloved younger brother is now with the Vons Y fake blood on that balcony. He was the one bidding for you earlier." Victor dodged the question professionally by distracting her. "You are lying," she said as she looked out of the balcony. She could see Sebastian, who was looking back at her with angry eyes, and the man in black sitting behind him. Was that man a fake blood? She wondered, not realizing that Sebastian was now watching as Victor started spanking Hannah's butt. "I am not lying," Victor stated as he adjusted his illusion to make Hana's image sit on his lap. She was smiling as she enjoyed his petting. "Don't be so stiff. I just want you to be my maid. And I am not an enemy of your family. If I were you would be on the selling floor again with a new price tag," he said. She just glared at him. She would never be this pervert's maid. "You are lucky I was the one who bought you. If that man would have won the bidding." Victor made a slitting throat sign with his thumb. "I am sure that young Sebastian has no idea about your family, and that he was working for your enemies at the moment," he added. Her illusion was not blushing as Victor bit her ear. "How do you know Sebastian's name?" she asked. Her first priority was to protect her little brother. "Let me show you," Victor suddenly said, and used his disguise skill to replicate both Sebastian's and the Man in Black's status. He was showing her the info, with few adjustments. Name, Evan von Zwy. Level, 99. Class, Ghoul. Authority, 9. Abnormal status, Fake bloodline effect, 14% purity. Reduced lifespan. Strength, 335. Agility, 278. Intelligence, 309. Luck, 41. Charm, 11. Order, 30. Skills, Blood Drain S, Flesh Drain S, Soul Drain S, Regeneration A, Energy Shield A, Bartering A, Shadow Steps A, Charm A, Sword Art A, Alchemy A, Self-Defense Arts B, Bloodline Detection B, Shield Arts A, Dagger Arts A, Identification B, Survival B, Pain Resistance C, Stun Resistance C, Poison Resistance C, Map Drawing E, Cooking F, Equipment, Soul Plucking Dagger, S. Defense Talisman, S. Von Zwy Family Token, A. Storage Ring, A. Hana gasped, not because of Evan's status, but because of Sebastian's. Name, Sebastian Silver. Level, 52. Abnormal status, Eternal Martial Arts. Side effect, slow aging. Silver Lingering Soul's Curse, S. Soul Sealing Stigma, S. Class, Battle Mage. Authority, 6. Strength, 70. Intelligence, 92. Agility, 81. Luck, 35. Charm, 40. Order, 20. Skills, Minor Magic Creation SS. Eternal Body Defense SS. Fireball A. Fire Vortex A. Burn Resistance A. Spear Arts B. Water Ball B. Staff Arts B. Poison Resistance B. Dagger Arts B. Mountain Giant Palm B. Poison Resistance B. Paralyze Resistance B. Charm C. Master Steps D. Illuminate D. Equipment, Defense Talisman, S. 1/3. Eternal Sect Token, A. Storage Ring, A. Your younger brother is amazing. Can you imagine someone with that level in his age group? I even suspect that he is an old man, especially with that eternal martial arts skill," Victor said, with a smile. He was considering showing her Sebastian's spider porn but decided against it. He would save it for later in case his first try failed. Hana stayed silent. She was in shock. As far as she knew, Sebastian was level 23. A part of her wanted to call Victor a liar, but she knew about that eternal skill as her family had memories of it. That's why her mission was to infiltrate the Eternal Sect. Her family hoped she could get this skill, but she failed to locate its holder. That's what she thought until now. Certain things began to fit in place, like how her master always shrugged when she called Sebastian her younger brother, and how her master forbade Sebastian from bailing with her, despite her being okay with it. He must have known. Sebastian always told her that he was older than he looked, but she always took it as a kid bragging. She met Sebastian 1.5 years ago when he returned to the sect from a mission. She was amazed by his bravery at that time but didn't consider the fact that she was at the sect for 10 years and never met him before. She was so preoccupied with Sebastian that she failed to comprehend how amazing Victor's appraisal was to be able to get this info. She would understand after she calmed down in a few days. It took her a few minutes to think. She thought about that man Evan. He had a Von Zwy token, and had that ghoul class, She knew from her family's memories what it meant. And the most important thing was the fake blood effect. This was the effect of an artifact that was stolen from her family. An artifact that had been used against them ever since. She knew that Victor was telling the truth as she could feel some ripples from Evan's bloodline across the auction hall. She has pure blood after all and could feel him if she focused hard enough. Thankfully he could not feel her blood, as she had her bloodline sealed. "You are not selling me nor killing me. What do you want from me then?" she asked coldly as she watched Zaina succeed in getting one of the other girls. "I want you," Victor said as he took out a contract. "I don't care how you got here, but you are now in my hands. You will be my slave from now on, and in exchange, I will keep your little secret." "Imagine what would happen to your sect if the world knew they hid you," he said as he adjusted his illusion. Hana was now kissing him. Sebastian was about to jump out of the balcony. "You even know about my sect," she said, then remembered that he saw the token on Sebastian's description. Her sect was hidden deep in the mountains, and they were forbidden from exposing it. She glared at Victor, then at the contract with some hesitation. "Imagine what would happen if I were to return you to Sebastian right now. That man would surely find out about you, then extract your bloodline and eat your flesh to extend his lifespan. He would also probably eat Sebastian, who would try to save your life," Victor said, making her frown. "What do you propose?" she asked. "I have a way to hide you, and although I can't guarantee Sebastian's safety 100%, I can promise that I will make sure that his life will not be in any danger. You just have to sign the contract, then act as if you fell in love with me. That would make Sebastian lose hope of getting you back, and that man would not harm him. He seemed to have taken him as a disciple," Victor said, making her glare at him and then out at Sebastian, who was talking angrily to the man in black while that man was patiently explaining some things to him. He didn't seem to be planning to hurt him. "You have 5 minutes to decide," Victor said as he casually bid on the last girl. In the end, he also lost it to Zaina, who shot him some angry glares for raising the price. He didn't care. He already had a lot of girls, and didn't mind losing some who didn't have rare classes. And being with Zaina was not bad for them. The Players' Alliance would be the best place for weak players after the reckoning. Finally, the 2 awakened girls ended up in Zaina's hand with 1 normal girl. The other 3 girls were taken by Troy, who bid a lot for them. "Your time is over," Victor looked back at Hannah and said as he glared at her. "Shall I sell you to the Von Zwei family, or will you work for me?" he asked, pressuring her. She was not thinking straight, and he was further using that to disorient her and make her sign the contract. "Add a condition not to make me fight against my sect and family members, and that you will keep my secret," Hannah said at last as she watched Thito and Margaret, who were sitting silently on the side. "And also, that you will never force me to do any perverted things." "As long as you don't want me to," Victor said, making her glare at him again, as if she would ever do that. "Also include your promise about Sebastian too." "I don't want him to be hurt," she said. "Okay. I will make sure that Evan never kills him," Victor added. "He does not need to make sure." He was pretty sure Sebastian was a scion. "Fine then. I will sign," she said. "Then it's a deal," Victor said as he finalized changes to the contract, making her surprised. She didn't expect him to accept this fast. Wasn't he a pervert? She hesitated for an entire minute, reading the contract 3 times before she signed it with her blood as Victor urged her. "You are mine now," he said as he packed the contract, making her look away angrily, then surprised when Victor took off his coat and wrapped it around her carefully. She remembered that she was practically naked. "Stay here and watch. If my guess is correct, that man would come here after the auction. Make sure to do as I tell you," Victor added as he began to explain some things to her while stealthily using his ring to move to the lower room again to keep an eye on the idiot in there. Sebastian, on the other hand, had just watched her show Victor her body before he covered her with his coat after spanking her again and telling her that it's not the time for that. Was Hannah a pervert? Why was she the one harassing that young master? He was about to go crazy. Thankfully Evan had told him what happened to those who created trouble here, so he didn't dare to do anything. He will go scold that adulteress later. No, she was being forced, he convinced himself. Hannah, on the other hand, just sat down and said nothing, pretending to listen to Victor, whom she thought was still sitting beside her. She was looking toward Sebastian, who was looking back at her angrily. Why was he this upset? His eyes were very unnatural, as if his lover was being taken in front of him by another man. Chapter 208. His Mother. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The basement had a very deep stairway leading down. Down and down Lily went with her sisters. Soon they reached the 3 stories below ground, where a white room with security cameras welcomed them. Those cameras were now recording only brown noise, as the girls were using the latest family jamming technology. The room had one steel door and a security window where a now sleeping guard was supposed to stand. The door can only be opened from inside. After a quick inspection, Lily used an explosive charge to blow the bulletproof window and the sleeping security guard behind it. Only idiots struggle against steel doors. Behind the charred security booth, a dim corridor extended. It had locked steel doors to both its sides. Those doors didn't have locks, so Lily presumed that they could only be opened by a central control room. The girls looked at each other, then carefully proceeded. In the corridor, they could see hatches with auto machine guns behind them. Were those supposed to keep people out or some things in? Thankfully, they were turned off now, as their operators soundly sleep. The girls continued until they reached a gate guarded by 4 sleeping guards who became dead guards a few seconds later. Lily performed an inspection and then nodded to her sister, who opened the door carefully using one of the guards' security cards. Behind it was a big room with many monitors and computers. The main control room. It had a big glass window overlooking a warehouse where many big glass tanks were placed in rows with strange creatures mummified inside of them. Others had men and women. They seemed to be dead. This place looked like a lab from some horror movie. The room had a few steel doors, one of them leading to the tank's room. No girl dared to go there. What the hell is this place? Assassin Girl number 4, Gwen, asked, as she started butchering the sleeping scientists after taking their fingerprints, blood samples, and photos. Some kind of a lab. Lily was uncertain. She proceeded to look through the monitors. They were broadcasting camera footage from many small cells with strange things inside. They were humans but had strange deformities. Most of them were dead, she could tell from the vital signs monitor in each room. Few were alive though, sleeping locked in chains. In each room monitor, the results were displayed. Failure, 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 failure. Only 6 rooms didn't have a result. Inside them, some men seemed to be sleeping naked with tubes connected to their bodies. Suddenly one of the monitors to the side caught Lily's attention, as the occupants of what seemed to be a warehouse were moving. They were human, but moved like zombies in movies. A shiver ran through Lily's spine. Those were zombies, and they were not affected by the soul poison as they were moving. No, wait, this was not a monitor but a TV. It was a movie. She knew that one. Lily sighed in relief, then kicked the TV to the ground. This thing has just scared the shit out of her. She took a deep breath again and then headed to the main computer, where she used her phone to crack the security and get access to the data. After tinkering with the terminal for a while, she was able to get an idea of this place. They were doing human experiments here. Lily quickly started downloading the data as she checked around, trying to figure out what Troy was planning. Ah, Lily, this thing. Why does it look like a monster from a dungeon? Eve suddenly asked, pointing to one tube, where the corpse of an octopus-like creature with a big gaping jaw and sharp teeth was floating. I don't really get it, but if my guess is correct, those guys have found a way to mass-produce semi-players. They are using some technology to infuse the cells of dungeon monsters into living beings. The procedure seems to be risky, but there is a 10% chance to turn humans into a semi-player, and granting them some of the monster's powers, she said as she swallowed while looking at the data. Aren't dungeon monsters impossible to take out? They would disintegrate the moment you defeat them. You can't even put them in the storage ring. I tried. Isla asked with a frown. I don't know how they did it either, Lily said. I finished downloading the data here. Let's go check on the cells and take some samples, she added with some hesitation. Let's go, shouted a little, encouraging herself. Her voice was louder than usual and seemed to have woken something up as one of the steel doors in the monitor room began shaking hard. This time it was real. In Tetra Quad City's Merchants Hall, The last part of the auction was about to begin. Now we move to the real good stuff, the auctioneer said proudly. Things here can only be traded with coins. We originally had 20 items, but thanks to a generous donor we have 30. The new objects are not in the catalogue. They will be revealed in time. Let me remind you, if anyone dared to cause trouble, he would be kicked out immediately. He added as he glared at Victor's balcony. Truth be told, he really liked Victor, as he had been raising the prices all night. Too bad he had a very dirty mouth. The first item is the light cutting sword, an AAA rank weapon. The auctioneer said, then shot Victor a threatening glare. If he asked about it vibrating he would definitely kick him out. Victor just chuckled and kept silent as he inspected the grim-looking sword on the table. Nah. He was not interested in any of the following items. He didn't even look at the auction's catalogue. The sword was grabbed by none other than Troy, which made Victor wonder where did that guy get the coins from, as semi-players can't enter dungeons. Someone was financing him. Anyway, eventually, this item will end up in his pocket, once Alpha kills Troy and grabs his stuff. The next few items were very normal for Victor. The guests almost lost their minds trying to get them. Hana on the other hand looked with hatred at the items. They belonged to her family. There were the items Victor gave Alpha to sell. Victor casually bet and kept his cool as Alpha bought the real useful stuff back. This was to fool Hana into believing he got these items at the auction. Now, we have the next lot. A bottle of rust blood. An SS-ranked material of unknown origin. The auctioneer said, making all the guests look at it with shining eyes. This is the highest ranking item in the auction until now. Many of them had never seen an S-ranked item before, let alone SS. We don't know how this item can be used, so we will start with 100,000 coins. The auctioneer said, 120.000. Victor said, he also heard of this thing. He didn't expect it to appear here. 130.000, 140.000, 145.000, 150.000, 160.000, 170.000, 180.000. Victor stopped bidding at this time as Torrell, the dark chamber agent he was stalking, began to bid on the orders of his lord. Buy it at all costs, he said. In the end, Torrell won the item for 550.000 coins, not a small cost. Soon enough an assistant brought the rust blood bottle to Torrell's room and took the payment using a special artifact that can store coins. What is this for, Lord Third? Torrell asked his master in the mirror as the assistant left. Some people had been searching for this without knowing its name. I will make them pay a heavy price for this. Now start the operation. Make sure to take the antidote first through. We will talk later. Lord Third told Torrell as the auctioneer brought the last item to be sold. Yes, sir, Torrell nodded, as he took a strange-looking jar from his ring. That was the last thing Torrell did before turning into a green goo. The mirror was swiftly stored in a ring to stop the shocked lord from seeing anything. A dark chamber conspiracy ended like that. Victor casually grabbed the jar and cursed. This thing was so evil. Blood boiling poison S. Every sunrise, the blood temperature of the infected would be raised a little until they burn. Giving the VIP room and balcony one last look, Victor returned to his own as the auctioneer began showing the next item with hesitation. Next, we have a troublesome item. This was given to us by a very strong master requesting to sell it, and we couldn't refuse him. It is a copy of a certain book. The old auctioneer said this book was given to him by Alpha, who insisted that it should be sold if any of the other items were to be auctioned here. This was a copy that Victor made, and his last money laundering scheme. That's why he was acting like a pervert all night. We will accept trading for normal money for this item, the auctioneer said as he revealed an untitled book with an expensive leather cover. The attendants watched as he opened the first few pages, causing many young ladies in the audience to turn bright red and turn away or close their eyes. The book featured some very pretty women in very exotic positions. We will start with $1.000.000. The auctioneer said while sweating. This was the agreed reserve price. 2,000,000. Victor quickly bid as he licked his lips. 3,415. The price quickly increased by many bidding young masters in the crowd, as the assistant kept flipping the pages. Harvey, who was chuckling as he watched with his grandson on the top balcony, suddenly stood up and ran to the balcony rails and looked down when he saw one of the women on a certain page. She was his mother. "Damn it!" he yelled, startling Gary. "What?" Gary asked in shock. His grandfather completely ignored him as he bid directly $50 million. Even he had to respect the auction rules that were engraved in his old bones. Victor was surprised. He wanted to increase the price more, but decided not to do that. He didn't want to mess with Harvey. He just opened the digital copy of the book on his phone and quickly flipped to that page where he read the label under the very erotic image. Olivia von Geldstadt. Oh, thankfully he erased the names in the sold copy, just in case some idiots were not sensible like Victor and bid against Harvey, who quickly remembered their names as he raised the price to $100,100,000 and won the book undisputed because the auctioneer cheated a little and hastened the calling. So the book quickly went to the top balcony, where Harvey began to leaf throw after kicking the assistant out. He didn't see it clearly from above earlier, but most of those women were people he knew. They were his mother's friends and enemies. Who was the bastard who drew those? They were very lifelike, especially Venus von Krona, the most beautiful woman in the world. He froze at her page, making Gary look at it with a frown. That woman was hot. He wanted to look more, but his father was bent over it strangely while drooling. Gary didn't dare to ask. The truth was that Harvey always had fantasies about Venus after he saw her once when his mother took him to one of her gatherings. The photo made him remember his adolescence, how that woman spanked his butt when he acted naughty. Ah, the good memories. Gary was disturbed as he watched his grandfather's perverted expression. Is this the same man who was lecturing him about the importance of his image earlier? WTF. Victor didn't know any of that. He was just happy with the extra amount of money he got for the book. He was considering publishing it. No, that might lead back to him. Maybe later when he find a suitable scapegoat. Chapter 209, Victor vs. Subastain. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The banging on the door grew stronger as the girls looked at each other. They were not mishearing things. Lily quickly made sure that the door was holding, then jumped to the terminal where she began flipping through the security cameras until she found the one she wanted. It was a man, if you could consider an abomination, with 4 thorny arms and a lizard tail. A man. He was banging at the door, somewhat deforming it. But the control room's door is 5 inches of steel. They were made to withstand such an attack. She recognized that man. He was one of the 6 living experiments she saw locked up a minute ago. Did she release him by mistake? She quickly flipped through the cameras again until they showed the rooms. No, she didn't release him. This thing broke through its shackles on its own. That cell was now full of deformed steel. Lily quickly looked at the other 5. WHA. They were in the process of chewing their bonds. She couldn't make out the details before as they were covered in steel, but now she could see that all of them had strange deformities. They looked like monsters from a dungeon. Why were they awake? Lily didn't know. But she didn't have time to worry about that, as the door that was separating them from that thing would not withstand the attack of all 6. Lily could tell that these ones were not sane, as the one banging at the door didn't bend down and try to take the security key from the half-eaten man at his feet. Wait, did this monster eat the sleeping man? Why don't you activate the machine guns in the corridors? Cora asked, making Lily remember about those. She quickly found the trigger and without hesitation activated it. What happened? Lily looked at the corridor, now full of smoke. Bang bang bang. The banging at the door continued as the screen cleared. That thing was barely injured. Only one of his eyes was hurt and some wounds on his arms could be seen healing. His tail was regrowing slowly too. All the machine guns were completely damaged. On the other monitors, The monsters exited their cells one by one and began to eat the corpses of the experiments in the other cells and whatever sleeping scientist they found. They were not fighting each other as Lily hoped. Lily stepped away from the monitor and looked at her sisters, who were a little scared. They didn't fear death, but this thing was really scary. Although they were players, their level was very low and they had no strength to fight this thing. Even if they won, about half of them would die at the very least. Should they escape and let those things roam free? Lily had to make a choice. A monstrous howl forced her to make up her mind. Isla, reinforce all the doors with the talismans you have. The rest of you help me prepare for this formation, Lily said as she took a parchment from her ring. This was prepared for her by the young master. According to him, the cost of activating this formation is enormous and she should only use it if there were no other choice. The parchment paper itself was something he got from his family's vault. It was an SS rank. Lily chose to use it anyway. If those things got free, the capital would probably be engulfed in chaos. The world would be in shock. Many people would die. And most importantly, the incident might delay her wedding. That could never be allowed. The last item and the final piece in our auction tonight is this dragon egg. The auctioneer announced as the assistants brought a tray with a child-sized grey egg. Victor looked at the egg and shook his head. It was just a fossil that can be used as a material for something. Too bad it was just a lower-ranking dragon that would not be of any help to him. As expected though, most of the people at the auction were here just for this egg. So the competition was fierce. 50,000 coins, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000, 250,000. Leave this to your father, and your father will spare you. 300,000. As long as they bid after the curse, the auctioneers didn't seem to mind. 400,000. Why don't you go fook yourself? 450,000. How dare you curse at your father? 460,000. How dare you claim to be my father? 470,000. Ask your mother. 480,000. Really, he is my father? 490,000. Yes. Don't tell anyone, especially my husband. That would hurt his feelings. 500,000. 510,000. Julia, is that really you? 550,000. Yes. Would you leave this for me? 600,000. You know I can't. But I can meet you later. 700,000. Really? 750,000. Yes. 800,000. See you at the Northern Hotel then. 850,000. Mom. That idiot is going to suffer. Margaret commented, don't you want to bid on this thing, young master? She asked as she watched the drama outside. It doesn't vibrate, he replied as Hannah gave him a disgusted look. The dragon egg's price reached 3,300,000 coins before getting snatched by Sebastian's new master Evan. He must have come here for this item too. As a ghoul, it might be useful to him as breakfast. Although it would taste rotten, it would definitely increase his dwindling lifespan. That's the price he had to pay for changing his bloodline. Thank you everyone for attending our auction. Be sure to leave your contact information if you wished to subscribe to our monthly report and newsletter. The auctioneer said, concluding the auction. Victor didn't leave his room, he just sat down waiting while playing with the golden goose. Others didn't know as he did. But all minerals and metals would change their properties after the reckoning. The higher an element in the periodic table, the more changes it would get. Not only that, the shock of the reckoning would make all elements heavier than silver unstable. So gold, mercury, and such elements would be very rare. Iron would get stronger, so no buildings would fall, but its melting point would get 10 times higher, making it very expensive to work with. Copper, while keeping its strength, would stop conducting electricity, rendering all technology useless. Even normal fire weapons would stop working. In fact, that's why firearms and phones don't work inside the dungeon, as they follow different rules to some extent but not 100%. On the other hand, gold would stop being soft and would be the perfect element for weapons. In addition to that, it would not lose its electrical conduction properties. making it the only element capable of supporting technology. Now he had an artifact that produced gold, and if he could study its array he might be able to get it to create other elements. He had already started digesting the knowledge he got from that artificer soul. Hana looked at him with disgust as he kept looking through the goose's anus. He was searching for the array, but in the girl's eyes, he was being a pervert. Did he have a geese fetish? A knock on the door spared young Master Victor from getting a new social identity. Margaret looked at Victor, who nodded and put the goose away, then sent a signal to Alpha. She could now leave her room and begin the Troy elimination operation. Margaret slowly went and opened the door, where a man and a child stood. She gasped as she looked at Sebastian, then quickly hid it and stepped away. Sebastian looked at her for a second, then moved his eyes to Hannah and Victor. It was normal for some slutty girls to gasp at his handsomeness and cuteness. Too bad he was not in the mood for hunting girls now. He could see Hannah was wearing Victor's coat. He didn't know that the reason Margaret gasped was that she recognized him. She couldn't recognize him earlier because he was half hidden behind the curtain, but now she could see him. He was the one from that Arachne porn. She never forgets a face, especially a pervert's face. "Can I help you?" Victor chuckled and asked. Sebastian didn't talk. He just headed straight to Victor and punched him in the face, causing him to fly and hit the wall behind him. "Sebastian!" Hannah yelled in shock. "Hannah!" Sebastian ignored Victor as he turned to look at Hannah. "Did this bastard do anything to you?" he asked. "Why are you acting like this?" "He did nothing, we just talked," she said. "Just talked?" he asked angrily. "Do you call all that just talk?" Yes, we just talked. He helped save me." "Go apologies to him," she said. She was surprised by Sebastian's outburst. Victor didn't do anything bad to her. On the contrary, he has been acting like a gentleman, to a certain extent. "Oh, apologize? Did you start liking this piece of shit now?" Sebastian asked sarcastically. He was super pissed off about what he watched earlier. "Are you here to curse at me?" Victor yelled angrily as he slowly stood up. Hannah was not acting according to her script. She was supposed to act like a girl in love and hug him. He couldn't let her resolve the misunderstanding. Sebastian looked at Victor coldly after hearing him. "I remember you. You were that young master who bought the villa and ruined our plans." "Oh, I didn't realize it was you," Victor yelled as if he was hit by a sudden realization. "Yes, it was me." "So what?" Sebastian asked. "Was it you who burnt my new villa?" Victor yelled angrily as he pointed at Sebastian, who totally forgot about that. Sebastian didn't know how to answer that. "It was him." "Excuse me. Are you perhaps Master Victor?" Evan, who had enough, dragged Sebastian to his side and shot him a warning glare as he stepped forward and faced Victor. He only wanted to check on Hannah, but this idiot Sebastian was ruining his plan. Luckily Victor didn't call for security. "Yes, are you this dog's guardian?" Victor asked, making Sebastian begin to struggle against his master's grip but stop when his master glared at him again. "My name is Evan Brown, and this is my disciple Sebastian. He might be a bit unruly sometimes, so please excuse him," Evan said slowly as Sebastian calmed down. "I am here about the girl. You see, she is my disciple's sister and we wish to buy her back." That's why he was so agitated. Evan said, pointing at Hannah. "Oh, is that true?" Victor asked Hannah as he wiped the blood from his mouth. He had to take that hit. As he used the chance, Sebastian approached him to stealthily slip a bug on him. He wanted to hear how Evan was scamming him. He also wants Hannah to take care of him later. It was her fault after all. "He is my younger brother." Hannah nodded. "I already paid a lot for her though. And he hit me," Victor said as if thinking. "I can compensate you." "Might I check on her?" "She has poor health," Evan said as he looked at Hannah. "Oh, it's okay I guess. Just checking though, don't do anything funny," Victor said reluctantly as he glared at Sebastian angrily. Evan approached the nervous Hannah and then pinched her wrist as if he was checking her pulse. He felt nothing. It took him an entire minute to let go with disappointment. "She is fine," he said as he took his hand away, scratching Hannah's hand with his pointy nail accidentally. "Sorry," he said as he put his finger in his mouth sampling her blood. He spat it all out a moment later. It tasted like shit. She was definitely not a von Richter. As their seal can't hide the blood taste. Master. Let's get her and go. Sebastian complained as he glared at Hannah. Although she was acting like that with Victor, he was sure she was being forced. Hannah is a sweet and obedient girl, he convinced himself. Some questions first, Evan said, then turned to Hannah. Do you know who kidnapped you? He asked, making Sebastian stop nagging as he wanted to hear her answer quickly to get his revenge on the bastard who locked him in the vault. No. Hannah said with some stuttering. I found the vault open, and when I entered I was knocked out, she said after remembering Victor's instructions and making Evan frown. How did you know about the vault's location? He asked. Hannah hesitated. A mysterious man who saved my life about a year ago while I was on a mission. He told me about it, and wanted me to secure location and wait for him. I wanted to buy the villa to have a chance at meeting him again. She lied. She wanted to buy the villa to avoid hurting anyone in the while digging, and to keep the vault for her future use. And maybe to build a nest for her and Sebastian. She quickly shook her head. What then? Evan asked, nudging her back to her grim reality. But when I failed to buy it, I decided to check the vault by myself. When I entered the hole and found the vault open, I passed out and woke up tied up in some cell in some warehouse. She said. I see. Evan frowned. Can you describe the man who saved you? He asked as Sebastian got annoyed by his master's repeated questions. It was as if he was interrogating her. Yes, he had long blonde hair and thick eyebrows with a very white-poked face. She said with hesitation, describing the man who took care of her as a kid and then died because of some old poison. Evan squinted his eyes. He knew that man. He should keep an eye on that villa location. They were building a resort there now. Master. Pay him quickly, let's leave this place, Sebastian said, making Evan glare at him. He was not ready to pay half of his properties for a useless girl. How much do you want for her? Evan had to ask. I am not evil. She was a really good girl. If she really wants to go with you, she is free to leave. Victor said, surprising Evan and making Sebastian curse silently, then look at Victor. Really? Sebastian asked with a frown. What was this bastard playing at? I don't keep girls against their wills. He said, making Hannah almost spit on him while Margaret nodded silently. Victor didn't force them, he just fooled them instead. Victor looked at Evan, who was a little skeptical, and whispered in a low voice, to tell the truth, I wanted her at first because I thought she could vibrate. And as you can see, she had stopped and was unable to do it again no matter how much I ordered her to. Her batteries are probably dead. Victor said, making Evan and Sebastian freeze as they tried hard to comprehend the garbage Victor was spouting. She was frozen too. What batteries? Evan was trying hard to know if Victor was kidding or if was he serious. He had a feeling that Victor was unfathomable. As expected of an elite heir, he didn't know why he was giving Hannah away though, and that made him uneasy. Hannah, right? Evan decided to ask her directly. Let's go. He decided to totally ignore Victor as Sebastian extended his hand to her. Hannah hesitated for a second as she didn't know what to do. But remembering the contract, she cursed at Victor, then suddenly jumped and clung to him. Young master, don't abandon me. I promise to vibrate after I eat. I am just hungry and have no energy, she said with unwilling tears in her eyes. Of course, Victor disguised those. Both Evan and Sebastian freeze in shock again. Is that girl crazy? Did they do anything to her mind? Margaret had to pinch her thigh to stop herself from laughing out loud. What is the meaning of this? Sebastian asked as he shook a little, not fully comprehending the situation. Sorry Sebi, I want you to return home and tell our master that I fell in love, she said, trying to make his return to the sect and leave this man. I will be staying with young Master Victor from now on. So please return to my master and give him my token, she said as he took her token and threw it to Sebastian, hitting him in the head as he didn't raise his hand to grab it. She didn't want to say this, but had no choice. She already made a deal with Victor and was now 100% sure that Evan was an enemy after he tasted her blood. Take it, Sebastian. Do this as a favor to me. For our friendship. She said she really wanted him to get away from Evan. What do you mean? You are mine, you beach. Sebastian began to rage, surprising her and forcing Evan to activate the seal he placed on him to control the dark souls. It can also control him. Sebastian became docile all of a sudden, but Hannah didn't notice as Victor hid some things and she was preoccupied with Sebastian calling her a beach. So she didn't notice. Sorry about that. I will talk to him. Take care of yourselves, Evan said as he swiftly dragged the stunned Sebastian and walked out, not fully understanding what the hell happened in here. He knew that women's hearts were very fickle and that they fell in love pretty fast, but this was his first time witnessing that. Victor was very charming though, this was probably the reason. Victor watched as Evan left with Sebastian and then rubbed Hannah's hair. Her eyes were full of tears. She wanted to follow them, but Victor grabbed her hand and stopped her as Theta got the token that Sebastian left on the ground. Don't worry about Sebastian, he will be fine. I already promised that. Victor lied, as he tried to hug her, but she pushed him away. Just keep to our deal, she said coldly. She didn't know why Sebastian was unreasonably angry, but he was still her little brother. Even if he didn't even look at her when he left, even if he was slightly older than her, Victor could only sigh as he watched her. It would take some real work to get Sebastian out of her head. At that moment the door was knocked again. This time it was an auction assistant. What? Victor asked. Sir, young Master Gray is waiting for you upstairs, the pretty assistant said, then ran away as if he would eat her. His reputation was getting a new momentum toward the bottom. Margaret, take Hannah and Theta back to the hotel, he said. I will catch up with you later. Saying that he headed to the door following the assistant. Suddenly he stopped, as in the next movement a series of system notifications appeared in front of them. He had no chance to read them though, as a piercing pain made him lose consciousness. The previous moment, a huge bolt of black lightning struck the auction house, but strangely enough, no one felt it except poor Victor. Chapter 210, As a Young Master Soundly Sleeps, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Lily and the girls were ready. The banging at the doors, although disturbing, didn't make them pause as they filled the control room with gems around the scroll which Lily placed in the middle of the room. To be precise, 149 gems. Lily carefully calculated them using Victor's formula, according to the building's dimensions. The girls had no idea why they did this, they were only following Lily's commands. The steel doors were barely holding at this moment. If it weren't for the reinforcement talismans the gals pasted all over them, they would have been breached long ago. Ah, Lily, you told me there were 6 monsters. Cora, who was tasked to keep an eye on the monitors, suddenly said. Yes? Lily asked. There are more, she replied, absent-mindedly. How much? A lot. About 100. She said. What? Lily let go of the gems in her hand and hurried to look at the monitor, where she froze in shock. Where did those come from? She asked. I don't know. Just a minute, Cora said as she began flipping through the security cameras. I can't find it. No. There. Cora suddenly stopped, pointing to a side monitor which displayed the end of another corridor. There was an opening in the floor where those things were coming out. This secret basement facility obviously had a secret basement of its own. Let's finish this quickly, Lily said as her forehead became full of sweat. At first, she thought that one of the careless guards might have caused the monsters to escape when he fell asleep. But now she had another theory. It might have something to do with the soul gas they used. It may have interfered with whatever containment mechanism that guy's placed here. These monsters, strangely enough, didn't hurt each other. On the contrary, they were cooperating as they headed toward the control room. The only connection this place had to the surface. We will be increasing the number of gems to 300, Lily said as the girls began to work faster. Thankfully, after they got familiar with the formation, they finished in no time. Making sure that everything was ready, Lily nodded, then took out a dark brown stone and put it at the center of the scroll. Thankfully she chose this method. It will eradicate everything up to 5 stories below ground. If this base went deeper, whatever was there would be buried for a long time. What is that? Ivy asked. Uranium, Lily replied. Uranium? Isn't this radioactive? Cora asked as she stepped away. Barely. This thing will not hurt you for holding it for a while. Lily replied after making sure that everything was in place. She finished by placing a talisman in the center and staining it with her blood. "We have 15 minutes. Let's go," she said as she bolted out of the room. The girls, who had an intuition about what was this about, quickly followed her out of the basement without forgetting to firmly close the doors behind them. "Are you going to make that uranium explode?" Ivy couldn't help but ask. "There will be an explosion, but it will not be the uranium. This is only to leave a trace. The young master doesn't want people to ask unnecessary questions." Lily said, "That would make people ask more questions." Ivy complained as she hurried behind her sisters. "I don't really know. I am telling you what the young master told me. We will throw the blame on the army. He talked about depleted uranium warheads or something. Anyway, the explosion will be very contained. I calculated it well, no need to worry." Lily said. She was also curious about this. Would the young master punish her for using this so soon? But this was the only way she thought of to cleanly eliminate whatever was in there. Without stopping, they ran out of the mansion through the yard's back door, which was nearest to where they parked their bikes. A lazy guard who was not there when they went in was surprised to see a group of masked girls running out of the mansion as if their life depended on it. "Hey!" He wanted to stop them, but the next moment a mean girl kicked him nuts because he was standing in her way, making him regret coming to work today despite waking up very late. He watched as the girls disappeared into the forest, then as the sound of motorbikes started then faded at the distance. "What the hell?" As Victor collapsed to the ground, the girls stood in shock. "Ah!" Margaret quickly ran to Victor's side and checked on him. She didn't notice as Hannah smirked and then frowned in the back. Victor was breathing. He seemed to be in pain first, then relaxed slowly, as if he was soundly sleeping. Margaret quickly remembered his instructions when he woke up from his coma the last time and scolded them for acting like headless chickens. She quickly remembered what to do as she took out a small notebook and began to flip through it. 1. Don't panic. 2. Act as if this was normal. 3. Feed him a healing pill and an antidote pill. 4. Wait for 2 to 3 hours first. 5. If nothing changes, use a dispelling talisman, then transport him to a safe location if possible. Try to hide his condition for the next 48 hours. 6. Try to contact a healer like Hannah. These instructions were written before Ruby got her new class. 7. If he didn't wake up after that, contact George or his father to follow their instructions. That's all Victor told her back then. According to him, he had many life-saving abilities and he would wake up sooner or later. So Margaret was not really afraid for his life. She was just wondering what the hell happened to him all of the sudden. Could it be Sebastian's punch? She considered telling the security to get Sebastian, but remembered what Victor told her to keep this a secret, and that Sebastian was a scion. The further away from him the better. Is the young master okay? Thitu asked. He must have exhausted himself last night. It is my fault for demanding to do it in that position, Margaret said, making the panicking assistant look at her and then at him with a weird face. Hannah frowned too. Both wanted to ask, what position? Hannah wondered whether Victor suffering from poisoning after hugging her. She didn't tell him about her curse on purpose, as the contract didn't specify that, and he was the one who hugged her, though Hannah felt that something was wrong. The poison curse was very slow acting. It usually takes days. It only activates fast if the target gets too excited. Was Victor really this horny? Wait, didn't he show her Sebastian's attributes earlier? He seemed to have an appraisal skill. Did he also see hers? Did he know about the curse? She didn't know the answer to that. Do you have a room where he can rest a bit? Margaret asked the assistant as she popped a healing pill in Victor's mouth. He was not swallowing, so she quickly resorted to a mouth-to-mouth method, making Thitu and Hannah blush. The assistant hesitated as she watched her. Please wait a second, she said as she ran out, then returned a minute later with 2 guards. The master instructed me to help me transfer your young master to the VIP suite upstairs, she said, making Margaret sigh in relief as Thitu and Hannah frowned, not knowing what was going on with the young master. For now, all they could do is wait and see. Alpha left the auction hall in a hurry after getting Victor's signal. She quickly located Troy's 3 SUVs convoy, which was delayed for some reason. Alpha wanted to quickly begin the massacre, but the convoy didn't move, making her curse as she couldn't wait near the auction house where the von Geldstadt guards would suspect her. So she quickly left, deciding to wait at a certain intersection near the highway. Troy would surely pass there. She also used the communication talisman to inform Victor about her plans before leaving. She got no reply after 3 tries, making her frown as she put the talisman away, not knowing that Victor was passed out at the moment. Master, what just happened to me? Sebastian asked as he looked around. They were in the auction house's lobby. You lost your mind there and fell for that evil Victor's tricks. He wanted you to really hurt him so that he would call the auction guards to take you out and then kill you. Evan lied with a straight face. What? Sebastian said. I had to drag you away before that guy's method activated. It was a close call. Those guys here had weird formations, not even I can stop them, he said. What about Hana? Sebastian asked. You heard her. She wants to stay with him. I tried to convince her before leaving, but she refused. Do you want me to help you kidnap her? Evan asked. No, he said with angry eyes, making Evan smile. Another sign of scions is their over-reliance on their own strength, and refusing others' help despite facing an overpowered enemy. Could it be that he used some skill on her? Sebastian asked. Possible. But does he need to? He already bought her. Evan said, making Sebastian nod. He was not happy at all but somewhat convinced. He didn't realize that Evan's power was affecting his thoughts to be more gullible. According to Evan's calculations, that pervert Victor will be in some very deep shit pretty soon. Come on now. Cheer up. You are still young, you will find better girls in the future. Evan said, I have a good friend who knows a thing or two about girls. Come, I will introduce you. He added, making Sebastian hesitate, then nod. Since that beach was not around him anymore, he should just enjoy his time. In a dark room far below ground, the old master opened his eyes. When did he fall asleep? He was sent here by his family to protect this place. This is the first time something like this happened. He must be getting old. Suddenly he frowned as he could hear the sounds of howling outside. Did one of the failed subjects escape again? Those fools can't even apply the soul sealing talisman correctly. Did they fail to connect it to soul formation again? He flexed his old bones and stood up, then headed to the door and opened it. It was empty outside. He took 2 steps and then swung his sword to his left, cutting a monster that was crawling at the ceiling. It had 12 eyes covering its human-like body. It slid to the ground in 2 halves, exactly 6 eyes on each side. He didn't lose his touch yet, and his instincts were as sharp as ever. But when did this subject escape? Wasn't this one stored in the 5th hole? Why didn't those idiots follow the protocol? The master quickly walked to the side and pulled the emergency switch on the wall. Nothing happened. No sirens and no guards. This was not normal. A shiver ran through his back as he took out a golden compass and activated its inspection skill that resonated with the formation around the facility, allowing him to see everything. What? All the guards were dead. The monsters were roaming around. No. Cheat. They were digging their way to the surface. He quickly tried to activate the soul restraining formation. He failed. What? He tried again. The compass in his hand made a strange noise and then stopped working. WTF. Cheat, cheat, cheat. If the patriarch and the young master knew that this happened on his watch, they would surely cut him to pieces. The failed subjects were supposed to be stored here and kept as the family's secret weapons to be released upon their enemies. They have been working with Troy for years to set up this laboratory. Their main objective was to turn humans into players by transporting monsters' blood to them. The ones who succeeded turned into super soldiers. The failures were kept here. They were monsters with very simple minds, only knowing how to kill and devour. Although they kept this place a secret, he knew better than anyone that no secrets can remain if the families put all of their energies to unravel them. He couldn't let those monsters reach the surface and escape, as they would surely be traced back to them. Their blood contained samples of monster carcasses that the family had purchased throughout the years. This would surely be traced back to them, and that would incite public anger without a doubt. Their destiny would be no better than that of the von Richters. The master ran toward the control room, killing every monster on his way. For someone of level 120 like him, This was supposed to be a piece of cake. But those damn monsters are crazy. They keep regenerating, draining him out of his stamina. If the monster didn't die in one strike, it would regenerate. How do you kill a slime in one strike? The master changed his approach. He just ran forward, striking only once to deter the monsters before proceeding. Damn it. They should have made them less resilient. Soon he reached the control room, whose door was about to completely crumble under the claws of a group of monsters that he beheaded in seconds, then ran into the control room where he threw a talisman at the door, sealing it temporarily. He intended to go to the control console to assess the situation, and if necessary, he would retrieve the safe and then activate the secret self-destruct mechanism. Hopefully, all the monsters will be buried here. Although a few of them might be able to regenerate and escape, it would take them years, and by that time the family would have long erased all evidence of their involvement. He paused. The control room was not the one he knew. The terminals were all pushed to the side and the floor was full of gems in a strange array. They were glowing red hot. What is this? He wanted to ask but didn't get the chance, as his intrusion into the room seemed to have triggered something that was not meant for him. Chapter 211, As a Young Master Soundly Sleeps, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Archie was standing nervously in front of his grandfather, Armand Wyron, the High Prince and the completely powerless ruler of the Wyron Principality. Why are you here? Did you finally decide to let go of that slut, Marley? Did you finally realize how much of a slut she was? Did she cheat on you yet? His grandfather asked after kicking the servants out of the room. He didn't want anyone to hear what his disgraceful grandson had to say. No, I will never leave her. She is not a slut. Archie quickly defended her, making his grandfather glare at him angrily. Then why are you here? His grandfather yelled angrily as he looked away, not wanting to look at his unfilial grandson. I just became a player, and wanted to tell you that. Archie quickly explained. If you don't want to leave her. What? A player? Armand asked as he turned around to look at Archie again with shocked eyes. Yes, Archie said and flipped his hand, making a small sphere of semi-transparent green energy slowly form. How? When did you become a player? Armand asked with surprise as he looked at the air sphere in his grandson's hands. A few days ago. I was going to buy a gift for my Marley, and I found this pretty amulet at a stall in Golden Waterfall City. I wanted to clean it because it was full of dirt, but I ended up cutting myself with its sharp edge. Then the amulet shone and I became a player. Archie narrated the story Victor taught him. Oh, and you must have quickly figured out that we were a family of players. His grandfather said. Yes, not exactly. Archie began to explain. What's your class? His grandfather interrupted again. An air mage. Archie replied. Not bad. Armand said quickly with a smile. They only had a handful of players in the family, and a mage was a great addition. A moment later Armand frowned and sighed as he looked out of the window, surprising Archie, who didn't expect such a reaction. Too bad you are too late. I would have preferred you over that butard droy, he said, making Archie frown. Bastard. He wanted to ask, but his grandfather interrupted him. Be careful of him. He is a very petty person. I wish I had known of his true personality before giving him the heir position. Why can't you change it? Archie asked. The family always preferred Troy over him. Troy had made some very strong friends. I can't hurt him or touch him anymore. Armand said. Strong friends. Yes. The Von Zwy family. But grandfather, I want to tell you something. Archie said. Don't interrupt me. Look out there. His grandfather suddenly said to him, do you see that hill in the distance? Troy is building his base there. No one can go there, even me. He said with anger, pointing to a hill in the far distance. That place should be a part of our family property. It's inside our ancestral lands. That bastard even wanted me to give this hill to him too. He dared to threaten me. Even my father didn't threaten me. Archie looked out at a hill that was barely visible in the distance on this moonlit night. Troy's base was built in that lush forest on the side of the capital. Too close to be able to occupy the capital at any moment, and far enough that no one can know what they were doing there. Grandfather, I have something to tell you. It's about Marley's. Archie tried again, Don't mention that slut's name ever again, even if you are a player." His stubborn grandfather scolded. Archie cursed silently. He was trying to tell his grandfather about the Von Wise relationship with Marley, but his grandfather was not giving him a chance. "Grandpa, listen," he finally shouted, gaining his grandfather's attention. "What it's about?" He didn't continue as he was interrupted again, but not by his grandfather this time. A very bright flash of light shone on the horizon, turning night into day and illuminating their room, making them look out of the window as a huge mushroom cloud appeared on the hill they were looking at a moment ago. A shockwave and an explosion sound followed seconds later, breaking the window and knocking Archie and his grandfather to the ground. Boom. Alf only had to wait 15 more minutes for Troy's convoy to pass through the road. She was waiting for them at. She could see them from the top of the tree coming in her direction, so she activated her sky eye to locate the car Troy was sitting in. Unfortunately, the cars had closed shaded windows, and she could see nothing. Having no other choice, she quickly formulated an attack plan. She will not use a rocket launcher like her young master would have, as she wanted to steal his storage ring that might get destroyed in the attack. Troy had bought many treasures. Some of them were ones she auctioned. Although Victor ordered her to sell them to fool Hannah, she was very reluctant, and she would use every chance to take her family artifacts back. After going through her options, she decided to do this as stealthily as possible. Mission start. The last time she saw Troy, he was in the last SUV, molesting the newly bought girls, so she decided to attack that car first as it had a sunroof. She quickly jumped to another tree next to a turn in the road. If she attacked from here, the other cars in front would notice nothing. It took the cars another minute to reach her position. Timing her jump right, she descended on the car's roof, using all her strength to break the roof glass and enter the back of the car, then swiftly surveyed the situation and acted. The car was Troy-free. Alpha quickly adjusted her plan accordingly. By the time the driver and the one guard who was busy bullying the girls realized they were under attack, Alpha had already sliced their thoughts as she took the driver's position. The car only paused for a second as the driver had already slowed down for the turn, so no one noticed anything unusual. Just a simple jerk when Alpha kicked the headless man away from the steering wheel. The girls in the back held into each other, not knowing what to do. They were in shock, not fully realizing what just happened in front of their eyes. Alpha's movement was too elegant, too deadly. Search those guys. Do any of them have a strange ring or a box with talismans? Alpha ordered, making the girls look at each other, not knowing what to do. They were both terrified and relieved by that man's death. He was a sadist. He was telling them how they would rape them to make them pregnant. They would do experiments on them too. From his tone, he was not kidding. Alpha's intrusion was their life-saving straw. Unfortunately, the girls were very timid. They didn't dare to touch the headless corpse. Only one girl, a white-haired one, dared to check the bodies. They only have some rings. They seem ordinary. No talismans, she told Alpha, who was focusing on following the other cars, making her surprised. She didn't expect to find a good one here. Did you check his inner pockets? Alpha asked. Yes. Are you looking for our enslavement contracts? She asked. Yes. You might not believe me, but those are cursed contracts. If they tear them apart, you girls will die. She said. I already saw a girl die when they branded us with those. The girl said, although it was like a fantasy, she saw it with her own eyes. Now she believed, despite her reluctance to keep the rings, they might be storage artifacts. I will be able to check if the contract might be inside them later, she said without looking back. The girls didn't really believe her, but they didn't disbelieve either. They have seen many things these past few days. Are you here to save us? One girl asked as she noticed that the car was accelerating and was about to pass the one in the front. I am here to kill Troy, the guy with pointy hair, who was here earlier. If you girls want to escape, be my guests, she said, making the girls frown. Do you know what car he is sitting in? No. Can we follow you after you finish? The white-haired girl asked. She was the smartest of those. If they escaped alone, it was only a matter of time for them to be put in a similar situation. or worse. Yes, we will talk later, be sure to hide well and wait for me. Alpha said, now prepare yourself, she added as she took out a talisman and activated it, making the entire car slides shine in golden light. The girls didn't have a chance to ask what she meant or be prepared as Alpha suddenly made a sudden turn, causing the car to move to the side, pushing the other car on its left and cursing it to hit a cement roadblock and deform. Then their car itself hit another block, but in another angle, causing it to flip over it and reach the vegetation on the other side but upside down. The car flipped a few times as it slid on the dirt. The girls screamed as the car flipped twice and slid into the vegetation. Strangely enough, though, they remain fixed in their seats. That golden light stopped the car's inside from getting deformed as it slid upside down and hit a tree near the road in the end. Find a chance to escape, Alpha told them as she slipped out, leaving them to undo their safety belts and act as decoys as she hid on a nearby tree where she activated her sky eye to check on the second car where 3 men stepped down and dragged a fourth who had a head injury. They were not suspecting an attack, as she made it look like an accident. Unfortunately, Troy was not in it either. Bad luck. She should have brought Theta with her. That leaves only the last car, which stopped, then turned around, and was now making its way back to the accident site. Alpha activated a hiding talisman and waited. As the car moved into the dirt, not caring about the second car, it quickly headed in her direction. They went back for the girls. As expected, Troy was there as he lowered the window and began to yell at his men as the car moved in her direction. The girls were struggling out at that moment. Alpha prepared to assassinate Troy at that moment. No matter what talismans he had, if one strike didn't kill him, she would attack twice. If 2 failed, she would strike thrice. The car stopped, and Troy stepped down in a hurry as he yelled at the girls to stop. They were heading to the forest. Troy was busy taking out the contracts from his ring when Alpha descended, pushing the dagger into the back of his neck at that same moment. Too bad. His defense talisman activated and pushed Alpha away and alerting him as she made an air flip and used a spear that she took out at the right moment to slit his throat as she fell to her feet. Stop. A man who just stepped down following Troy yelled to stop her, but he was too late. She could see Troy's headless body fall to the ground as she flipped again using her spear's shaft, then turned around to face the shouting man in a fighting stance. She froze. Out of the car, an angry man stepped down followed by a handsome boy. The boy's expression slowly changed from frowning to anger. Moments later he looked like a furious beast. Not like a kid at all. It's you, Beach. Sebastian yelled while pointing at her angrily. He remembered her. She was that bastard's Alex's maid, the one who kept bullying poor Vivi. Chapter 212, As a Young Master Soundly Sleeps, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Lily and her sisters slowly stood up and dusted the dirt that covered their bodies as they looked back with shocked eyes at the mess they made. Isn't this too much? Wasn't this supposed to be a contained explosion? The entire hill had been vaporized. Ivy asked as she looked around. Luckily they vacated that area fast, fearing that they would be traced by satellites if they waited for the explosion. This was a close call. If Lily didn't activate that talisman in time after the explosion flash, they would have been very hurt right now due to the aftershock. Maybe a little, Lily said as she silently cursed at her young master. He only told her that this would make a huge explosion. He never mentioned anything about a nuclear bomb scale. She was sure she did the calculations correctly. The poor girl had no idea that below the control room, at the center of the base, there was a hidden safe full of gems that Troy was keeping to operate his soul-suppressing formation. Although the diffusion was not optimal because the gems' positions were not following the formation, the sheer number of them made that detail irrelevant. Where to now? Ivy asked. Lily frowned as she tried to call Victor's phone, but failed to get a signal. Let's go to our new base. The candidate's test should finish soon, Lily said after some hesitation. She had just realized that all of the Von Chrono agents who were following her were nowhere to be found. This was a rare chance. Alpha frowned as she looked at Sebastian and Evan. She never expected that those two would be in the same car with Troy. Now, she could easily figure out who the ones behind Troy were. It was none other than her mortal enemy, the Von Zwy family. Do you know her? Evan asked Sebastian. Yes, master, she was with the one who locked me in that vault. Sebastian said after some hesitation, mentioning nothing about a certain Arachne. Oh. Evan's eyes twinkled as he looked at Alpha. He activated his inspection ability. This time it worked, making him smile in a very perverted way. She was a von Richter. At last, he found one. A von Richter. I didn't expect you to come to my side by yourself, he said, making her step back a little. A von Richter? Sebastian frowned. He didn't hear this name before. Alpha hesitated. Didn't Victor tell her that she was safe? How did this guy find out? No matter what, she was stronger than him. Even with Sebastian here, she will be able to kill him. But first, she must get rid of the distractions. Escape now. I will find you later, she told the girls, who got out of the car behind her and stepped back as they looked at Evan, who was licking his lips as he looked at them. She couldn't guarantee their safety, as she could see the survivors of Troy's men begin to gather while preparing their guns as they looked at their master's corpse. Strangely enough, those men didn't appear sad, as if Troy was not their boss. The girls didn't hesitate and ran away. No one followed them. Once Alpha was dead, they would use the contracts in Troy's ring to get them back. Dear Sebastian, it seems like we are destined to be a master and an apprentice. This woman's family massacred mine 20 years ago. Evan lied, making Sebastian shocked. You were hurt by that young master Alex too? He asked, making Sebastian freeze. Alex? Yes, she works for Alex of the Thunder Sect, Sebastian said. Oh, something like that, Evan said as he remembered that name. Alex. Sebastian was reluctant to say it earlier. He kept telling him it was a masked man. It seemed like he was still wary of him. This was expected though. Taming a scion would take some time. That's what the incomplete memories he had told him. Suddenly Evan felt a sense of danger. He quickly dodged to the left, as Alpha, who was standing a few feet away, seemed to have decided to attack out of nowhere and threw a dagger at him. Ah! A man who was standing behind Evan fell to the ground as he held his throat where the dagger landed. Idiots. You would die if she attacked you like this. Transform quickly, he ordered as Alpha dodged a fireball thrown by Sebastian and beheaded another man while wondering what Evan meant. She knew the answer seconds later. As the man began to change slowly, some began to grow horns and some began to have extra hands. Master, what are those? Sebastian asked as he looked at the men. Genetically modified warriors. The future, Evan explained as he watched proudly. They are all semi-players with supernatural powers that can rival any normal player. He added, he didn't attack straight away for two reasons. Alpha was way more powerful than him, and he wanted to test his men's strength. Alpha was horrified as she tried to decapitate the man as he transformed. Too bad she missed because of a fireball by Sebastian. She could only cut his arm, which began to regrow at a visible spread. She struck again, this time cutting his head. He finally died. Stop, it's over, Evan said as quickly realized that his men were rubbish in front of a true von Richter. Alpha didn't care. She just turned to face the others. She wanted to throw another dagger, but suddenly a strange sense of weakness took over her as she nearly fell to one leg. Do you like that? Evan, who was watching her earlier, seemed to have taken out some kind of orb. This artifact reactivates your family seals, he said. We found it at... He paused as he felt an earthquake. It was a light one, but it made the entire mountain shake. This was not natural, probably caused by an explosion. He frowned, then looked again at Alpha, who took the opportunity to take out a haste talisman and activated it, as she jumped and began to run at a very fast speed toward the forest. She kept burning talismans as she ran away. She was very decisive. Damn it. Why can she still use her strength? Why didn't you stop her? Evan asked in surprise, not realizing that Alpha's lock was broken and could only lock 90% of her energy if activated. Alpha was only hidden from his family earlier due to Victor's skills. Follow her quickly, Evan ordered the men as he watched Sebastian run after her too. It made him curious what that young Master Alex did to him to make him this spiteful. Evan decided to follow quickly. He must get to her and eat her flesh as soon as she died. But he needed to do something first. He quickly approached Troy's corpse to take his ring, which contained many important things. It was gone. Troy's entire hand was cut off cleanly. Damn it, That girl must have done it while she was attacking them. Evan yelled angrily, then began to run after them. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped as a strange sense of pain began to spread through his body. He screamed as he fell to the ground. What was wrong with him? What is this pain? He quickly took a healing pill. The pain dulled a little, then struck again, 10 times stronger. Evan screamed. "What did that beach do to me?" he asked as he growled in pain, not realizing that he was cursing at the wrong girl. His excited state when he saw Alpha seemed to have made Hana's poison touch curse activate. He had touched her earlier when he took her pulse, and now it was time for him to feel the curse's pain. Alpha ran. She ran and ran again. She didn't like that, but she knew better than anyone that with her current state she can't fight those men combined, let alone Evan. Her power was locked to 10%, so she had about 50 points on every attribute, 5 times the strength of a normal man. But far away from Evan's strength. Didn't Victor tell her that her lock was fixed by him? Why the hell was that man using it against her now? Didn't he tell her that her identity would be hidden? If she survived this, she will make sure to castrate that pervert Victor for revenge. Thankfully, this place was near one of the 4 mountains surrounding Tetraquad City. That's where she headed, intending to hide in the mountain's lush forest. Those monster men were on her track. Sebastian was too. She could hear his angry shouts every once in a while among the men's howling. Reaching the forest, she decided to start her counterattack using the darkness of the night. If her intuition was to be trusted, the artifact in Evan's hand might be able to track her. She didn't know why he was not after her with the others, and that made her uneasy. But it also got her a chance. But she needed to kill as many of those men as possible before he arrived if she wanted to have a chance to escape. She used her sky eye as she activated a hiding talisman blending with a tree. The men were spreading apart as they searched for her. The first one to approach her was a man with 3 horns. He seemed to have good night vision as he stupidly stood below the tree she was at and began to look around. He died a moment later when Alpha descended upon him, pushing her spear in his skull between his horns and then swirling it as she pulled back, making sure he was dead. She quickly climbed the tree again using a hook she prepared, then jumped to another one as the man fell into a bloody pool, alerting one of his friends who began to shout. Alpha was tempted to shoot them with her gun, but chose not to do that as she could see that the men had strange, shimmer-like scales on their bodies. She could tell that bullets were not powerful enough. Only artifacts like the S-ranked spear she took from Victor could work. And a gun, even with a silencer, would surely reveal her position to others. She sneaked to another location and started waiting for another prey. This time it was a man with 2 strange feelers on the top of his head. Like with the other one, she descended upon him with her spear and he was dead in seconds. But this time she made a huge mistake. She didn't notice that this one had a tail with a barbed spike on its end coiled around his waist as a belt. The moment she descended, the tail coiled back and the spike struck her in her lower abdomen, making her fall to the ground with her target's corpse. Alpha hissed and quickly tried to take the spike out, but failed. This damn thing seemed to have some protrusions that made taking it out without cutting half of her stomach impossible. Damn it. She cursed as she heard the sound of approaching men. She quickly cut the tail with her spear and then struggled away with a poison-dripping spike, piercing her stomach. That's what she gets for being overly confident. Chapter 213, As a Young Master Soundly Sleeps. 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sebastian chased Alpha like a maniac into the forest. That was until he lost her. Those damn talismans she kept using were the reason. Where the hell did she get all of that? Even he, one of the elites of the Eternal Sect, only got 3. And one of those was given to him by Hana. Damn it! He cursed. He was really pissed at Alpha, not only because she helped trap him before in the dungeon, but also because she killed his new friend Troy, the heir to the High Prince's chair, in front of his eyes. He was introduced to him by Evan. Troy was a little arrogant, but he could easily get along with Sebastian, who was Evan's disciple. He was supposed to help him keep an eye on Hana, as according to him, he also hated Victor, who killed one of his men. So they shared an enemy. Damn it. Sebastian cursed again as he looked around. He had no idea where Alpha was. He had no idea where he was. He was about to turn around and go in another direction when he noticed the shadow of a blonde girl that was running away. Alpha, without hesitation, he summoned a fireball and threw it at her. The girl burned and fell to the ground as she screamed. He quickly hurried to her side to find that she was not that girl Alpha, but a white-haired one. He quickly put down the fire by flicking his finger. He made a mistake due to the darkness. This girl was one of the girls from the auction bought by Troy. "Sorry, I was not aiming for you. But that beach," he said as he checked on the girl. Half of her body was completely burned. Her hair was completely gone and her face was badly scarred. He could even see the charred bones of her left arm where the fireball hit her. She didn't scream any longer. He could see that her throat was already burned. It was a miracle she didn't die already. That's what happens when a player attacks a normal person. He was tempted to give her one of his precious healing pills but shook his head after thinking about it. Healing pills can't be given to mortals. They would explode due to the excessive energy. And healing pills were not cheap. He felt sorry for the girl who was now breathing with difficulty. He was also surprised that she didn't faint and kept glaring at him angrily with her barely opened eyes. "Look," I said. "I am sorry." He said, then hesitated. "This area has many wolves. I will spare you the suffering," he said as he kneeled beside her as she opened her eyes in shock, realizing what he was about to do. He was going to kill her. She didn't want to die. "This is a poison pill. It's very fast. It will kill you in seconds," he said as he pushed the pill into her mouth. She bit hard on his finger, making Sebastian retract his hand quickly as she spat the pill. "Fuck," he yelled as he looked at his bloodied finger. "What a beach." He kicked her. "That's what you get when you help a beach," he added as he turned around. "Let the wolves eat you." "What an ungrateful girl," he screamed as he walked away angrily, leaving the girl to die. He had no idea that his soul injury due to the evil soul's curse was affecting his temper. The girl could not speak, but if she could, she would have cursed back at him. He just burnt her, then expected her to accept his apology. He wanted to kill her, and when she defended herself she became the evil one. Was this kid's head screwed or something? The poor girl didn't know that Sebastian was raised in a traditional martial sect, where the strongest sets the rules, where mortal human lives are dispensable. If someone died there, then too bad. He was too weak, or his daddy was too weak. No one kills someone with a big daddy. And Sebastian was not a kid as he appeared, but a grown man who killed many enemies as he grew up arrogantly. He has no naive thoughts about human life. Nightshade got really desperate as she watched that cruel kid disappear. Only once before in her life, as she felt like this, she thought she was ready. But she was not. All of her life she believed that she was unlucky. Now she was sure of that. She grew up in the streets, like a beggar, a thief. She got hit and abused repeatedly by older thieves and crooks all the time. Despite that, she lived. She survived for one reason, and that was revenge against those who killed her family. That night when her hair turned white, after a year, she got lucky as she saved a blind beggar who turned out to be an old crook. She stayed with him for a few years where he taught her many of the industry tricks she learned from others on her own. The beggar died a year ago, and that's when she decided to pursue her revenge. She forged a few documents giving herself an old rage, and she got accepted into the police academy. The white hair made her look older. She graduated with honors, got assigned to her dream job at the mysterious crimes unit. The one she wanted. That unit was created secretly to investigate the many strange phenomena and murders around the country. That's what the chief told her, but she could tell from the looks of the officers there that they were all a group of misfits that no one cared about. And as expected, she was discovered pretty quickly. Those guys were the best. To her surprise, after confronting her and hearing her story, the leader of the unit decided to help her hide her true age. He said that he needed someone like her. That's when her undercover mission to unveil the secret of young girls' kidnapping and suspected sex trafficking that was getting rampant recently started. With her unit's help, she managed to enter an orphanage that was suspected of being a front for the underworld. They were right. The orphanage turned out to belong to a slaving gang, where she was sold in just a few days. She didn't care as she was sure that her unit was following her, as she saw signs of their operation. All that changed when an old man bought her. He used some kind of a strange device to test her before taking her away without her being able to notify her unit. He removed the hidden implanted tracking chip on her. That's how she ended up in the auction house, where she realized that magic truly existed. They branded some kind of a curse on her. She couldn't even think of escaping without having a headache. That made her really troubled but really excited too. At last, she found a sign about the men who killed her family. They used curses to torture them back then, as she hid in the closet. In the end, she was auctioned. She hoped to get bought by some idiot young master so that she could contact her team. That one who was screaming about vibrating girls seemed idiot enough. Too bad she got bought by another man. Apparently, she was not vibrating enough. Her new owner was, to her surprise, none other than Prince Troy. She had read a report about him in some magazine before. They called him the best gentleman, then genius. All was a lie. He was an absolute scumbag. She could tell from the moment he bought her and began to molest her and the girls, seemingly enjoying their powerless protests. She could also smell it on him, the same smell as those criminals in her youth, the smell of death. Troy was not a good guy at all. Then that blonde girl came and magically killed those men. She had two choices. She could use this opportunity to run away and maybe lose all tracks, or she could follow that girl. She might lead her to discover deeper secrets. To her surprise, the girl didn't refuse her. But she turned out to be a scumbag too. She used the girls as a decoy. She could feel the blood pooling in her throat as she lay on her back and watched the stars in the sky twinkle between the leaves. She couldn't move at all, and she knew that she was dying. Thankfully, her body no longer hurt. Most of her nerves were probably burned. That's when she heard a sound. Was it a wolf? Will this be her end? She panicked, then relaxed as a blonde girl landed beside her. The same girl who killed the men in the car. "You are here too?" the blonde girl said in surprise as she knelt to her side, making her realize that the blonde was hurt too. A weird-looking barbed spike was sticking from her abdomen. "Sorry for implicating you," the blonde girl said with a frown as she sat beside her, checking on her situation, then took a pill and intended to put it in her mouth. She closed her mouth. Even now, she refused to die. "This is a healing pill," the blonde girl said. "It will not hurt normal people. That bastard, despite being a pervert, has some useful things." She cursed at someone. Nightshade hesitated, then swallowed the pill. Hopefully, the girl was not fooling her. She didn't die. The girl was actually helping her. She quickly began to feel better, but this was only temporary, as the pain attacked her again stronger. She could feel her body this time. It was rotting as if something was moving in it. What kind of sick bastard would use such an attack? The blonde girl yelled in shock. That bastard contaminated his attack with some curse. "How did you survive until now?" she added. Nightshade couldn't answer. She didn't know why she lived. Why does she keep living and all around her die? After hesitating for another moment, then seemingly making up her mind, the blonde girl took another pill and a talisman. "This is going to hurt you a lot. You might die. It is not meant for normal humans, but it should have enough energy to stop the damage," she told her as she put the golden pill in her mouth. The healing began, faster this time. Before the rot attacked again, the blonde girl pushed the talisman she prepared on Nightshade's burnt hand, at the exact point where the fireball landed. "This is just temporary. I can't dispel the curse on you," the blonde girl said. "That bastard Victor might have a solution though." "Bear with it," she said as Nightshade felt a cool wind in her veins at first. Then the burning sensation came. She wanted to scream but couldn't. It only lasted for seconds, but for her, it seemed an eternity. "You have some very strong bloodlines. Don't worry, the pain will subside in a while," the blonde said. True. A few moments later the pain began to dull. "I will drag you to a nearby cave, then I will make sure you survive." The blonde began to drag her somewhere with difficulty. Nightshade was surprised. Why was that girl helping her? Unlike that kid. She quickly remembered something and began to resist. "Ow!" She suddenly made a voice and pointed with her eyes at a spot on the ground near her. The blonde girl frowned and stopped dragging her while looking where she pointed. There, on the ground between the grass, there was a ring full of blood. "This is Sebastian's ring. Was he the one who did this to you?" the blonde girl asked, making Nightshade frown. "Sebastian is the kid from earlier," the girl clarified. Nightshade nodded. She unconsciously took it when she bit his hand and then spit it with the poison pill. It was a bad habit from her street days. That kid was so angry he didn't notice that at all. The blonde girl smiled as she looked at the ring, then frowned. Her face became very ugly in a few seconds. We need to move. That guy will definitely return for his ring once he notices it's missing, she said as she put a pill in her mouth. She was eating them like candies, but they didn't seem to work. I will carry you on my back, the blonde began to say but didn't continue as she suddenly fell on her knees while grimacing in pain. Nightshade suddenly noticed that black blood was oozing from her stomach wound. She was poisoned. Master, why are you moving slowly? That beach who took my ring is still there. Sebastian's voice came from a little far away. He couldn't have picked a worse time. It was as if he was destined to arrive at this moment. Damn it. The blonde cursed as she sat with difficulty, then leaned on a tree trunk as she popped another pill in her mouth. It seems like I can't save you after all. She chuckled despite her pain. I can't even save myself, she added as she tried to stand up but failed. Nightshade frowned. Why did this girl want to help her? She couldn't ask. Master, are you sure you are okay? Sebastian's voice got closer. Yes, I will be fine in a while. Another tired voice said. Sorry. The blonde girl suddenly whispered to her, coughing some blood. I promised to lead you to safety earlier and failed, she added as a spear materialized in her hand which she swung and then pushed into the ground. She was preparing to fight to the end. Careful with that thing. Do you want to castrate this young master before his wedding? A familiar voice scolded, frightening the two desperate girls. The blonde sighed as Nightshade gasped. A purple-haired handsome youth appeared out of thin air. The sharp spear was a few inches away from his crotch. Chapter 214, Fates. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. 30 minutes ago Victor suffered the consequence of a very serious miscalculation. He thought he knew everything. He was mistaken. He expected that his fate shield skill would be sufficient to protect him from the backlash of confronting Sebastian, especially since his level was now high enough. And he was right about that. The shield withstood the backlash. What he didn't expect was the system notification that appeared a moment later. Fate rank had been updated to A. Critical fate change had been achieved. Congratulations. The Fate Weaver class had leveled up. Warning: X rank class upgrade had incurred a world tribulation. All system active skills effects were cancelled. All system passive skills effects were paused. Warning: system delete has been attempted. Attempt failed. Error 405, Warning: player SSS level divination has been attempted. Attempt failed. Error 405, Warning: connected fates had been temporarily blocked. Outside influence might increase. All that happened when a light backlash hit, then a flash of black lightning hit Victor's soul directly. If he was a normal human, he would have completely died due to the tribulation that targeted his very soul. But he was not. He had already used many soul-protecting talismans after he split his soul, just in case. Like every tribulation, if it didn't kill you, it would make you stronger. So Victor's system used the energy of the failed tribulation to perform the class upgrade. Victor should have been unconscious due to his soul being preoccupied with the update, but he wasn't, as he had a spare soul being carried by Lily far away. It was monitoring everything. Unfortunately, it could not activate any of Victor's main body skills as the system was preoccupied, but it could read his logs and send energy to him. Souls that belong to a single being are always connected in a mystical way. So after the tribulation, when Margaret was panicking over what to do, Victor was about to lose his mind reading the barrage of logs that was thrown at him as the system updated. Critical fate change had been achieved. Element: Margaret, unknown name 164-/death/overwritten, 500,000 pints. Element: Clarissa, unknown name 164-/death/overwritten, 500,000 pints. Element: Ref not found, unknown name 164-/death/overwritten, 500,000 pints. Element: Ref not found, unknown name 164-/death/overwritten, 500,000 pints. Element, Lily, X birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10 million pints. Element, Lily, A, ID_X_147337, destiny/death/overwritten, 5,000 pints. Element, Nick, B birth destiny/death/overwritten, 500 pints. Element, ANN, A, ID_X_147337, destiny/death/overwritten, 5,000 pints. Element, Hilda, B birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Mina, A birth destiny/death/overwritten, 30,000 pints. Element, Mina, S world destiny/love/removed, 10,000 pints. Element, Mana, A birth destiny/death/overwritten, 30,000 pints. Element, Mana, S world destiny/love/removed, 10,000 pints. Element, Tom, S world destiny/love/removed, 10,000 pints. Element, Tom, S world destiny/love/removed, 10,000 pints. Element, Tom, S self-set destiny/love/removed, 5,000 pints. Element, Tom, S self-set destiny/servitude/added, 15,000 pints. Element, John, F, ID_X_147337, destiny/death/overwritten, 50 pints. Element, Beta, B birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Delta, D birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Gamma, A birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Epsilon, D birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Zeta, D birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Wang, D self-set destiny/death/added, 1,000 pints. Element, ETA, D birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Theta, D birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Theta, unknown name 179-demonization/removed, 20,000 pints. Element, Myra, A birth destiny/death/overwritten, 30,000 pints. Element, Myra, D birth destiny/love/strengthened, 1,000 pints. Element, Lee, E self-set destiny/love/added, 1,000 pints. Element, Lee, E self-set destiny/love/corrupted, 500 pints. Element, Arya, A birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Alex, SS self-set destiny/love/added, 10,000 pints. Element, Alex, SS world destiny/death/corrupted, 1,000 pints. Element, Windy, S world destiny/love/changed, 500 pints. Element, Windy, A self-set destiny/revenge/added, 100 pints. Element, Lynn, S birth destiny/death/overwritten, 50,000 pints. Element, Pussy, B birth destiny/greatness/removed, 10,000 pints. Element, Sasu, F birth destiny/love/corrupted, 50 pints. Element, Susan, F birth destiny/love/corrupted, 50 pints. Element, Iris, A birth destiny/death/overwritten, 30,000 pints. Element, Rita, S birth destiny/death/overwritten, 100,000 pints. Element, Luke, A birth destiny/greatness/removed, 1,000 pints. Element, Mia, A birth destiny/death/overwritten, 10,000 pints. Element, Lara, A birth destiny/death/overwritten, 30,000 pints. Element, Alpha, SS world destiny/love/removed, 50,000 pints. Element, Sebastian, SS World Destiny / Love / Removed, 50,000 pints. Element, Sebastian, SS World Destiny / Love / Corrupted, 5,000 pints. Element, Sebastian, SS Self-Set Destiny / First Time / Shattered, 500,000 pints. Element, Sebastian, S, ID _X_1473337, Destiny / Inheritance / Corrupted, 50,000 pints. Element, Sebastian, X World Destiny / / Corrupted, 500,000 pints. Element, Zoe, SS Self-Set Destiny / Love / Corrupted, 5,000 pints. Element, Abe, E Self-Set Destiny / Pimp / Shattered, 50 pints. Element, Oliver, SS Birth Destiny / Love / Corrupted, 5,000 pints. Element, Oliver, S Self-Set Destiny / Greatness / Removed, 10,000 pints. Element, Oliver, S Self-Set Destiny / Revenge / Added, 10,000 pints. Element, Oliver, SS World Destiny / Death / Added, 50,000 pints. Element, Oliver, SS World Destiny / Misery / Added, 50,000 pints. Element, Jerry, S Self-Set Destiny / Revenge / Added, 5,000 pints. Element, Jane, D Self-Set Destiny / Death / Added, 500 pints. Element, Malcolm, S Self-Set Destiny / Love / Added, 1,000 pints. Element, Ruby, B Self-Set Destiny / Love / Added, 1,000 pints. Element, Kelvin, B Birth Destiny / Death / Overwritten, 5,000 pints. Element, Madeline, B Birth Destiny / Whore / Removed, 5,000 pints. Element, Monica Birth Destiny / Death / Removed, 10,000 pints. Element, Gary S, ID _X_1473337, Destiny / Death / Removed, 10,000 pints. Element, April Self-Set Destiny / Death / Removed, 10,000 pints. Element, Hana, SS World Destiny / Love / Corrupted, 5,000 pints. Element, Harvey, S, ID _X_1473337, Destiny / Death / Corrupted, 5,000 pints. Element, Ref Not Found, SS World Destiny / Birth / Shattered, 500,000 pints. Additional elements terminated X147, 14,700 pints. Additional elements / Death / Destiny overwrites X571, 571,000 pints. Additional elements / Love / Destiny added X117, 117,000 pints. Additional elements / Love / Destiny shattered X11, 11,000 pints. Additional elements Direct Destiny Major Changes X411, 411,000 pints. Additional elements Indirect Destiny Major Changes X3411, 34,110 pints. Additional elements Direct Destiny Minor Changes X17700, 177, 0 pints. Additional elements Indirect Destiny Minor Changes X31777, 31,777 pints. Press to expand, semicolon. Destiny List skill has been unlocked. Destiny Change Alert has been unlocked. Alert plus equals self.destiny. For Arach, Bloodslave in self.bloodslaves. Alert plus equals bloodslave.destiny. Fate Eyes had been upgraded. Fate Shield had been upgraded. Victor didn't know where to begin at this. WTF was the only thing he could think of. What's wrong with Margaret? Who the fuck was Clarissa? Why was Lily's fate so overbearing? Who is Jerry? Why was his destiny another Scion? When did he meet him? Why does he want revenge? Ugh, that Oliver wanted revenge too. Let him come. Victor shook his head and continued to read. Next was a Malcolm. Who is this one too? Two Scions out of nowhere. Wait. Wasn't that guy he killed a while ago named Malcolm too? Was he another Malcolm? Victor quickly pressed on the name. It expanded, semicolon. Malcolm, little mouse. Yes, it was another Malcolm. This one had no last name, but a nickname. This one didn't want revenge, but love. What did his love life have to do with Victor? Was he gay? Did Victor need to start protecting his chastity? Although Victor didn't fully understand this list, he realized for the first time that he had made a big mess since returning. He had been creating enemies and changing things all around. He should have acted more low-key. As if that would work. Victor decided to take things slowly. He had to understand what all these terms meant. World, self-set, overwritten. What does that mean? Suddenly he could feel a stream of information fill his mind. It made his soul scream in pain. But when it was over, his skill had fully upgraded. He had additional data in his mind. It was how fate worked, and it made him realize that he was scammed big time. Everyone was scammed. The information he got was not only partial, it had mistakes. After the reckoning, there was a sect that appeared, preaching about signs and warning people about them. The Fate sect. They held the primary knowledge about all the info about signs, fates, and dark science. Many world powers ignored them at first, but as time progressed more and more chose to believe them, especially after some unlucky powers perished under the hands of science. After that, most of the world powers had advisors from that sect. They requested them to make sure that they attacked no science. Even when von Krona united the world, they didn't dare to interfere with them. They just ignored them as they believed that they had no real power anymore. Victor now realized that those guys were more dangerous than every other power combined. They were controlling destiny itself. He was not sure if it was a skill or an artifact though. Victor had now a clear idea of how fate worked. Every creature had a fate list. It is like a list of effects of threads and destinies. The first one was a creature's own fate power. It is the power to set its own destiny. It can affect everything around them, from luck, to love to even death. The stronger it is, the more changes it can make to the world, and to other destinies. It is also the main defense against others' fates. Creatures with S-ranked fates are the strongest. They can change the fates around them to suit them. Those are the signs. The second point is birth destiny. It is something that is given at birth, be it greatness or poverty. There are many of those. Death is the birth destiny that everyone has. It cannot be removed. Not easily anyway. It can only be overwritten. A self-set destiny is the one a person creates. Many through hard work, others through luck and fate's strength. It is rare to have a self-set destiny. However, once it was set, the fates of those around him would converge to make that destiny happen. A world destiny is the world's plan for a certain individual. This can change. For example, a good person might get a better world destiny if he keeps helping others, while a killer would get a bad one. It's like karma but with one distinction. The world would always prioritize its own survival. That's when science comes into the picture. A scion is a person that has an S fate. The world would start guiding this person for its own good. Sometimes though, that person would have another destiny that is conflicting with the world, like a birth fate to destroy the world, or a self-set fate to kill some very important character. If that fate couldn't be removed, the world would stop helping that scion and add a death and a misery destiny to his fate list, turning the scion into a dark scion, making him focus on survival instead of fulfilling some destiny. Like what happened to Oliver. Victor needed to look at his list to know for sure, but he must have decided on some really crazy self-set destiny, that the world decided he was no longer worth the effort. Now to the juicy stuff. The name, ID_X_147337, seemed to refer to a certain fate-controlling artifact or skill. Victor believed it belonged to that fate sect. Those people were not acting by themselves. They were changing the fates of certain powers in secret. He never expected them to be this active. For example, they must have been the ones behind the poisoning of his grandmother. They didn't do it directly but by influencing her fate. They made one of her enemies do the dirty work. Thankfully, he was no longer affected by fate, and he could freely change things. For him, signs are no longer an undefeatable enemy, because as long as he stayed hidden and didn't interfere with the world plan, he would be easily able to avoid backlashes. And as long as he raises his own fate power to X, he would be able to kill them. The question was, could he add fates to others too? Of course. He could, but not yet. He needed to level up his Fate Weaver class. And now he knew how. He had to do it. He just needed to mess other fates up. The stronger the better. Another disturbing thought struck Victor. Now, he was pretty sure that the Fate Sect guys would soon be searching for him, wanting to know who was the one interfering with their plans. But those guys would not be able to find him. Not with his authority would render any predicting skill useless. So what he had to do was to increase his influence and spread it as far as possible, while staying low-key, acting according to others' fates on the surface, and maybe use some puppets. Victor smiled evilly, but that smile quickly fell as a new notification, ruining his good mood. Warning. Fate change detected. Current connected fates had been tempered by /world/blood slave, alpha, death. Current connected fates had been tempered by /Sebastian/blood slave, alpha, lose. ? Chapter 215, Eternal. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After reading the system alert, Victor began to actively send energy from his other soul half to the main one. Although the process was not efficient due to the distance, it only took 20 minutes for Victor to wake up and find himself in the VIP room in the auction house. Margaret and Theta were looking at him worriedly, while Hana was absent-minded. "Ah, you are awake." Margaret sighed in relief when she saw him sitting down. "Are you okay?" "What happened?" she asked. "Just a miscalculation. Some naughty girl poisoned me. I will forgive her this time," he said cryptically, making Margaret frown as Hana shivered in the back. He quickly gave Margaret an inspecting look. It was different. The old one only gave him a summary, and if a certain fate is dominant. Now, the fate inspection screen has changed. Fate, Fate power, D. Summary, positive. No defined fate. Destiny list, 10 order points to unveil. Victor cursed, nothing free in this life. "Is there anything wrong, young master?" she asked. "No. Let me think about something." He said he was really curious about her death, fate that he changed. When did he do that? Unfortunately, he will have to leave Margaret's inspection for later, as Alpha was in some serious trouble. He began to restart his connection to Alpha, checking on her. She was being chased while heavily injured and poisoned. When did Troy get enough power to harm her? Victor wondered. No. He quickly realized that her bloodline and powers were locked. It must have been Evan and Sebastian. The first thing Victor did was to hide Alpha's bloodline. Then he was intending to unlock it, but he stopped. He was planning to just let her deal with Evan and whoever was chasing her by herself. But that is no longer an option. Damn it. He cursed loudly as he stood up. Fate is really scary. He had to go there himself. "Stay here and pretend that I am still sleeping. I will return in a while," he said as he grabbed the surprised Theta's hand and then dragged her through the wall. Margaret cursed silently and quickly began to arrange the bed. Then she took off her clothes and hugged a pillow, just in case someone was peeping. Theta squealed as she experienced shadow teleportation for the first time, then found herself in midair. "Don't make trouble," Victor said as flung her in the air and then grabbed her in his arm, carrying her like a princess as he flew in the air. She had a small body stature anyway and was like a big kitten in his arms. Theta blushed heavily as she felt his heart beat through her body. He was hugging her hard. "Where are we going, young master?" she asked in a mosquito-like voice. "Will it happen today at last?" Did Victor finally awaken his inner Lilican? "Alpha is in trouble. We will go save her," he said, making Theta quickly forget her earlier perverted thoughts. "What happened to her?" Theta quickly asked as Victor flew in a certain direction. "She is being chased. I might need to do some hunting, so you will stay with her," Victor said. "I understand." Theta nodded as she looked at the mountain where Victor was headed. They landed at Alpha's location pretty fast. She was leaning against a tree with some badly injured girl. Theta frowned at Victor, who was still holding her frozen in place as he looked at the girls, especially the injured one. Nightshade. Fortunately, he was quickly awoken from his shock by a certain spear almost castrating him. Victor quickly put Theta down and revealed his disguise while curing. He also shrouded the entire area with his power. He didn't want Sebastian, who was getting closer, to intervene. Alpha was shocked as Victor appeared out of thin air, followed by Theta, who ran to her side with a strange pill. "Take this," she said, pushing the pill in Alpha's mouth. This was a normal medicine to slow blood circulation. "It will delay the poison's effect." "Theta, stand to the side," Victor suddenly said as he frowned. He was looking at Alpha's chest. Alpha cursed silently. Can't this pervert read the situation? She wanted to say something, but to her shock, Victor suddenly grabbed her shirt and tore it away, exposing her white skin. Nightshade, who was fascinated by Victor's handsomeness until now, shrunk a little as she realized what he was doing. She recognized him. He was the pervert from the auction. Damn it. Alpha cursed, but couldn't resist. She was about to die and this pervert was taking advantage of her instead of healing her. What was wrong with him? Theta opened her mouth wide in shock as Victor in a very perverted way began to feel around Alpha's chest. "The injury is in my stomach," she said. He ignored her. "Sebastian is nearby." She spat again, reminding him of the problem. "I know. I already sent the intruders away. We have all the time in the world," he said. True, she could hear Sebastian's voice getting further away. Victor was doing his magic again. Victor interrupted her thoughts by putting his hand on her breast. She shrunk a little and involuntarily blushed. Nightshade was losing her mind. She was looking at Victor with very disgusting eyes. "This is not the time for this," Alpha protested softly. Victor was using the blood slave skill to stop her from moving. She looked at Theta for help, but that traitor girl blushed and looked away. Wasn't she supposed to be her little sister? Shouldn't she be helping her? Was she completely corrupted by Victor? "It's not there." Victor spoke, almost talking to himself as he continued to grope around. Alpha was about to lose it when she quickly noticed something. His eyes. They were the same as what he did back then in the dungeon. They had yin-yang symbols. He was reading something. She stopped resisting, as she decided to trust him this once. She was right. Victor was now using his fate vision to see the threads connecting her to Sebastian, who was close by. A normal human has the fate threads spread and moving all around his body. Sebastian's fate line was stable. It was piercing right into her heart. Victor frowned. He didn't show it, but Alpha's situation was very bad. She could die at any moment. "This might hurt," Victor said in a low voice as he took a deep breath and suddenly pushed his hand inside her chest and out again. It took but a second as his hand passed through her skin and almost touched her heart. He was using the shadow ring. Alpha gasped as he took his hand out and slowly opened it. It was no longer empty, but had a glass bead with a small green leaf-shaped flame inside of it. Was this inside of her? "What is this?" she asked, gasping for breath, as the girls also looked at it. "I have absolutely no idea. But this is the item that Sebastian was destined to get from you. It was planted in your heart," Victor said with a deep frown as he appraised the bead, but nothing appeared. The system completely ignored it as if it didn't exist. He could feel some strange energy from it though, life energy. He decided to look into this later, so he put the bead in his ring. He failed. The ring rejected it. Victor frowned. He didn't have time for this. Alpha's situation was getting worse. "Why don't you unlock my power already?" she asked. She didn't expect that the bead was on her. She quickly changed the subject. "The poison is integrating with your blood. It is a blood-based poison," he said, making her gasp as she realized something. "You have really shitty luck," he added as he sat next to her and looked at the spike in her abdomen. "This thing can't be removed easily." Alpha gasped. At that moment she realized something. She quickly focused on her body but she failed. Damn it. All this time she has been trying to dissolve the poison by using blood skills to purify her blood. That's what her class allowed her to do. But this was a mistake, as the poison was made of blood. So what she was doing was assimilating it into her entire being. No wonder the poison spread so fast. And if Victor listened to her and unlocked her bloodline, the assimilation would get so rapid, that she would die in seconds. "Can you heal me?" she asked as she swallowed. Her situation was disastrous. For the first time since she met him, she looked to Victor for help. He was a pervert, but he knew many things. Her intuition was correct. She was fated to die, and the only one who could save her was Victor, who can totally ignore fate. Not easily. He sighed, weighing his options. "The best solution is to freeze you, for now. That will hurt your vitality, but it will give us time. It might take years for me to get an artifact that can fix you," he said with a frown, thinking of some possibilities. This was why he hurried here. She frowned too. "Is there really no other solution?" "Wait. Use the bead," she said as Victor began to prepare some materials, making him stop. "The bead?" he asked. "You know what this is?" he asked. "No, but it is a lot of vitality. My family found it in a dungeon. They were using it as an energy source for a healing artifact. But the artifact broke because of its berserk energy." Off. She coughed some blood. "After the family's collapse, they hid it with one of the heirs, but no one knew who," she added. She had no idea. It turned out to be inside of her. "How do you use it?" he asked, making the severely injured Nightshade almost spit on him. What she saw was him taking out a condom. He didn't want her to see the bead, so he was showing her some perverted actions. "Shouldn't you be the smart one?" she asked. She really had no idea. Victor frowned. This thing was probably the reason Alpha survived Titus's assault back then. It managed to keep her alive. But Victor had no idea if returning it inside Alpha would work, as it didn't do anything earlier. And Sebastian was still after it. After some thinking, he took the book of knowledge from his ring. The girls watched as he put the bead next to it and wrote in a runic language. Nightshade was wondering if this was a condom manual. She couldn't see well from her location. "What is this?" Victor wrote. Cost 1 order point, cool down time 120 minutes. Yes, no. He was about to press yes. Only one. Oh, oops. He quickly changed his question. "What is the green thing inside the glass bead?" He fixed his question. He didn't want to make the mistake he did before. He had no time, so he had to be precise. Cost 100 order point, cool down time 365 days. Yes, no. And how to use it, he added. Cost 100 plus E99 order point, cool down time 999,999,999 years. Yes, no. WTF. How should he know that now? After some thinking, Victor took a deep breath and paid the 100 order points, reducing his total points to 8. He was not happy at all, but he felt the need to do this. Anything fated for science was never a trivial thing, especially this thing that Victor believed to be the one with the X-World destiny. He got one line of new info in return. Minor spark, eternal vitality. Spark? He didn't know what is that. But another world grabbed his attention. Eternal. Wasn't Sebastian practicing some eternal body arts or something like that? Fate is really amazing. Alpha was meant to be Sebastian's bride. She was meant to deliver this thing right into his filthy hands, dead or alive. What should he do now? Victor frowned as the girls looked at him with expecting eyes. Not all of them. Nightshade was wondering if he finally figured out how to use a condom. Unfortunately, Victor had no answer. He couldn't afford to figure out how to activate this thing. He could try eating it or feeding it to Alpha, but if it was easy, the von Richter family would have long done that. If only. Wait. He has a way. Victor smiled, making a shiver run through the girl's spine. He looked evil. Super evil. Nightshade wondered if he figured it out at last. Will she become a woman today? What was she thinking? Theta, take care of Alpha. Oh, and Victor suddenly remembered something and threw a talisman at Nightshade, who flinched as the talisman shone. She was shocked as a screaming voice could be heard as a few dark shadows escaped from her body while burning. She lost consciousness a moment later. Secure the girls here, and make sure to keep feeding Alpha healing pills, he said, ignoring Nightshade, whose skin began healing after the factor inhibiting the healing was removed. Victor had no time for this bag of trouble though, so he secretly added a sealing talisman. Theta frowned as she watched. What about the spike? She asked. Alpha still had that ominous spike in her. Don't touch it for now. I will return as fast as possible, he said. Removing the spike would make Alpha bleed more. Her body would start consuming the poison faster. Where to, young master? She asked, as Alpha watched him with complex eyes. Hunting, scamming, he said, carefully putting the bead in his pocket as he began to walk in the direction Sebastian went. That bastard was still loitering around. Chapter 215, The Bead. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It didn't take a lot of time for Victor to catch up with Sebastian and Evan, who were walking slowly as if he was in great pain. Victor nodded. That's what he got for touching Hannah. Victor didn't quickly dispel her curse for this very reason. He just made sure not to touch her at all, even when she thought he tried to hug her. It was an illusion. Too bad that Evan was a ghoul class player. He has a very high poison resistance. So the poison that was supposed to make him suffer in pain for 9 days and nights, only acted about 10%. Victor quickly ran after them, ignoring the 5 remaining demonized men who were guarding and searching their surroundings in an impenetrable circle. Victor knew about those. They were a part of the Von Zwei secret army. They used them just before the reckoning, and they almost succeeded if it were not for some stupid scion whom they angered by mistake. They survived total annihilation though, thanks to their heir's friendship with a more powerful scion. Someone Victor really wanted to cut into very tiny pieces. By analyzing those monsters, many other powers began to develop similar warriors. There was a project financed by some countries too. Victor didn't expect those to appear this early though. All of that became irrelevant after the reckoning, as everyone became a player. The research didn't stop but shifted into trying to grant players monster powers, paving the way for Bloodlines research. Victor decided not to kill those for now, as he might be able to control them. He just ran to Evan and Sebastian's side and began to walk between them like a close friend. He even began to chit-chat with them. Too bad he couldn't offer them some of his blood. He had no empty spots for new blood slaves. Master, your men. Can they be called that? What are they really? Sebastian asked. I already told you. I will explain later. They are men. Evan scolded lightly. That girl, Alpha, I saw her get pierced by one of your men's spike. She seemed poisoned. Sebastian said. That would be better. It means she can't travel fast. Evan said with some difficulty. What if she has an antidote? Sebastian asked again. What did the man who injured her look like? Evan asked. I don't know. She cut him in half before I could tell. The spike had a lot of barbs and some black dots. Sebastian contemplated. Oh, that's Freddy. The poison he has. It is some kind of centipede blood poison. It is slow acting but lethal. We don't have a cure. Evan seemed disturbed. He didn't like poisoned food. You should have told me earlier. What? How can you develop a poison without a cure? Sebastian asked in surprise as he watched Evan take out a round artifact and began to activate it. It was no longer working. We didn't exactly develop it. We will talk later. Evan said, then paused. He was feeling strange. His survival instincts were telling him to run away as if he was facing an imminent danger coming from all directions. Evan was carefully scanning the area around him for the last 5 minutes. But he could find nothing wrong. He was now convinced that this was a hallucination caused by the poison in him. Who the hell poisoned him? Was it that seashell? He knew that restaurant was sketchy. Master. Are those men loyal? I was thinking, what if they suddenly attacked us with such evil poisons? Sebastian asked as he walked. Don't worry, they are under my control. We will speak about them later. Evan touched his ring as he repeated and never spoke ever again after that. Green goo does not speak. Master, you are moving too slowly. Sebastian complained as he looked around. I am sure that white-haired Beach is still here somewhere, but why do I feel the forest keeps changing? He added, weren't you after that blonde girl? Evan asked in surprise. Ah, I forgot to tell you. I mistakenly injured a girl before you caught up. I tried to give her a quick death but she was ungrateful and bit my finger. That Peach must have stolen my ring then. He said. Your ring? Even so, Sebastian, walk slowly. You must learn to be careful. What if she had allies hidden around? Evan scolded. Ah, sorry. But my ring had many valuables. Sebastian said. Don't worry. With my artifact I can easily find her. I got it from those guys at the Fate Sect. So it can't be mistaken. I just need to change the target. You must have told me before. Evan said as he took the orb he used to weaken Alpha earlier. Ah, you met with the Fate Sect too? Sebastian asked in surprise. Oh, so you know about them? Evan asked. Yes, I met one of their disciples once. She helped me escape a certain danger in exchange for a blood promise. Sebastian said. You too? Evan said in surprise. Did you encounter that cold chick too, Master? Sebastian asked as he looked back. No, it was a cold old woman, but she saved my life and taught me a lot of my arts, and in exchange, my mission was to search for a certain treasure in a very dangerous dungeon, then deliver it to its rightful heir. Evan said. Really? Sebastian was surprised. Yes, I found the treasure after nearly losing my life, but I still couldn't locate the heir. What about your promise? Maybe we could help each other. Evan said, I promised that I will fulfill 3 requests for them in the future. So I still don't know. Sebastian said as he continued to walk forward, hiding his face. Fool, how can you give them such power over you? Evan scolded. Well, I put some restrictions, of course. Their requests can't go against my principles and would never be to harm me or my allies and loved ones. Sebastian defended himself. He knew that he made a mistake, but he was still young at that time. And that chick was really hot. And cold. You must be careful in the future. They asked me for something similar at first, but I didn't accept. So they only asked me to locate a player who practices a certain immortal art and give them the artifact I located. They even told me that I am destined to meet him, but I have been searching for 10 years, and still looking. Evan shook his head with a sigh. He was way more talkative than usual, but Sebastian didn't mind. What immortal art? Sebastian asked. Something called eternal martial arts, Evan answered after some pondering, making Sebastian stop in his tracks and look back again. Master, are you sure? Evan asked. Yes, they said something about that player becoming one of the strongest in the world. Too bad I already made that blood promise, or I would have used it myself. Evan sighed. Master, can I see the artifact? Sebastian licked his lips. No, I can only give it to its true owner. Evan refused firmly. What if I told you that I practice the eternal body art? It is the first book of the eternal martial arts script, Sebastian whispered. Evan froze. Then signaled with his hand, causing the 4 demonized men who were surrounding them to turn round and move away a little. You are not lying to me? He asked suspiciously. I am not, Sebastian replied as he took out a small dagger artifact that was hidden in his boot and pushed it against his hand. It didn't pierce through. Is this really eternal body art? Evan hesitated. Yes, it allows me to freely make any part of my body very tough, and it also makes me heal faster. Sebastian said. If you can activate it, then it is yours. Evan said after some pondering. Sebastian smiled as he watched his master reach for a pouch around his neck and take out a glass bead containing a leaf-shaped flame. He could feel the huge amount of vitality inside of it resonating with his body. Evan hesitated, then put it in Sebastian's hand. The bead began to shine in a soft light. Victor was really nervous, but no one saw that. Can you bind it? Evan asked with some skepticism. Yes. Sebastian was not sure. He pricked his finger with the dagger he was already holding. It bled this time, just 1 drop which fell onto the bead. Nothing happens. Evan frowned. Sebastian got nervous and dropped 2 more drops, but still, nothing happened. Sebastian. Evan was getting angry. 1 second, master. Sebastian quickly thought. He had never heard of such a treasure before. But the resonation between it and his body meant something. A bead, a green leaf, a green flame. Then it struck him. Yes, he knows a way. Master, just watch. Sebastian said as he cut his finger again and began to draw certain symbols on the bead. Those are dungeon symbols. Evan said. Yes, I saw this in a mural in the dungeon where I got my art. A huge green flame and below it was a bead with such symbols. Sebastian finished drawing, causing the bead to shine and then explode. Boom! Evan and Sebastian were thrown away by the grenade explosion. No one comes near, Evan screamed at his men as he stood with some difficulty. He was in a sorry state when he ran to Sebastian's side. Sebastian was injured too, but not a lot. Just some scratches and a couple of small cuts here and there. He was guarding Evan but did not expect such an explosion from the bead. Quickly take this healing pill. Evan knelt to his side and pushed a healing pill to him, but Sebastian didn't take it. He shook his head and only wiped the blood off his mouth with his sleeve. Victor cursed. I am okay, he said as he stood up and looked around until he found the bead, still looking the same on the ground. just a little hot. Sebastian licked his injured lip as he headed to pick it up. Victor smiled. What happened? Are you sure you know how to activate this? Evan frowned and asked. Sebastian could hear the impatience in his voice. I may have made a mistake, as I also needed to draw the same symbols on my body. Sebastian contemplated with a frown. It should have only dimmed again, not exploded. He added, then paused and looked at Evan. Why was he telling him this? He didn't reveal the entire method because he didn't entirely trust Evan, and he was right. But why the hell was he telling the truth? Now, Evan said coldly, ordering his men, who unknowingly got close because of the explosion. They didn't hesitate to attack Sebastian, who quickly grabbed the bead from the ground and began to run away. He was right. Evan was never his ally. Sebastian only wanted to get his help to find Hannah. That's why he accepted him as a master. Where do you think you are going? Evan asked as he took out a talisman and activated it, making Sebastian go docile as the demonized men attacked him. This was the same talisman Evan used at the auction house to control Sebastian. He bound it to the evil souls inside of him when he saved his life. The monster's teeth and claws that were about to shred Sebastian into pieces suddenly froze in midair, as their owners turned into dust. An amulet that was on Sebastian's neck shone with a blinding light, turning everything into dust, including the evil spirits that were influencing Sebastian, and Evan, who was watching with shocked eyes. The white light resides, revealing a scorched ground with the phantom of a short girl holding a blue umbrella in the epicenter. She was looking at the now awakened Sebastian. Now we are even. The phantom girl spat as she slowly dissipated. The necklace on his neck broke into pieces at the same time. Sebastian sighed while shaking his head. That princess is really spicy. But that's how he liked them. After using the necklace, he will have to find another way to put her in his debt again. But that's for another time. He has many ways to scam little girls. Looking at his hand, a smile slowly appeared on his face, then disappeared. His hand was not holding the bead, but a stone. No. He howled into the night. Chapter 217, Victor's Dilemma. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor cursed as he stood up, slowly wiping the blood off his mouth. He looked really sorry with his clothes torn into tatters. Thankfully he held the bead firmly in his hand, or it would have been flung away. That was a close call. If he didn't step back at the right moment, he would have been turned into dust too. He anticipated that Sebastian would have some life-saving treasures. But seeing that beach was the last thing he expected. No, he should no longer call her a beach. She was going to become his sister-in-law very soon. Nope, she will always stay a beach in his heart. Even her sis-con big brother Julian called her a beach. Thankfully this was only a residual trace of her power, which she seemed to have purposely left on Sebastian. Victor began to walk back in Alpha's direction while pondering how Sebastian met that girl. Despite her last name, she didn't belong to the von Kroner family, but to another semi-hidden power. Victor didn't know much about her, as he never saw her again. He only learned about her past when he accidentally stepped on her cape in one of the Royal Library's corridors, which led to him being sentenced to 500 whips with a steel dragon tendon. It would have killed him 1,000 times, twice with every strike. That beach even dared to call him a stinky old fart as the guards drag his sorry ass away. Thankfully, Julian saved his life at the last moment. According to him, after his little sister Lily disappeared, his mother was very angry with his father, blaming him for Lily's supposed demise. So she returned to her natal family, saying she had enough of the von Kroner crazy traditions. Some people say she was pregnant at that time, and some say she was not. But the fact remained that 9 months later she gave birth to a beach. As a result, the beach was not raised as an heir for the von Kroner family and didn't undergo their humbling training, so she grew up as a spoiled princess in her mother's imperial family. As for her power, no one knew how she got it. Victor didn't expect her to be this powerful this early, and that made him wonder if Sebastian or other scions had anything to do with that. She had a reputation for being very friendly with scions. Was she one of them? No one knew. Victor reaffirmed his decision to stay low-key. He couldn't risk exposing his powers at this time, as the world was full of hidden dragons. But the damn fate keeps throwing garbage at him. Victor was lost in thoughts when he reached the girls. Alpha's situation had gotten much worse. He could easily tell that she only had a few hours to live. Her fingers had already turned black. "Did you get the antidote, young master?" Theta worriedly asked. "There is no antidote." "That's what Evan told me, and he didn't seem to be lying," he said, making Theta gasp. "Suck this." He told Alpha, making Nightshade, who was faking being unconscious, open her eyes slightly to see what the pervert wanted Alpha to suck. It was a torn blood-stained piece of cloth. It looked familiar. Victor was putting it in Alpha's mouth while she glared at him. "This is Sebastian's blood. I had to blow a grenade in his ugly face for such a tiny amount." Victor sighed. This cloth was Sebastian's sleeve, which he used to wipe the blood off his mouth. Alpha frowned but began to suck on the cloth while glaring at Victor. "Sebastian has an eternal body. His blood might be able to fight the poison that reached into your organs. Make sure to integrate it with your blood," Victor explained, making Alpha relax a little, then close her eyes and focus on healing. Slowly her face became less pale. A few moments later, she spat out the now blood-free cloth and began to cough black blood. "Are you okay?" Theta asked. "I need more blood." "This is far from enough," she said in a harsh voice. "Why isn't it working?" Theta asked. "It's my fault. My blood had integrated the blood poison, and my body is producing the poison itself now. I am killing myself, and I can't do a thing about it," she said. Sebastian's blood had some body-strengthening effect, but it is far from enough, Alpha said. "Sadly, I can't go milk that Sebastian anymore. He will be very vigilant," Victor said as he pondered. "What then?" Theta asked as she squeezed her little hands. She believed in her young master. "There is a solution, but it is risky," Victor said as he took out the bead. He had expected all of these. "Oh, do you have Sebastian's ring?" he asked. Alpha pointed with her eyes to her pocket, where Victor found the ring. "Did you get this?" he asked Nightshade, who quickly closed her eyes, feigning being unconscious again. Victor sighed as he shook his head. He quickly used a talisman to break the ring's defense and open it. Others can't do it, but with his authority, this was a piece of cake. The ring was full of gems and treasures, but Victor didn't care about those. He quickly found some notebooks and began to flip through them until he found an untitled page in a dirty notebook. It had a lot of scribbles. However, in its corner, there were some specific symbols. They looked similar to the ones Sebastian used earlier, but a little different. That bastard was fooling him. Earlier, he disguised himself as Sebastian and talked to Evan, who told him about the poison having no antidote. Victor suspected as much. Alpha was destined to die. How can an antidote exist? Most of those men were created with monster remains. There is no way the Von Zwei family would have an antidote for every one of their poisons. Giving Victor that info, Evan lost all his importance and earned himself a needle in the back. After that, Victor decided to go after his real target, Sebastian. He had to get the info about using the bead from him, as it was meant for him, and Victor believed that fate would have already shown him the way. He was right. So he gave Sebastian a stone and fooled him into binding it. Being someone who can read rune symbols, Victor could tell easily that the ones Sebastian was drawing were authentic but not complete. Victor could repair them easily, but he had to make sure that there were no extra steps. Now reading it in the notebook, he realized that Sebastian was purposely hiding one last symbol. With it, Victor could easily read this. It was an ownership and soul transfer. This array will transfer the bead into the soul realm of the binder. Yes, the bead was his original plan. He went to scam Sebastian to tell him how to activate it, as he didn't believe that giving Alpha Sebastian's blood would be enough to heal her. It was just a step to increase the probability of the bead working on her. As for using the bead to empower himself, Victor did consider it, but saving Alpha was a priority. And he was very wary of it, as appraisal didn't work on it. He would never integrate unknown things. This his soul. Alpha was his blood slave anyway. All of her belonged to him. He took out some tools, punctured his finger, and using a brush that he washed in alcohol, he began to draw the symbols array on the bead. His handwriting was different from Sebastian's scribbles, his symbols were more elegant and refined. They had a purple sheen that made them magical. After finishing, he began to draw the same symbols on Alpha's body. She didn't resist, just blushed and looked away. He had to touch many sensitive parts. "What will this do?" Alpha asked, hiding her embarrassment. "It has something to do with Sebastian's eternal arts." "That's all I know," Victor said. "Hopefully after this, you would completely heal, and hopefully turn into a lily so that I might be able to give you the love you missed as a child," he said. "Fuck you," Alpha replied in a soft voice. She couldn't think of a more suitable answer. Victor chuckled, finishing the operation. He formed a strange symbol in his hand, making the bead begin to shine. No turning back now. Victor watched as it levitated in the air and then began to head in Alpha's direction, straight into the spot between her eyebrows where it shattered. Then the green leaf-shaped flame in it entered Alpha's body. Theta and Nightshade nervously watched as Alpha closed her eyes and then opened them widely as a green light beam shot into the sky. Slowly she began to float in the air as her body began to shine. Victor quickly activated his disguise skill to the limit to hide the natural phenomena. "Theta, Nightshade doesn't resist. Let the energy enter your body." Victor said this energy had a lot of vitality. He should have taken Alpha back to the mansion if he knew she would waste all of this energy. Nightshade was surprised he knew her name. No one knew her name. How did he do it? She didn't flow that thought as her body began to feel strange. It was as if it were on fire. Something was crawling in. She wanted to resist, but remembering Victor's words, she hesitated, then decided to risk it. She let the energy enter her body, and to her surprise, her body began to heal slowly. Her charred hand, lung, and throat were getting better. Then something strange happened. A dried drop of blood in the corner of her mouth began to get scalding hot, resonating with the energy. That drop of blood slowly dripped through her injured throat and entered her bloodstream where it mixed with her blood. It all happened in a mere second. She only felt her blood boil as the drop mixed with it. She screamed. Victor, who was watching Alpha, turned to her and opened his eyes wide in surprise. What the hell was happening? She was shining with white light as two horns grew from the top of her head. Her bloodline was awakening. But why? He quickly thought of something and took Sebastian's ring. On it, there was also a small drop of blood. Sebastian's blood was acting as an antenna. It was capturing the energy and transferring it to her blood. After hesitating for a split second, Victor licked it. The drop of blood entered Victor's body and began to activate under the influence of the energy. But unlike Nightshade, Victor didn't let it enter his bloodstream. He left it in his stomach. He couldn't risk awakening his bloodline. He was only using it to help him capture the energy. Theta, who didn't have eternal blood, could only use the available energy to heal herself. Victor didn't want her to awaken her bloodline yet, as he also plans to upgrade it for her. Alpha, on another hand, despite appearing majestic, was in a hell lot of pain. She was burning in that green flame. Her body was being torn apart and reconstructed, millions of times every second. Her bloodline awakened, but she didn't care as she realized the huge opportunity she had got. Victor was right. Sebastian's eternal blood, which he took 30 years to cultivate, was important for this. It was multiplying and storing the energy inside of her, allowing her to regulate the energy output and direct it as she wished. If it were not for it being integrated into her body, she would have died long ago from the excessive energy. In the cycles of destruction and reforming, she easily began to reshape her body. The poison was removed bit by bit. Even the spike in her stomach fell off at some moment. She was fixing everything wrong in her, bit by bit, cell by cell. At last, she reached for her soul, for the thing that she wanted to change most in her body. Victor's fucking blood, which made her his slave. The energy of the flame was not bound by the system. It easily burnt the slavery symbol etched on her soul as it integrated with it. Just wait for it. She thought she would make sure to kick that pervert's ass when this was over. She didn't plan to kill him, but she would not let him feel any better either. It was his time to be her slave. Shall she castrate him? No. She might find him useful when she... What was SHE thinking? Chapter 218, Punishment 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sebastian was walking angrily in the forest, trying hard to find a trace of the bead. That's when he felt it. A beam of light shot in the sky, resonating with his bloodline. He cursed and ran toward it. Too bad it disappeared a moment later, but nevertheless, it gave him a direction to search at. He must find that bead no matter what. Sebastian was told about it by his sect master. He also saw it in the murals in the sacred ruins guarded by his sect. The eternal bead was supposed to be his sect's supreme treasure. It was found in the ruin guarded by the golden skeletons of 4 giants 3,000 years ago. At that time, the founder of the sect tried to bind it using the method depicted by the murals on the walls of the ruins. He failed miserably, as he couldn't handle its energy, and his slight contact with it destroyed his entire body. But he saw it. In the moment of contact, he saw a vision of an art that would make the body eternal, like the flame in the bead. That art became the foundation of the sect, where only 10 chosen from every generation can practice it. Most of them would fail, but few would become immortals. Back then, one of those who succeeded should have had the chance to bind the bead and become the sect master. 3 disciples succeeded and began to fight for the bead. But due to the internal strife, some of the sect's enemies used the chaos to their advantage and managed to steal the bead. It was lost ever since. That bead was his sect's lost treasure. He knew it the moment he saw it. He believed it more when Evan told him about the Fate sect. He was fated to get this. Too bad that bastard Evan was greedy and was 1 step ahead of him. He cost him one of his treasures. He didn't know how Evan survived the pendant's attack, but now he must be injured. And he still had the bead. He must get it back, no matter what. Sebastian ran and ran. He ran and ran. He kept searching for it for the whole night. And the night after, he found nothing. Sebastian knew that it was time for him to ask for some help. This treasure was too precious to fall into others' hands. He reached for his ring to activate the emergency talisman. He had no ring. He had no phone. He had no money. He was in trouble. No. He was in deep trouble. He realized that when he exited the forest and felt very strange as random people on the street started pointing at him. Some of them even began to take photos. They were calling him Spider Boy. After the bead shattered and the green beam shot into the sky, the entire flame merging took 7 minutes to finish. Bit by bit, Alpha stopped shining as she slowly descended onto the ground again after a final burst of energy that made Theta and Nightshade pass out. It was too much for them, but they gained a lot, especially Nightshade, whose newly acquired horns began to fade away. If she became a player, she would be able to use those. Alpha opened her eyes slowly and looked at the unconscious girls as her bare feet touched the ground. She was making sure they were fine. They will wake up stronger than ever. Her bloodline had awakened at last. She was the first one to do it in the last 2,000 years. Her family fell because they didn't have an awakened bloodline holder, a true elf blood holder who can use the hidden artifacts. Her blonde hair had turned golden, and her eyes were now sharper with a golden glint, especially the damaged one. Under her guidance and the energy from the eternal flame, the Sky Eye artifact became alive, integrating with her as new flesh grew around it. She felt perfect. She looked perfect, like an immortal fairy. Victor watched with a broad smile. She was stunning, about 90% on the lily scale. Too bad she didn't turn into a lily, but he liked her new look better. Most importantly was not the looks though, but what was inside. Victor had realized many things as the bead integrated with Alpha's soul, dumping a lot of info into her and his mind. Not only did it contain the basic usage of the flame, but also a complete set of eternal body arts. Not just the tiny parts that Sebastian thought he knew, but the entire art. Victor didn't know what that bead was. It didn't have a description of itself. Most likely it was some supreme treasure from another world. No matter what, it was now his. With this, his harem would be eternal. That's what he thought, looking at Alpha, who was getting familiar with her reconstructed body. Alpha, who was completely naked after the flame burned her clothes, was glaring at Victor too. She watched as he chuckled like an idiot. "Do you like what you see?" she asked coldly. "Yes, I wouldn't mind marrying you now." He nodded his head, and quickly wiped his drool. "How about I give you a taste of the goods first?" she asked as she stepped toward him with her jade-like bare feet. "I wouldn't mind, but you will have to wait until I awaken my bloodline," Victor said as he swallowed his saliva, but I wouldn't mind using you as a hug pillow for a few nights. Lily will be a little annoyed, but for you, I am willing to beg her," he added as she stepped forward toward him, standing right in front of him. "Oh, you are very courageous," she said. "Would you feel the same if I told you that I am no longer your puppet?" She spat coldly. Victor frowned, then the expression on his face fell as he stepped back abruptly. "You removed the blood slave stigma." "How?" he asked as he watched her take a silk robe from her ring and put it around her crystal body. She no longer wanted to tease him. "The flame. It is not a part of the system. It had no rules. It just burned my soul when it integrated with it. Your stinky slave stigma was in the way," she said. Too bad that this energy was not something she could summon. It was released when the flame bounded to her soul, like a nuclear bomb, releasing excess energy. It was a one-time operation. "Then what are you going to do now? We are friends, right? I helped you many times," he asked as he stepped back again, widening the space between them. "Friends? Do you think I am a fool? Don't try to activate your illusion skill now. My bloodline has awakened, and your illusion is useless," she said, looking at his true body which was moving to the left sneakily. Victor stopped and glared at her as if he was trying to guess her thoughts. His hands were moving behind his back. Despite being a little foggy, she could see them. "Don't be afraid. I will not kill you. You saved my life after all," she said as she disappeared and then appeared behind him holding his hand that had a poisonous needle in it. She was much stronger and faster than him. Victor tried to struggle but she punched his stomach, making him drop the needle as he flew and hit a tree nearby, and collapsed. She didn't mean to do that. She was stronger than she remembered. "You said that you will not kill me," he said as he tried to stand up. "Without my help, you would never be able to hide your bloodline," he threatened. "I no longer need your services for that. My awakened bloodline can change its frequency," she said proudly. She felt relieved that he was not hurt. "As I said, I will not kill you. But you deserve some punishment for being a pervert," she added, enjoying her dominant position as she looked down at him. She liked the scared look on his handsome face. "I will let you work for me. I will even let you keep your powers and your little harem. But I will be the mistress now. You will serve me as a good puppy from now on, and maybe this young mistress will let you lick her foot every once in a while," she said with a slight blush. "Why did she say that?" She was intending to castrate him first, but a tiny part of her was reluctant to do that. "And how exactly are you going to make me do that?" he said in an unyielding tone. "You have that contractor skill, don't you? Why don't we make a deal for your life, for your smooth white skin's safety?" she asked as she looked serious again while taking out a whip from her ring, making him curse. It brought back some nasty memories. "If you intend to hit me with that thing, I will not agree. This young master is not a masochist," he declared as he looked around carefully while pushing his back toward the tree behind him. She knew that he was trying to find a way out, but in front of absolute strength, all tricks were useless. "You will become one after a few rounds. You will learn to like it," she said with a light blush. She lightly waved her whip, intending to make him taste it first. This was an S-ranked blood-sucking whip, so she didn't use all of her strength. She didn't want to leave any scars. The whip slid fast, cutting the air and slicing through Victor's illusion and hitting the tree behind him. He was not there. Alpha frowned and looked around, then panicked as she felt all power get drained from her body. She couldn't turn around. She couldn't move. Victor slowly appeared at her side and began to undress her again as if he had not had enough of her beauty earlier. He was chuckling like a pervert. "How?" she asked with difficulty. "I don't need my illusion skill to fool you. Didn't you watch me earlier? When I gave you the bead, I marked it with my blood, not yours. I also added a part of my soul to it," he said with an evil smile. "I don't need the slave mark to control you anymore, as your soul is now mine," he said, making her realize that she had just made the biggest mistake in her life. How can a fox like young master like him make a stupid mistake like that? He had made her willingly accept a curse into her soul. She was doomed. "Now what?" she asked coldly as she watched his hand caress her silky skin. His hand felt scalding hot. "You passed my test, but not with a good score, so now it is time for your punishment," he said as he stroked her naked butt, making her shiver as she blushed. Afraid? He asked, whispering in her blushing ear. She didn't reply but shivered a little. Don't worry, you will learn to like it, he said, and with that, he began to work toward upgrading his long-neglected spanking skill. Chapter 219, Frozen. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alpha knelt on her knees and glared hatefully at Victor as he changed his tattered clothes with a new suit from his ring. She couldn't believe he made her beg him to stop like that. She couldn't believe she gave up this easily. The spanking didn't hurt at all, but his hands were being very dishonest, and she feared the worst. Don't look at me like that. You deserved it, Victor said as he adjusted his jacket. She didn't reply. She really deserved it. She should not have acted this cocky the moment she regained her freedom. She should have been more low-key, biding her time. Suddenly she felt something covering her body. It was a shirt, Victor's shirt. How long do you intend to stay naked? He asked, making her quickly cover her body. With a blush, she totally forgot. From now on you will have to wear a veil, like Lily, he said as he sat next to her and looked at her pretty face. You became very beautiful, and I don't want any other flies to come near you. You are only mine, he said, making her blush again. Wait, did he just compare himself to a fly? I can change my looks now to a certain degree, she said bashfully as she concentrated on her muscles, making them change just a little. Enough to make her return to her usual looks. Oh, is this power granted to you by that bead? Victor asked. It's not the bead, but the flame trapped inside of it. It allows me to have certain control over my body, she said. She would even be able to change her body shape after learning to control this completely, but she would never tell him that. Her perverted young master would surely make her turn into a Lily. Do you know what this flame is? Victor asked, totally unaware of her dirty thoughts. No, according to the memories I got from the bead, this flame was found by some alien civilization. They explored it, then encased it in the bead to act as a medium. They were the ones who developed the eternal techniques using it and many experiments. The flame itself is like a treasure of nature, she said. Victor frowned. Those are things he got too. It seemed like she didn't know anything extra. It is very strange. My body now has this strange vitality, as if nothing can ever hurt me, she said with a frown. We both know that this is wrong, he said with a dirty smile, making her blush. She was not really hurt by his spanking, just humiliated. She didn't dare to tell him that though. What if he decided to punish her more? What if he released that slut, Margaret, upon her? She saw what she did to poor Alex. Can you walk now? Victor asked Alpha, making her return to reality. She glared at him and nodded. Good. Take the girls and go to the hotel. I still have things to do, he said as he slowly stood up. What about the other girls? She asked. Others? He asked. Yes, the ones Troy got from there are another two, she said, taking out a box from Troy's ring. It contained 3 contracts. Oh, let me see, Victor said, looking at the contracts. They were low grade, they didn't have a locating feature, just a distant command and punishment. They required gems to operate. Bind these and order the girls through them to meet you at the highway. No, let them walk a few extra miles first, he said. I don't want them to meet Sebastian, he added. You didn't kill them? Alpha asked. I killed everyone but Sebastian. That guy is a scion. How can I hurt him? Victor interjected. I was lucky to escape alive. But, didn't the white-haired girl steal his ring from him? Alpha asked. Hurting them should be possible. It is, but it would cost me a lot. The ring thing was destined to be stolen. Nightshade was meant to do that so that he would return after a while and find you here, Victor explained, making Alpha gasp. Wait, the girl's name is Nightshade? Alpha asked. The contract listed her name as Nana. Yes, make sure to interrogate her with the girls using soul wine when you return, he said. They might have some dirty little secrets. Fine, she said as she began to think about how to carry Theta and Nightshade. The most optimal method is one with each hand, like bags of potatoes. She can also use Troy's abandoned car, but she will have to dump it somewhere before heading to the hotel. Be careful on your way. You are no longer my blood slave, and I will not be able to use my disguise skill through you, he warned. "Why don't you make me your blood slave again?" She asked coldly. It didn't matter. She can't disobey him no matter what after he cursed her soul. "I don't have many blood slave slots. You no longer need me and I might need this one," he said. "If you miss being my blood slave, I would make you one again when I get some extra slots," he said as he began to levitate in the air. "No need, but if you were planning to use this on Sebastian I would advise you not to," she replied firmly. "Why?" Victor asked. She read his mind. He was about to go search for Sebastian and disguise a normal plant stained with his blood as a treasure to let him eat it. Sebastian can control his blood flow and would easily notice the foreign blood in his body. He will disintegrate it before reaching his soul. He might even be able to expel it and use it against you, she said, making Victor frown. She was right. He was lucky he didn't have empty slots earlier, or he would have made a big mistake. "You are a really good girl, Louise. Taking care of your husband," he said with a smile. "I am not. I just don't want you to die." "And who died and made you my husband?" "I never agreed to this." She spat at him coldly. "We will see about that." He chuckled. "Take care," he added as he levitated in the sky and then vanished. Victor's return trip to the auction house was supposed to be quick and mostly uneventful, but to his surprise, he spotted Sebastian on the way. So he used his illusion to send him in a completely different direction from Alpha. Victor was tempted to attack him again, but his intuition was telling him not to corner this dog, so he decided to leave him be. He was no longer dangerous as his destiny with Alpha was severed. He could easily see it. Sebastian, X-World Destiny / /shattered, 100 million pints. Alpha, S-World Destiny / Death / overwritten, 1 million pints. Nightshade, C-World Destiny / Death / overwritten, 100,000 pints. Mimi, C-World Destiny / Death / overwritten, 100,000 pints. Candle, C-World Destiny / Death / overwritten, 100,000 pints. Sebastian, S Self-Set Destiny / Meat Tulip / Corrupted, 100,000 pints. Not bad at all. 15 minutes later he silently slid into the VIP room, startling Margaret, who was busy molesting Hannah using some tools that Victor never saw before. Did she carry those on her? She was questioning Hannah, who was breathing heavily, about her poison curse. She wanted to know if she was the one who hurt Victor. "Ah, young master, where is Theta?" Margaret asked as she watched him pass through the window, quickly hiding the candle in her hand behind her back. "I left her with Alpha. I got her to go with me because I thought she was my lucky charm, but I ended up being hers," Victor said as he shook his head. "Don't go too tough on Hannah. She was not the reason I collapsed," Victor said, as he looked at Hannah's teary eyes. "Don't worry, young master, I was only preparing her for you. She will be obedient from now on," Margaret said evilly, making him shake his head. Why were most of his girls perverts? It was as if they were getting some very bad influence from someone. "It must be Alex. He will make sure to scold her when he gets back to the mansion." "Did anyone ask about me?" he asked, shaking his head to remove some stupid ideas. "Yes, a maid. I told her that you were a little tired after venting on the new girl. And your phone kept ringing," Margaret said, giving him his phone back. "He left it with her earlier, so that no one could trace him in the forest." The moment Victor held his phone, it started ringing. Was it happy to get her young master back? Of course not. It was Kai ringing for the 5th time. "What?" Victor answered. "Young master, all of your family credit accounts were frozen by the family council due to your lavish overspending." Kai got quickly to the point. "That was fast." Victor frowned. He expected to be questioned first. He was ready to play the perverted young master part again. "It was Elder Frank, young Master Titus's grandfather. He is trying to get more power, but the patriarch is not yielding, so they are now using every little incident to hack at each other's influence," Kai explained. "What finances were left for me then?" Victor asked. "You still have your properties, the company's profits, and your personal account, but the young master might need to start spending a little more reasonably from now on." Kai said, "Fine. Did you investigate that beggar who broke into the school? Victor asked. Yes, Julian Poorman. Just a normal beggar. He comes from a family of beggars, nothing dangerous. I guess he was looking for some spot to beg at when he broke into the school. Kai said, you no longer need to worry about him. He added, why? Did anything happen to him? Victor asked. He kept some of his plans secret from even Kai. Julian was crucial to these plans. When they arrested him, some crazy officer found some weed on him. He will be serving some time in prison. Kai said, when will he be out? Victor asked with a frown. The 20th of next month. Do you want me to arrange for someone to kill him? Kai asked. No. Don't touch him. Will he be out in the morning or the afternoon? Victor asked again. Early in the morning. That's the usual protocol. Kai said, not knowing why his young master was interested in this guy. Good. Forget about him for now. Victor said as he hung up, then began to check his missed calls. He frowned. Most of them were from Kai, but some were from an unknown number. He called it but no one answered. He quickly checked for messages. The unknown number was Lily, using a stolen phone. She sent him only one message. She was informing him that there was a little complication, but other than that the operation was a success and she was okay. No other details. She would have to brief him later face to face. Phones were not safe at these times, as he was sure that the family was turning against each other. That's why she borrowed one. Is everything okay? Margaret asked as she saw his frown. From now on you and Aria would be responsible for all of my money. The family froze my card. He said, I will need you to register a company in a few days and start investing the money we laundered. You better take care and not make me go bankrupt. He said jokingly, don't worry, if that ever happens I will pay you back with my body. I will make Sister Hana help too, she replied firmly with bright eyes, making Hana who was listening flinch. She never agreed to this. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Victor said with a chuckle as he put the phone in his pocket and adjusted his new suit. Let's go meet young Master Gray, he said. He slowly opened the room's door and walked out followed by Margaret and Hana who were walking funny. It was as if her entire family was destined to be spanked that night. That's what Victor liked to think. A maid was waiting for him with a blushing face. She heard noises from inside earlier. Very lewd noises. Sir, my young master is waiting for you at the southern meeting room, she said as she bowed down. Let's go then, Victor ordered, gesturing for her to lead the way. The maid bowed and began to walk as Victor and the girls followed. Chapter 220, Negotiations. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor and the girls followed the maid through a series of corridors leading to a very grand door where she stopped and bowed respectfully. The young master is waiting for you inside, she said with a blush. This young master Victor was super handsome up close. Victor smiled and nodded, gesturing for her to leave after spanking her butt. She didn't dare to complain. She didn't want to either. Victor chuckled and looked at Margaret and Hannah. Wait for me here. I will not be late, he ordered before entering the room. Margaret was annoyed, but she figured it out. He wanted to talk about things that Hannah should not hear, and she was left out to watch over her. But why didn't he let them go to the hotel without him? She didn't know. Young Master Victor, we meet again. Gary quickly welcomed him as he passed through the door. This is my grandfather, he added, introducing Harvey, who looked much better after disappearing somewhere with that book for 23 minutes. Victor could easily see that, Master Harvey, the patriarch of the von Geldstadt family. This junior is honored to meet you, sir. Victor bowed down respectfully, interrupting Gary. Oh, not bad, you know your elders. Sit down, Harvey said with a nod as he inspected Victor, who sat down quietly. Young Master Victor, why did you want to meet me? Gary asked nervously, hoping that Victor would not anger his grandfather, as he still owed for his help with April yesterday. You should just call me Victor. Elder brother Victor would work too. You promised, Victor interjected, making Gary look nervously at his grandfather, who chuckled. Brother Victor, do you need anything? Gary asked again. How is April? Did you do it last night? Victor asked as he made a very dirty gesture with his fingers. April is fine. We are fine. Gary blushed. Do you need anything else? He asked again as his grandfather squinted his eyes, making him nervous. Yes and no. I have something for you, Victor said as he finished inspecting the room, making sure it was isolated. He slowly took out a recording device and passed it to Gary, who frowned and then started it after glancing at his grandfather. It was a young man's voice that sounded familiar. He was talking about working for the Dark Chamber and planning revenge against his family. Of course, any mention of a certain jewel was edited out. Harvey, who was smiling like a fox until that moment, suddenly frowned as he listened. He recognized the voice. It was his exiled loser grandchild Clint. He also clenched his fist when he heard the name, Dark Chamber. Where did you get this? Harvey quickly asked the moment the recording ended, startling Gary, who didn't really get it. At Dave Davis's house. Your grandson was killed by him, so I eliminated him and his family, Victor said, making Harvey's eyes look sharper. Gary gasped. You removed the witnesses? Harvey corrected. How did you make him say these things? He asked as Gary watched in shock. How can Victor talk this confidently with his grandfather? Was that his cousin Clint? Was he dead? An artifact that makes people speak the truth. It only works on the weak though. Victor lied. Oh. Harvey didn't ask any further. Every family has its secrets. You want us not to seek revenge? He asked. You will not. He is exiled, not a part of your family. Victor corrected. You will not start a war over an insect. Then why are you sharing this? Harvey asked, squinting his sharp eyes again. He was right. Victor was a fox like him. 2 reasons. I don't want any idiot to come knocking on my door for revenge. And this was only a sample for the other things I have. Victor said. Oh. Harvey said, then took out an old flip phone. He made a call. Tell me about Clint, he said, then waited for a moment. Don't do a thing, and also make Tobias step down, he said before hanging up. No problems now. What more do you have? Harvey asked. Victor chuckled and took out another recording device. This time it was a conversion between 2 men. Harvey realized that they were at the auction hall as he could hear the sound of the auctioneer in the background. They were about to poison everyone. They also mentioned one name in particular that made Gary, who was a little surprised, stand up in anger. Charlotte. That bitch wanted to sabotage his auction. Harvey gestured for him to sit down as he eyed Victor, who smiled and took out the poison jar. They were in the room below mine. I took them out. They were planning to release this, Victor said. Harvey frowned looking at the jar. He didn't recognize the poison but knew that Victor was not lying. He took out his phone again. Get me the info on VIP room 35, and send Charlotte's recent date log to the Inquisition Hall. Also, put a copy on my desk, he said. Then listen to the other side's report while lying. Victor. I see, he said after a few minutes, then looked at Victor with complex eyes as he hung up. That room had only one guest, he said. Victor took out the mirror, which was not covered with a blocking talisman. He was talking to the other side using this, Victor said, making Harvey almost stand up. He realized the mirror of Zelator. They got one 10 years ago when they caught a spy. Dark Chamber? He didn't expect them to be this active. How did you sneak there and kill him? Harvey asked. He was keeping an eye on Victor. One of my girls did it, Victor said, making Harvey look at the door and then at Victor again. He only had 2 girls here. Where was that young one? No one reported that she left the auction house. Did she have a skill that can pass through walls? He would send his men to investigate later. I see. Why are you helping us? He asked casually, hiding his thoughts. This is just a goodwill gesture. The real deal is now, Victor said as he chuckled, making Gary flinch as his grandfather stopped sitting leisurely and switched to his business mode. Sitting like a king as he eyed Victor. It had been a long time since he saw his grandfather act like this. Speak, Harvey said. I want the control of your entire spy network in my family. Don't worry, I will not kill them. I will use them, Victor said. Oh, you have a big appetite. What do you have to offer? Harvey didn't refuse. The cure for your poisoning. If I am not wrong, you got it with my grandmother at the same time, Victor said, making Harvey open his eyes wide as Gary gasped. Maybe he should not be here after all. He couldn't unhear these dirty secrets after all. You know about that? Harvey asked with surprise. He was poisoned 20 years ago when he was on a date with Anne. Someone poisoned his condom. Such an evil plan, poisoning them both at the same time and causing him to have very serious problems as a man. He still does not know who did it, and if Victor existed at that time, he would have suspected him. I have my methods. Victor didn't elaborate. I was the one who cured my grandmother. I have a white lotus pill, Victor said, making Harvey freeze and look in shock at Victor. He already took every antidote in the system store, but it didn't work, and as far as he knew, Victor was a merchant too. Where would he get that pill from? The white lotus pill was the perfect antidote for slow-acting poisons. Too bad it only appeared in the system store 3 times in history. It was expensive, but its price in coins was insignificant in comparison to its rarity. Do you have it? Harvey asked as he swallowed. He realized that he had already lost this negotiation. Can you afford it? Victor asked. Giving you a network in your family is a little too much. He said the Von Wise family was disintegrating. Giving up his network was like giving up his slice of the pie. A very big pie. You are putting a price on your life. Victor corrected him, making him grunt. True. He would have killed all of those spies in a blink of an eye if he knew that would cure him. But he was reluctant to be played like this by a teenager. I will need something else from you then to balance things out, Harvey said after pondering. He can't lose this. What? Victor asked. 2 conditions. Harvey replied as an evil smile slowly appeared on his face. In the dark forest, a group of disciples were starting to complain. Elder, when would that pervert come out? We have already been waiting for an hour. A disciple said. How should I know? The elder cursed at him. We just have to wait. That feather belonged to a celestial being. It can allow our sect to gain more players. He said. Does that mean I can become a player too? Another disciple asked. No, you idiot. You are a semi-player. You can't become a player. But your younger brothers would get this chance. He scolded. His sect only had 20 players, making it a degree 5 sect. If he could get that fire feather and sacrifice it to the awakening artifact, the sect might get a chance to make a new batch of players, making it a degree 4 sect. Elder, what if that guy had many guards? Isn't he from some big family? Another disciple asked. Don't worry, I already checked. He only had 2 teenage girls with him. We have 4 players here and 10 semi-players, so it would be easy to beat them and retrieve the feather. The elder said, just make sure to wear your masks properly and don't kill anyone. He warned. This was not his first time doing this, and he knew where the red lines were. As long as no one died, the major families usually let their heirs deal with their own troubles. Understood, his disciple answered, not entirely convinced. The elder nodded and smiled in anticipation as he watched the highway. After today, the Flying Myth sect will soar again. Chapter 221, Negotiations, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. 2 extra conditions. I am all ears. Victor said as he looked at Harvey, who desperately wanted the negotiations to be under his control. The first condition is that you marry a girl from the von Geldstadt family. He said as he watched Victor's reaction carefully. Victor frowned and pondered. Plausible. I don't mind adding another girl to my collection, but only as a concubine. Victor said after pausing for a moment. He had to use all the will he had to stop himself from overreacting. This was a chance. A huge freaking chance. He didn't expect to get an opportunity to scam that gem out of their hands this early. He wanted to get her through Gary once he became good friends with him. Harvey didn't suspect anything when he noticed Victor's sparkling eyes. Not realizing that he was making the biggest mistake in his life, he smiled because he had long predicted that Victor, as an elite von Wise heir, would not refuse a marriage offer. I have a girl in mind. I will contact your father to talk about it. We will work out an agreement. Harvey said with an evil smile. No, that's unnecessary. We already have Gary here. Victor said cryptically as he looked at Gary, who straightened in his seat and closed his legs, feeling that his chastity was in grave danger. No wonder he felt that Victor was acting weird yesterday. He was not aiming for April, but for him. Oh. Harvey raised an eyebrow. I am not gay. And I already have a girl I like. Gary said firmly. His grandfather was looking at him with very dangerous eyes. He was considering selling him. "I didn't mean that," Victor said with a chuckle. "What I meant is that if I let Master Harvey pick my bride later, I am sure I would end up with a very pretty, yet dangerous spy in my bed," Victor said, making Harvey smile. "So?" Harvey asked, not annoyed at all by Victor's comment because it was 100% right. He wanted to put a girl from his family next to Victor, not only as a spy but also so that in case the Von Weiss family was destroyed, she would be able to drag Victor and all his wealth to their side. "I meant that Gary must be the one who will choose the bride for me. And he will choose her right now, right here, without consulting anyone. And she would be a legitimate girl from Master Harvey's descendants." Victor stated his condition rapidly. He had a good idea of who Gary would choose. He didn't leave him a choice anyway, as Harvey only has 5+1 legitimate granddaughters. The von Geldstadt family had a different system from the other families. Every heir can only have one main wife who would give birth to direct heirs. All children from other women would be considered illegitimate no matter how gifted they were, and they can only find an heir to work for. This system was designed to avoid internal struggles and keep the power hierarchy. They had no need to care for the purity of their bloodline, as, unlike the von Weiss, theirs was easily transferable. All their descendants had it to a certain degree of purity. "Oh, you are making this very hard," Harvey said as he squinted his eyes, seemingly thinking. "It is to be," Victor said, "and I almost forgot, you can't nominate that slut Charlotte. That peach tried to seduce that dark chamber agent," Victor stated as if he could see through Harvey. "Oh," Harvey pondered, "I will agree. But you will also have to accept Gary's choice. No matter what, you can't change it later," he declared, believing that he read through Victor's plan. "Hopefully, Gary will not fall for it, as long as she's pretty," Victor stated another condition as he licked his lips. "Okay then, Gary, nominate one of your cousins to be young Victor's future concubine. She must be pretty," he emphasized, causing Gary to curse at both Victor and his grandfather. No matter what girl he chose, he would be in deep trouble because her parents would hate him for causing her to marry a pervert like Victor. He hesitated, thinking about the possibilities. He really wanted to nominate Charlotte, to get rid of her, but Victor clearly stated that she was not an option. If he chose one of his cousins, his uncles would definitely kill him. One was married, and another was only 5 years old. The last one was ugly, too ugly, and she didn't like men anyway. That leaves one possibility. His big sister Valerie. She was now an elite disciple of the heavenly sect. If she knew he was the one who married her off, she would surely cripple him. Damn it. Victor was aiming for her. Gary opened his eyes wide when he realized that. But Valerie was very important to the family. She can't be married as a concubine. He knew that better than anyone. She was already secretly engaged to the holy son of the heavenly sect. But they can't reveal that yet. Gary looked at his grandfather for help. Harvey winked at him. Gary didn't get it. Harvey silently cursed as he stepped on his stupid grandson's foot, nearly breaking it. Gary finally got it. His grandfather said cousins, so he must have meant that cripple. She was a little young, but marrying Victor might be good for her. This might even save her life by eliminating her from the competition for the next family head position. What? Victor frowned and asked as if he didn't know what they were conspiring about. How about my younger cousin Elise? Gary asked his grandfather after some hesitation, making Harvey look at him with contentment. He got it right. Yes. No wait. What? Elise? Not Valerie? I never heard of that girl. Victor asked with a frown as if this was not the answer he expected. She is also my granddaughter, the daughter of my late daughter. Very pretty. She is a little sick though, that's why you never heard of her. Harvey said. Are you scamming me? What about Valerie? Victor asked, making Gary smile. Thankfully his grandfather warned him, or he would have fallen into Victor's trap. I am telling the truth. Young Master Victor, Gary had already chosen. There is no going back. Now let's carry on with our deal, Harvey said coldly, striking the coffee table with his palm. Victor frowned as if his plan was discovered. But no buts. Valerie is not an option. Her marriage decision is up to her sect, not the family. Harvey stated. You must know, your sister Alice is the same. He added, I didn't know about that. Victor hesitated. Fine then. What is your second condition? He said reluctantly after a moment as if he miscalculated. You must not tell anyone about the fact that I was cured, Harvey said with a triumphant smile. Victor was still too young to negotiate with him. I never intended to. So we have a deal? Victor asked. Yes. Shall I call a contract maker? Harvey nodded. No need, Victor said, making a golden contract form in front of him out of thin air. It caused both Harvey and Gary to be surprised. This was a high-ranking contracting skill. After cursing silently, Harvey watched Victor lay the newly minted contract on the table. He wanted to invite his contract maker who might be able to sneak in some evil clauses, but Victor made sure to write the clauses in the contract one by one very clearly. No, this bastard. Write Elise's name in the contract, Harvey demanded, making Victor curse and reluctantly add it. Do you have the pill now? Harvey asked angrily. Sign first. Victor said. Harvey reread the contract 3 times and then signed it with his blood. Victor followed quickly as if he was afraid Harvey would change his mind. All good, Victor said as the contract burned in a grey flame that left a mark on both his and Harvey's souls. The pill? Harvey asked. You first. A list of the names of the spies and a way to control them? Victor demanded. Harvey clapped his hand, making an assistant come in with a thick briefcase. All you need is inside, Harvey said, placing the briefcase on the table. The spies are being controlled by the servitude contracts in the bag. Make sure to keep it safe, Harvey said. Victor nodded, then took out a bottle containing a shiny white pill. When I cured my grandmother's poisoning, the bottle I bought happened to have 2 pills, so I pocketed one. Victor lied as he gave Harvey the bottle. Such things were rare but happened before, as the description of the store does not always indicate the number of pills. Harvey quickly took it, and after a quick inspection nodded and stood up. Thanks for the opportunity, young Master Victor. I hope we will have the chance to do business again. Now, I have other things to do, so I will excuse myself, he said as he left the room in a hurry. Victor knew that he was going to inspect the pill using an artifact, then take it. Victor chuckled, then took the briefcase. After a quick look inside, he put it in his ring. He will review it later. It had a lot of papers. Brother Victor, do you need anything else from me? Gary asked nervously. Why are you so tense? Victor asked. I just want to do you a favor, he added as he took a scroll and placed it on the table. This is? Gary asked. Awakening scroll, for April, he said, making Gary open his eyes wide. What, is this real? He asked as he checked it. 100%, Victor stated. You can make a trusted appraiser check it. What do you want in exchange for it? Gary asked, trying to appear like his grandfather. He really wanted this thing. The family's awakening method only works on their family members. He was sure that his father would oppose their marriage, as she was a mortal and an orphan with no family power. But Gary wanted her to be his main wife. If she was a player, that would make things much easier. Nothing. Just don't tell anyone that you got it from me. April saved my life once. This is my way of repaying her, Victor said as he stood up, making Gary surprised. He would have to investigate that. Don't worry about unnecessary things, Victor said as he adjusted his jacket. Consider it proof that I really want to be your friend, he added, making Gary really believe him this time. This thing would cause a war if it were revealed. Oh. Gary sighed. Sorry about earlier. I know you wanted Valerie, but my grandfather would never agree, he said, feeling guilty. I don't mind. You and your grandfather were playing according to my plan anyway, Victor said as he stepped out of the room, leaving Gary wondering what he meant. Boss, the target hasn't appeared yet, one man said. I know you, idiot. The boss scolded as he used his binoculars to scout the highway from his hiding place. Remember everyone, our main assignment is to kill everyone, that young master and his maids. Especially the youngest one. Our employer wants proof of her death, he said as his men watched a recording on his phone. It was for Victor and the maid-dressed girls entering the auction house. But boss, what if that young master had guards? A smart man asked. Our employer had already looked into it. That young master only had 2 girls. And we have guns anyway, we can easily subdue them. The boss said in excitement. Boss, can we use the girls a little before killing them? They look too hot. A fat bald man said, licking his filthy lips. We will see. The boss said he wanted to taste them too, especially that Lily. Boss, I don't want any girls. Just give me that young master. Look at his handsome face, look at that ass. I promise to kill him after I finish. A skinny man sitting at the back said, forcing a shiver through his colleagues' spines. You can have him. The boss said, while silently cursing. If this sick pervert was not his wife's cousin, he would have killed him long ago. Wait, Paul, didn't I forbid you from sitting in the back behind the men? He yelled, go sit in the front now. He yelled, that bastard had been checking on their asses this entire time. Chapter 222, Psycho. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Young master, you should see this. Margaret suddenly nudged Victor, who was resting his head on her lap. He opened his eyes and looked at her. They were still in the car, heading toward the hotel. He must have dozed off. Well, that's to be expected. He had to injure his soul again in order to subdue Alpha. What? He asked, ignoring Paul, who was driving the car, acting as if he was not listening, and Hannah, who was glaring at him, and Margaret. It's all over the news. A nuclear explosion in the capital. Isn't that where Lily and the girl went? I hope they are okay. Margaret said. Oh. Victor opened his eyes wide and sat up. He leaned over Margaret and looked at the news broadcast playing on her phone. It showed a big mushroom cloud on a faraway mountain. This must have been captured from the city. Our reporter has just been informed that the explosion had happened in the royal lands belonging to the Wyron family. It appears that what exploded was Crown Prince Troy's private mansion. The hot reporter said as she wiggled her body. We will await further info. Victor opened his mouth wide, then quickly took his phone and looked at Lily's massage again. This was the minor complication she mentioned. This was a fucking huge trouble. Why the hell did she use that explosion array? Didn't he warn her that it can only be used in emergencies? And why the hell was the explosion this big? It was as if it was fueled by 10 tons of gems. Oh, Victor seemed to realize something. But he would have to wait for Lily's return to make sure. No matter what, that girl needed some sense spanked into her again. Young master, is everything okay? Margaret asked as she saw his discolored face. Yeah, Lily is in the city. She is fine, he said. He couldn't say any more as Paul was listening, and he didn't want anyone to know he was behind this huge mess. Ah, that's good. Margaret sighed in relief. Victor sighed, then suddenly squinted his eyes. 2 strands of deadly fate threads were slowly strangling him. A weak one from the front, and other from the back. That one appeared to be very troublesome. Not only did it appear stronger and blacker than the other one, it was directed at his ass. Fate would mean a nearly inevitable destiny. Who would be strong enough to endanger his ass? He looked to the back. There were 3 black cars following them. That thread was from the front one. Paul, you idiot. Didn't you notice that we were getting followed? Victor scolded, making Paul jerk and look in the mirror. He didn't notice them. He was busy peeking at Margaret, and Hannah, who was forced to sit alone because of her curse. I will call for support. Paul said nervously. He had never faced something like this before. Only idiots would dare to attack a car with the Von Wise insignia. Yes, unfortunately they won't be here in time. Just keep moving for another. Let's see. Do you see that bridge? It is probably booby-trapped. Stop at that road sign right before it. Victor said, squinting his eyes as he began to activate his disguise skill as he whispered some different orders in Margaret's blushing ear. Ah, but... Paul didn't know what to say. Don't argue. After stopping, leave the car and start cursing loudly. This is an order. Victor said, making Paul frown, but said nothing. Damn it. That bastard young master wants him dead, but, as a low-ranking family member, he couldn't refuse. After stopping the car, Paul walked out, looked around at the black cars that stopped a few meters behind them, then started cursing nervously. Don't hide. You fell into our trap. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly heard himself saying, men surround those idiots and kill them. The voice impersonating him said again. Suddenly a group of masked young men headed by a masked bearded old man jumped out of the forest at the same time when a group of burly men stepped down from the black SUVs in the back. They froze, cautiously looking at each other with Paul in the middle. The standstill didn't last, as someone fired a bullet, killing one of the masked young men, causing his friends to scream in anger and start firing fireballs at the startled burly men, killing two of them. Paul watched as all of this happened in seconds, as all hell broke loose as they began to fire at each other. The burly men hid behind their cars as the marked men began throwing talismans that froze bullets in midair, making them advance easily. This would have been an easy win, if not for an evil grenade that was thrown from somewhere, consuming the talisman's energy and making a few other masked men fall under the bullets again. Paul quickly wanted to return to the bulletproof car, but to his surprise, it was no longer there. It had disappeared without anyone noticing, leaving him in the open. He quickly ducked to the ground, avoiding a bullet that passed by his ear. Damn it! He began to curse at Victor, but he couldn't even continue because out of nowhere, something pulled on his leg and began to drag him down into the dirt. He tried to resist, but a sudden feeling of electrical shock made him scream as all of his power was drained. He looked everywhere for help, but no one cared as his stiff body sank into the ground. Despite holding his breath, he swallowed some dirt, causing him to start suffocating. He was thinking that this was his end, but he was wrong. A moment later he was pulled out of the ground like a fish out of water. He was hanging upside down and could see that he was pulled by a string attached to his leg. He was in the forest, near the battle, and he could hear their shouts and someone ordering them to stop. He didn't care, as his paralyzed body was thrown to the ground by a very normal-looking thin man who was licking his lips while putting away a very strange-looking fishing pole. "Look what we fished today." "Young Master Victor, right? I always wanted to try a fresh young master," the young man said as checked Paul's ass. "Wait, you are not Victor," he said with a frown. "Well, I have got to work with what I have got. Mummy always warned me not to waste food," the young man said as he started to chuckle. Paul wanted to talk but couldn't. He was still paralyzed. He could only look with horror as the man took out a dagger and began to professionally cut Paul's clothes, as if he had done this 100, no, 1,000 times. "Don't worry, it will be painful at first, then you will grow to like it," he said as he began to take off his own clothes. He kept the knife though. Paul, who was now peeled like a banana, was looking at it with fear. "Oh, don't worry about this, it will be your best friend very soon," he said. "You see, Mommy made me swear not to do it with men anymore before she died, so I have to make sure that you are no longer one." "Stop, all parties stand down," the elder screamed as he used a talisman, causing a flash of light to blind everyone, causing his disciples as well the other side to stop fighting. He coughed slightly as the flare light dimmed. There was someone screaming to kill the enemy. Both sides suddenly realized that it was none of them as the voice abruptly stopped. They looked around, but other than the light smoke that filled the area, there was no other soul. Where did that voice come from? "You don't work for that young master, don't you?" "This is a trap," the elder yelled at the other side using a mind-transmitting talisman again. He was not a fool. How else can a few mortal gangsters kill 6 of his semi-player disciples? He was screaming for a few minutes now, ordering his disciples to make a defensive formation so that the bullets would not affect them. But strangely enough, none of his disciples listened. They kept moving randomly like headless chickens. Someone was manipulating sounds, so he had to use this very expensive talisman to stop the fight. On the other side, the gangsters who were hiding behind the burnt cars began to look at each other. Only 4 were left from their 17 men's team. Even that sick bastard Poe was nowhere to be found. One of them began to talk, but his voice vanished. What the hell was going on here? He panicked. First, he thought that those fireballs thrown by the other side were some kind of a new weapon. Now he was sure that some really strange things were happening here. He didn't continue as a very pretty red-haired girl suddenly walked out of the forest. She was obviously hurt. "Help me," she said. "They want to kill me." They frowned, then got enchanted. Someone fired his gun again. All of them began to fight again, even the elder whose eyes turned red. He easily crushed his disciple's head a moment later. Only one idea remained in his mind now: help the pretty girl. "I told you it is effective," Margaret told Victor as she leaned on the car that only moved a few feet from where Paul parked it. but no one seemed to notice it. Strange indeed. Victor said, "This stuff is like a nuclear weapon." He added, looking at the corpses. Hana was looking at it with shock too. What the hell was this? Why did those men start killing each other like wild dogs? She saw 5 young men work together to take down that old one, disregarding their safety. In the beginning, she could understand Victor's strategy. He was using a voice-cancelling talisman while making some illusional voices to command the men to fire at each other. She expected him to start attacking by himself after that elder stopped the fight, but strangely enough, he only threw some kind of a gas bomb, then let Margaret do a little twirl around before returning. That's it. What the hell happened? Was it the gas? She really wanted to know. Her intuition as an alchemist began to take hold of her. "I will tell you later," Victor said as he watched her eyes involuntarily look at him for answers. "Who do those 2 groups belong to?" Margaret asked curiously as she looked at the bodies. She got used to it after staying with Victor this long. That's what Victor presumed. The masked ones belong to the Flying Myth sect. They wanted to steal our treasures from the auction, Victor said as he took off the storage ring from the elder's finger. "This one was the same idiot who threatened me at the auction," he added. "And the others?" she asked as Victor stood up. "I have no idea," he said. "We will have to search their corpses for clues." "Sorry, Margaret, you will have to do that with Hannah, as I will have to go get Paul back," he said, making Margaret gasp. "Right, Paul. When did he leave?" she asked as she looked around. "A while ago." "That bastard probably got what he deserved," Victor said as he left the frowning Margaret and headed into the forest. He was looking for a good excuse to get rid of Paul before leaving Tetraquad City, and this was the perfect chance. It was he who caused Myra to die in his previous life after all, and Victor knew how to hold a grudge. After walking for about 100 feet, Victor could easily see what was happening there. Mark. Level, 10. Class, Psycho. Authority, 2. Strength, 37, x10 when targeting a player you like. Intelligence, 25/10 when targeting a player you like. Agility, 34, x10 when targeting a player you like. Luck, 14. Charm, 17. Order, 10. Skills, Parasitic Regeneration, A. Pain Control, A. Perfect Cut, A. Knife Arts, B. Paralyzing Touch, B. Disguise, F. Equipment, Ethereal Fishing Pole, S. Blood-Sucking Dagger, D. Fate Status, Fate's Power, S. Summary, Negative. No defined fate. Destiny List, 10 order points to unveil. Victor froze in his place like a bird that encountered a cat. WTF. What did a player you like mean? No wonder his fate warning skill activated. This guy was dangerous, super dangerous. He swallowed hard as he looked at the busy young man and then at Paul, who didn't look like a human being anymore. Victor felt like he was going to throw up but firmly controlled himself, not knowing if he should retreat or kill this bastard first. But he was a scion. No, this one, despite having an S fate, had no destiny and no scion word next to his fate. Victor always presumed that all those with S destinies were scions, but it seemed that this was not the case. Maybe this guy was the type that the world didn't care about. It didn't want to recruit him either. Maybe villains in novels are like this, strong enough to hurt normal people, but weak against the protagonists. He pondered. After considering many things, Victor decided to kill him. If this guy were to go after him someday, he would be in deep trouble. His girls would be in deep danger as well. Victor slowly approached Poe again despite feeling nauseous in his stomach. He could feel many fate threads that began to appear around him wanting to stop him. It was as if every cell in his body wanted him to leave there. As many excuses began to flood his mind. These were the fates protecting this maniac. Those with S fates are really scary. Victor ignored everything as he approached silently, then ducked as the maniac stood up and cut the air behind him. Strange, Poe said with a frown as he stepped forward, but didn't continue as he finally noticed the spear impaling him to the ground. When he didn't continue to think as he collapsed to the ground with a headless body. Victor sighed in relief as he looked at Poe's dead body, then at Paul, who didn't look good at all. He would never look good after this. Fortunately for him, his eyes had long turned white, and he had long lost consciousness because of the pain. Hopefully, he had also lost his mind. Victor really wanted to feel sorry for him, but remembering the looks of Myra's mangled body after Rex finished with her back then, he didn't. He swore to make Rex feel the same someday. Victor took a deep breath, taking control back of his thoughts. His injured soul was making him a little unstable. Maybe he should stop cutting part of it. After checking the surroundings, he used a handkerchief to take the fishing pole that was thrown to the side. The knife would have to remain here for the investigators. This is going to be messy, Victor said as he took his phone and called Kai. He didn't want to pick up this mess from the ground. He didn't even want to come near it. Kai, I had an accident here. My driver Paul was heavily injured. Send an ambulance and a family team to my location. Victor said, oh, and make sure that there are no females on the team. I don't want any girl to have nightmares for the rest of her life. He added, Chapter 223, A New Pawn. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Hanging up his phone, Victor sighed as he turned around to leave. He froze. His guts were telling him that something was very wrong here. Didn't Poe die too fast for someone with an S-ranked fate? Even if the world was not helping him, this was way too easy. Victor frowned as he looked at the corpse. He didn't use the soul poison because he didn't want the family investigators to ask him about the corpse. He can't hand them the green goo, after all. He needed it for his other project. He quickly used his appraisal skill on the headless body. But there was nothing. The head which fell to the side also didn't show anything. Was this uneasy feeling in his heart just an illusion? Of course not. Victor had long learned to trust his instincts. He activated his Eyes of Destiny skill. This time, nothing happened. It didn't detect Poe at all. He looked at Paul. Targets 1. Human awakened, +2 order. Total cost. 2. Nothing unusual. But his instinct was telling him that Paul had something strange about him. Other than the obviously missing parts. Victor hesitated for a second, then paid the cost to activate the skill, reducing his remaining order points to 6. His eyes reversed their colors as 2 yin-yang symbols replaced his pupils. Many fate threads began to appear around Paul. Nothing else. Victor frowned. That was disappointing. There were a lot of lines. He decided to focus on the ones connected to him. There were 2. Although one was much fainter than the other, both of them were black. Did Poe wish to kill him twice? This didn't make any sense. Could it be that Poe had somehow merged with Paul? That would be the only explanation. That's what he was expecting, but he can't find any signs of that. Poe had the parasitic regeneration skill after all. As far as Victor knew, this was a way to use others' energy to regenerate. But what if this sick bastard used it to the limit? No, that's not really feasible. That skill was only at A rank. But what if? Victor quickly used his appraisal skill on Paul. Paul von Wise. Level, 0. Class, none. Authority, 1. Strength, 15. Intelligence, 12. Agility, 15. Luck, 9. Charm, 13. Order, 10. Skills, sword fight, C. Charm, F. Quick steps, F. Fate status. Fate's power, C. Summary, rising. No defined fate. Destiny list. 10 order points to unveil. Nothing unusual. Damn it. No. Why was his fate rising? Did he enjoy what happened to him? That made no sense. But fate never did. Victor was getting crazy. He wanted something to appear, but there was nothing. Wait. Victor quickly followed the black fate lines with his eyes. One of them was reaching for his ass. Again. This was definitely that sick bastard. But how? Unless he transferred his soul, it would be impossible to be a single entity with Paul. And Poe didn't have any soul skills. Wait. Victor suddenly froze as he realized something. What if Poe was not really Poe? Then Paul was no longer Paul. It sounded crazy, but remembering that demon soul that was in the awakening scroll that Theta used, he suspected what was going on here. What if Poe's body was originally occupied by an alien soul? It would have changed shape when the body was damaged. It would never go near Victor, as his soul would repel it. That would leave only one option for it. The system of someone was connected to the body, not the soul. But fate was something else. Victor had no idea about its relation to the soul. But this can perfectly explain Paul's rising fate. Victor looked at it again, semicolon. Fate's power. B. He was correct. It was rising. It was definitely him. Paul's soul was already in a malleable state due to the pain and the shock it suffered. That bastard must have made the transfer when he impaled him, before the decapitation, as he was still connected to Paul at that moment. He must be eating or merging with Paul's soul at this moment. Victor realized that should have killed Paul when he had the chance earlier. Now that he has already called the family, there would be a lot of trouble if Paul were to end up dead, especially with the family's current situation. Some elders would use this against him despite the lack of concrete evidence. Was it Poe's fate messing with his head at the moment? That's impossible, as his class would protect him from such effects. It was his desire for revenge. He wanted Paul to live in misery. That's what you get for being evil. Victor squinted his eyes, pondering what to do. He didn't have much time. Looking at Paul, he hesitated for a second, then knelt near his damaged body. Don't worry, cousin. That bastard is dead. I already called for help, and they will be here soon. They will definitely fix you up. Take this healing pill now, he said, pushing a blood-stained healing pill into the unconscious Paul's mouth. Semicolon. Blood ritual detected. Do you want to register a new blood slave? Yes, no. Oh. This bastard was awake. He was faking being unconscious. Victor quickly pressed yes, earning himself a new pawn. The family's team arrived 15 minutes later using 3 combat helicopters and a medical one. Young master, are you okay? An assistant wearing a combat uniform asked as he looked at Victor, who had a very pale face that contrasted well with his blood-covered clothes. He was sitting in the car with the girls, who were shaking in shock. I am fine. It is all those bastards' blood, Victor said. Luckily, those 2 teams were from different groups, so I tricked them into fighting each other. But in the midst of the fight, cousin, Paul disappeared. So after I finished killing those men, I ran after him. But, Victor paused again, then pointed toward the forest. That bastard. I was late. I gave him a healing pill, but, Blair, Victor began to throw up out of the car, making the assistant step aside and then look at his men. He ordered them to check the forest where Victor pointed. They quickly ran there, then returned pale-faced to get the stretcher. Thankfully no female members were dispatched. Young master, why don't you relax in the car for a bit? We will escort you to your residence as soon as we finish here. The assistant giving Victor a towel after listening to one of his men who whispered something in his ear, making him frown. Oh, okay, Victor nodded, then rested his head in Margaret's lap as if he was still in shock. 2 hours later, Victor was escorted to the hotel, where he thanked the men and then climbed to his room with Margaret's help. He regained his spirit the moment the suit store was firmly closed. Good acting, he told Margaret, then glared at Hannah. You need more training, he told her just as Alpha left her room, making Hannah look at her in shock. Her blood was resonating. I am Louise von Richter, Alpha introduced herself, making Hannah gasp. Victor had told her he had another maid from her family, but she didn't believe him back then. Tears began to well in her eyes, making Alpha approach her and hug her tightly. Don't. I have a poisonous curse, Hannah objected, but Alpha didn't let her go. It won't affect me, she said. Her new eternal body constitution was very resistant to poisons and curses. This gift was for Sebastian. Oh, Hannah said as she felt Alpha's hand tightly around her. Her eyes began to tear up. This was her first family contact. She hugged Alpha back and began to sob as she rested her head on Alpha's shoulder. I am getting jealous now, Victor suddenly said 5 minutes later, destroying the intimate atmosphere, and making Alpha glare at him as she slowly let go of Hannah, who wiped her tears with her hand. Let's go and sit down, Victor said casually. Hannah nodded with a slightly blushing face. How did you resist the curse? She Alpha as she looked at her, making sure she was fine. It's a skill I acquired recently. What is your curse about? Where did you get it from? Alpha said, it was an accident at the sect's ruin. Everyone I touch would be randomly poisoned, some get it lightly, some die, she added as she looked down, remembering some very sad memories. Why don't you let Victor remove it for you? Alpha asked. making Hana, who sat down at a lavish sofa, surprised. "Can you do that?" she asked. "Yes," Victor said as he quickly sat to her side and took out a talisman, then stuck it to her forehead before she could realize her mistake and change her mind. A white light shone from the talisman, then slowly dimmed as some black smoke burned out, escaping Hana's body. It only took 10 seconds. "Am I cured?" Hana asked in surprise after looking at the dissipating smoke in surprise. A certain feeling of darkness in her body seemed to have vanished. "Yes," Victor said as he hugged her tightly. She was surprised. She was shocked. She was disgusted. She quickly wanted to push him away but failed. She looked at Alpha, who shook her head in remorse, making Hana realize her mistake. She should have never let him remove that curse. It was the only thing protecting her from him. It was near morning when Harvey stepped into his grand office on Golden Mount Island. He was welcomed by a man kneeling on the ground. "Colmia, do you know your mistake?" he asked as he looked at his son. "Sorry, father, I didn't expect that piece of sheet Clint would hide his movements from us. I had no idea he went to Vane City. Dark Chamber might be suspecting that I am a double agent." Colma replied, "It doesn't matter. The real problem is that they found a new spy, Charlotte. She seemed to be working with them now," Harvey said as he sat down at his lavishly decorated desk. Colma gasped. "That's why you ordered me to get her log file? Is she a member of a parallel network?" "Yes, probably. I long suspected that your network was not the only one." "Do her recent activities contain anything suspicious?" Harvey asked, squinting his eyes. "Nothing. She had some business relationships with the white faction in the Von Wise family, but nothing major. She went to see many proctologists a lot lately." He pondered. "How many suspicious people did she meet lately?" Harvey asked. "A lot. She had a lot of meetings with shady businessmen from all over the country. But that was expected from her as a major family head candidate. She is building her own network." Colma hesitates. "That man we told us to investigate, Torrell. He met her twice. He is an antiques dealer who works in the capital. We found nothing strange concerning him." "Can I examine the body?" he asked. "We don't have it." "The guy who murdered him kept the body." Harvey pondered. Could it be that Victor was scamming him? Probably not. The mirror is clear proof of Dark Chamber's involvement. Who did it? Colma asked. "Keep it a secret." "It was Victor, Theodore's youngest son." Harvey said. "What? The pervert?" Colma asked, opening his eyes in surprise. "Yes, keep an eye on him. He might be the next Von Wise patriarch. I am going to send Elise to be his concubine, so make the necessary arrangements," Harvey said, making Colma gasp. "Father, we have way better girls than her. She might not cooperate if we asked her to do our bidding." "That's what I wanted to tell you about. Elise will not be a spy. I already gave Victor our entire before network anyway, so I need you to cut all connections with them," Harvey said. "I see. Wait. What?" Colma gasped as he looked at his father, who was smiling. "What did father get in return?" Colma asked, quickly realizing that his father must have got something very important to sacrifice his share in a cake that was about to be cut. "A new life," Harvey said with a wicked smile. "It was completely worth it, especially with the tournament date approaching." Chapter 224, A Game. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It took Victor 10 minutes to get bored of the very uneventful hug and let go of Hannah, who quickly retreated to sit beside Alpha, her new best friend. "How are Thetu and the girls?" Victor asked as he relaxed on a couch. "They are already awake. I had no time to drug them, so you are free to do that yourself," Alpha said, making Hannah look at him with disgust. She couldn't believe he took advantage of her like that. Didn't the contract specify that he can't sleep with her? Wait. It only involved sleeping. She remembered what was written exactly. Damn it. She was very emotionally unstable at that time, and he took advantage of that. Bastard. "Where are they?" Victor ignored her and asked Alpha. "They were filthy because of all the running in the forest, so I made them take a shower with Theta," Alpha replied. "All together?" he exclaimed. Alpha was waiting for him to start drooling, but he didn't. "Do you want to go check on them?" she asked sarcastically, nudging him. "Nah, this young master is not in a hurry." He disappointed her as he relaxed in his seat, making a gesture in his eyes to Margaret, who ran quickly to check on the girls. This girl always read his mind perfectly. It was as if she was a pervert in her previous life. The girls must be all naked and wet right now. Alpha interjected again. She had made a bet with Theta that Victor would surely intrude on them if he returned. She can't lose. I like my food slowly cooked. He disappointed her, forcing Alpha to sigh in disappointment as if she was saying whatever suits your perverted tastes. She owed Theta a favor now. Young master. Hana hesitated after a few minutes of awkward silence. What was that material you threw at the men? Hana asked just as Margaret returned to sit next to Victor after making an okay sign to him. She completely ignores Alpha's questioning gaze. Well, you are a part of the family now, so I don't really mind telling you, he said, making her feel awkward as he used a talisman to isolate the room. It's a kind of herb that we found in a dungeon. We combined it with some other poison from another dungeon. The mixture is distilled in alcohol which we bottled. He explained, when the bottle breaks, the mixture would start to evaporate, filling the air with the herb particles. He said. What's its effect? She asked, looking at him eagerly and totally forgetting what he did a few minutes ago. She was that kind of a girl. Basically, it makes the soul weaker. That's my theory anyway. It makes the people who inhale it very gullible and quick to anger. We found some other herbs too there, but their effect is still unknown. That's why I need you, he said, making Hannah nod. She finally realized why he paid this much money for her. As a von Richter, she knew exactly how valuable soul-affecting material was. Alpha, who was watching her reaction, really wanted to tell her the truth but chose to remain silent. Victor only spent that much money on her because he was using her to launder tons of money. That's all. He was the one who sold her in the first place. But Hannah, who was totally oblivious to the truth, continued. Why did those men start killing each other? Shouldn't people with weak souls be more friendly? She asked. Oh, my Margaret here used her charm technique on them, awakening their inner instincts, their hidden greed and desires. Victor said briefly. Hanan needed no other explanation as she looked at Margaret with complex eyes. This girl was literally a femme fatale. What other uses do these herbs have? She quickly changed the subject. You are about to find out, Victor said, flashing his teeth as the three girls were pushed into the room by a shorter one. All of them were dressed in some very revealing maid uniforms that barely covered their hot bodies. Theta with her short body was the exception. The maid's uniform made her look super cute. Young master. Theta quickly ran to Victor, twirled in front of him, then sat on his other side, hugging his arm. Do I look sexy? She asked. Absolutely. Do you feel better now? He asked her. She nodded with a bright smile. Thank you for not intruding into the bath, she whispered in his ear. She won the bet thanks to that. Victor chuckled as he watched Alpha glare angrily at the girls who kept pulling hard at their skirts, trying to cover the exposed skin that those skirts were meant to highlight. Why did you come out like this? Go wear the clothes I put on the bed. Alpha scolded the girls who seemed to be very afraid of her. One of them was acting tough. Mistress, we couldn't find the clothes. Only those were the. A girl with short orange hair replied. She was pulling down her skirt while covering her ample chest with her other hand. What do you mean you didn't find? Alpha stopped and then looked at Margaret. That damn slut. She must have replaced the clothes when she left a moment ago. Sit down, Victor ordered with a chuckle, but the girls didn't comply. They looked at Alpha. From now on, young Master Victor is your master. You better obey him, she said, making them quickly sit near each other on a wide couch. They didn't dare to disobey. They tried to argue with her earlier on the road. It was a big mistake. You can't argue with a sadist. It would make things only worse. Nightshade, who knew that Alpha, despite acting bossy, was really nice, was only acting. Victor could see that her eyes were secretly examining everyone in the room. Hearing Alpha's command, the girls quickly obeyed and sat down, not realizing that their skirts were not suitable for that. Victor watched as the girls who didn't wear any underwear realized their mistake and closed their legs. Too bad it was already late. He had seen everything by that time. Now, Alpha, Victor wiped his bleeding nose with a handkerchief, then looked at Alpha, gesturing to her to begin. This juvenile body of his was getting all excited on its own. Alpha silently cursed at him as she placed 3 glasses in front of the girls. They didn't notice where she got them from. "We will be playing a drinking game," Victor said as Alpha took out a wine bottle after that and filled the 3 glasses full. "One by one, you will answer my questions," he said. "Any girl who answers wrong or tells lies would have to take a sip from her glass," he said, making the girls nod in a hurry. He was going to make them drunk and then assault them. They are familiar with this game. Does he need to do that? Was this one of his hobbies? How would he know if they were telling the truth anyway? "The one who gets empties her glass first will be my plaything tonight," he added, confirming their hunch. "Young master, that's not good. They will never tell you the truth like this," Margaret corrected him. "Let the one who loses be Alpha's plaything instead," Margaret said, making the girls shiver a little. "Oh fine. Alpha, make sure to educate her well. I will take the one who finishes last," he complained, making Alpha curse again, and the girls look at each other nervously. "Now the first question," he said. "Introduce yourselves," he commanded. "Candle." "I have no last name," the orange-haired one said. "Mimi." The second one said she was tall with a thin body that had signs of malnourishment. Nightshade. Nightshade said she wanted to use her fake name, but remembering that Victor knew the truth, she didn't lie. "Good." Victor nodded. "Second question. How old am I?" he asked. "I am 17, 18, 17, Candle, Mimi, and Nightshade said one after the other. "I said me. My age, not you," he corrected them. They paused. How would they know that? Did he desperately want to get drunk? This didn't make any sense. He can simply order them around to do whatever he wants. 20 no, 19 years old?" Candle asked. Victor didn't reply. 19. Mimi said too. Victor really appears older than he really was. It was the effect of becoming a player. 23. Nightingale said. She analyzed this carefully. Victor's behavior earlier in the forest was not something a teenager can pull off. She was sure he was older, and that he wanted to make them drunk. "All of you are wrong," he said, slapping his ID on the coffee table. 17 years old. What? The girls were surprised. If he is this handsome now, how much better would he look when he gets a little bit older? One of them wondered but hid it well. "Drink up," he ordered. The girls hesitated, looking at Alpha, who gestured to them to drink. So they quickly took a sip, just a little bit, but it was enough for some non-player girls to become honest. The second question. "One by one tell me how you became slaves," he said. "You first," he told Candle. It's simple. My family sold me. They needed the money," she said, keeping her head down. "Now I am your family. You don't have to worry," Victor said, as he looked at Alpha, who nodded. Their contracts had a brief background check on them. "I was taken from an orphanage that was not really an orphanage. I have been raised there my entire life. One day a man came to choose. He had a strange staff. He touched every one of us before picking me up," she said, also looking down. Victor could see some old scars on her exposed thighs. "She had a rough childhood. Don't worry, no one would hurt you here, as long as you are a good girl," Victor added. She nodded, being wary of Alpha. "I am also an orphan. They bought me from an orphanage. I lived in the streets before." She didn't technically lie, and that story fit the background check that was on her contract. After all, she used a false name and certificates to join the police, so when she claimed to have been a beggar at that time frame, the von Geldstadt interrogators didn't have a reason to doubt her. She was still 17 after all. "Oh." Victor squinted his eyes. This girl needed a higher dose. Was it because of her awakened bloodline? Now the next question. Let me think. He pondered. "How much money can I spend using this card?" he said, slapping the family credit card on the table. 1 million? Candle said. He was really trying to make them drunk. 10 million? Mimi said. This card is unlimited. Nightshade said she tried to forge one of these before but failed. Sadly, you are all wrong. This card was cancelled tonight for overspending. So, Victor pointed to the glasses, making the girls quickly take another sip. Dear Nightshade, Your skirt had been flipped, Victor said at the right moment, making Nightshade, who was carefully acting as if she was sipping from her glass, take a big gulp as she looked down, confirming that her very short skirt was still covering her private parts, barely. She wanted to spit the drink that was in her mouth, but fearing that she would be discovered, she chose to swallow it. She has a very high alcohol tolerance after all. She glared at Victor hatefully after that. This bastard might be suspecting her. She really wanted to know how he knew her name and to ask him about the comic book-like events that happened in the forest, but she chose to delay this. She asked Alpha and Theta privately when she woke up completely healed, but both of them told her that she was not ready yet. Ready for what? Victor watched as Nightshade's facial expression changed as she was thinking about some random things. The wine was working. She was losing her cool. Now, the next question, he said with a lazy smile as he relaxed in his chair. What secrets are you hiding from me? He asked, making the girls flinch. Chapter 225, A Game, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Come on, we all should tell the truth here. Victor said, tell me your secrets. He added. The girls hesitated. Let's start with you. He looked at Candle first. She seemed the most honest one. I have a crush on you. I find you very attractive, especially that you are younger than me, she said as she blushed, making Alpha wish to beat some sense into her. This girl fell fast. Too fast. Oh, this young master is very pleased with you. He nodded. Do you have any other dark secrets? He asked. She blushed as she looked down. Victor quickly gestured to Alpha, who cursed, then gave her a paper and a pen, which Candle quickly began to write onto after covering it like an exam paper. She flooded it and gave it to Victor moments later. Oh, we all do that. He smiled. From now on you will work at my mansion as a maid, he said, making her blush deeper. Too bad she won't remember any of that in the morning. You are next. Victor looked at Mimi. What about you? What secrets do you have? He asked. She hesitated, then took a deep breath. I like women. She looked at Theta, then stated bravely, making Theta look weirdly back at her. Alpha was now on the verge of exploding. What is wrong with this world? Are there no sane girls left? Oh, that's fine. Stay with Alpha then. She has enough girls to feed you. Victor quickly got rid of her. He didn't dare to ask her any further. He could tell from the look in her eyes, this girl was bad news. And you, little number 3? He asked Nightshade. What is your secret? I won't tell anyone, I promise, he said. She hesitated. I have many secrets. She whispered. Oh, really? What? He asked. I am a police officer. I work for the Supernatural Crimes Division. I was investigating the recent kidnappings around the country, she said in a low voice, making Theta gasp, as Alpha squinted her eyes. This girl was lying to her. She will be punished later. Oh, when was the last time you contacted your unit? Victor asked as he sent a message to Kai. 3 months ago, she said. Those bastards at the auction destroyed all my luggage, which contained my connection device and tracing bug. What are your plans now? He asked. I was planning to steal my contract and escape, but after the accident in the forest I decided to investigate more. She nodded, making Victor sigh. He must find a way to use her or get rid of her. Investigate for what? Margaret was the one who asked her, as she spotted a fleeting unnatural expression on her face. About the men who killed my family, she said. What men? Victor's interest was reignited. They wore black masks. They tortured my father and mother to death for 2 days, then burnt their corpses and escaped. I hid in the ventilation shaft watching them, she said as her eyes began to tear up, but she didn't notice as her face was really scary at that moment. It was the face of someone who would do anything for revenge. Do you think I have anything to do with this? Victor asked as he prepared to subdue her if she began to act crazy. This was the effect of the wine. No, but those men were using ruins, similar to the one you drew on Alpha's body, she said, making him relax a little. Did they say anything? Victor asked. They were crafting a pure soul talisman. That's what they talked about. They said my parents were of a low grade. She spat angrily, making Victor, Alpha, Margaret, and Hannah gasp at the same time. Did they say who they work for? Victor asked quickly. Limbo something. I don't remember, she said as she frowned and began to shake. Victor wanted to question her more, but he could tell that any more than that would make her relive the experience of that day, so he quickly gestured to Alpha, who professionally used a needle to knock her and the other two girls off. Do you know anything about this limbo thing? Alpha asked. Never heard of them, he said as he pondered. What are those pure soul's talismans? Margaret asked after some hesitation. Some really evil shit. Alpha replied, it is dark magic, that darkest of dark magic. She added, what are they for? Margaret asked again. This time Alpha didn't answer, she didn't know. They are very useful, Victor said, earning himself a squint from Alpha. They are created by taming and extracting a soul through intense pain and anger, then inserting it in a special kind of rare talismans. Victor explained, so their main use is to extend your own soul. Simply mark one with your soul and put it in a doll. That doll will act as another body for you. So you are basically using the soul in the talisman as your own. Margaret pondered. Yes, to a certain extent, he said. Then, that soul, would it be conscious? Margaret asked again. Probably not. The talisman had no pain respirators and the master has total control over it. It is basically being used as a client processor. It should have lost all its ego because of the pain it had to go through when it was extracted. He said, the low-quality ones only last for a few days, but some high-quality ones can survive for decades. In the end, they will perish though. No soul can survive without a body, he said. After the reckoning, these kinds of things were very common amidst the chaos. He is not proud of it, but he had to use 4 very high-grade talismans like that during the time travel ritual he did in the past. He got them from a very shady seller back then, and they cost him most of his savings. Wait. Victor suddenly remembered the fate log from earlier. The first 4 death overwrites. The list seemed to be chronological. I see, Margaret said, trying hard not to show a thing, not noticing that Victor was inspecting her very thoughtfully. When Nightshade mentioned the pure soul talisman, Margaret's hand began to shake. Now what shall we do to this little spy? Alpha asked, returning to the most important topic in her opinion. The same thing you do when you have something good. Double it. Make her a double spy, Victor replied, then paused. No, a triple spy is better, he added as she sent another message to Kai, with one word on it. Margaret. Oh. Alpha pondered, looking at him. Sunrise? She asked. They will come for her, he said, making her nod. That was a good idea. If only this young master was not a huge control freak pervert, she would have really liked him. What was she thinking again? This suite has 3 bedrooms, I will take one with Hannah and Theta, she said as she stood up, intending to escape the room. Staying with Victor for a long time would always make her start to have strange thoughts. He was that handsome after all. Why me? Theta asked, breaking Alpha's thoughts flow. She only got a glare as a response. Alpha didn't want her to sleep with Victor. She had been corrupted enough already. The girls would not wake up until tomorrow, so I will keep them in the other room, Alpha added as she began to drag the girls like sacks of potatoes into the inner room. Good, Margaret, go take a shower. You will be my hugging pillow tonight, Victor said. Me? Yes. She nodded, then stood up absent-mindedly, then headed to the bathroom. She was a little pale. Victor was watching her go when his phone rang. It was Kai, who dumped a bunch of files onto his phone, without speaking a word. Most of them were about Margaret and Nightshade. Background checks. The last one was different. Theta, Victor suddenly said, starting with Theta, who was upset because she couldn't sleep with him tonight. She thought this was her chance with the super possessive Lily out of the picture. Do you want me to warm your bed too? She asked with anticipation. Of course I do, but not tonight, you are still too young for that. He disappointed her before beginning to speak seriously. You probably don't know yet, but I was attacked today on the way back here. Some of the men were sent by your cousin Erwin. He wants you dead. The family team traced the last payment sent to the attackers from his account, Victor said, startling her. Don't worry, he said as he hugged her suddenly. You are now mine, so I will protect you, he said, making her hug him back. Can I sleep with you tonight? she asked again in a lonely voice. "I don't want to sleep alone." She added sneakily, "Alpha will sleep with you, and Hana too. So don't worry," he said, spanking her butt before letting her go. What's wrong with girls today? Didn't they have any shame? Victor quickly escaped Theta and headed to the inner room where Alpha had just finished throwing the girls on the big bed. "Oh. Are you here to taste the goods?" she asked sarcastically. She couldn't help herself, something about him always gets on her nerves. "Yes," he replied, making her shocked. "Really?" She quickly realized that he meant other things when he took a needle, then took blood samples from the girls one by one, then tested them with his bloodlines book. "What?" she asked. She couldn't read the ancient symbols in the book. "Nightshade is a blood goat, a ranked." "I can't tell the purity since she had already awakened," he said. "Candle is a jade rabbit, B ranked at 73%, and Mimi is a rust dog, F ranked at 99%. I always had the feeling she was a beach," he said with a nod. "So, Nightshade might awaken as a player by herself?" Alpha asked. "It's not easy. There is only a 2% chance, but it is a possibility." Victor frowned. "Make sure to educate her well before that." "I will leave all of her mess to you," he said as he left the room. Victor, who was relaxing on his bed, frowned as he read the reports on his phone. Nightshade was pretty good. She not only scammed the police but even the von Geldstadt investigators. If Victor didn't get her real name, tracing her might have been difficult. He quickly flipped to another file, this one he had read before. It was Margaret's info. Everything about her. From her birth to the time he met her. Her parents died in an accident, so her uncle took care of her after that. The files contained details of how he used her to earn his pocket money. She was very young back then, and this must have been very hard on her. Her misery ended 3 years ago when an anonymous sent some files and videos of her uncle's actions to the police. That's when Margaret began living with her aunt. They were not the best, but they didn't sell her. Not yet anyway. Victor pondered for a few seconds, then opened one of the video files. Those were the pieces of evidence sent to the police in Margaret's case. They were shot very professionally from a hidden camera that displayed everything clearly, featuring the little star Margaret entertaining some guests with her uncle. Damn it. She was good. How did she do that? Even in his past life, Victor didn't see any positions like this. Those were Victor's thoughts when he was startled by Margaret, who suddenly opened the door and entered to see Victor bleeding from his nose. "Are you watching some good drama?" she asked with a chuckle as he quickly closed his phone. "The best," he replied as he looked at her. She seemed a little better after taking a shower. "Come sleep next to me. This young master is very tired today," he said. Margaret didn't refuse him. She didn't even wear her pajamas as she slipped under the blanket before throwing her towel away, giving young Master Victor some very exotic hug. It was as if he was the one acting as her hug pillow, not the other way around. He even had to start using a calming down technique to appease his youthful spirit. Margaret was really anxious tonight, and it took her 30 minutes to fully sleep to Victor's peaceful breathing rhythm. That's when he opened his eyes. It was time for him to confirm his theory. "What is your secret?" The girl blushed, then stood up and ran to Victor, whispering some words in his ear before returning to her seat with a deep blush. Why did she say that to him? Victor opened his mouth in shock, then chuckled. "Everyone has the right to have some perverted hobbies," he said, taking out a bag of mushrooms, then throwing them to her. "I am sure those would be to your liking," he said. Collapse. Chapter 226. Margaret. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor looked at Margaret's peaceful face, then slowly began to draw a rune in midair, then dropped some blood on Margaret's forehead, making her sleeping body suddenly tense up and freeze as a weird symbol began to emerge on her forehead. He was right. Margaret's soul was in one of the talismans he used back then. He could feel his connection with her now. It was the same kind of rune he used on Alpha. She had a part of his soul in her. He didn't consider it back then, but those soul talismans were created from the souls of other humans, and they must have also returned in time to their original bodies. Victor sat down quietly and looked at Margaret's pretty face, thinking about what to do. After thinking for a while, he chuckled. "How long are you planning to pretend to be asleep?" he asked her. as long as needed to find out what are you doing. She had noticed him the moment he drew that wire rune on her, making her body feel strange. Oh, it's a simple soul technique, just making sure you are mine, he said, making her quickly touch her forehead with a frown. There was nothing. She slowly sat down, covering her body with a light blanket. Are you suspecting me because of my behavior today? She asked, because I overreacted when the name Limbo was mentioned. She added with a soft voice as she looked him in the eyes. I did. He didn't continue as he watched her bite her pretty lip. I can't tell you. But you have to trust me. I am not your enemy, she said, hesitating. No need, I already know that you are a time traveler, he said, making her gasp. Yes, Margaret was a time traveler like him. There were another 3 too, according to the fate log. Only one had already made it, the other 2 didn't. Victor had no idea if they would appear later though. Ah, how did you know? Margaret asked in astonishment. This was her deepest secret. I told you before, I know everything. You were the one who hid the camera and shot your uncle and his friends in action. You were also the one who told the police about him. If my guess was right, you have traveled from the future to someday 3 years ago. He squinted his eyes watching her flabbergasted face. She must have returned in time 3 years further than he did due to time-space turbulence. Ah, yes. How? She was very shocked and still didn't get how he knew. This conversation was something she practiced before, but not like this. I have my ways. I should have known all a long time ago, he said. Your very good intuition must be the product of your future soul merging with your present one, he told her. Ah. She didn't know that. It's true though, she always felt better, stronger, and her intuition was always right since returning. What now? She asked him. Do you plan to cut me up and study me? That was the first thing she thought of when she returned. That's why she told no one. I must tell you, I really don't know how I traveled in time. The last thing I remember in my past life was dying, she said as she looked down. She was a little disturbed, not knowing how he would treat her, now that he knew her deepest secret. Yes, dying in excruciating pain. Your soul was extracted, then you were used to creating a talisman. Those guys, Limbo Empire, must have been the ones too, Victor stated casually, making her look back at him with shock. You. She was interrupted again. And if I guessed correctly, the reason you want to work with Arya and not Alpha, despite your suitability to be a spy, is because you want to use your future knowledge to make profits in the stock market. He guessed correctly. Did you use the soul wine on me? When was it? She asked angrily, squinting her eyes. How else would he have known that? I didn't. If my guess was correct, it would not work on you. Your soul was already forged before when they made you a talisman. This makes it much stronger, he said. He was right. When she drugged the villagers, she was not affected despite drinking with them. Is it one of your skills? She asked nervously. He told her that he could see the future before. Nope, he said as he watched her lose her cool. Ah, how do you know all of this then? She asked in distress, not caring that the blanket had long fallen off, revealing her perfect body. Simple, I am a time traveler too, and your case was just a lucky coincidence because I used the talisman forged from your soul as a beacon, he answered casually, making her freeze. She didn't see that coming. In fact, Victor's method of time travel was very ingenious. He didn't really exploit a bug but created one. The Book of Time could only send the consciousness and soul of the user to 1 second in the past, and it would change the soul in a way that it would no longer be usable after that. So Victor had only one chance. All he needed to do was extend this 1 second. Sadly, he had no way to modify this. And this was both practically and physically impossible. No one can modify an X-ranked artifact. No one had the skills and no one had the authority. Victor was distressed over it for 10 years until it occurred to him one day after an eventful night at a brothel that had one of those big rotating beds with girls sitting around. He got it. He doesn't have to modify the book. He can modify the world itself. He remembers running like a maniac back to his office that night where he began to formulate his plan. All he had to do was to find another world where the time flow there was slower than his own. Traveling to another world was very costly normally, and required the efforts of entire organizations to open a stable gate. On top of that, most other worlds were just inhabitable. If someone traveled there without a set coordinates, he might end up in space or near a black hole. On top of that, stabilizing the gate would require tons of high-grade gems. Victor never intended to travel though. He never intended to create a stable gate either. He planned to just open a gate to the other world and then throw a talisman inside of it. The talisman would be considered a part of his soul, allowing him to alter his own time flow. After confirming his plans, Victor began to work on them. And that's when he encountered a problem, a big one. He couldn't find a suitable world with the correct time flow ratio. The solution was to use several worlds so that their average effect on him would be just enough to send him to the right moment in the past. After many trials and errors, and by secretly doing some calculations on the Imperial family's private magical quantum supercomputer that Yulin helped him use, he was able to pinpoint 4 worlds that had the right time distortion ratio. According to his calculations, he should have returned in time, about a week before his ceremony, with an error buffer of 3 days. It was not ideal, but the further he returned the riskier it got. At that time what he did was another trick. To open 4 otherworldly gates at the same time would be considered madness. But he used a trick by creating a modified summoning. He summoned parts of the space fabric of the targeted 4 worlds by sacrificing one of the royal family's treasures, an X-ranked gem, that he borrowed for research purposes. This was sheer madness. His summoning was doomed to fail as the world itself would stop him. But he didn't care, as he just needed a few seconds to send the talismans into the summoning gates where the space-time fabric was affected by the other worlds. That's when he activated the Book of Time, just seconds before the worlds will annihilated him and his summoning circle. What? What? She frowned. You too? Margaret yelled after 10 whole minutes. Yup, you don't need to know the details. But this is the truth. I returned from 323 years in the future. It would have been my 340th birthday that week. He pondered as she looked at him, not really getting what he was speaking about. You are telling the truth? She asked skeptically as he took the blanket and covered her back. His youthful body was getting crazy under the blanket. 99%, he told the truth. Didn't you see how I always knew what to do? You can also ask Arya to show you the 3 movie scripts I sent her. You can probably recognize one of them, he said, making her pause, not knowing what to say. Yes, she suspected him. Firstly, he always acted a bit older than his age, but she always presumed that this was due to his aristocratic upbringing. Secondly, he always seemed to be there at the right time, as if everything was happening according to his plan. But after he told the girls that he can read the future, she presumed that his always spot-on predictions were due to that. Now she discovered that he was scamming her all the time. She glared at him hatefully. How did you end up as a talisman? He asked, ignoring her gaze. Ah, well, I must tell you the entire story then, she said with a sad smile. In my past life, I never escaped my uncle's grasp. I just switched hands from one pimp to another. In the end, when I was 30 years old, I was sold to a certain young man. I don't know his name, as he calls himself Mr. X like some movie villain. She said, then stopped. He tortured you for a few months, then extracted your soul, Victor said, for 2 years. She said, looking him straight in the eyes, watching as his face changed from shock to pity, then back to his cheesy smile. It only took a fraction of a second. No wonder those talismans cost a fortune, he said as he looked at her clear eyes looking back at him. He knew that she must have been through a lot. What now? She asked again. Nothing, you are still my girl, and I am still your young master, he said, making her pause, frown, then giggle. I can live with that, she said. Her plan never changed, and Victor was the perfect partner. One question though, why didn't you just escape and create some business? Why did you tolerate your aunt and cousins? Victor asked. He was curious. Do you want a cute girl like me to be alone in the seats at the age of 14? I am not that retarded, she said. I also can't start a business without capital, so I waited until I finished school and was planning to hunt for a rich young master, she added. Tom was your first choice? He chuckled. Don't laugh at me, she scolded. I didn't know how perverted he was at the beginning, but I had no better choice. He was both naive and seemed to be getting richer every day. I suspected that he was a drug dealer first. I had the plan to marry him, then report him to the police and take all of his money. She confessed. Oh. Victor was surprised. This girl was dangerous. Then I met you. I decided to scam you instead. You seemed like a pervert, and I thought I could easily eat you up. And you ended up being eaten up, he said. We'll have yet to see about that, she said as she suddenly hugged him, putting her hand on his chest, hiding her blushing face. It all changed when you brought us to that dungeon. At that time I realized that you belonged to a different world. Then you saved my life, she said softly. Then you ruined my expensive shirt by crying on it, he said, remembering that day. Ouch. She bit him. Can't you appreciate a romantic atmosphere? She asked as she looked hatefully at him. What is so romantic about an old couple in teenagers' bodies sharing a bed? He stated, you are the old one. I was only 33 when I died, she complained. And think about it, we are destined to share this fate, she said as she began to wiggle her slender finger on his chest. I might be a little cruel telling you this at this moment, but I used 4 talismans to travel back in time. And I am pretty sure now that we were not the only time travelers, he said, making her freeze again. There are others, males or females? She asked as she eyed him. I have no idea. My skill is showing me that one of them is a female with the name Clarissa. No info about the other 2, he said. Is your skill really future prediction? She asked, ignoring the girl's name. She never heard of her. You must never ask anyone about his skills. This is rude, he said. Come on, I am your partner here, she said, looking at him with one raised eyebrow as her face got close to his. I can't tell you, but it's not a future prediction. Think of it as a future trend prediction. I can see the plan, but not the execution, he said, slipping back a little. What's planned for me? She asked. I have no idea. I am completely broke, and my skill costs a fortune of order points to activate, he stated. Oh. Too bad, she said as she examined his face. He was not lying. She had been close enough to him later that she began to read his expressions. So, you now know my entire life story. What about you? Were you married in your past life? She asked him. Of course, he said. Did you have children? She asked. Yes. Why are you asking? He frowned, just making sure that the tools are already tested. I don't want to reach the goal just to discover that the ball is deflated, she said, reaching under the blanket. Slut, he said as jumped from the bed and headed to the door quickly while covering his crotch. Where are you going? She asked with a cheesy smile. Escaping for my life. For my little brother's life, he said, heading to the bathroom. He should probably continue his night on the couch after that. Margaret watched him close the door behind him, then threw herself on his pillow, inhaling deeply. She knew that the reason he escaped was probably that he didn't want to tell her anything. That's why she molested him in the first place. She was giving him an excuse to escape the awkward atmosphere. She wondered what secrets he kept. What kind of person would live for 300 years? How did he travel through time? What will happen in the future? She sighed again. She didn't really care about all of that. What she pondered about was whether she should tell him that she had fallen for him. It was not at the dungeon when he saved her life. Sure, she was enchanted by him at that time, but she was not a small girl to fall for a charming prince. It was slow. It began when he carefully explained to her how to be a player, carefully warning her about many things. Then when she moved in with him, the way he moved, the way he talked, it was all like a well-choreographed show. But despite all that, she could see someone who really cared about his family, someone who would be ruthless to anyone who would hurt them. Somehow, just like that, she fell in love with him. It was this simple. She was a simple girl anyway. She buried her face in his pillow, hiding her blush. No. She decided she won't tell him. She would make him confess for her first, if not willingly, then moaning in bed. In the end, it was a sleepless night for her too. Chapter 227. Disturbing news. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When the girls woke up in the morning, they were greeted by Victor, who was having an early breakfast with Margaret. They had dark circles around their eyes. Good morning, Theta yawned, as she sat at the table that was full of dishes. "Good morning. Come all of you, sit down, and have a bite," Victor said casually as he looked at them, then returned to his dish. Too bad Alpha gave them some decent clothes. He really liked the skimpy maid's outfits. "Sit down and eat," Alpha ordered the girls, who were having a hard time remembering last night. Did he drug them? They seemed fine in the morning though, with no unusual pains. The girls looked at each other and then slowly took their seats, with Hana, who was now more relaxed around Victor after the long talk she had with Theta and Alpha last night. They told her how they met Victor and how he helped them. Maybe he was not that bad after all. "What's your plan now?" Alpha asked Victor, as she sat down and grabbed an empty dish, then began to fill it with some salad and an egg. "I will return to Vane City with Margaret, Theta, and Hana. You will take the girls to your base, give them some education, then assign some missions to them," he said as Nightshade perked her ears. She had no idea that all of her secrets were exposed last night, and Victor didn't intend to inform her. He was going to leave this dirty job to Alpha. "Oh, dumping all of the dirty work on me," she spat back. She was not easy to fool. "Yup," he said as he looked at the orange-haired candle. "You will be working for me as a maid, but you will have to disappear for a while before that. I don't want to be associated with Troy's death," he told her. She nodded, wondering why he told her that. Did he find out that she had a crush on him? Impossible. "Shall I tell them about the awakening?" Alpha asked, making the girl shoot her some questioning looks. "Yes, Nightshade might be able to do it by herself like a big girl though," Victor said, making Nightshade pause with an egg in her mouth. "Do what?" It better not be what she was thinking about. She can already do that by herself. "No, it is definitely something else." It was at this moment that Victor's phone rang. It was Kai. "What now?" Victor asked as usual. "Young master, it's about the attack on you yesterday. I already told you that one of the parties was sent by a guy named Erwin. Now we have his full background. He is Erwin Flintblood, one of the branch descendants of the Flintblood family. I already know that. Did you grab him?" Victor asked as he looked at Theta, who chose to sit next to him, as far away from that girl Mimi as possible. "We couldn't. Someone who must have known of his plot and silenced him. He was found dead in his room last night. The Flintblood family even publicly denounced him, expelling him from the family," Kai said. "Typical," Victor replied. According to his calculations, the Bloodflint family would contact him about Theta very soon. They might choose to wait until that attack news died down though. "Anything else?" Victor asked. "The other party who attacked you was identified as a group of disciples of the Flying Myth sect. They were at the auction with you," Kai said. "I already knew that too. Would the family pursue this matter?" Victor asked. "This would be a good chance for them to get an awakening artifact. A lousy one, but it's better than nothing. And he might get some rewards." They intended to, but the Von Zwei family sent an announcement declaring that the Flying Sect had decided to join them, Kai said, making Victor a little surprised. "Those guys were quick." "So the family would do nothing?" Victor asked. They requested that you send the storage ring that you grabbed from the Elder to the Inquisition Hall," he said, making Victor curse silently. "Someone was suppressing him in the family, and he will find out who and why very soon." "I haven't seen any rings," Victor scolded, making the girls at the table look at him. "I understand." Kai sighed and said, "Young master, have you been seeing the news lately?" he suddenly asked. "Is it about the explosion?" "I already saw it," Victor said. "Not that." A big viral video began spreading last night. It featured a young man courting an Arachne. Kai said, "Oh, did they begin to allow these things on social media?" Victor asked. He realized what this meant. They made an expectation with this one. It is even on TV. It came with a report about players. It had many facts, many names, and many proofs of old accidents that were covered up. "This is a big problem, young master. Many people are believing it," Kai said, making Victor smile. It was Jane doing a good job. This report would surely be suppressed pretty fast, but people would not forget, and others would start popping up. This was his plan. After this, the families would start to act more covertly and the secrets they kept would surely begin to be revealed. Either way, Any planned attacks on his family would have to be delayed now. What does it have to do with me? Victor asked, casually. He was just a friendly neighborhood pervert young master. This had nothing to do with him. Ah, nothing, but the family had ordered that from now on you should be more low-key. Your name was on that list. What? Victor shouted as he stood up. That beached Jane. He never included his name in the list he gave her. She was definitely targeting him for locking her up. Yes, it is at the bottom. The report is about how you killed your brother and then left the police station the next day. And there is a recording of you throwing grenades on the highway. Kai said, making Victor frown. He remembers something like that. It was when an assassin tried to kill him a while back. Okay, I will act carefully, he said as he hung up and then looked at Alpha. What? She asked. This would be a good mission for you. It is an urgent one. Find the journalist Jane Armstrong. I will give you her secret phone number, trace her through it, then kidnap her and fake her death. Don't let her know your identity though, Victor said angrily as he sat back down, making Alpha squint her eyes. What happened? Margaret asked, noticing his disturbed expression. Look at the news, he said as he pinched his forehead. This was a big mess. Maybe he can use it though. Wah, is that Sebastian? Hannah yelled as she watched the video playing on Margaret's phone. Yes, it is definitely him, Margaret said as she watched. She saw it on Victor's phone before, but she didn't mind watching it again. Oh, that Arcane would differently sue him after this. What are you watching? Theta, who was sitting next to Victor, asked. This is not for little girls. Alpha, who was watching from the other side, scolded her, making her sit down dejected. I am not that young. I already know everything, she said as she secretly took her phone and opened it under the table. She had already seen enough movies in Titus's mansion as training material. HSSSSSSSS. She gasped. What's wrong with that kid? Is that a spider girl? She asked as the three other girls put their hands on their mouths in shock as they peeked at the phone. Yes. They call the spider girls Arachne. I can't believe such perverts exist. Victor signed too, making Alpha glare at him. He was the one who drugged Sebastian in the first place. Wasn't all of this his? He was the biggest pervert of them all. Is this fake? Hannah asked in a lost voice. Who knows? Victor said, but you know him better than anyone. Victor added, how can it be him? Hannah didn't want to believe it, but she could recognize that mole on his butt. She saw it before due to a bathing accident. It was defiantly him. Her face turned white as the video ended and Jane's picture appeared. She began to talk about the facts Vivi told her about in a very logical and orderly way. Malcolm watched with the other mud-covered children as the doors of their respective caves opened. Their eyes took some time to get used to the sunlight, then have a look at their beautiful captors. How can such a group of pretty girls be this deadly? Malcolm wondered as he looked at the 8 girls looking at the dirty kids that left the caves. Malcolm only had one girl in his eyes though, the veiled one who he didn't see since that day. He shivered a little when he remembered what she did to his former boss, but he couldn't take his eyes off her. Not since that day. He was faking passing out, not wanting to watch his boss's dissection anymore. That's when he saw it for a brief moment when she removed her blood-stained veil to wear a new one. It was just a glimpse, but it was enough to rock his entire existence. How can such a pretty girl exist? She was absolutely beautiful. No, beauty did not give her justice. She was. He knew no words that could describe her better. Ever since that day, he dreamed about her every night. So those are the survivors? She said in her melodic voice. Yes. We divided them into groups with a chosen and 3 sacrifices at every cave. The sacrifices were chosen from the worst lunatics and criminals. She explained. We gave the chosen ones a strengthening pill and a technique booklet each so that they would awaken their latent talents under pressure. And look, in all of the groups but one, the chosen was the one to survive, Nora said, looking at the 21 children. There was an additional one. I am more interested in those 2, Lily said, making Malcolm notice that she was looking at him and the hateful girl beside him. She was the one at his cave, the one who stabbed him after he helped her. I didn't expect 2 to survive in this group. Let me see. The other assassin girl, Sky said as she took a booklet and checked it. Yin, age 15, crime. Killing her entire family with a knife, then setting the building on fire. She is a little crazy and was scheduled to be executed. she said, looking at the girl who looked back with cold dead eyes. "And Malcolm, he is our chosen one for this group. He is an orphan from the gang we killed earlier. He only has some minor robberies on his record. A good seedling." She added, "Good. What about the sacrifice that killed the chosen and survived?" Lily said, ignoring Malcolm and looking at a boy covered in blood standing alone to the side. "Dim, a cannibal," Nora said as Dim looked at Lily and licked his lips with very dirty eyes, checking her thighs. "How dare he?" The next moment he lost his head, making the rest of the children shudder and gasp. They only saw the shadow of the chained sickle she used. "I don't care what you did in the past. Now you are all mine, and I will train you to be the best of the best," Lily said to them. "But if you ever disrespect, betray or try to harm me or my properties, I will make you die like him or a little worse," she said coldly. Malcolm was scared a little at first, but a second later squeezed his little hand. He was not afraid. He will work hard and make her fall for him by herself. The cold girl by his side looked at him strangely, then shook her head and looked at Lily too with admiring eyes. Lily looked back at her. Nora gave her a strengthening pill and a fighting manual. "I am giving this one a chance," she said. The girl didn't smell bad like that evil kid. On the contrary, she smelled extra pure, like refined wine. Oops, the young master would defiantly scold her if he knew she was smelling people again. After hugging Alpha and the girls goodbye, Victor took a hotel car to the airport where a private jet was waiting for him. He relaxed in his reclined luxurious seat as the plane took off. He needed some sleep. Theta chose to take the chance and occupy the seat beside him. Margaret was busy counseling Hannah, who was still really disturbed by what she saw. First, it was about the situation. Then it was about Sebastian. Victor was right. He was definitely not a kid. A kid can't be this big. "Why are you so annoyed? Perhaps you like that perverted kid?" Margaret asked as she brought Hannah some orange juice. She was making herself at home in the private jet. He is my younger apprentice brother," Hannah said as she blushed. "You are the kind who likes younger boys, aren't you?" Margaret nodded at her as she sat beside her. "No, maybe," Hannah said as she looked down in shame. She was a little disappointed in him though after he yelled at her at the auction house, and for not telling her the truth about his true age. She wouldn't mind. "I only like guys older than me," Margaret stated, as she raised her legs, leaning them across the empty chair in front of her as she slid back in her seat next to Hannah. "Ah. Really?" Hannah was surprised. She never expected that Margaret would say such things in front of Victor, who was differently younger than her. "Didn't they sleep together last night?" "Definitely. The older the better. Experience comes with the age, you see. You will learn that yourself in the future," Margaret said, winking at Victor, who was looking back at her with a threatening gaze. Chapter 228. Jade Key. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was already 11 a.m. when Victor reached the mansion. Hilda welcomed him at the door, eyeing Hannah carefully. "Welcome, young master," she bowed. "Oh, no need for formalities. Where are the girls?" Victor asked. "Most of them are doing their arms training in the backyard. The twins are at school with Miss Monica." "Today is a school day, young master," Hilda reminded him. "Oh, it's already late. I am not going," he stated, looking at the clock. There was nothing important for him at school anyway. He had some more pressing matters to attend to. "This is?" Hilda, seeing that Victor was a little absent-minded, asked about Hannah. "Oh, right. This is Hannah. She will be living with us from now on," Victor said. "Does the young master require me to assign some tasks for her?" Hilda asked, after seeing that Hannah was keeping her distance from him. "No, treat her as a guest. Just let her get familiar with everyone for now," he said, looking at Hannah, who was surprised a little. She thought he would put her to work immediately. Victor had other plans as Hilda's question reminded him of something important. "I plan to make Hannah help me with some alchemy, but I don't have a good place for that. I decided to build an alchemy lab in the basement. You will be taking care of this," he said. He can't simply keep making bombs and poisons in the kitchen after the girls go to sleep. "Oh, I understand. I will begin making arrangements. Does the young master have any designs in mind?" Hilda asked. She wanted to ask him to do that before, Those weird stains in the kitchen were getting on her nerves. She thought there was something else at first. Not really, let Hannah design it. I want it ready by next month. Victor demanded unreasonably. Isn't the timeline a bit tight? Hilda asked. Young master, the family subsidies had been cut off and the Infinity account was frozen. She added, Kai had informed her in the morning. I know, use the money from my own account. It should be enough for now. You can ask Arya to give you a loan using the company assets. Victor winked at Margaret. He decided to give her half of the money he laundered. She will use them in the stock market and should be able to bring him some big profits very soon. That's why they didn't sleep last night, as after an hour of pointless turning on the couch, he was approached by Margaret who couldn't sleep either. Together, they sat down and put down a detailed plan and a list of all the successful companies they remembered and all the incidents that would affect the markets in the near future. Although their time travel would surely affect the markets, certain events are inevitable. Victor also wanted Margaret to be on the lookout for any anomalies, as they might lead him to the other time traveler, Clarissa. I understand, Hilda said. It was his money anyway. She will have to find a cheaper contractor though, and maybe use the chicks for free labor. It is time for them to do something useful other than guarding the front door. They got their dental insurance after all. Oh, and also make sure to build some cages. Make an especially big one. I will do the designs for that myself, he said. In the basement. Don't you have some cells at the other base? She asked with a weird look. I need some close by, he said. For what? Hilda had to ask, just to make sure he wasn't developing some kind of deprived hobby. She heard of others in the family going that way and never returning. For experiment monsters, of course. I might use them to house my enemies too. He pondered. Just make them sturdy enough to withstand an elephant, he said, not saying the whole truth. He can't simply tell her that he will be summoning an SS-class demon to keep as a pet. Hilda nodded and sighed. She had no idea what he had in mind, but at least it was not what she thought about. If there is nothing of importance, I will be in the study, Victor said finally. Young master, there was that news report. Your name was on it. Butler George had called, informing me to tell you that you should stay out of trouble for the next few days until the family cleaned this mess up, she said. Oh, Kai already told me, he said, turning around. The report on him had nothing to do with the player stuff. It was just an example of using the family's influence to get rid of the police after killing Nick. Jane was probably holding a grudge against him because the chicks locked her up. But in the end, he had nothing to worry about. One more thing. Young Mistress Lara had been in a fight in school. Hilda interjected, making him stop and look back at her. Oh, was it Elle? He asked. Lara was very docile, and she would never fight back. Yes, someone insulted Miss Lara. So Elle hit them and broke their front teeth. Miss Lara took the blame for her. Hilda said, the principal said that he had appeased the parents, but he wanted us to punish Lara and Elle a little. Oh, just double Lara's exercises for the next 3 days and let Elle do them with her. Victor said this was just a symbolic punishment so that Lara doesn't get cocky. Find out who insulted Lara and threaten their parents a little, and re-educate them about their position in the food chain. Victor added, I will send Alex to do that, Hilda said. He had been idling around the mansion lately, doing nothing useful. No, send one of the chicks. I will be taking Alex with me to New Leo City tomorrow. Where is SH? He, by the way? Victor asked. Alex, having nothing to do was not good. He must make her suffer a little bit. He is training his spear arts in the clearing next to the gym. The girls didn't want him to exercise next to them. Hilda said, they have been a little wary about him ever since he tied Ms. Margaret up and locked her in his room. He added, oh, he earned that. Let him come see me after taking a shower. Victor said, shaking his head. I understand. Hilda nodded. Theta, show Hannah around the mansion, Victor said to Theta as he turned around and headed to the study. Theta nodded, then dragged Hannah, who was still disturbed about Sebastian, upstairs. She had learned that Hannah was Alpha's cousin when she slept with them last night, so her attitude toward her was way better than before. She was family after all. Miss Margaret, are you going to school now? Hilda asked Margaret, who was squinting at Victor's back. Despite not letting it show, Hilda didn't like Margaret at all. She had a feeling that she was taking advantage of Victor, as she had seen a lot of these girls before. And she felt that she was having a very bad influence on the girls, especially the twins whom she caught doing kissing training with each other, initiating her flirting lines. She had read the family report on Margaret's past, and she also showed it to Elena, who shared his opinion. Although they felt sorry for her circumstances, both of them didn't like her. They knew well that at the end of the day, the apple would never fall far from the tree. It was okay if Victor was using her as his plaything, but lately, it could be seen that he was giving her more and more responsibilities. Nope. I am going to take a shower then go to sleep. Last night Victor was really rough, Margaret said, making Hilda totally forget the next sentence she wanted to say. Margaret smirked as she walked up to her room. She had more important things to do. As for Hilda's disapproving gaze, she felt indifferent. She was not a naive little girl anymore. As long as Victor considered her his woman, she would consider him her man. That's all she cared about. Victor sat at his desk in the study, popping an energy pill into his mouth. He took a quick nap on the plane, but it was far from enough. He was a little sleepy, but he had things to do. Yesterday's surprises were a lot, from Alpha's to Poe's attack and Margaret's secret. It was an eventful night. First things first, he needed to arrange his spoilers. First of all, the junk. He took out a storage ring that belonged once to the Flying Myth sect elder. Inside of it were some spoils from the auction, and 3 other rings, probably stolen. Inside those, there were other low-grade treasures and some gems. He should probably sell those for some cash later. Sadly, nothing really caught his eye as he emptied the ring, so he just sorted them out and then stored them in his ring. After that he took out Sebastian's and Evan's rings. Those are the real treasures. Sebastian's ring was already searched in the forest, but at that time he was looking for manuals, not treasures, so he didn't look carefully enough. Victor activated an isolation talisman just in case before opening the ring and dumping its content on the desk. After a deep frown, Victor sorted out the garbage like the food, clothes, and underwear, keeping the good stuff, rare pills, rare talismans, and rare artifacts. Minor Healing Pill X20, Major Healing Pill X5, Mega Healing Pill X1, Minor Energy Pill X30, Major Energy Pill X5, Minor Poison Antidote Pill X10, Major Poison Antidote Pill X2, Major Overdrive Pill X1, Major Aphrodisiac Antidote Pill X1, Elixir X1, Minor Invisibility Pill X1, Minor Cat Eye Pill X1, Minor Soul Strengthening Pill X2, Minor Invisibility Talisman X3, Minor Defense Talisman X2, Major Defense Talisman X1, Minor Isolation Talisman X5, Mega Earthquake Talisman X1, Minor Lava Talisman X2, Minor Thunder Talisman X1, Major Vortex Talisman X1, Minor Frost Talisman X1, Major Aura Dispelling Talisman X3, Major Shape-Shifting Talisman X2, Major Appraisal Talisman X2, Minor Survey Talisman X5, Minor See-Through Talisman X1, Blood-Sucking Dagger A, Arachne Slayer Spear SS, Wing Magic Wand A, Elemental Shield S, Dragon Scales Armor, Damaged, E, Immortal Abode Sect Legacy Disciple Token S. In addition to that, Sebastian had a bag full of medicinal herbs and random forging materials. Victor also found some random fake IDs and a hand-drawn portrait of Vivi, which made him chuckle. That's a lot. Victor was especially pleased with the elixir, which would completely remove any system effects. And he got the Arachne Slayer Spear back. Yay. Wait. Wasn't it an S rank before? Did Sebastian upgrade it? Victor carefully inspected it. No. It was repaired. When he found it in the dungeon, it had some cracks that were now removed. Sebastian must have fixed them at his sect. This must have cost him a fortune. Victor laughed as he looked at the final item, then froze. Then a smile slowly appeared, filling his entire face. Skeletal Jade Key number 5219. SSS. This was a treasure. Victor didn't know if Sebastian knew what this was, but Victor did. This thing was related to something that was still too far in the future. It should appear in a few years. The skeletal gates. Those are gates to a ruin. The Jade Skeleton Ruin. Ruins are different from dungeons. They are otherworldly places where people can come in and out freely depending on the ruin's conditions. Even non-players, if they can keep their lives, as this would not cause an awakening. The world doesn't usually block ruins, as either they don't have any living thing, or the ruin itself exists outside the world with only its gate inside. Ruins could be decided into two categories: stable and temporary. The stable ones are the ones that have stable entrances, like conquered dungeons that can be considered as a kind of ruins, but those are dead ones that had no entry conditions. Living ruins are placed like otherworldly burial sites and test grounds. They tend to be heavily guarded by their families and major powers. Even the Von Weiss family had one. The reason they kept to their island was the deep underground ruins under it. The real reason that Hateful Guy destroyed them was to get that ruin. The second type is temporary ruins, those with gates that open once every specific time. The skeletal jade key was the only requirement to enter skeletal ruins. A temporary ruin that opened once every 777 years. In Victor's past life, many treasures that changed the order of the world were found inside there. At that time Victor didn't get a chance to enter, as only the top echelons of the family got that chance. Only those with keys. This time he plans to collect enough keys to take his harem with him. Sadly, since this one was here, it meant that the rest of the keys had also appeared, and most of them should be at the moment in the hands of the Players' Council. The keys usually appear scattered randomly around the world, and a long time ago this caused a huge battle, so an agreement was reached. Any key collected would be put into one pile and redistributed across the family in a tournament. This time the tournament would happen next year. Victor didn't plan to participate as he knew the place of a few keys that the families didn't reach, and he planned to send Alpha after those once she got her secret organization in order. He quickly put the key away before redistributing Sebastian's things between his rings. Some would be kept, and some would be sold. He stopped at one thing: a black stone. This must be the one Alex told him about, the one Sebastian used against him. Now it was empty with no evil souls in it. The system told him nothing about it. But Victor knew that it was not made from an earthly material. He just decided to keep it. Maybe he would be able to use it later. Chapter 229. Fake. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Finishing with Sebastian's junk, Victor turned to the other precious ring he had snatched, Evan's. Like Sebastian's, it was filled with pills, talismans, and herbs, in addition to some poisons and many documents that Victor put to the side. For now, focusing on the huge dragon egg. Evan got this from the auction, and Victor didn't know what to do with it. It was a lifeless black dragon egg, a fossil. It can be used to forge some weapons or repair Sebastian's dragon armor, but that would be a waste. After some thinking, Victor decided to keep it for later. He might find something useful to do with it later. He had an idea, but it was too risky and he would have to wait until his alchemy lab was ready. Getting Evan's stuff sorted out, Victor took out the next item. The fishing pole, Ethereal fishing pole, S. Throwing path controller by the user. Mana bound. Hook and line pass through obstacles. Authority and mana bound. Ethereal plane hook. Authority bound. Skills effect travel through line. X 1.1 cost for every foot. It had the ability to pass through any barrier. Victor checked the string's length and to his surprise it was infinite. It depended on his strength. He only needed to set a target and then throw the hook at it. The hook would travel the path he set for it. It can also transmit skills effects like paralysis. Its only drawback is that he had no feedback through the line, and he could only use his senses and intuition to aim and control. Victor liked this new toy very much. He wanted to give it a try. He stood up and then walked to the window, looking out and searching for a suitable target. He could only spot Beta, who was training her sword art in the front yard. As the girls entered the mansion, leaving her alone, she was a hard-working girl. Swiftly he threw the hook, which flew in a strange path, not forward but down, heading to the sword, which was strangely enough hooked by it when it reached it. It was as if it had a hole in it. Beta didn't notice it. It was as if the line and hook were completely invisible to everyone but the user. Not wanting to injure Beta, he waited until she finished her swing, and at the right moment, he injected energy into the pole. As he pulled it back, causing the hook to retract using the same path it traveled before. Beta stood there in shock as the sword was snatched from her hand and then flew in the air in a swirly dance heading inside the mansion where it disappeared. "Not bad," Victor said when the sword reached his hand and the hook disappeared. A moment later, he opened the window and threw it out at the beta, who was still frozen in shock, planting it in the ground in front of her. "Make sure to hold it firmer next time. And you must act defensively in a situation like this. What if I were an enemy?" He scolded her from upstairs and then closed the window, making her relax a little after she realized it was not a ghost, but her perverted young master. "Ah, sorry young master," she said as she grabbed the sword and bowed down, wondering how he did it. Even after experiencing the dungeon raid, she couldn't see through him. Smiling as he put the fishing pole away, Victor began to think about Poe. Where did he get this artifact? He had never heard of it in his previous life. Too bad that Kai couldn't find anything major about him. He was just a lowly gangster with a very bad reputation and some disturbing hobbies. Victor planned to wait until Poe. No. He was now Paul. Victor would wait until he woke up and then monitor his movements. Hopefully, he might be able to find some more secrets through him. Finishing with this random stuff, Victor turned to his spoils from the auction. He carefully took out a jade box and carefully opened it. Inside, the celestial fire chicken feather was placed neatly in a glass container. He only heard about this in his past life, and never saw it. He chuckled on his own as he thought of the crazy method he would use to awaken his bloodline, then others' bloodlines. If his calculations were correct, this feather would earn him a fortune if he knew how to use it well. He carefully stored it again to keep it safe. This would be used by Lynn on his wedding night. Next was the blueberry-eating slug. It was preserved in a bottle too. Victor nodded after taking a look at it. He didn't really want this, but Kai used it to signal him about the auction, so he had to buy it. If he really gave it to his grandmother like he said he would, he was 99.99% sure she would hang him from his toes and then slowly dip him in molten lava. He had seen this happen in his previous life when one of his unfortunate ignorant cousins suggested that the patriarch should take a few more wives. Victor decided to keep it in hand. He might not know where he can use this thing. After that, he took the golden goose and placed it on the desk. How was this supposed to work? After a quick check, he took out a bag of low-quality gems and began to feed them to the goose through the hole in its mouth. The goose's eyes soon turned from gold to ruby red as it vibrated a little. It didn't last, but Victor knew that tomorrow morning it would vibrate again and lay one golden egg. This was so cool. Victor carefully lifted it and began to look through its bottom hole. Although it was small, he could see the intricate raid drawn inside. It was slowly forming the golden egg using the energy it extracted from the gems. Victor had already digested 10% of that artificer's soul, the one he found in the soul gem. Now he had the knowledge of a novice artificer and all he needed was some training. Maybe after completely digesting this knowledge, he might be able to modify the array to make him other elements. At that exact moment, the study's door was pushed open by Alex, who was flabbergasted by the sight of her young master sniffing a golden goose's anus. That's what it looked like. "Oh, I will return in another time," she said with a blush, intending to leave. Her young master was really a pervert. "No, you are right on time. Sit down," Victor scolded casually as he put the goose down on the desk, then looked at Alex and appraised her fate. Fate power, S. Summary negative, dark cyan. Conflicting fates. Destiny list. 10 order points to unveil. Damn it, he only has 6 order points. He was really curious about her destiny. "Is there anything wrong, young master?" she asked nervously as she noticed the way he looked at her. It's not that she hated it, but she was afraid he would find out the truth. And his blazing eyes made her feel very shy. "Just appraising your beauty," he said as he looked at him with her clear eyes. Her hair was still damp from the shower she took. She must have hurried here. "Ah." She blushed and looked down, not knowing how to respond. Could it be that he had finally discovered the truth? "Too bad you are a man," he sighed, shattering her hopes. "Does the young master need anything?" she asked. "Yes, but I need to do some things first, so just watch silently," he said, then paused and threw the rings he checked earlier to her. "Check those if you find anything you like." he said casually, making her nod and get busy. After that, he totally ignored her and began to look at the next item in his ring, a sealed bottle. It was the one the Dark Chamber agent Torrell bought at the auction on the orders of his third lord. Victor carefully opened it and looked at the red ash inside. He also knew about this. Those von Rosen idiots would pay a fortune for it, not knowing that it would cause their demise. He read about it in the Imperial report that was compiled after a Scion conquered the von Rosen dungeon. Victor carefully appraised it, Rustblood SS. No other explanations were specified because none was needed. This thing was the blood of the Rust Demon. The von Rosen had been trying to summon it for ages but failed as they only had traces of its blood which they found in dungeon ruins with the info about its summoning. The Rust Demon was not a strong one. In fact, it was very fragile and looked like an inch-tall jellyfish. Victor liked to think of them as metal spirits. Its real usage was forging sentient artifacts by integrating them with the metal. A sentient weapon was rare but not very strong, however like other living things it had a chance to be awakened. To have a system, they call those holy weapons. They were so rare that even the Emperor, despite paying a heavy price and searching for ages, could not get one. He couldn't steal one either as those who had them were powerful enough to protect them or smart enough to hide them. Victor only saw 3 of these in his past life. One was held by his beach sister-in-law, a holy staff. The second was by that bastard who killed his family with his holy sword. The last one was held by Zoe. It was a ribbon. As far as Victor knew, the secret of the holy weapons was only known to a select few. As for the way to summon the Rust Demon, only the von Rosen family knew about it. Or else how could that idiot Total be able to nab this bottle this cheaply? The main ingredient for those weapons, the Rust Demons, were extremely rare as they reside in only one infernal dimension that was inaccessible to humans. The only way to get them was through summoning, and the summoning was really hard. It required rare dust blood and had a 99% chance of failure. Every one of the demons had only 1 to 4 specks of this rust blood in it. So this stuff was very precious. The only way to get this bottle was to stumble upon a Rust Demon graveyard. Victor quickly took an empty box and then filled it with 1/10 of the bottle, deciding to keep it for himself. As for the rest, he just dropped a drop of his own blood in it then sealed it again. This will be sold to the von Rosen family using some back channels. He needed all the money he could get. A speck of dust blood has a 1% chance of summoning a dust demon. 100 specks of dust blood have a 100% chance to summon the Dust Demon's apex predator, USSS plus rank tentacle monster. His summoning would literally turn the entire von Rosen estate into a dungeon where that demon would take his time eating them all. Young master, why are you smiling like that? Alex, who was gladly checking the arachne slaying spear, suddenly asked. He was scaring her. The smile on his face was simply too evil, like a wicked child who threw a booger into his friend's lunchbox and was waiting for him to eat it. Just planning some revenge, he said as he put the jar away and then looked at Alex. Do you like that spear? He asked. Isn't this the one we got at that spider dungeon? She asked. Yes, I took it from Sebastian yesterday, Victor said. You met him? Alex asked in horror. She can still remember that strange power he used against her. Tomorrow you will accompany me to New Leo City, Victor said. I am going to propose to that von Astrom girl. Oh, Alex nodded. Why me? She asked. Do you want me to take Lily or Margaret there? He asked. I understand, she said. She can't picture Lily sitting with a smile as Victor proposed to another girl in front of her. As for Margaret, he can't propose with a slut hanging to his arm. There is something else. I need you to be acting as me, Victor said, making her frown as she looked at him. What do you mean? She asked. She didn't really get it. Tomorrow I need to be at 2 different places at once, so I am turning you into my double. A fake Victor. Victor explained. What? How? She wanted to ask but was interrupted. I need you to get comfortable with being me, so for the entire day today, you will be acting like me, he added, making her frown at him. But Alex still didn't get it. The moment you leave this room, I will be using my disguise skill to make everyone see you as me. Everyone will see me when they look at you, and hear my voice when you speak. Victor explains slowly again. You will be taking my persona, and I want you to act like me and fool them." Victor said, "Is that possible?" Alex asked. She was still not convinced. "Yes, for you it is. It will consume a lot of my energy, but you must get used to it. I really need you to be proficient in acting like me. You will be doing it tomorrow. This is vital for my plans." He said seriously. "You are the only male buddy I can trust," he said. Alex wanted to scream that she was not a male, but on the other hand, she liked the feeling of him depending on her. It took her a few minutes to get it, but the more she thought about this, the more she liked it. Acting like him might be fun. She might be able to take revenge on Margaret. "I understand," she said, nodding to Victor like she was saying, "I am your man." Though she was not really a man. "Excellent. You can go now. I have a lot of work to do and will not appear in front of the girls today, so have fun playing me." Victor gestured for her to get out as he took a heavy briefcase from his ring and put it on the table. "Be careful though. If you do anything perverted or stupid that might ruin my image, I will castrate you and feed your little Alex to the dogs," Victor warned as she reached for the door. It took her a few seconds to understand what he meant by little Alex, then blush as she quickly left the room. There was no little Alex. Chapter 230, Fake. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Poe slowly opened his eyes. Where was he? Right, he was at the hospital. He was taken here last night. But this body passed out on the way. Damn it, he shouldn't have cut this body to this degree. It is very feeble now, barely surviving. But on the other hand, he had no idea that he would have to migrate to it. He was supposed to use it to shock that young Master Victor and then take over his body. It all happened very suddenly when that spear went through his body, forcing him to instinctively migrate to this body as he was connected to it. Damn it. Young Master Paul. You are awake. An ugly nurse startled him. Paul? Yes, this was supposed to be this body's name. He will be a Paul from now on. Who am I? Paul? This name, he said with difficulty, making the nurse panic. You are Paul von Wise, right? Does that name sound familiar? She asked nervously. Von Wise? No. Who am I? He lied as he deeply frowned, scaring the nurse. Poe didn't let it show, but he was pleasantly surprised that his new body's previous owner was also a von Wise. His plan was not completely ruined after all. Although this guy was only a semi-player, he might be able to use him for a few years and then jump to a better von Wise, maybe a baby. It's been a long time since he tasted a baby. The nurse watched as Paul's face turned from a frown to a lascivious smile, then as he began to drool. She felt that something was wrong with him, so she quickly ran out of the ward, screaming, "Doctor, doctor!" Poe sighed. He had to fake having amnesia as he really had no memories. He can only eat soul's energy and not memories. Such a thing as a complete soul devouring only exists in fairy tales. Who are you? What are you doing in my body? A voice startled Poe. The voice was talking to him. Looking around, he found no one. Could it be coming from his head? If so, it would be the body's original owner. Wasn't his soul completely eaten? I am Paul. Poe talked in his mind. Who are you? Where are you talking to me from? He feigned ignorance and started to listen carefully to determine the voice's origin. No, that's impossible. I am Paul, the voice said. Poe didn't respond. He quickly scanned the body's consciousness for the voice's origin. Strange enough, he didn't find anything. No, I am certain that I am Paul, Poe said again. Whoever you are, get out of my body. Nurse, guards. Why can't I move my mouth? Why can't I move my body? What did you do to me? The voice asked, confirming Poe's conclusion. A remnant. So that's the case. Poe stopped pretending after confirming that the voice couldn't affect the body. It must be a remnant soul that was not in the conscious zone. This was rare, but not unheard of, and was completely reasonable since he took the body in a hurry without a complete ritual. He can use this to his advantage, as he has to live in this body for some time. He can't change bodies sequentially. He had to wait for at least 3 years to repair his soul and fix his body's reproductive functions. That's the way he jumps from one person to another. That's how he has been doing it for ages. I can't leave here, but let's make a deal. How about you help me for a while, giving me all the information I need, and in exchange, I will leave in 3 years. Poe asked. I would never. The soul said, the family would surely find out about you and save me. It said, we will see about that very soon. Poe said he had all the time in the world. And in this primitive world, no one had the technology to find out about him. Sadly, he never realized that he was not talking to the long-dead Paul, but to Victor, who was probing him. The first thing Alex did after leaving the study was to check her reflection in the mirror. To her surprise, she looked like Victor. Even her training suit had turned into one of his casual clothes. She always knew that Victor had this Amazon disguise skill, but she never expected it to be this overpowered. Wait, could it be possible that he was secretly sneaking into the bath while the girls were there? This was the first time she considered this. No. He doesn't need to. Those crazy girls would strip in front of him if he asked. She sighed as she headed to the living room, where Hilda was making some phone calls searching for some ironsmith to build a dungeon. Young master, do you need any help? She asked respectfully as she hung up the phone, startling Alex. Hilda never talked to her this respectfully. Where is Margaret? Alex asked, planning on some revenge. She went up to her room to sleep. Hilda said, I see. Alex nodded, then turned and left heading for Margaret's room. On the way, he met with Ito and Epsilon, who were on their way to take a bath after their morning training. Young master, we just finished our morning training and we're going to take a shower. Would you care to join us? Epsilon said as Ito blushed. We can scrub your back, she whispered with a blush as she shily pulled his shirt. Alex was tempted to try their service, but remembering how Victor usually dodged these situations, he spanked the girls' butts, making them giggle. Later, she said as she climbed the stairs, success. The girls' blushes were genuine. They usually looked at her as if she was some kind of an insect, especially after the accident with that slut Margaret. She liked their admiring gazes better though. Maybe she should just give up her male persona and confess the truth. Maybe they can be friends. No, she had promised her father, and Victor would surely feel betrayed if she did that. He always told her that he hated liars. Victor sighed. Now that Poe was awake, he must manipulate him carefully. He wanted to find out his story, but that guy was as cautious as a snake. Victor didn't really care. He can destroy them at any moment. He just wanted to find out what power he belonged to. Victor had a hunch that it was Limbo Empire, a secret organization made of otherworldly demons who occupy human bodies. In his previous life, he only read rudimentary summary reports about them, as they slowly disappeared, hiding in the shadows when the imperial family declared them enemies of all humans and destroyed most of their bases after they failed to occupy the body of a high princess, one of Lily's cousins. Victor shook his head, deciding to forget about Poe for now. That guy would need more than a month to leave the hospital. He can't even take a sheet without some help at the moment. Victor turned work on the things he had on hand. His desk was full of stacks of papers. Those were the lists and contracts he got from Harvey. They contained the entire von Geldstadt spy network in his family. It was bigger than he expected. 781 collaborators and 150 agents, with 15 of them holding high positions. And one was in the High Console, a part of the 7. It was none other than the Inquisition Hall Master, Alfred. Victor thought deeply and began to draw a diagram of the family's High Console, semicolon. Loyalist, 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 neutral, dark, dark, white, Ariana, Logan, Owen, Bruce, Alfred, Cassius, Frank, Hall of Secrets, Hall of Internal Affairs, Hall of Punishment, Treasury, Hall of Inquisition, Hall of Blood, Hall of External Affairs, missing, ? Morris's grandpa, Bill's grandpa, von Geldstadt spy / mine, Rita's grandpa, Von's Y spy, Titus's grandfather / spy. The lists he got from Harvey had a big problem. They had missing names that Victor expected. He really wanted to find Titus's and his grandfather's Frank names, but they were not there. This meant one of two things. Either Harvey had scammed him, which was not realistic after signing the contract, or the White faction never worked for the von Geldstadt family as he formerly believed. Charlotte's relationship with Titus must be from another source. Victor was now suspecting the Dark Chamber as the culprit. He never encountered those in his previous life, so he had no idea what their real goals were. Nevertheless, with this group of spies, he might be able to get enough info and prepare for problems. He will be able to rebalance the family situation a bit before Linda's pregnancy got revealed. Anyway, with Alfred serving him, Victor can relax a bit, as he can manipulate some of the surveillance data on him, allowing him some more freedom. Alex made her way to Margaret's room, where she took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and stepped in. The room was nothing like she expected. It was not full of fluffy things or gilded decorations. It was full of whiteboards and newspaper scraps. It looked like she was planning an assassination or a heist. Margaret, who was startled by Victor's sudden intrusion, was standing there naked, drying her red curly hair after finishing her shower. She looked at Alex with surprise. "Young master, do you need anything?" she asked as she displayed her body proudly, not caring about him inspecting her room. "Wear something first. You will catch a cold like this," Alex said as she sat on her bed. Thankfully the disguise hid her blush. That's what she thought. Margaret nodded and wrapped herself with a towel, then sat next to Alex, crossing her legs. "What is on your mind?" she asked. "Did you regret refusing me last night, and wish to taste my techniques?" she asked as she leaned hard on Alex. No, I was just wondering, how is Alex's training?" Alex blurred out the first thing that came to her mind. "Oh, don't worry, I am working hard to expose his feminine side," she said, winking at Alex, who didn't get it. "I bought some new toys from Tetraquad City yesterday. I was going to try them on our little Alex." She said, reaching for her ring and dumping a group of some very menacing torture devices. They were all colored pink. Alex looked at them with horror. Other than the strange-looking cuffs, she didn't know what the other things were called. She had a hunch about the way that they could be used, and she didn't like it at all. "Do you want to give them a try?" Margaret asked, raising one eyebrow. If Alex was a man, he would have really taken Margaret's invitation. But poor Alex didn't even know how to use these things. But she knew one thing: she can't leave those dangerous things in Margaret's possession. What if they were really used against her? Yes, Alex suddenly replied, surprising Margaret, who felt that Victor was acting a bit weird. Shouldn't he be scolding her right now? Why did he say yes? What did it mean? Would he really try those things on her, or was he planning to let her tie him up? Sadly for Margaret, none of these scenarios happened, as Alex grabbed the items as a group and threw them in his storage ring, then quickly stood up and headed to the door. "Where are you going?" Margaret asked in surprise. "He was acting extra weird." "To try your toys." Alex's voice trailed off as she walked out and closed the door behind her. "On whom?" Margaret asked as she stood in shock, but no one answered her. Chapter 231, Fake. 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Elder Alfred was sipping his iced tea as he read the last reports on the situation outside. His entire hall was on high alert due to certain news. The players' console had sent an edict that all the powers must investigate the sources of the leaks. They will deal with this on 2 levels. Everything about the players' existence would be ignored by the families, and made fun of in the tabloids and the internet. They would treat it as a normal crazy conspiracy theory. The part about the crimes and illegal activities would be left to the families to hide their own sheet. "Master, we investigated the names in the report, and they all checked out." A sexy assistant in a short office skirt knelt in front of him and reported. "Oh, someone from inside the family has leaked some secrets, it seems," he said. "Not only ours, but some dirty secrets of the other families were also leaked too. There is a report about how a von Zweier killed an entire village to take their women. Another report was on the von Goldstadt human trafficking network." The assistant said, "It is either a group of rebels from all the families or some spy organization." She said, "What about our family?" He asked, "What is there against us?" "There are 4 reports. The first concerns the late young Master Nick's crimes and his relationship with the various cartels. But I think we don't have to worry about that. We can just say that Nick was a bad apple." She proposed, "Yeah, that douchebag was not an heir anyway. Make Theodore release a letter condemning him." Alfred nodded. "The second is about a brothel run by a butler named Baran in Vane City." She said, Oh, a lot of the reports seem to be from Vane City. Alfred squinted his eyes. There is a reason for that. That city is the reporter, Jane's hometown. She replied, Oh, what about Baron? I didn't hear about him in a while. Alfred said, We don't know. A couple of weeks ago some strange accident happened in his brothel where all the attendants were castrated in their sleep. Baron, the guards, and the girls were nowhere to be found. She said, Oh, why no one told me about this? He asked, Master, we told you. But you ordered us to not do any investigations regarding young Master Titus's dealings. You said to leave it to Master Mason. She said in a low voice, Oh right. Baron was Titus's butler. I keep forgetting who is who. Why does this family have so many people? So many similar names? He sighed. What to do? She asked. Nothing. This is not our sheet. He said, Titus was working with that beach Charlotte, let them deal with this. Just inform Mason and let him clean any loose threads. I understand. The next report is troublesome. It is a list of some of the family elders and the numbers of their wives and concubines. What's wrong with that? As far as I know, it is legal to marry up to 2 wives and 3 concubines in this country. He asked, Master, the list includes people like Master Theodore and Master Patrick. Each has more than 30 official concubines, not counting the unofficial ones. And the public is not reacting well to the prospect of old men marrying many young girls. Especially the girl Master Joe betrothed last month. Some people are demanding the police to do something. She said, Ignore them. They are just jealous. That girl is old enough. Alfred pointed out, If you say so. She whispered, Some feminist groups are protesting. She said, They just want to get our attention, wishing to marry one of our heirs. Just a group of crazy women in heat. He said, Master, that's rude. She whispered, What? He didn't hear her. Nothing. Just wondering what to do. She said, Leak a report in the tabloids about that slut Alice. Show them that we have powerful women too, and officially state that we do not interfere in the private lives of our descendants or their lovers. He said, I understand. Then we have a media report concerning the planned obsolescence of our lower-grade White Tree branded phones. They found out that we are making our phones slower on purpose when we release new ones. Let them sue us, we will pay the fine, and release a statement about how we are making the phones better or something. Let the External Affairs Hall deal with their mess. Next. He said, It's about our union busting in our tech companies. Deny it. Next. It's about young Master Morris raping the 13th princess of the Orion People's Democratic Republic. Make that cookhead Morris marry her. Present it as a couple's quarrel. Next. About us starting a war in. Deny it. Next. The last one. This is about how young Master Victor killed young Master Nick due to a family struggle over power. She began to point out. As far as I know, it was not him who killed Nick. Alfred said, Yes. But I think that this was the last report Jane made and it was not thoroughly investigated. She said, Oh, make it as if that sheet had Nick died while he was escaping after the family found out about him. Young Master Victor has nothing to do with this. He said, I understand, she said as she took some final notes. Why did her boss address Victor as a young master? He usually called the heirs by their given name and a curse. Anything else? He asked, startling her. No master, she said, then quickly stepped out of the room, not noticing the faintly glowing stone in her master's office. Young master. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Alfred said as he squinted his eyes at the black stone. It's okay, you handled this well. Victor said from the other side, just make sure to erase all the data concerning mine and my maid's movements and monetary transactions. He said. Young master. The family transactions are on a blockchain, we can't modify those. Alfred said, just change the purchases in their logs. Make it so that I am buying condoms in volume. Victor said, they will think that the young master is dealing with drugs. Alfred replied, oh, then find something inconspicuous. I will call you later if I need anything. You can contact me through Kai. That guy is trustworthy, Victor said. Remember to keep the council balanced and not to reveal anything. We will eliminate the traitors one by one. Yes, master. Alfred said as the black stone dimmed. Whoever controlled this stone was his master. He sold his soul to the devil ages ago when he almost lost his life and standings in the family due to a conspiracy by the other heirs. That's when the von Goldst family approached him and offered to give him enough resources and opportunity to grow. He was just an ignorant kid back then and he was desperate at that time, so he took the chance and had been regretting it ever since. The von Geldstadt family had not only his soul contract but his wives' and children's contracts too. They forced him to make them sign. Although he didn't really like the family, he felt guilty for his actions. Who doesn't want his family to be the best after all? Too bad there was nothing he could do. First, he knew more than anyone that the family was sinking due to the infighting. Working for the von Gluckstadt family, he might be able to secure a future for his offspring. He resigned himself to a life as a traitor, as he was already too deep in this. An hour ago everything changed though. It was a familiar call but a different caller. It was none other than Victor the pervert. To his surprise, Victor bought his contract from von Geldstadt. And not only did he not reveal it to the family, Victor told him that he will be working for him from now on. Alfred had no idea that Victor was this resourceful, and it took him some time to really believe. At first, he was annoyed about getting sold like an old goat and having to work for a teenager, but after some thinking, he realized that this was way much better. Victor proved to have inherited his grandmother's fox genes. Alfred realized that from now on he would no longer be a tractor, as he would be working for the family again. And if his intuition was correct, he will be working for the next patriarch in a few years. Malcolm looked in surprise at the well-furnished pub. This place was the base of his previous gang. How did it turn out like this in just a couple of weeks? Make yourselves at home, Nora said to the children who were still wary, and don't think about trying anything funny, I can easily blow your heads off. She added, making those who were planning an escape change their minds. Ha 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 ha. She began to giggle with the other assassin girls. Would you really think that we would plant explosives in children? She said. There are no explosives. One kid said as he touched the stitches on his shoulder. Of course not. What if you were hit on your shoulder? The explosives would go kaboom. She lied. Those were real explosives bundled with tracking devices, but she removed them after making the kids go to sleep in the caves last night. The bombs were the method the family trained them to use in case they wanted to recruit some temporary agent, but it was not feasible for long-term employment. It was Victor who scolded them for using such a stupid method that can be exploited by others. He gave them a better method, which they will be using now. We didn't tell you before as you might not have believed us, but our way to keep you in check was way simpler. It is a poison, she said as she became serious, making the children shiver. Don't worry, the poison would only harm you if we didn't give you the antidote once every month. So as long as you are obedient you will live a long prosperous life. She explained, the poison according to Victor will not kill them, but will make them wish they were dead. Is there a way for you to totally cure poison? Yin, the arsonist girl asked. Yes. You must have already guessed, we got you all to work as agents for us. In fact, we are building a branch of our secret organization in this region and you are our first batch of agents. Nora said, making the girls frown and then nod. She didn't tell them that they will work as assassins as they are still not ready. They will train them slowly so that killing others would be second nature to them. You are now iron-ranked agents, barely able to accomplish minor missions. Sky, who was watching them, said, giving everyone an iron ring with a purple wing symbol. This is your token. The sign would disappear in a while and would only appear once you dropped some blood into it. She said, what is the organization called? Yin asked again as she inspected the ring. Purple Crow. She said, what does it do? Yin asked again, ignoring Nora's threatening looks. You will know in time. She didn't answer. Now, where were we? Ah yes, the antidote. If you can prove yourself and your loyalty or reach the gold rank we will give you the complete antidote. Nora said, this might take years though. How can I become gold ranked? Malcolm asked this time, glancing sideways at the veiled girl who ignored them and was sipping something at the bar. She seemed as if she was missing someone. One day he will sit beside her comforting her. You will have to finish 5 gold-ranked missions for that. Our missions would range from iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond, depending on the difficulty. It is still too early for that. Nora said, "Now, everyone, take this." She said, giving each one of the children a wallet. They can easily see that it was full of cash. "What is this for?" A bald kid asked. "This is your first test. You have to take this money and leave. In 1 month I want each of you to finish any unfinished business you had in the world outside and then return here. After that, you will be completely ours," she said, surprising them. "And if we didn't return?" Another boy asked. "Someone would find your rotting corpse and wonder what kind of evil poison killed you," she answered, making him shiver. "What if we called the police?" Yin asked. "You can do that. But would they believe you? And all of you have files with the police. By the time they finish sending you to some juvenile prison, you would have been rotted away." She said, "So we will return here for the antidote," Yin stated. "Exactly." Nora said, "By that time this place would be your new home." She added, When Lara and Del returned from school, they were welcomed by a lazy Victor who was sitting on a sofa getting pampered by Beitu and her sisters who were surrounding him as they watched TV together. Thitu and Ruby were giving him a massage while Ita was feeding him some grapes. He looked like a debaucherous prince from some old fantasy. "Esteemed brother, we are back." Lara bowed deeply with Elle following her as soon as they entered the mansion. Lara, welcome home. Alex, who was disguised as Victor, said, "Go do your homework. We will talk tomorrow," she said as she relaxed. "This is life, brother." Lara wanted to say something but Elle, who was frowning, suddenly grabbed her. "Let's go do our homework first." "He is busy," she said softly. Lara nodded obediently, leaving the room, not realizing that Elle was putting herself between her and Victor. As they walked out, Chapter 232, Fake. 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was dinner time when Monica and the twins returned home to see that Victor was sitting at the head of the dinner table as Ita sat on his lap and fed him. "Good evening, young master." They bowed to Victor as Monica also nodded to him. Monica was still in shock from what happened that day and only talked a little, but the twins knew that this was temporary. Sooner or later she would get better. That's why they decided to stick to her. You are late," Victor said as Ita wiped his chin. "We went to Monica's home to get some of her clothes," Mina said. "Oh, I see. Go wash up and come have a bite," he said. The girls nodded and walked away with Monica, who frowned. Usually, she would have a very strange feeling when she looked at Victor, but this time it was as if she was looking at a normal pervert. Nothing unusual. She bumped into someone as soon as she reached the corridor. It was the girl, Margaret, who was observing the dinner table from afar. "Sorry," she said. She had been absent-minded lately. She turned to leave but Margaret caught her arm. "You frowned when you looked at Victor earlier." "Why?" Margaret asked. It's nothing," Monica said. "Speak." Margaret asked again, squeezing her arm and shaking her. "I just thought he felt strange. He is usually more—" Monica blushed. "Handsome?" she whispered. "Oh, I see, I felt the same," Margaret said, letting go of Monica, who frowned and then turned to follow the twins upstairs. They carried her bags by themselves, telling her that she was too frail for that. "You too?" A girl's voice startled her, making her stop in her tracks. It was that little girl who served Lara. What was her name again? Elle. "You felt something strange too?" Margaret asked with a frown. She didn't like Elle. This little girl was too foul-mouthed even for her. "Yes, it is as if Big Brother Victor is not there. He looks wrong, and smells funny too." Elle frowned. "Smell?" Margaret exclaimed. "Didn't Victor once scold Lily for smelling things, telling her something about soul smell?" "What does Victor smell like usually, and what is the difference now?" she carefully asked as she grabbed Elle away from the dining room's line of sight. Monica moved with them. She wanted to listen. Elle frowned. She had never thought of that. "Usually he smells like that sweet-smelling bottle that Uncle Black used to keep under the bed, but better. Today he smells like," she pondered, "like a wet chicken in a diaper." "A wet chicken?" Monica asked. His looks are a little strange too. It is as if I am looking at him through an old window." Elle frowned, not really finding the right words to describe things. Margaret didn't know what to say. She had a crazy thought. Ever since Victor came to her room today, she had the feeling that he had something missing about him, but she couldn't put her finger on it. I smelled someone like that before. Elle added with a thoughtful expression. It was that chicken boy. That tranny Alex. He smelled like that too, Elle said, making Margaret open her eyes wide. Alex. She hadn't seen her since the morning. Could it be? Come meet me at the study. Victor's voice startled them. They stepped to the side and looked into the dining room. Victor could be seen having fun at the dinner table, completely ignoring them. It's the real me. I am at the study. Don't make me repeat myself or I will spank your butts. The voice ordered again. It was definitely Victor. Let's go, Margaret said as they headed to the study on the other side of the mansion. Reaching there, they took a deep breath as Margaret opened the door and entered first, followed by Monica and Ella, who made sure nothing happened to the other two girls before stepping in. Victor was sitting there at his desk under a mountain of documents. Close the door and sit down, he said. Margaret nodded, then dragged Monica, who started hyperventilating, to sit down next to her on a couch. Elle closed the door and then found a seat near it. They watched as Victor first wrote something, then closed his notebook and looked at them with a smile. You didn't disappoint me, he said. You are the only ones who found that something was amiss, he said. Is it Alex? Margaret had to make sure that Peach took her toys. Yes, I am using my skill through him as training. I will be taking him with me tomorrow, and he will act as my double, Victor said, then looked at Monica and Ella, who didn't understand what he meant. Those two were not players, but it was time for them to know some things. Look at this, he said as his shape slowly turned into that of a demon. The handsome kind with two ebony horns and elegant tattoos on his now pale white face. Monica froze in her seat as she began to breathe faster while Elle, who was still thinking logically, jumped to the door. She couldn't open it. She couldn't even find it anymore. The door was nowhere to be found. Sit down, Elle. This is just an illusion, Victor, who appeared in front of her, said, startling her. She quickly stepped back and assumed a defensive position that she learned from Lara. Too bad for her. Victor knew how to easily resolve her amateur martial arts. He casually stepped in her direction as she tried to step back again, but failed as she realized that he was holding a whip in his hand and it was tying her up. She was completely paralyzed. When did he take it out? She had no time to think, as a moment later, Victor was in front of her. She closed her eyes in fear, feeling him carry her limp body and put it in his mouth. No. He put her down next to Margaret, who was enjoying the show. Elle was shocked as the whip vanished a second later and Victor returned to his seat. His shape was that of a human once more. You are a demon? Monica asked in anticipation. A very hot demon. She always liked those trashy novels. Was she in a domineering CEO novel or a fantasy one? Does it matter? Sorry to disappoint your wild imagination, but no. Victor said as if he read her dirty mind. I am 90% human for now. This is magic, illusion magic. I can fly too, he said. He didn't expect such a reaction from her. Wasn't his effect on her a little too strong? Well, what would he expect from a teenage girl? He got so used to Lily's and Margaret's mature reactions that he totally forgot about the girl's age. Are you a wizard? Monica asked. Wizards were cool too. Elle wasn't completely relaxed yet, but after hearing the question she was a little less edgy and more curious as she looked at him with some anticipation. She was acting, in a way. I have magic skills, he said with a chuckle, making illusionary flames appear and disappear on his fingertips. Why are you showing this to us now? Monica asked again, licking her lips. Would he bite her and turn her into one of his kind now? It's time for the two of you to learn the truth. You have your own powers. How do you think you were able to discover my illusion otherwise? Didn't you see how the girls were throwing themselves at Alex, completely unaware of his identity? Even Theta, whom I expected her to notice, was completely lost, Victor said, surprising them. What do you mean? Monica asked nervously. Well, that day in your house I used my illusion power on you, he said, surprising her. I didn't want you to hear as I questioned Clint, he said. Hear what? She regained some clarity. She felt it was strange when Clint and Victor stared at each other in silence that day. She was so disturbed by her father's behavior, that she totally forgot the reason why Clint wanted to marry you. Knowing too much might cause your death, Victor explained. Wasn't it an old engagement letter? She asked. She was still upset about that. No, it was a fake. The true reason was that you have a special body. Very special, he said, eyeing Monica carefully and making her blush a little. Is that why you also want me? She asked nervously, as Elle watched their conversation with interest. She was keeping an eye on the window. No, that's why you want me. I want you because I like you, he said, making her blush. She wanted to hear that line. What do you mean? Did you put a spell on me? She asked as she looked down. No need to. I didn't do anything like that. The special thing about your body makes you like me. Didn't you notice that you started acting around me? Doesn't your head feel funny each time you approach me? Victor asked, making her nod. She didn't notice it at first, but lately, she felt that this was a bit unnatural. It's not like she hated it though. Your bloodline is resonating with mine. You are not 100% human. You have an otherworldly bloodline like me, he said. Otherworldly bloodline? She asked, not truly believing. Yes. That's why you discovered Alex. Your body didn't react to him. I tested it that day in the car, Victor said as he grabbed Elle, who was sneaking toward the window from her shirt's collar. Now, my dear Elle, why did you drug Lara? Victor asked, seemingly changing the subject. How do you know that? She asked as she stopped struggling to break free. I told you before, I know everything that happens in this house, including how you put those herbs in Lara's tea. Thankfully they were harmless, Victor said, spanking her butt. Ah. She glared at him. She kept wanting to go talk to you to spare me the punishment. I felt strange when I met you in the afternoon, so I wanted to make sure that it was really you, Elle complained, grabbing her butt. Oh, you did good, Victor said, surprising her as he put her down on the couch again. In fact, I am doing this to train the girls, as some bad guys might disguise themselves as me someday. I plan to reveal the truth after dinner, Victor said. The disguise as the master was one of the oldest tricks in the book. Victor thought for a second as he took a leather book and a needle, presenting them to Elle. Drop one drop of blood on this book's cover. I want to see if you have some magical bloodline too, Victor told Elle as Monica watched. So that's it. He made her do the same that day. Elle hesitated, then looking into his eyes, she slowly did it. She felt like she was selling her soul to the devil, but had no choice. Maybe she will be a witch after this, or a magical girl. Victor looked at the book as her little hand touched it. She looked nervously at it too. Nothing? Victor said as the girl watched. That's strange, he said as he looked back at Elle, who seemed disappointed. Are you sure you smelled a difference in Alex? He asked. She nervously nodded. You must know that your smelling power might also be a superpower, Victor said, making her gasp. Really? She asked. Yes. Now tell me, what does Margaret smell like? Victor said. Ah. Elle sniffed a little at her. Normal? She has some of your smell on her, but very faint. And she has some burned wood smell too, she said, making Margaret almost gasp. She remembered the incense burner that was put over their head when they extracted her soul. Good. What about Monica? He asked as he squinted his eyes, making Monica listen with interest. I don't know how to describe it. It is not bad, but not normal. Somewhat nice. She has some strange old rich lady's smell, she said. It's called perfume, Victor said, then sighed. You might have a gift in identifying souls, and extra fine senses. But no bloodline, Victor said, looking at her with interest. Does it have something to do with her falling into a wine barrel? Too bad his knowledge book was still in cool down time, and he was completely broke at the moment. So either way, he can't afford it. Does that mean I can learn magic too? Elle asked nervously as she looked at him. Yes, I have been planning to teach you, Victor said, looking at her. But you are still too young, he said, making her disappointed. Don't look like that. When the time is right I will teach you with Lara. But your body is still too weak, you might not take it. Victor stopped talking. Why did this sound dirty? I have been exercising with Lara, She complained those exercises are not easy. She can barely do a part of what Lara can accomplish. That won't do. Lara's exercises are tailored for her. Victor said as a book magically appeared in his hand. It was handwritten by him. Keep this a secret. Read it and train according to it. Oh, I forgot that you can't read well. Give it to Lara then and let her explain it to you. This is a martial arts exercise that will make you very strong, he said, putting it in her hand. It had drawings anyway, so it won't be that hard for her. Really? She asked as she flipped through it. It only had about 20 pages with strange diagrams. Yes, don't worry, Lara can read those. She can exercise it too if she wants, as long as she can keep up with her own exercise first. It will help both of you learn magic when the time is right, he said, tempting her. Now go show it to her. She will wake up soon. Victor said. This exercise was an authentic martial art made for younger practitioners. It was hidden in a stash of documents that were found in some dungeon and thrown into the Royal Library for archiving. He knew a lot of those and has been transcribing them lately for the girls. Elle nodded as she headed toward the window. Victor grabbed her again. Use the door, he scolded as he shook his head. But, she said as she looked at the empty wall. The door was there again, just like magic. Don't tell anyone about Alex, he yelled after her as she left the room, shaking his head before turning to look at the nervous Monica and Margaret. Chapter 233, Fake, 5. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Now that the brat is gone, we can talk business, Victor said to Monica. I will give you two choices, he said. What? She asked nervously, hiding her true thoughts. It's time, damn it. She knew this line. He was definitely going to bite her and turn her into one of his kind. She was not ready yet. But you can either stay ignorant and live your life as a normal girl or... He stopped talking as he watched the creepy smile on her face. I guess you already made up your mind, he chuckled, taking out another book and giving it to her. What is this? She asked, feeling a little disappointed as Margaret by her side chuckled. A training manual. Take this one and do the exercises in it every morning before school. Your body might not handle the transition, so I need you to build a suitable foundation, he said, disappointing her. Now you can leave. And don't tell anyone about our conversation. We will talk about your awakening ceremony once you are ready, he said. She looked at him with a frown, wanting to say something. After some pondering, she chose to remain silent, so she just nodded and stood up, and walked out of the study after giving him and Margaret a glare as she shut the door. You are going to make her a player? Margaret asked straight away. I found a treasure in her house. It belongs to her family. I think she comes from an ancient player family. It's an awakening artifact, he explained. What treasure? Don't tell me it was that slab under the vase, she asked, and watched Victor nod in confirmation. Why did no one know about it? Margaret was surprised. In her previous life she never encountered players, but now they kept popping up around her like mushrooms. There exist a lot of families around the world that used to be a player family or a branch of one, Victor explained. Most of them lack the knowledge of their heritage, and those who know, lack the means to return to their former glory. You see, once a family loses its awakening artifact or the power to make it work, they would be destined to die out slowly. The useless awakening artifact will slowly turn from a treasure to an heirloom. Then after a few generations, when its true function gets forgotten, the artifact which was worshipped by the grandfathers would be used as a door holder by the grandchildren. Oh. Margaret nodded. The artifact in Monica's family can only be activated by someone who has an awakened bloodline. Her family's blood probably got diluted over the ages, so they slowly lost the ability to awaken it as most families did. The problem was that their artifact was dependent on it, so they could not become players. He said, Monica here has some amazing bloodline, but it needs awakening first for the artifact to work on her. I can't let her upgrade her bloodline just like that though. That would be a waste. I will make her upgraded too with the rest of the girls, he expressed. You keep mentioning this awakening and upgrading. Can't you do it now? Why are you waiting until after the wedding? Is marrying Lily really that crucial? She asked. The question she had in mind for a while. She wanted to change the subject too, as she didn't have a bloodline and was feeling a little jealous. No, not just a little. Awakening is easy. Upgrading is very hard, nearly impossible. Marrying Lily is important, but marrying Lynn is what's crucial for the awakening. I will be using her to do a summoning ritual to call a unique monster that has the power to upgrade bloodlines. The summoning ritual might take a couple of days, and I need a way to stay at the mansion for a few days with Lynn without raising suspicion. The wedding is perfect for this, he said. Oh, everyone would think that you are busy harvesting flowers and didn't want to be disturbed, she said, feeling a little jealous again. Exactly. Now, if you have nothing else to say, you can go play with the girl. This young master still has things to do, he said. No. I wanted to ask you something. It's about Alex. Margaret said. You want to know why you feel strange about him? If my guess is correct, your soul still retains my mark from before the time leap. You must have felt that something was missing when you looked at him, Victor explained. Ugh, no, I was not going to ask about that. And stop using the male pronoun on her, it makes me feel sick, Margaret said, still angry about her toys. Although Victor never truly confessed to her about Alex's true gender, it was completely clear to her by this time. Oh, okay then, what did you want to ask about? Victor asked. That idiot took all my new toys, she said, puffing her cheeks. You must have been watching how she tricked me. Yes. I saw that. He paused and glared at her. She set him up. Ah. So you have always been peeping all the time, you pervert, she said, raising one eyebrow. How are you doing it? Are there cameras around the mansion? She asked, looking around. I never hid this, and I already told everyone about it, but no one realized how powerful the array I placed in the basement was. It allows its master to see and hear everything within a few miles perimeter. You should have already figured that out, he said, watching her act stupid. Hee. Even in the bathrooms? She asked the right question. This young master has no need to use such means. He sat down on the couch, stating his point, and professionally dodging the question. True. It's not that I mind, I am just asking to check your fetishes, she said as she pushed herself on him, pinning him by putting her hands around his neck and her knee in between his legs as she looked him in the eye. She might appear indifferent, but really wanted him to marry her too. She was feeling extra jealous of Lily. What's up with you? Did you go on heat, knowing that I was peeping on you? He asked casually. Maybe I did, she said, earning herself a slap on her butt. It stung. Ah! She yelled in surprise as she collapsed on the now empty couch. Victor was not sitting there. It was an illusion. Damn it. She will get her revenge one day. We will have time for that later, he said as he walked to his chair, earning himself a glare from the annoyed Margaret. She wanted to tease him a little, but this bastard was as usual very slippery. Can't you just enjoy my teasing for a moment? She complained. People used to pay fortunes for much less than this. It was in her previous life. I do enjoy it, but this young body of mine doesn't know yet how to enjoy tasting wine, he said, shaking his head. Oh. She seemed to have realized the problem. Although Victor acts like an old man, his hormones were those of a teenager. Is your soul still injured? She asked. Nah, it's much better. Now go play with Alex. I have some things to do. Oh, and keep the toys on her, she might need them very soon, he said, casually kicking her out. What are you going to make her do? Margaret asked, still refusing to leave. Tomorrow I will be going to New York City. She will accompany me, he said. What? Why her? Take me too, Margaret said. No, Alex is officially my butler, and I am going to propose. It's not appropriate to go with another girl, he said, as if Alex was not a girl. I promise to be obedient. Please, 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 she said, making him ponder as he looked at her sparkling eyes. Is it about that guy you have been stalking? He asked. He had seen peeped on her room before, but not knowing that she was also a time traveler, he believed that this was a plot she was preparing to steal some money from. Now, he realized that this must be some revenge plot. She nodded, looking down. Was he the one who extracted your soul? He asked. No, This one used to be my boyfriend. He was the first guy I trusted. It was a mistake. He was the one who introduced me to that guy Mr. X. That man was very mysterious. He always wore a mask and hid his identity, so I have no idea how to get to him other than this one. She said. I can grab him and cut him up for you. Victor said she could feel the jealousy in his words, which made her feel a lot better. No, this one is mine. I will cut him up myself, she said decisively. Oh, then wake up early tomorrow, and after arriving at New York City, we will split up. He pondered. Having her with him might complicate his plans. I will introduce you to someone who would help you through. He pondered. Who? She asked. Another girl. Nope, my brother Mike. He is stationed there. If anything went wrong, you can ask for his help. He is trustworthy. Be careful though, I don't want him to snatch you from me. Victor said with a weird smile. Why? He likes redheads? She asked, twirling her locks as she smiled. No, he likes sluts, Victor stated, ruining her good mood. The woman in the shadows left the villa with a very disturbing face. She had one mission, and it was to find where her mistress Lily went. After losing track of Lily and the men accompanying her, the family sent the spy to check Victor's mansion. Lily was not there, but what the spy found out was very disturbing. It took her an hour to reach her master's room, where he was busy with his reports as usual. As the headmaster of the academy, he had a lot of responsibilities. Did you find Lily? He asked after putting down his pen. No. She shook her head. But her life's jade is still intact, so she must have survived that explosion. Then what? Did something happen to Julian? He asked. She would never appear in front of him without a good reason. No, young Master Julian is fine. He even made some friends in prison. It's about that leech Victor. She spat his name hatefully. What about him? James asked. I just peeked at the mansion from outside. He was sitting there surrounded by girls who kept feeding him with their mouths and massaging his legs as he laughed stupidly. She said, what's wrong with that? James asked. He does that with his wives every once in a while. It helps him relax. It's not that. When I was upstairs, I overheard a little girl. She seemed to be also a maid in the mansion. She was talking about how he would teach her some kind of magic trick, and that her body was not strong enough to take it. That bastard. That child is about 8 years old. The spy cursed, making James realize that she only came here to vent. You must have misunderstood him, he said. Such words can mean different things. Definitely not. We can't let the young lady stay with him, the spy said emotionally. Don't be impulsive. I don't think that anyone would touch the young lady. You saw her by yourself. I couldn't eat for an entire day after seeing her face, he said. Yes, poor young lady. But he is making her serve him. Master, the spy complained. Enough. Nothing will happen to the young lady. If there was even a 1% chance that anyone would touch her, the family would have pulled her out a long time ago. He scolded. This involves some things bigger than both of us. Just keep an eye on the situation for now, and hasten the efforts to find the young lady's location. The family wants to know if she had anything to do with that explosion, he said. I understand, the spy said as she faded into the darkness with a bitter expression. Chapter 234, The Real Victor. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was late at night when Alex, who had one of the best days in her life and was turning in bed, realized that her life might be in some serious danger. They will definitely kill her tomorrow. It all happened an hour ago. She had been enjoying herself too much, being pampered by the girls, that she didn't notice when Victor entered the room and sat opposite to her. Ah! The first to yell was Theta, followed by the girls one by one. Even Mina, who was getting Victor a new dish of sweets, dropped what's in her hand in shock as her eyes darted between the two Victors. Her sister, Mana, hurried back to the room to see what happened and was shocked too. The only one who was staying cool was Margaret, who was crossing her legs while sitting on a comfy couch in one corner, enjoying a bowl of popcorn that she went out of her way to prepare in the kitchen earlier. Monica was sitting beside her in suspense. She liked such confrontations in movies. She can't believe she was seeing this in real life. Hilda, who ran here when she heard the sound of the dish breaking on the floor, clearly watched the situation and then made a very wise choice. She pushed Margaret to the side and sat beside her. She had been wondering why was this slut preparing popcorn in the middle of the night. And she finally knew the answer. "Young master?" Ruby asked as she looked between the victor who was getting massaged by her and the one sitting on the opposing couch, mirroring the other victor precisely. "Who else?" Victor asked casually as he glared at Alex, who quickly remembered what was in the note Margaret stuffed in her hand after dinner. She cleared her throat. "He is lying. He is an imposter," Alex said as she slowly nudged the girls who were surrounding her to the side and stood up, then approached Victor as if he was checking him. "Who sent you?" she asked. "I am the one who should ask that." "Who sent you?" Victor replied, standing up himself and looking Alex in the eyes. The two victors stood up looking each other in the eyes. As the girls sweated, realizing something. This was definitely some game by their young master. If the fake victor was an enemy, he would have already lost his head. "Is this some kind of a game, young master?" Manu asked. "No." "Yes." Both victors gave opposing answers, making the girls frown. "This is a test." One victor said, "We want you to find the real one." The other victor completed. Hearing that, the girls relaxed and returned their hidden weapons to their storage rings. It was not an enemy after all. "The ones who get it wrong will be punished," the first victor stated. "They will have to get spanked by me." The second one nodded, making the first one glare at her threateningly. "She will also have to clean the chicks' bathroom for a week," the first victor stated, making the girls who got excited get deflated again. "Now, the girls who think it is me, come stand to my side." "You can't ask each other," one victor said. "Yes, everyone decides for herself. Come to my side. This piece of sheet is a fake. You are the fake one. Your mama is the fake one. Keep my mother out of this." "See, he is definitely a fake." "No, you are definitely the fake one. Your father is fake too, asshole. Your grandfather is definitely fake too." "You." "True." "How do you know that?" "Because I am the real victor." Dot. 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 The two victors were exchanging curses as the girls looked between them. Alex, who was saying nothing, was enjoying this too. Victor was creating an illusion of his cursing. She would never dare to say things like this to Victor. The girls looked at each other not knowing what to choose. The first one was Theta, who after squinting her eye for a second, slowly moved to the real Victor's side. Ruby followed her, then nodded after getting close enough. This was definitely him. She felt strange massaging him earlier. At this time, she realized why. She had healed his soul before. It had a certain aura around it that was missing from the other victor. On the other side, Epsilon and Eta headed to the fake victor's side. They had a feeling that he was more approachable. Their sister soon joined them except for Beta, who chose the real victor. She saw him at the study earlier when he snatched her sword. Then when she entered the mansion, he was in the living room. She just thought that this was him being whimsical. But now she had realized something. Mana and Mina were at a loss, so Mina asked nervously, "Can we ask a question?" "You are already asking," a victor replied as the other one nodded. "I want to know who each of you thinks the prettiest girl in the mansion is," she asked, squinting her eyes. The victors looked at each other, then turned to look at Mina and said in one voice, "Lara," causing the little princess who was peeping with her mischievous little maid to gasp. "Isn't it someone else?" Mana asked as she tensed up, ignoring the sneaky little girls who ran to their room and then returned to find out who the real victor was after making sure no one went to check on them. "No, my Lily is not in the mansion today," the other victor said, making them relax a little. "Where is she then?" Mina asked, making both of the victors smile. "The twins passed the test. She is playing with her new toys," they both said, making the twins sigh and completely relax as they put away the poisoned owls hidden in their sleeves. This was definitely Victor testing them. Hilda nodded in approval. Unlike the other girls, they don't blindly believe that one of the victors was the right one. On the site of abnormal activity, they must check all the possibilities. What if both of the victors were fake? "Now choose," one victor said. The twins frowned, then approaching the victors, they began to sniff them. They found nothing. Then Mana noticed something. She was not sure, but one of the victors' standing stances was a bit different. One was defensive and weak while the other was confident. It was very subtle and it could be a trick. But her gut feeling was that this was a clue. Mana thought for a few seconds, glaring at Margaret, who seemed to have known all about this and was enjoying her time. She quickly made up her mind and stood beside the real Victor. Mina quickly followed. Even if her sister got it wrong, she doesn't mind getting punished with her. Well then. The Victors began to speak, then were interrupted because, at that very moment, Arya entered the mansion. She looked in surprise at the girls, who were divided, standing behind two identical Victors. "What kind of perverted game are you playing?" she asked with a frown, as she looked at Hilda, who was, strangely enough, sitting with Margaret and Monica. She was even eating popcorn. "Choose a Victor. One of them is a fake," Margaret quickly said, licking the salt off her oily fingers in a sexy way. "If you chose correctly, you can sleep with him tonight," she said evilly as the two Victors glared at her. She was getting her revenge for the earlier spank. Margaret had heard about Arya's nocturnal habits from Lily when she inquired how she managed to stay out of Victor's bed for so long. Really? Arya, who was out of energy after a long work day, regained her strength all of a sudden, making Victor, who wanted to refute Margaret, choose to remain silent. Arya was working hard for him, so she deserves to be pampered by him sometimes. But he will not make it easy for her. He had a little brother who was dependent on him for protection. Arya quickly approached the Victors and began to check them as if they were porcelain vases. "I am the real one," one of them said. "Yes, he is the real one." The other one helped, crossing his fingers. Arya didn't fall for it. She could easily tell who was the real one. His crouch involuntarily shivered when she approached him. "You are the real one," she said to the real Victor, who signed a second later, as Alex's disguise shattered, making the girls who chose him gasp. "Damn it," Ita cursed as she glared hatefully at the flinching Alex. "Now," Victor coughed, clearing his thoughts, "all of you girls, except Arya and the twins, would be spanked as a punishment. And you will also clean the bathroom tomorrow," Victor said. "Even us?" Theta, who didn't fully get it, asked. "Yes," Victor said. "But we got you right," Ruby complained. "I am sorry to tell you this, but you have been massaging Alex's feet for the entire day." "You were fooled too," Victor corrected her, making her gasp as she also glared hatefully at Alex, who stepped back as all the girls began to give her some very glares of disgust while holding their butts. "She spanked them a lot today." "It was not her fault," Victor told her to act like him. "He was the pervert, not her." "Then why were the twins spared?" Ruby asked. "They also began serving this, Alex, when they returned from school," she complained, not giving up. She didn't mind some slapping. She was used to it due to her former line of work. But she really didn't want to clean the chicks' bathrooms. That place was as disgusting as a real chicken coop that has not been cleaned in years. She even wondered if they were keeping it like that for such occasions. "The twins passed my second test. They didn't believe me straight away, and made sure that this was really a test, not a trap by some enemy," Victor explained, making the girl gasp. They never considered this. If he was a real enemy, they would have approached him without caution. They truly realized their mistake. They have seen that evil Lamia in the dungeon. How she tricked them with her cute big eyes. If Alpha was not with them back then, they would have been dead. "Remember, enemies are everywhere. If you suspect something was not right, make sure to stay cautious and investigate," he said. The only ones who found out from the start were Margaret, Monica, and Elle, he added, making the girls look at the girls in the corner. Hilda had already stood up and was nodding as if she had also already known, not realizing that at this moment, behind the closed door next to her, Elle was puffing her non-existent chest proudly as Lara looked at her with admiring eyes. "Now, everyone, put your hands on the wall and turn your butts toward me. This young master has some punishment to deliver," he said with an evil smile, making the girls shiver. Some of them out of fear, some out of excitement. Arya chuckled, then stopped as she realized something. Damn, she didn't really consider it earlier as they were joking around, but she was going to sleep with him tonight. She blushed as she ran to her room to take a shower. As for poor Lara and Elle, who wanted to watch the spanking, they were dragged to their room by Hilda, who would lecture her for about an hour about proper manners and that they should not peep at others. Hilda hoped that by the time Victor would have finished with his perverted games. Alex on the other hand silently sneaked out of the room. From the hateful glares the girls were shooting at her, she realized that they held a grudge, a real deep grudge. Chapter 235. Another crazy reporter. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Hannah woke up and went downstairs the next morning, she was surprised by the tense atmosphere at the breakfast table. Did something happen after she went to sleep early last night? Victor, who was usually energetic, had a pale face and was limping as walked down, then sat down in his chair with the help of Hilda. She couldn't help noticing the strange suit he was wearing, though. It was made from some very high material, and it was purple. Who wears a purple suit? She decided to ignore him for now. Looking at the girls who were very cheerful yesterday, they were sitting in a very strange way around the table while glaring daggers at that sissy guy, Alex. He seemed to be sitting on pins and needles while sipping his soup with tears in his eyes. That soup for some strange reason had a very unique shade of purple. And Hannah didn't need to use her skills as an alchemist to realize that this thing was probably not edible. The little girls, Lara and Elle, had dark circles around their eyes as if they didn't sleep well, and the girls Margaret and Monica had strangely satisfied smiles on their faces. It was as if they— No, she can't think about such dirty things. Only the purple-haired girl whom she didn't meet yesterday seemed strangely refreshed, as if she had a very satisfying sleep. She seemed a little shy as she gave Victor an apologizing simple "Victor, sorry about yesterday," she said. "It's okay. I have learned my lesson. Next time we will use a rope," he said. Lara, who was eating her favorite fruit-flavored cereals, looked up in a questioning look. For what? She wanted to ask, but chose to remain silent as she noticed Elle chuckling. She decided to ask her on the way to school. Arya blushed a little, not refuting him. She wouldn't mind trying new things. "I wanted to talk to you about something else," she said, changing the subject. "What?" "You must know that I am still new to this field." "We have to start slow," Victor exclaimed, making her glare at him. There were kids in the room. "It's not about that," she scolded him. "It's about the new movie you wrote. The filming will start in a few days. Do you want to visit the set?" she asked. "Oh, find a time when Maru is there." "I plan to." Victor was interrupted by a sudden shout. "Young master, big trouble." Hilda hurried into the dining room in distress. "What's wrong?" Victor asked, acting as if he didn't already know. "Down the mountain, at the mansion's gate, there is a crowd of reporters. They are asking for an interview with you about young M. That bastard's Nick's death." She quickly corrected herself. "Oh, I expected them to come, but this was quick," he said, pondering that someone was pushing them against him. But who? It was definitely not from the family, as Alfred would have warned him. "Young master, the chicks at the gate are already keeping them out. Should I order them to scare them a little?" she asked. She didn't have any experience dealing with such problems. That would only make things worse. Arya interjected. "You should talk to the family," she told Victor. "No need, let them wait. For now, I will talk to them when I leave the mansion," Victor said. If those idiots didn't come to him, he would have had to bring them one way or another. "You are going to school looking like this?" Arya asked, eyeing his very purple suit. "No, I will be taking Alex and Margaret to New York City. I might spend a couple of days there," he said. "You are going to propose?" she asked. "Yup, looking like this," she repeated. "This is just my travel suit. I have other suits on me," he said. "Young master, can I go with you?" Thitu asked. "You have better things to do." Hilda scolded her. "The bathrooms will not scrub themselves clean." "Now come on girls. Finish your food and go get ready. You have a lot of cleaning to do," she explained, making the girls look at each other with depressed eyes. "You heard her," Victor said. "I can't take any little girls with me today. But don't worry, I am planning a seaside vacation for all of you," he explained, making the disappointed girls cheer up again. "Young master, you just mentioned that you will be taking Margaret with you. Isn't she a girl?" Mana, who was refilling Victor's dish, objected. "I said, little girls." "Margaret is a big girl," he said, making Margaret chuckle and the twins puff their cheeks with a light blush. They knew quite well what he meant. It was his fault that they were still little girls. "She is going there on business anyway," Victor said, appeasing them, then continued his meal after a sigh. Down the mountain, in front of the massive gate, 5 news wagons and more than 20 journalists were gathered in anticipation, arguing with the chicks every now and then. According to their data, the young man who lived here was Victor von Wise, the criminal whose name appears in the recent Jane Armstrong report, accusing him of killing his brother due to a struggle in the family over illegal trades. After that, he walked out of the police station unscattered after silencing all the witnesses and bribing all the cops. The von Wise family denied the accusations, stating that the dead brother Nick was in fact killed by mistake. The man who blew up his car was named Jacob Rice. He was aiming to kill Victor, who was beginning to investigate the corruption in Horizon's media company. As for the bullshit about players and supernatural powers, no one believed that delusional shit. All the news outlets had found that the journalist Jane Armstrong had a mental breakdown and was now on the run after killing a nurse at a mental hospital. She was delusional, as most of the documents she leaked turned out to be fabricated news. And this should have been the end of this matter. However, this morning, someone leaked on the internet about the young master who appeared on the red carpet and stole the limelight with his sexy maids at Tetraquad's city annual auction. He was none other than the one and only Victor von Wise. According to the internet leak, that young master is a pervert who deals in drugs. The reporter had a video that was shot in some back alley. It was of Victor shooting a drug dealer with a silencer gun in the head after arguing with him. After that, he coldly searched the body before leaving. The reporters were getting a little annoyed when the mansion gates opened and a luxurious car drove out and then stopped as 10 chicks surrounded it, keeping the reporters away. The shaded backseat window slowly lowered as a dashing young master looked at the reporters. "What's going on here?" he asked in an arrogant voice. "You master, those reporters want to interview you." One of the chicks replied as he struck his baton on his palm. "If they are disturbing your rest, we can teach them a lesson." "Oh, there is no need. This young master has nothing to hide." "What do you want?" he asked one of the reporters, a young female who had a cute hair bun. She seemed to be fresh out of college. This was her once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Young master, I am Gloria Flick from the Evening News." She quickly took the chance. "I am here to ask you about the recent report about the drug dealer you shot a few weeks ago," she asked using her microphone. "What drug dealer?" Victor asked. "I have the recording on my phone. It's all over the internet." "It is said that you paid the police to stay out of this," she said, waving her phone. She didn't fear that Victor might harm her, as many reporters were pointing their cameras at her at this moment. "Let her come closer," Victor said, making the chicks allow her to pass after shooting her a threatening look. Gloria smirked as she hurried to the car, approaching Victor's window while opening her phone and playing a certain recording. She secretly peeked inside the car as she turned the phone for Victor to watch. Inside there was a red-haired girl in a business suit. "Isn't this one the maid who was with him on the red carpet?" "Maybe not. This one was sitting there like a businesswoman. She must be his secretary." Victor watched the recording with a frown. This movie was when he shot that assassin who was posing as a drug dealer in the head. The recording was taken from a street camera and should have been removed by the family agents. Whoever leaked it must be the one who hired that assassin. He could also spot the idiot who was peeping on him on that day. He could be seen standing in shock behind a corner. The recording is about the events of Chapter 92. We also have a statement from a witness. The reporter who did her homework said, flipping to the next movie while secretly adjusting her angle so that her cameraman, who was being kept at bay by the chicks, could get a good shot. The hidden camera in her shirt was recording too. Victor watched the next video. It was about that idiot. "I saw him. He was yelling, 'He killed that poor drug dealer, then kicked his corpse,' he said." It was none other than Abe, Margaret's cousin, who was with him that day, bartering him over Margaret's price. "Do you know why he killed him?" the reporter asked. "It was the same, Gloria." She must have hurried to get this recording before coming to meet Victor. "Yes, that man is evil. He scammed my cousin Margaret into taking a big debt, then demanded that she become his maid after failing to pay. The poor girl must be suffering right now," he said, causing his poor cousin Margaret to push her head next to Victor's and watch the video too. "Didn't you call the police?" Gloria's voice asked. "I did, but those bastards did nothing." "Please help me save my cousin," he said, as tears and snot dripped from his nose. "We will try our best," she said. He took her against her will. The poor girl begged him to spare her. Abe cried like he was not the one who sold her and then used the money to go to a brothel. "We will definitely save her," she said. "I hope you do." "Now, can you pay me?" Abe asked a moment later, whipping his snot. He didn't appear sad at all. Watching Victor frown at the time, Gloria, who was smug a moment ago, panicked and wanted to quickly stop the recording, but somehow the phone that was in her hand was now in his. She quickly tried to snatch it back. Unfortunately for her, she failed to grab it as Victor retreated inside the car while pushing Gloria out with his other hand. Margaret quickly closed the window while watching the video play. "I will pay you later, I have to check your statement first." Gloria's voice could be heard in the video. "That's not what we agreed on. You promised $3,000 and a kiss," Abe complained, making Gloria, who was trying hard to open the door from outside, blush. She didn't have time to edit this out as she hurried here. "What if you were lying?" her voice said, "and I only said I will consider the kiss." "Damn you, Beach. This will." Victor chuckled as the video stopped abruptly. This female reporter was not bad after all. She was just too smart for her own good. Taking the opportunity as Gloria kept knocking on the window, he swiftly began to flip through the phone, totally ignoring the pleas of the desperate reporter outside, who kept shouting angrily. "Give it back," she demanded as he cared. "This is violating my privacy." She complained like that meant anything to him. For the first time in Gloria's career, she was faced with the hard truth that she was still a rookie who didn't know how to act when faced with shameless young masters. The other reporters couldn't get close and help because the chicks were threatening them with electric tasers that were aimed low, ready for their butts. They were envious of Gloria at first, but soon, they started using their cameras and jotting notes down as they watched her attack the car like a wild animal. Even if they didn't get the story they wished for, a report about another crazy female reporter was sure to put food on their tables tonight. Victor at this time was enjoying a fiastful collection of some very erotic photos on the phone. This reporter had some very unique hobbies. Maybe he should give her a role in one of his new movies. It took him another 10 minutes to roll the window down and give the now haggard Gloria her phone back. "I took some things from it, just in case," he said, threatening her. "You bastard, you asshole," she cursed, grabbing her phone, checking its content, then turned to leave. "Just like that?" "Don't you want my statement?" Victor asked. "Did you show me all that for free?" he added, making her freeze and turn around to look at his smug face. Chapter 236, Marriage Announcement. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "You will give me a statement?" Gloria asked in surprise as she looked at Victor's handsome face, nearly forgetting that he took some really disturbing materials from her phone. The idea of him enjoying the things he took would make her cringe in her bed for an entire week. "Yes, I only deal with pretty girls." "And yours is?" He paused, kissing the tips of his fingers like a chef, top notch. She blushed as he reminded her, but her professional habits took over as she took the opportunity to give the cameraman a signal, then held out the microphone and put it next to Victor, who looked casually out of the car's window. "What is your response to the recent allegations on the internet regarding you?" she asked professionally, smiling for the camera. "I did kill that man." Victor nodded, making her gasp. "He was an assassin who was sent to kill me." He added, "An assassin? Do you have proof?" she asked, stuttering. This was it, the big news. She was mistaken, of course. "Definitely. But I can't say anything more as this is a part of an ongoing police investigation." "That's why they didn't give you any response. That man belonged to the Lotus gang after all," Victor said, making her gasp again as she stepped back involuntarily. About half of the reporters who were listening dropped their cameras at that very moment and turned around to leave. They didn't want anything to do with this anymore. "Young master, those are some dangerous claims," she said. The Lotus gang was not to be underestimated at all. She heard stories, horrible stories. Look at the man's neck in the recording. It's a little blurry, but it had a lotus tattoo. Victor said, making her and the reporters quickly check the recording. It was blurry, but yes, the tattoo on that man's arm was either a bird or a lotus. You don't have to worry though, after that assassination attempt, this young master worked with law enforcement and we were able to eradicate the Lotus gang. The police were supposed to make the announcement in a few days, but I guess they are still tying loose ends. Victor stated with a broad smile, making all those retreating journalists turn back hesitatingly. Is this information reliable? She asked him. 100%, he said, as he sent Kai a message to fix things on his side. The Lotus gang was completely eradicated by the family forces after they attacked his mansion that night. He didn't mind giving that credit to the local police department. Maybe Officer Lee would come back to her senses after this. Or better, maybe she would get a promotion and be sent to another city. Gloria didn't know what to say. What about the kidnapped girl? She quickly got herself together. What kidnapped girl? Victor asked. That witness's cousin. Didn't you hear him? She asked. Oh, that one. Ask her yourself. Victor said, relaxing in his seat as Margaret approached the window and pointed her finger at the camera. Go tell my idiot cousin to go fuck himself. When was I kidnapped? This young miss was employed as a secretary with a 6-figure salary. She scolded angrily before she relaxed back in her seat, then turned again. Oh, sorry, he can't fuck himself anymore. Tell him to find someone to fuck him up instead. I will pay for it. She spat, then sat back. You heard her, Victor said, making Gloria frown. That bastard was making up stories. She didn't doubt Margaret's identity as it would be easily checked if she was a fake. Wait, a 6-figure salary? Was she only a secretary or was she performing other duties? She didn't dare to ask. Sorry about that. Do you know why reporter Jane made those allegations against you? She asked, changing the subject out of embarrassment. She shouldn't have believed that eunuch. It's all because she is crazy. I stood her up, so she held a grudge against me, he said. I am sorry about the misunderstanding. She apologized again. Don't worry about it. How about this? I will give you some exclusive news, Victor said, adjusting his purple tie and facing the camera. What? She asked. Listen up. This is exclusive for the 8 o'clock news, he said as he watched the cameraman focus on him. On the 20th of next month, this young master will hold his wedding to 2 very pretty women at the same time, Lady Lynn Cross and Lady Nova von Astrom. It will happen in the Grand White Hotel and will be the biggest event of the decade, he declared proudly. He will make his father pay for it all. Gloria paused for a moment to understand what he meant, then asked, 2 women? She wanted to be sure that she heard him correctly. Yes, both of them love me dearly and this is completely legal, he said, nodding to himself and steering the argument. He needs this to appear on the evening news. No, it is not, she said in shock. This is common sense. You are going to get arrested. This is a crime. Not at all. Look at section 47Q of the Nobel Rights Law of the year 1277. It clearly states that any man of noble origin can marry up to 12 wives and 72 concubines as long as he can afford to feed, house, and clothe them. Victor stated from memory, making not only Gloria and the reporters baffled, but also Alex and Margaret, who quickly used her phone to look up what he said. It's true, she said in surprise. There is a chance for her. She smiled and then kicked Alex's seat from behind. She was holding a grudge over her toys. Stop having that dreamy look. It's not like he is going to marry you. You are a man, she said, making Alex return to her miserable reality and choose to remain silent. That law must have been long overturned. It's ancient, Gloria complained after using her phone to read the entire thing, then do a quick search on the current law. The current civil law clearly states that a man can only have 1 wife, she said after a few minutes in which all the reporters were performing the same online research. Read the last sentence of that same bill. Section 72E. This bill in its entirety does not in any way or form constrain or affect noble inherent rights and traditions, Victor said. I am doing a traditional marriage, not a modern one, so the ancestral laws apply. He stated. There are no nobles nowadays. She complained as she read the section he pointed to. Her sound was weaker though. He was right, this damn pervert was right. She knew it in her heart but refused to believe it. The noble rights have not been revoked, even if we no longer used the old titles, he explained. Anyway, I will welcome you all to witness my wedding. Alex, let's go, he ordered, making the car slowly accelerate and then leave the mountain as the reporters stood in shock trying really hard to understand what had just happened. When Malcolm woke up that day, he could see that the sun was high up in the sky. He was still at the pub, in a room upstairs. Last night, after all, the kids left to settle their grievances. Only he and that crazy girl Yin decided to stay here. He had nowhere to go. His parents passed away years ago, and he had no other relatives. He slowly washed his face then stepped downstairs to look for his new mistresses and Yin who were sitting around a table having some snacks. Lily was the too, eating some potato chips from under her veil. They were watching TV with interest. It was a continuation of the heated discussion they watched yesterday before going to sleep. As I was saying, that Jane Armstrong was crazy. She must have been playing a lot of World of Truth. Didn't you notice that her report is very similar to that game? Definitely, but that does not deny that this is just an artistic expression from her. This is journalist art. The art of fake news. No, she is definitely crazy. Look at all of those allegations against honorable society members. Even the 12th Princess Pippi was not spared. This was clearly a lover's quarrel. Even her father, the rightfully elected president, went out of his way to address this issue in one of his every 3 years appearances yesterday. Yes, that's what I am talking about. She was helping those lovers. Like the other one, don't mention the spider boy. It was a clearly fabrication using AI. Ivy turned off the TV after having had enough. She didn't want to see at all of those fake image analysis again. Come and eat, or would you like me to get you a dog bowl so that you can eat at the door? She asked, teasing Malcolm whom she noticed standing at the door. Oh, Malcolm quickly went and grabbed a seat next to Lily, who frowned but said nothing. He was only a kid after all. I can't believe they're handling this player thing like this, Sky said. It can't be helped, Nora said, noticing Yin's frown. Why are you frowning like this? She asked her. She didn't like Yin at all. She reminded her of a certain weird girl that was with them at the training when they were kids. That bitch was a bully who hurt her badly. It was Lily who came to her rescue back then, breaking that girl's trigger finger and cursing her to get transferred to another division. Yin had the same savage air around her. Yin hesitated, but knowing that she must not hang Nora who was picking on her since last night, she decided to come clean. I just think that they are hiding something. They are focusing on trivial things while talking very little about the true content of the report, she said hesitatingly, making the assassin girls look at her with an amazing look. From where did you learn about the content of the report? They never mentioned it in the news, Sky asked, squinting her eyes. I might have used the radio last night, she said, looking down. Some conspiracy channels were illegally broadcasting the entire report. Oh, don't act like that. We never forbid you from doing that, Lily said, this time looking at Yin with an approving look. Despite Yin's very disturbing history, Lily really liked her for some reason. Yin looked back up, noticing Malcolm who was in a trance, after hearing Lily's melodic voice. Pervert. I wanted to wait until the others returned to say this, but I think it's okay, Lily said. Players truly exist. That reporter Jane was telling the truth, Lily said, making both Malcolm and Yin gasp. You mean there are superhumans like in games? Malcolm asked, then paused as he watched Lily take out a throwing dagger and then bend it with her bare hands before throwing it at him, making Yin to his side flinch a little. I am one of them, she said as she watched him try to bend the dagger back. We all are. In fact, the existence of players is a secret hidden by the world, she said, watching the worried and amazed looks on both Yin and Malcolm's faces. Listen carefully, you might have to fight players in the future, Lily said, then began to explain the existence of players to both of them. Chapter 237, Mike. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The plane landed at New Lure City Airport at exactly 2:00 p.m. Victor stepped down and looked at his watch. There is still time. So he looked at Margaret, who had a complex look in her eyes as she looked around. This city held many memories. Let's go, Victor said, totally ignoring Alex, who was tasked with the bags. She was dressed as a maid this time around. She changed her uniform on the airplane. Where to? Margaret asked as she followed Victor out of the airport through the VIP gate, ignoring the envious eyes of the random girls there who were charmed by Victor's handsomeness. My plan would start at 7:00 p.m. So we will go meet Mike. I already sent him a message, and we will be staying at his mansion tonight. He should have already sent someone to pick us up, Victor said, looking around and then frowning a little after finding their guide standing beside a luxurious car. It was none other than his cousin Ron, who became a semi-player and was sent to work in this city. Oh, Cousin Ron, it's been a while. Victor greeted Ron, who had a complex look in his eyes. Cousin Victor, nice to meet you again, Ron said as he watched Alex put a heavy bag. Did Mike send you to pick me up? Victor asked. Yes, he is waiting for you, Ron replied. He was really worried that Victor might bully him. He would have no way to resist. He has been taught his place by Zoe a few weeks ago and by Mike after arriving here. Then let's go, Victor said, making Ron a little relieved as he watched Victor go with Margaret and maid Alex and sit in the back. He quickly hurried to the driver's seat while wondering why did that maid look strange. It was as if she was a man, but not a man. The trip was silent, awkwardly silent, as Ron chose to say nothing, and Victor didn't really go out of his way to poke at him. For the first time in his life, Ron thought that Victor might not be this bad. He quickly withdrew that as he glanced at the mirror and found that Victor was napping on that hot redhead's lap. Ron realized that Victor had more important things than picking on him. It took them 20 minutes to reach a grand mansion that was built right at the center of the city, where every inch of land was worth gold. The car quickly entered the gilded gates as the guards recognized Ron and nodded to him as he passed them, then headed to the mansion front yard, which was adorned by a grand fountain that featured a group of 10 naked women surrounding a naked handsome man who was shooting water out of his private parts. Not only him but the women statues too. Damn this pervert. Alex quickly blushed and looked away, setting her eyes on Margaret, who was also checking the statue with an inspecting look. She was focusing on his private parts. Damn this slut, Alex cursed inwardly. This is my brother Mike. He is a proud pervert, Victor said, making Ron, who was parking the car, nod. Even compared to the family's standard, Mike was a pervert, a big pervert. He was shocked when he first arrived here. After some education, Mike took him on a tour around the city's entertainment establishments. Everyone wise deserves such a trip after his ceremony. By the end of the day, Ron was completely exhausted. Mike, on the other hand, was still in the mood for some more action. It was as if the party had just started. It made Ron wonder if the difference between a player and a semi-player was really this big. Oh. Margaret said nothing as she stepped down from the car first, keeping her eyes on the statue. At its crotch, to be exact. Is this statue accurate? She asked Ron, who shrugged his shoulders. How was he supposed to know? If it were really accurate, then his cousin Mike would be a real monster. It is 97% accurate. Victor nodded. In his previous life, Mike always complained that despite the accuracy, the sculptor made certain parts of the statue a little smaller due to the material's constraints and artistic proportions. Go. Did you meet Mike before? He whispered in Margaret's ear, putting his hand around her tense shoulder, making her relax immediately as she felt his caring touch. It was just a passing meeting. Nothing happens. It was a masked party. I didn't see his face. He had purple hair though. It was definitely him though. She whispered nervously, fearing that Victor might feel a little angry. He was friends with that guy. Mr. X, she added. Oh. I see. No matter what, I will help you. You only belong to me now. Victor reassured her again, taking her shaking hand and squeezing it, making her smile as she followed him to the door where a bald butler was waiting for them. It was Mike's personal butler, Oran, a eunuch. Young Master Victor, Oran bowed. Welcome to the True Love Mansion. The master is waiting for you. he added, standing back up and inviting Victor inside. "Help my maid, Alex, deliver my bags to my room," he told Doran, pointing at Alex, then went inside, totally ignoring her. He had warned her before that he would be treating her like this because of his plan, but it still left a bad taste in her mouth, especially after seeing how he was tenderly treating Margaret, her mortal enemy. Victor and Margaret were guided through a heavily decorated corridor into a big living room, where his brother Mike was sitting surrounded by two blonde twins who were pampering him. He was dressed in a golden suit that contrasted his purple hair perfectly. "Brother," Mike said as he stood up and quickly approached Victor, hugging him tightly. "It's been a while. Look how much you grew up." The last time Mike met Victor was 3 years ago, before Victor was sent to boarding school. Name, Mike Von Wise. Level, 49. Class, Void Monk. Authority, 7. Strength, 167 plus 200. Agility, 155 plus 250. Intelligence, 155 plus 170. Luck, 38 plus 10. Charm, 40 plus 10. Order, 35. Skills, Killer Gaze, S. Draconic Howl, A. Dragon Claw, A. Void Punch, A. Void Kick, A. Void Step, A. Fist Hearts, A. Endurance, A. Fire Resistance, A. Charm, B. Purify, B. Evade, B. Sword Arts, B. Poison Resistance, B. Damage Resistance, B. Stun Resistance, B. Spear Arts, C. Playboy, C. Cooking, D. Quick Step, D. Spanking, F. Instant Death Resistance, F. Bloodline Awakened. Elder Dragon. Equipment, Defense Talisman, S. Storage Ring, B. Fate Status. Fate's Power, B. Summary, Rising. No defined fate. Destiny List, 10 order points to unveil. Victor, who was getting bear hugged by Mike, was surprised. Mike had awakened his bloodline. No wonder the family considered him one of the future candidates for the patriarch position. He had such a high level and authority at such a young age, and he could conquer an F-rank dungeon by himself. "It's nice to meet you again, brother," Victor said, acting a little embarrassed. Mike was one of Victor's closest allies in his past life, but due to his sensitive location in the family, he was ordered to stay away from Victor after he was kicked out. As far as Victor knew, Mike was crippled a few years later in a dungeon accident, causing him to drop from the competition. It was probably some kind of a conspiracy, but Victor had no evidence. "Is this your girl?" Mike said, moving his eyes to Margaret, who was nervous. He was inspecting her from head to toe, the same way he did back then. "Yes, this is Margaret. She is both my lover and my assistant," Victor said, making her smile a little. "Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. If you ever get bored of her, send her to me," Mike said. He didn't know why, despite being dressed like a businesswoman, this Margaret gave him some vibes that he really liked. But as a gentleman, he doesn't steal the women of others. This was one of his many principles. "How about you introduce your girls?" Victor quickly changed the subject. "Those are Honey and Bunny, my concubines. As you see, they are twins," Mike said proudly, introducing the girls, and causing Margaret to glare at him and then at Victor. Those two scumbags seemed to have the same depraved tastes. She had a feeling that it was only a matter of time before Victor built a naked bronze statue of himself in the mansion. "Nice to meet you girls," Victor, who was unaware of Margaret's assessment, said, making the twins chuckle like hookers. They were hookers in the past. "Come on, sit down," Mike said, inviting Victor as he returned to his seat. Victor nodded and dragged Margaret to sit on an opposing couch. "So, how has it been? Are you enjoying your time as an elite heir? I heard you did quite well at the ceremony. Even Grandma was so impressed that she allowed you to enter the vault," Mike said with a big smile. "Yes, but great results come with a lot of responsibilities. Sadly, I have been busy establishing my own team, so I didn't have much time to relax yet." Victor sighed. He was telling the truth. "Oh, you can wind up and relax here. Your city is known for its brothels," Mike said. "Do you want me to introduce you to a few?" Mike asked. "No need, I am planning to visit the Red Cow brothel tonight. I heard that it is the biggest in town. Victor said. It is, though its security is not top-notch. Mike said, frowning. Aren't you here to propose? We have already informed the von Rosen family of your arrival today. Wouldn't it be a little inappropriate to visit a brothel first? Mike asked after chewing a cherry that one of his girls put in his mouth. I wanted to make it clear to them that they are the ones killing themselves to marry me, so I have to arrive a little late. Victor said. True. Mike frowned. Did mother learn about your marriage? He asked. Although Elena was not allowed to interview in the family business, Mike wanted her to approve of Victor's marriage. He had already disappointed her with his choices after all. Yup. She was there when father told me about the marriage. And she didn't say anything. She is staying at Golden Waterfall Town. You should go give her a visit. Victor replied. Really? I really should. Mike nodded with a wry smile. I thought Dad forbade her from leaving the island until Lara was old enough. He was both surprised and a little worried. He had avoided going back lately because he feared his mother would scold him if she saw any of his wives. She hated sluts. Now there was a possibility she might decide to come to pay him a surprise visit. He should probably cover that statue. It was built after losing a bet with Alice a year ago. I convinced him to let her have some time with her family, and Lara is staying with me. It seemed that Luke made some blunder and father needed me to supervise her training instead of him. Victor said. I heard about that. Dad wants me to check on that bitch who seduced both Rex and Luke. The family wanted to execute her, but she turned out to be pregnant. So she is safe for now. He sighed. He really didn't like the family rules. And that chick was interesting. Really? Victor was surprised. That woman was destined to be with Mike. It seemed like his actions didn't affect that. He could tell from the look on his elder brother's face. Yeah? I wonder though, why didn't Dad ask me to take care of Lara? Mike pondered. I have far more experience than you, he added, trying to change the awkward subject. Are you really asking that? Victor answered by gesturing to the statue that could be seen in all of its glory outside the window. Oh, Mike chuckled embarrassingly. How is that brat doing? I haven't seen her in a long time. She was a little sick lately, but she is much better now. Victor said. She is going to school now, he added, pondering that he must fix Lara's bloodline ASAP. What? Mike exclaimed, startling the twins who were now messaging his shoulders. Didn't Dad decide to homeschool her after what happened with Alice? Mike asked. Alice really crossed every line back then, making a carefree father like Theodore call his daughter a slut and then pass out of anger. Theodore was mistaken though. Alice was no longer a slut. He had crossed that line ages ago and was on a whole other level now. She was a super mega ultra slut who eats macho men for her 3 meals. And maybe a skinny one as an after-dinner refreshment. I convinced him, telling him that Lara will be staying at my mansion, so I will be able to monitor her, Victor explained, not realizing that Mike was silently cursing at his older sister. I see. Mike nodded. This is better for Lara. So, on the phone, you said you needed my help. What can I do for you? Mike asked to get to the real business at last. Yes, I can't tell you the whole story, but I am searching for a man who calls himself Mr. X. He is supposed to know you, he said, squeezing the nervous Margaret's hand. Mr. X? Mike looked at Victor, then at Margaret, squinting his eyes. He decided not to ask. I know 34 men and 1 woman who call themselves Mr. X, Mike said after some pondering. Such names are very common in the clubs and parties I attend. He added. Can I have a list? Victor asked. I will prepare one tonight. I will also include those with the Mr. 20 and Mr. 30 names. Mike nodded. If you are going to kill any of them, tell me first though, he warned. I understand, Victor said. He didn't expect to find him though, as Margaret met him about 10 years later. Margaret will be doing some investigations to start an investment company for me in this city too. Would you mind helping her a little? Victor asked. Of course, I will give you a list of phone numbers for the really big guys around town. Just mention my name and they would be more than glad to help you, Mike said with a charming smile, making her blush. Victor was more handsome, but Mike was more mature. Thanks, Margaret said, shaking her head a little. She had just realized that she was charmed. Mike, seeing that she got hold of herself, nodded in admiration, then looked at Victor. "Now, why don't we head for lunch? Let me introduce you to my other girls," Mike said as he stood up. "They have been busy in the kitchen, preparing a grand meal for their brother-in-law," he added with a proud smile. Chapter 238, Yin. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After a very lively meal, Victor and Margaret went upstairs to the guests' suite Mike prepared for them. It was already 5:00 p.m. Alex was waiting for them there with a wrinkled maid suit and aggrieved eyes, which Margaret totally ignored as she closed the door and faced Victor. "Why do I get the feeling that all of your brother's wives are hookers? Is he making them act like that on purpose?" she had to ask, although the meal was very harmonious, and the girls were very nice. The way they talked and flirted with Mike gave Margaret a very disturbing image. "I told you before, he likes sluts. All of them are former hookers. That's why father couldn't let him marry Novu-All-Inda," Victor said as he sat down on a leather couch rubbing his belly. "His sisters-in-law really pampered him today, the same as in his previous life. Those girls were a real treasure." Mike had a really unique taste. They were very conscious of their inappropriate origins, so they always tried hard to be the best. They didn't want anyone to criticize their husband. "Does everyone in your family have such weird hobbies?" Margaret asked. "Everyone has his circumstances." The story goes that when Mike was a kid he sneaked with his friend to watch a movie. It was about a handsome rich man who fell in love with a hooker. It was a story about how the rich man left his evil fiancée for that hooker. Something along these lines. Victor said, "I don't know what happened to Mike after leaving the island, but I remember my mother cursing when he announced that he will be taking some hooker as his first wife a year later." Victor explained. "Oh, is that sister of yours, Alice, the same?" Margaret inquired. Was being perverts something in their blood? She has noticed that Elena, when she was staying with Victor, always avoided mentioning Alice. "Alice is the nicest girl in the world." Victor shook his head, "but she also has her circumstances. Don't believe any bad rumors about her." He didn't explain any further. "I see." Margaret said nothing as she sat on another chair and relaxed. "What now?" she asked. "Do whatever you want. Go shopping or something." "I have important things to do," Victor said, then turned to Alex. "Are you ready?" he asked her. "For what?" Alex asked. She was ready for some things, but not for others. So she didn't dare to say yes. "Did you forget? I told you yesterday. You will be taking my place from now on," Victor said. "Now go change into the spare purple suit in the bag," he said. Alex nodded, then headed into the other room, then returned 5 minutes later dressed in Victor's clothes which looked ridiculous on her. "Good," Victor said, then activated his skill, making Margaret look in amusement as Alex turned into a Victor clone again. "From now on you must act like me," Victor said. "I am counting on you. My future is counting on you." "I understand," Alex nodded. "What should I do?" she asked. Half an hour later, "Go downstairs and tell the butler that you will be going for a trip around town. Go alone. Ask for Ron to drive you. He should be in the guard's booth outside. Oh, and don't let Mike see you when you leave. He might suspect something," Victor said, making Alex nod. Although she didn't meet Mike yet, she had seen his statue. She would be able to recognize him. "Then what?" she asked. "Go to a brothel, the Red Cow. It is the biggest around here," Victor said, making her frown. "Inside I want you to act exactly as I did back in Golden Waterfall Brothel." "You remember how I acted, right?" Victor asked, the now nervous Alex. "I remember." Alex nodded as Margaret perked her ears listening to their conversation. This was getting interesting. "There, in the brothel, you have to be as arrogant and demanding as possible. You must act as a decisive man who was there on purpose. Remember, you must make an everlasting impression on both the guests and the employees," Victor said seriously. "But at the same time, make sure to keep things under wraps. Don't go overboard, or get into any fight that might alert the police or the press." "I understand," Alex said, frowning a little. "After that, just like you did the last time, make sure to spend the night there. Make the girls there remember it as the best night of their lives. Don't ruin my reputation." Victor said as he suppressed his smile, watching Alex's face change color several times in a few seconds. Young master. Can you say that again? She asked. Go enjoy your night acting as me. Is it that difficult? Victor scolded. You can only leave in the morning. And be sure to do that in a very oppressive way, like a triumphant warrior. You can use the soul wine on the girls though if you were not that confident about your performance. Just make sure that the girls can't walk home in the morning. Reputation is everything for an aspiring young master like me. Victor repeated. Alex remained silent, wondering if she should be using her spear again. Margaret on the other hand was about to burst out laughing. She has finally realized why Victor ordered her to leave the toys with Alex, who would definitely need them. She wanted to ask about what happened in the Golden Waterfall town brothel though. She felt that it would be a very interesting story. Do you understand? Victor asked again. Yes. Alex hesitated. I will meet you tomorrow when you leave the brothel. We will make the switch back then. I will call you in the morning. Victor said again. I understand. Alex said, now, go rehearse in front of the mirror. This young master has to meditate, Victor said, closing his eyes to begin his daily check on his own toys. Lily closed her eyes and slid down, relaxing in the big sauna as the girls around her relaxed too. They have built this place in the pub's basement to let their future agent undergo healing baths, but they didn't mind testing them out first. Although this place was hastily built and not as luxurious as the grand bath at Victor's mansion, it was not bad at all. Where is that brat? Sky asked. I tied him up upstairs. I told him that it is a kind of training. Nora chuckled as she relaxed. Yin, who was still in shock after learning that players and spider boys were real, was dragged here with them, where she was shocked again, not only by Lily's beauty but by the number of scars on her and her sister's bodies. The girls' scars were visible, but the ones on Lily's skin, although many, were very light, barely noticeable, as if they were healing. Those were caused by our training, Cora said proudly after witnessing Yin's shock. Enjoy them as they last. Soon they will disappear like the ones on Lily. And our skin will be silky smooth. She added, it's all due to these weird algae that the young master made us rub our skin with. It's very effective. Eva said, taking a jar and beginning to spread it evenly on an ugly scar on her arm. This one was a punishment for not being fast enough. She said, they began marketing this stuff last week. It's very expensive, Lily said, opening her eyes. Then glancing at Yin, who kept her towel around her body. Come into the water, we will not eat you, she said. Yin hesitated, making Nora drag her in and throw the towel away, revealing a body full of scars. She looked worse than the assassin girls. Those scars were really evil. Whoever made them made sure that they can't be visible from over the clothes. The girl gasped. Who did this to you? Eve asked. She had read in Yin's court file. Yin was living in an abusive family, but they didn't expect it to be to this degree. No wonder she killed all of them and burnt their bodies. Wait, that's not okay. There were triplet babies in her family. She killed those too. This girl was clearly a maniac, Eve reminded herself. Yin hesitated again as she sank into the water. It took her 5 minutes to speak. The police didn't believe me back then, she said. Maybe you would, she said after remembering what Lily told her about players. It depends, but we have seen some really crazy shit last week, Gwen interjected, making Yin take a deep breath and decide to tell her story again. My family, they were demons, Yin said, making the girls frown. Lily on the other hand looked at Yin with inspecting eyes. How do you know that? She asked, looking at Nora, who quickly went out of the water and grabbed her phone. Your family was composed of 2 parents and 4 children, an older brother and 3 triplets, she said, reading the report, making Yin shake a little. I just knew, she said, thinking, they were normal. Then one day they went out on a hiking trip. They didn't take me because I had a cold that night, she said. They returned changed. Even the triplets? Lily asked. The babies were not born yet. My mother was pregnant at that time, Yin explained. Tell me the story from the beginning? Lily, who moved and sat next to Yin, asked softly. It was after school. My uncle called me that day saying that my family had an accident and were hospitalized. He took me to see them, She said, they didn't recognize me. And they were speaking in a wired accent as if they were trying to speak a foreign language. She added, the doctors said that they injured their heads. She added, then? Lily asked. They returned home after an entire month. My mother had given birth by that time. I was really happy. She said, they were acting normal again. But somehow after a few days I noticed that they were acting a little strange. Father was always brooding. Mother was a little jittery. My brother always walked funny and howled in pain when the sun rose every morning. The babies were the creepiest. It was like they were always talking to each other in some gibberish language. Their eyes would always follow me whenever I enter the room. She said, taking a deep breath. I was beginning to think that I was the one going crazy, but then I discovered it. What? Nora, who didn't like Yin before, was now holding her hand with tears in her eyes. I found it by chance in the refrigerator. It was a human head. The head of a missing boy that I saw in the news the previous day. She said, they were eating humans. I confirmed that later. Each time a kid disappeared in the neighborhood, they brought new meat home. What? The girls asked in surprise. This was getting very dark. Even the babies would only drink their milk if it had meat in it. At first, I felt it was strange as mother said that this was better for them, but after knowing the meat's origin. She paused. They left you there all this time, living with them? Lily asked. I didn't know why. Maybe they didn't want anyone to suspect them. That's what I thought. She said, so you tried to escape? Lily asked again. Yes. It was right after I confirmed my suspicion. But the man who looked like my father caught me. He took me to the basement. She said as tears fell from her eyes. I don't know why, but he tied me up and began hitting me. She added, grabbing her scarred body. In the morning he would drive me to school like everything was normal. In the evening he will torture me. She added, every time I tried to escape they caught me. I asked a teacher for help. But she ended up in my next breakfast. She said, she was shivering now, making Lily hug her. I tried alerting the police, but they ignored me. And when one showed up he smiled at father and ratted me out. It was on that day that it all happened. After that man whipped me in the basement. How did you escape? Nora asked. I didn't. She said that after a pause, making the girls freeze and look at her carefully, making sure that she was not a ghost. I didn't escape. I fought. She explained, squeezing her little hand, and making the girls sigh in relief. She really scared them. I always had hoped that they were my real parents. But on that day after getting beaten up, that man was called in a hurry so he forgot to tie me up. I crawled out of the basement, trying to escape again. That's when I heard him. The one who was supposed to be my big brother. He was complaining that his body was very inconvenient due to a problem with the transfer, and that father should end his little game and hurry up to completely break my soul and prepare my body for him to take. She said, they were talking in the common language? Lily asked. Yes. The three babies seemed to be able to talk among themselves but the other had to communicate normally. She said, then? Sky asked. I returned to the basement and hid. Then that night, I sneaked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and used some of the sleeping pills my mother used to take. I put them in the meat they brought that day. They always ate to their full in the morning. She stopped talking as she looked down. That's when you cut them up and burnt the house? Lily asked. She just nodded, not wanting to explain any further. Do you believe me? Yin said as she began to cry involuntarily. No one believed her after she escaped, no matter how many people she told. They all cursed at her, calling her a psycho. I believe you. Lily and the girls said one by one. Although I can't explain anything of what you told me, I am sure my young master can, Lily said, patting Yin's head after she stopped crying. Didn't the young master demand that we keep his identity a secret? Koro asked. I will make an exception for Yin. Lily said. If Yin was lying, she would be a hidden danger, and Victor would easily know. On the other hand, if she was telling the truth, he would be able to tell them about these demons, and they might be able to help the poor girl. Victor knew everything after all. Chapter 239, Alex into action. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Rita was immersed in her training when the familiar voice she waited for every day alerted her. Not bad, you can dress yourself now, Victor said as he materialized beside her. She said as she turned around to look at him, floating in his dashing white cloak in the black emptiness. Did anything weird happen lately? He asked her as he began to float around, checking her soul body, making her blush. No, just the usual. That thing is getting bigger though, she said. Ignore it for now. It can't do a thing without my permission. Victor said, now that you can control your soul to a good degree, it is time for the next phase of your training, he said. What? She asked nervously. At first she didn't really believe Victor, but she had no other choice. But after training in the way he taught her, she realized how powerful his methods were. First things first, after finishing today, I will connect your neural pathways. You will be able to hear and see what's happening outside, Victor said, making her nervous. Don't worry, your pain receptors will not be connected now, and you will not be able to move. For the next duration, you will have to learn 4 things. You have to be able to return to this state while keeping your outside senses. The second thing is to watch how the demon controls your body. You might need to imitate it later. The third thing is that you have to listen to those people outside. Make sure to pick up any useful information. Victor said, I understand. She said, when can I regain control of my body? She asked. When you learn how to fight. This is your lesson for today. Soul fighting methods. Let's begin. I can only train you for 1 hour today, Victor said, turning his body slowly into a dragon. Defend yourself, he said, attacking her. Ron was sighing as he drove the car, glancing every now and then at Victor, who was sitting in the back seat, looking at the city out of the window, seemingly lost in thoughts. Ron was thankful that Victor was very considerate and was not making fun of him, or giving him unreasonable demands. He was really nervous about this assignment when Mike made him be Victor's assistant for his stay here, but he is thankful now. At least, the situation was not as awkward as he expected. Victor was not that bad. Due to the downtown traffic, it took them 30 minutes to reach their destination. The Red Car Brothel. Ron had some profound memories of this place. It was where he had his first time. We have reached our destination, young master, Ron said. Oh. Victor said nervously as he looked around, opening the door without waiting for Ron to do it for him. He nervously stepped out, bumping his head in the process. Ouch, Victor said, holding his head as he stood up. Are you okay? Ron, who also stepped down, asked. I am fine. Let's go, Victor said as he looked at the neon dancing lights around the grand building. Did they need all of this for a brothel? Me too? Ron asked. I plan to stay until the morning, Victor said loudly as if he was afraid someone would not hear him. You can take a room, and enjoy your night. I will pay for it, he added, making himself appear as domineering as possible. Okay. Ron didn't really mind. Mike had been keeping him busy and he didn't have a chance to relax lately. And this place was expensive. He didn't mind making Victor pay his bill. So the 2 men quickly swaggered their way into the grand brothel. 2 pretty girls at the door quickly bowed and welcomed them, giggling charmingly as they opened the door for the guests. Alex was looking around nervously as he entered the main lobby and headed toward the receptionist. That's when he heard a voice calling him. Victor, is that you? Someone said, making the nervous fake Victor and Ron look back. It was a handsome blonde young man who was walking toward them with 2 other guys. I knew it was you. You are the only one I know with this stupid hair color. Hans, who is this guy? Another young man, who was walking with Hans, asked. It is the one and only Victor White. He was in my class at high school, Hans said with a mocking voice. He is the one I told you about. The coward who can't touch girls, the other guy asked. That's the one, Hans said, looking at Victor mockingly. Did you grow some balls, at last, to come to this place? He asked, making the fake Victor frown, not knowing how to answer. After looking at Hans's wicked eyes, she realized that this guy was definitely a bully. He must have been aiming at Victor. Today was her chance to save Victor's image. This young master had always had balls. She lied, "Stop spouting nonsense or I would kick your ass, you piece of shit," she said threateningly, activating a part of his warrior aura, making Hans step back and then fall on his butt like a coward, ruining the image that he carefully crafted for his new friends. "You, how dare you talk to me like that?" Hans as a bully didn't like to be challenged, especially by small bunnies like this Victor, whom he used to pick on all the time. He hurried to stand up, but his legs were still shaking. "I would even dare to talk to your father like this. I wonder what dog gave birth to an imbecile like you." Alex scolded again, making Hans get really angry and prepare for a fight just as a fat man ran to their side. He was a manager at this brothel. He was responsible for any trouble here. "Are there any problems?" the manager said carefully, making Hans pause and look at one of his new friends. "It's just that this arrogant guy is very annoying. He is blocking our way. I want him kicked out of the brothel," one young man said, helping Hans a little. He didn't like Victor's attitude at all. This was his turf. "How dare someone other than him act arrogantly here?" "I see," the manager said. This young man was the son of one of their minor shareholders, so he had to give him some face. He turned and looked at Victor. "Young master, I have to." He paused as he noticed Ron, who was standing subserviently behind. "Young Master Ron, is this your friend?" he asked nervously. "How dare you? This is young Master Victor, Master Mike's little brother." Ron quickly explained. "It's that bastard who blocked our way," he clarified, pointing at Hans as Victor glared coldly at everyone. The manager panicked. This was close, very close. Master Mike owned 98% of this place after all. If the boss knew that he was about to kick Master Mike's little brother out, his end would be miserable, very miserable. He has seen people losing their little brothers over lighter offenses. "Oh, young Master Victor, welcome." He bowed down slightly, hiding the shake in his legs. Then, taking a deep breath, he turned to glare at Hans and his friends. "What are you bastards doing here? This place is not for scumbags. How old are you anyway? We don't welcome minors here," he yelled. "Guards," he called, making a group of burly guards quickly approach and grab the three shocked guys. "It's them who are making trouble, not us," Hans yelled, making his new friends realize that he was an idiot. Thankfully they learned the truth pretty quickly. "Kick them out," the manager said, making the guards quickly drag the humiliated guys. "Stop," the fake Victor said, "before getting their butts kicked, I want them to see how big my balls are," she said, making everyone in the lobby pause and look at her. "Come again, young master?" The manager didn't hear it well. "Ah, it's not like that. They said that I have no balls. I just want them to see how many girls I will order tonight," Victor explained herself, making everyone sigh in relief. So that's what he meant. In fact, Alex wanted to make Victor appear as manly as possible, but she was failing miserably. "Oh, of course, young master, this brothel is one of the best. We will definitely have your request, no matter what it is." The manager, seeing that all the people in the lobby were looking at them, quickly said, "What is the young master's request?" he asked, making Alex pause and think deeply, remembering how Victor phrased it at the brothel before. "Give me your biggest room, and I want 10 girls. The sluttiest and most experienced 10 you have." "No, make them 15," she said loudly, trying to sound as domineering as Victor when he said it at that time. She was doing perfectly fine in that regard. Everyone in the lobby paused, especially Ron, who was not sure he heard that right. "Can you phrase that again, young master?" the manager had to ask. "Yes, 15 well-experienced girls. This young master wants to enjoy his time, not teach some noobs. I need them to know what they are doing," she said again, not realizing what she was asking for. "If you don't have my request, I will go to another place." She acted domineering. "Of course we have it. How about you, young Master Ron? Would you be joining us?" the manager asked nervously. "No thanks. I will take my usual room," Ron quickly clarified. He didn't want to be grouped with this pervert. "I understand." The manager nodded, then gestured to an assistant to take care of Rob as he invited Victor to follow him. On the other hand, Hans and his friends, who were dragged out of the brothel and thrown in the back street, were in shock that Victor had some really heavy tastes. Alex was invited into a big gilded room that had a grand heart-shaped rotating bed in its center, with a full array of controls for everything that a perverted customer might need. "Please wait a few minutes, young master. Your request might take some time to prepare. Would you be needing any tools or props?" the manager asked after showing Victor in. "Props? No thanks." Victor said she had just remembered that she had her own props. She took them from Margaret and threw them in her ring, not knowing what to do with them. She didn't expect them to come in handy this fast. "I see. Young master, I have to remind you, some of the merchandise you requested are delicate, so you might need to be extra careful," the manager said as he reached the door. "I understand," the nervous Victor said. She didn't understand though. All she knew is that she will not be using the spear shaft this time around. "Your request will be here shortly, feel free to take a shower or relax on the bed," the manager said, closing the door. Alex sighed and threw herself on the extra soft bed. She felt nice that Victor needed her, but he must stop making her do those perverted missions. Should she tell him the truth? No, maybe a little. Definitely number. She promised her father after all. It was 15 minutes later when the door knocked, making Alex, who seemed to have fallen asleep at some level, sit up and look at the 15 girls who entered the room one by one and then closed the door firmly behind them. "Young master, sorry for making you wait," one of them said with a unique smile. It was at that very moment that the sleepy Alex realized that she made a mistake. A big mistake, a huge mistake. After today, Victor's reputation was definitely ruined. Those were 15 girls. 15 very experienced girls. In other words, old women. Alex looked with despair at the woman who looked back at her with blushing faces. The youngest between them was older than her grandmother. She quickly recalled when she made her mistake. Victor ordered the prettiest and most experienced, not the most experienced alone. Those two phrases meant two entirely different things in a place like this. She has messed up. Victor's reputation was beyond salvageable. She knew that quite well. Can she take her request back? Probably not. Victor asked her to be decisive. And she had no face to do that after all the uproar she caused outside. The damage was already done anyway. Victor would definitely punish her. She must make sure not to let him know. "Young master, is everything okay?" another girl asked, drooling at Victor's handsome face, and his young body. Alex grimaced, deciding to go on with her mission. "Let's drink some wine first," she said. Hopefully, Margaret's toys will not be too rough for them. Chapter 240, Meeting Nova, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was about 7:00 p.m. when Victor said goodbye to Margaret and sneaked out of Mike's mansion, heading to the von Astrom villa in the city's suburbs. Nova's parents, despite belonging to the direct line, were not important members of the von Astrom family. Her father, Sirius, lost the fight for the patriarch seat when he was young. That's why they were sent far away from their ancestral home to New Leo City, to run some family business. The current patriarch hates his guts. This data was provided by Kai, and it had one big problem. There was no more data, only rudimentary things that anyone can fake. It was as if someone was erasing this family's history on purpose. Victor didn't like that, but his plan was essential for marrying Lily, and Victor had to make the von Astrom family play his game, one way or another. That's why he prepared 2 contingency plans just in case something went wrong. This was related to his wedding after all. In his long life, he learned a very valuable lesson. Weddings were disaster magnets. They bring both gifts and disasters. Victor's ultimate goal was to execute the bride replacement plan flawlessly. As for Nove, Victor planned to return her to Tom. He has seen her photo. She was very pretty. But Victor was not missing pretty girls, and as a science main lover, she was a hot potato that was not worth keeping. Victor reached the villa door at 7:20, right on schedule. He took a deep breath, adjusted his white knockoff suit, then knocked on the door, which was opened a moment later by a blue-haired middle-aged man. According to the photos Kai provided, this man was Sirius von Astrom, Nova's father. "Young Master Victor, we have been waiting for you," he greeted politely, recognizing Victor from the info provided by his family. "Sorry that I am late, Uncle. I had some errands to run," Victor said, scratching his head embarrassingly. He had to act as a wimp for his plan to work. "Come on in," Sirius said, nodding and inviting Victor to a cozy living room where a woman and a young man were sitting in formal clothing. "This is my wife, Juliana, and this is my son, Atlas," Sirius introduced. "Nice to meet you all." Victor bowed down in an aristocratic greeting. "Good, come sit down," Juliana said arrogantly as she checked Victor from head to toe. Victor frowned a little, then nodded and sat down. "I came here to propose to Miss Nova according to the family's agreement," he said meekly after some hesitation, acting like a shy young man. "We understand that," Juliana said, smiling like a tiger who found a tender calf. "What a promising young man," she said, making him blush a little. "As far as I know, young Victor is now living in Vane City, right?" she asked. "Yes, I am running some business for the family there," he said with a proud voice. He had to act like this. "I see," she said, "and from what I heard you have a mansion filled with girls." She got to the point. Yes, they are my employees," he stuttered. "You don't have to explain," she said raising one hand. "Listen up. Nova is my precious pearl. I can't let her live with women of lower," she said. "Juliana." Sirius interrupted her angrily, but she shot him a stare. "Sirius, I can go along with your family's plan, but Nova must not suffer," she scolded, making him quickly shut up and retreat to his corner of shame. Victor quickly realized that Juliana was the man of the house. "I don't understand what aunt means," he said, acting a little fidgety. Juliana was acting according to his expectations, but something was bothering him. His intuition was warning him about danger, like how a rabbit's senses warn him about the approaching tiger. He quickly activated his appraisal skill, inspecting every person in the room. Name, Atlas von Astrom. Level, 10. Class, Pyromancer. Authority, 2. Strength, 32. Agility, 35. Intelligence, 40. Luck, 26. Charm, 22. Order, 13. Skills, Fireball, A. Fire Whip, B. Ignite, B. Fire Resistance, C. Fist Arts, D. Endurance, D. Dagger Arts, E. Sword Arts, E. Quick Steps, E. Charm, E. Playboy, E. Bootlicking, F. Evade, F. Equipment, Defense Talisman, D. Fate Status, Fate's Power, D. Summary, Stable. No defined fate. Destiny List, 10 order points to unveil. Atlas was a typical annoying teenager. Nothing dangerous here. Next. Name, Sirius von Astrom. Level, 59. Class, Pyromancer. Authority, 5. Strength, 157. Agility, 165. Intelligence, 172. Luck, 25. Charm, 30. Order, 36. Skills, Firestorm, S. Fire Whip, A. Fire Resistance, A. Fist Arts, A. Endurance, B. Ignite, B. Fireball, B. Cleaning, C. Dagger Arts, C. Bootlicking, D. Spear Arts, E. Sword Arts, E. Evade, E. Damage Resistance, E. Stun Resistance, E. Cooking, D. Quick Steps, D. Charm, F. Playboy, F. Equipment, Defense Talisman, A. Storage Ring, E. Fate Status, Fate's Power, D. Summary, Stable. No defined fate. Destiny List, 10 order points to unveil. This guy was not bad at all. Considering his age, he could have secured himself a good position in his family. It was either that the infighting in the von Astrom family was very intense, or this man was just a wimp who feared his wife. Victor was more inclined to believe the latter after looking at him acting like a good puppy and sitting to the side. Both Sirius and his son were pyromancers, which was the most common class in the von Astrom family. As far as Victor knows, about 50% of them had fire-related classes. For example, George, his father's butler, who himself was an exiled member of the von Astrom family, had a Fire Lord class, which was a very rare and strong fire class. But those two were not dangerous for him. he can kill both of them in seconds. That left one possibility, Name, Juliana Bluerose. Level, 79. Class, Amazon Warrior. Authority, 7. Strength, 232. Agility, 220. Intelligence, 204. Luck, 26. Charm, 32. Order, 40. Skills, Beheading Punch, Insta-Death 1%, SS. Silver Lance, S. Killer Kiss, S. Fist Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Endurance, A. Breaking Bite, B. Dagger Arts, B. Music, B. Charm, B. Evade, C. Singing, C. Quick Steps, C. Camouflage, C. Poetry, C. Sword Arts, D. Painting, D. Fire Resistance, D. Poison Resistance, D. Damage Resistance, D. Stun Resistance, D. Sewing, E. Cooking, F. Cleaning, F. Knitting, F. Equipment, Heavenly Sectina Disciple Token, S. Cancelled. Storage Ring, A. Defense Talisman, B. Bloodline Awakened? Fate's Status. Fate's Power, C. Summary. Declining. No defined fate. Destiny List. 10 order points to unveil. Victor paused. He didn't anticipate something like this. Another hidden expert. This woman was simply scary. Too scary. She was very strong, had an awakened bloodline, and on top of that was an inner disciple of the heavenly sect like his elder sister. No, she was a former disciple. Why would someone as important as her spend her days with a wimp husband? Victor was mistaken. He had to apologize to Sirius. This man was not a wimp at all. He had every right to fear his scary wife. Victor realized that he must be careful. This family was more dangerous than expected. Should he reconsider his plan? His marriage with Lily must not be delayed any longer, no matter what. The Von Krone might decide to pull her out at any moment. What do you think? Juliana asked as she relaxed in her seat after presenting Victor with a list of demands. About what? Victor wanted to ask, but looking at her eyes he chose to not tell her that he was completely spacing out. He thought for a moment. I will have to ask my father, he said. A very open answer. You are a man. You must make that decision, she told him angrily, ignoring her husband's glares. It is only some change money for someone like you, and the separate mansion doesn't need to be too big, she said. I understand. I will do my best to fulfill your requests. He hesitated and said he will need to fulfill nothing as pretty soon she will be the one begging him. Atlas, who was sitting to the side, was nodding like an idiot, as if all of this money will end up in his pocket. Although this household belonged to the von Astrom family, they only had an average income, and Sirius was very strict with the allowance he gave his children. Good. Now to my last condition. The family had told me that you were planning a double wedding, is that right? She asked a few moments later. Like a snake trapping the mouse when he was most vulnerable. Yes. It was my father's idea. He lied. If you want to marry my daughter, that can't happen. Even if you marry another woman, my daughter must have her own wedding. And as I said before, she will have to be the main wife. Or I swear that I will ruin this thing, she threatened. This was her bottom line. Although she left her sect to marry Sirius, she still had the pride of an inner heavenly sect disciple, and she will not let her daughter suffer. But he stuttered nervously, wiping his sweaty hand with his white expensive jacket. Stop stuttering. Why don't you go and see the bride first? She said. Atlas, take young Victor to your sister. She should have prepared, she added. She was sure that this little chick would do whatever she asked for after seeing her charming daughter. Hopefully, that girl would stop acting stubborn and give up on her fantasies. I understand, Atlas said, standing up abruptly. Follow me, he said, sneering at his new rich brother-in-law. His mother was trying to probe Victor's strength since the moment he stepped into the room, and according to his observation, this kid was a total fool. He seemed to have come straight out of his family's greenhouse, without any life experience. Victor bowed to his supposed future mother and father-in-law, then quickly followed after Atlas, nearly stumbling on the carpet on his way. Honey, you should act more respectfully. The family is after us. Fook the family, they are targeting you on purpose. Victor could hear Sirius arguing with his wife as soon as he left the room. Follow me, Atlas said with a smirk, guiding Victor down a flight of stairs into the basement. My sister was a little naughty, so the family ordered us to lock her up. I hope you don't mind, he added, opening a wooden door and walking into a room that, except for the fact that it was in the basement, looked like any little girl's room, where a passing unicorn defecated all of his rainbows and then exploded like a glitter bomb. A very pretty girl was sitting there on her colorful bed, dressed in a long dress, looking away, not intending to welcome her new husband, or even look at him. Nova von Astrom. Victor had already seen her photo. But to tell the truth, the real thing was way prettier. For a second there he was tempted to just go on with the wedding. But no, he will never give up on his wedding with Lily. This might be his only chance to pull something like this. Victor took a deep breath, calming himself as he appraised Nova. Name, Nova von Astrom. Level, 0. Abnormal state, locked, S. Class, Fire Starter. Authority, 5. Strength, 518. Agility, 517. Intelligence, 520. Luck, 22. Charm, 34. Order, 10. Skills, Fire Sign, S. Fire Resistance, S. Logical Analysis, A. Fireball, B. Ignite, C. Charm, C. Endurance, C. Fist Arts, D. Dagger Arts, D. Sword Arts, D. Quick Steps, E. Equipment, S. Mars Prison Bracelet, S. Power Locking, Tracking. Fate's Status, Fate's Power, SS. Dark Scion. Summary, Stable. Set Fate, Birth Fate, burn the world and feast on top of its ashes. Destiny List, 10 order points to unveil. Victor was flabbergasted. Why was everything going against his expectations? Was it Alex's fault? It was definitely her. That girl was a jinx. Another Dark Scion. Of all the available fates, she had to be another fucking Dark Scion. And on top of that, one with a very clear goal: destroy the world. You look stunned. Do you like her? She is pretty cute, but you better be careful. She can bite. Atlas, who was standing behind Victor, said after noticing that Victor froze in his place. The poor lass did not realize that the little sister he looked down on was a disaster in the making. She might even be the real reason behind this household's shitty luck. Chapter 242, The News. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Carrying the fainted Nova, Victor almost tripped over the soundly sleeping Atlas as he quickly climbed upstairs in a hurry while using his disguise skill. He had decided to carry on with his plan. Nova's trouble would have to wait until after his wedding. In the living room, the von Astrom couple were still busy arguing, not aware that Victor was now beside them. Leave this to me. This would be better for Nova, Juliana was saying. I am worried that she might be mistreated. Sirius replied. Relax. She would be under your Uncle George's care. But what if this guy took revenge on her because of your unreasonable demands? He won't. Didn't you see how I checked him? He is a wimp, just like you. Oh, now am I a wimp? He said, raising one eyebrow. He didn't seem offended. You could have become the patriarch of your rotten family, but gave it all up to marry me, she said, making him smile. It was your fault for being so lovely, making me fall in love with you, he said. Victor didn't care about the flirting couple at all. He was busy moving around them searching for the TV remote. It was already 8:00 p.m. and that damn thing was nowhere to be found. He finally found it after 2 minutes. Juliana was sitting on it. He quickly grabbed it and pulled it away. Ah, husband, we have guests. We will have time for that later tonight, she said, blushing. I didn't. He didn't continue as the TV magically turned on. Warning, some of the following content might be disturbing for some portions of society. A reporter said, now we will cut to some exclusive news from Vane City. The reporter introduced before they began playing Victor's interview from this morning. Victor sighed in relief as he had made it in time. After making sure that the couple was watching TV, he quickly stuck the remote back on the couch and swiftly escaped the villa carrying his trophy on his shoulder. Juliana and Sirius watched the news report to the end when the reporter, Gloria, implored the public and the government to work on fixing the old unjust noble laws. Both of them looked at each other at the same time. They felt that something was very wrong. The way Victor was talking on TV was totally different from the feeble guy they met a moment ago. "Let's go check on the kids," she said, jumping from the couch and dashing toward the basement. Sirius quickly followed. Downstairs their son was sleeping on the carpet with an exposed butt. "I think we have a problem." She looked nervously around the room, then at her husband, who nodded and then activated a talisman. "Found her?" Giuliano asked. "No. The bracelet is not responding," he said as he began to sweat. "I might need to inform the family." He pondered. "No, last time they almost killed her if not for Atlas reaching her before them. Let's just wait for now. We need to make sure of some things first," Giuliana said, taking her phone, then hesitating for a whole minute before sending a message. "Hey, I need a favor." Amelia was sitting in shock in front of the TV. She had just watched the news. This is beyond shamelessness. She didn't like it at all. This was humiliating. "That bastard!" Amelia yelled angrily, throwing the poor TV remote at the poorer Smart 50 TV, shattering both of them. She was very angry, suspecting that Victor was on purpose shaming her family in public. Now a swarm of annoying journalists would surround her house. Her husband's office would not be much better. Damn it. Thankfully Lynn was not at home. She was out, dungeon raiding with her friends. Ever since she met Victor in school, that girl was enchanted by him. It was to be expected though of a girl with her circumstances. Lynn had the emotional intelligence of a 10-year-old girl after all. As a mother, she should be happy for her daughter who found love after getting cured. But she couldn't do that as a von Rosen. Victor was doomed to become a family puppet and die killing his own kin. At this moment, she was worried about how to teach her daughter about the parasite method. Her only option was to tell a little lie. She knew that this might hurt her relationship with Lynn later, but this was for her own good. Linda was sitting in Bill's embrace, enjoying a blissful moment as she watched the sea waves hit the yacht from the circular window. "Are you really pregnant?" he asked her softly, caressing her silky stomach. "Yes." "You have to take care of us from now on?" she asked cheekily. Thankfully she didn't leave this golden goose. His grandfather called a week ago telling him that he had fixed his position in the family and that he can return to his own mansion in the capital at any time. They decided to take the trip there on this yacht, enjoying their time. The only problem left was that the von Weiss family might not accept her, but now that she had become pregnant, that can be easily fixed. She just had to make sure that the child had purple hair. One way or another. Suddenly her phone beeped a very stupid tone. It was a message from one of her trusted friends. "QQ. Watch TV now. 14th channel. IT is that pervert." Linda frowned but quickly switched on the satellite TV in the cabin. This crazy report from Vane City has made the news all over the country in the last hour. Now we will broadcast it again due to our viewers' demand, a bald announcer said. Linda and Bill quickly sat up and watched as Victor's smug smile filled their 80-AMOLED TV screen. This young master will hold his wedding to two very pretty women at the same time, Lady Lynn Cross and Lady Nova von Astrom. Linda gasped as the reporter showed two images at the side of the screen. One of them was a girl she knew too well, the real Linda Cross. "The same surname as you. Do you know her?" Bill, who watched her reaction, asked. "Ah, yes." She hesitated. "Why was that beach fine? Wasn't she supposed to die?" "This is bad, super bad." "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing." "That girl." "She is my sister. The thing is, she is evil. She always hated me because she was jealous of my talent. She used to bully me as a kid. She must have taken the opportunity to jump into that pervert's embrace after I left. And I am afraid she might even fabricate some lie to make the family haunt me because I chose you," she said with tears filling her swollen eyes. "You don't have to fear her. I can call my grandfather and ask him to stop the wedding if you want." Bill said. "No, that would break my mother's heart," she said nervously. "The only reason the von Rosen family didn't tell the world about her was that they didn't want to antagonize the von Weiss, who might get angry if they discovered that they were scammed in the beginning. If the families began to fight, some tongues might become loose. I just don't want to meet her ever again. She can't let Bill know she was scamming him." "Don't worry, Even if they invited me, I will never go to Mike's brother's wedding. Their branch in the family is just a joke. A group of weirdos, he said, remembering Alice. That slut dared to offer him a place in her harem in front of his friends, saying that he has some potential to be whipped into shape. I need to go to the ladies' room, Linda suddenly said, not noticing the loathing look in his eyes. Should I come with you? He asked, raising one eyebrow. This girl was teaching him some interesting stuff. Much better than that, Alice. Ah, not this time, she said, making him a little disappointed. He frowned a little as she hurried to the toilet where she began to text QQ, instructing her to buy some things and send them to her. She didn't want to arouse suspicion by buying those things in the capital, and in Vane City, she knew a certain hidden expert who can get anything. She would not let that slut Lynn enjoy her wedding. And what better way to ruin a wedding than a curse? She still had a lock of Lynn's hair hidden away for such occasions. After watching the shocking news, Lily sighed as all the assassin girls looked at her without saying anything because Malcolm and Yin were sitting with them. Despite that, she could really tell from the pity in their eyes what they meant. The girls did not know that Victor was intending to replace Nova with her. She had told no one. I think this guy is a bastard, Malcolm said. When I marry, I will only cherish one girl for the rest of my life, he said heroically, looking sideways at Lily. After staying with the girls for an entire day, he realized that although they were sadists, they were not bad at all. He was much more comfortable speaking around them, especially after seeing how Yin was talking a lot more. If this crazy girl can relax, he can do it too. You have to grow up first, Nora told him with a smirk. I think that guy is nice. I wouldn't mind if he married me with a few other girls. Look, he is both rich and super handsome, she said, winking at Lily. Yin, who looked at Victor's picture, nodded. He is handsome. Too handsome, devilishly handsome. She shivered a little. I am already 14. He exclaimed. The girls ignored him. I don't even need to be his wife. I don't mind carrying his child, Ivy said, faking wiping her drool as she winked at Lily, who ignored her sister's teasing. I think that wedding will carry some surprises, Lily said, hiding her smile behind her veil. This announcement was not for the world, but for her. After leaving the villa's neighborhood, Victor quickly bought a disposable phone and sent a letter to Alpha, telling her to change the location of the dropout. If the heavenly sect was involved, he must be more cautious. The trip to the new location would take 2 hours, but he didn't care as his mind was busy thinking of a way to fix Nova's trouble. He was so disturbed by the things he found out that he totally forgot to check on Alex and even failed to notice the convoy of 15 ambulances that passed him heading downtown. His mind was occupied by Nova. She was a bag of worms, a pretty one that Victor didn't know how to handle. She was both a problem and a chance. First of all, he needed to make sure that she was not possessed by a demon, as that would mean she had to go. And he had no easy way of confirming that. He needed an artifact that was very troublesome to get. Maybe he should send Tom to get that artifact for him? Yes, that would be good. He would be able to get him away from the city at the same time. In his previous plan, Victor had a role for Tom to play at the wedding, but now he didn't want to risk it anymore. He could no longer give Nova to Tom, as this girl was destined to be that idiot's nemesis. She would definitely escape and go to Caspian. And that guy knew how to hold a grudge. Victor had read many books about him and knew of his despicable character quite well. Damn it, this is troublesome. If only he had another blood slave slot. He used the last one on that sick bastard Poe. He can always kill him and retrieve that spot though. Taking a deep breath, Victor reviewed his options. Use Nova, hide Nova, kill Nova. In the end, he decided to keep Nova for now and deal with her after the wedding. Maybe Poe would become dispensable at that time. Step 2. Victor quickly connected with Tom to send him away. WTF. That idiot was already raiding a dungeon. When did that guy find a dungeon? Wasn't he at the academy in the morning? Could it be? Victor checked on Lynn quickly. She was in the same dungeon fighting some iron skeletons. Damn it. This was the academy's dungeon raid. That slut Isabella must have found a dungeon and then hurried the students there without prior notice. Cheat. He must hurry back to Vane City as soon as he finishes with the trouble here in the morning. Chapter 243, The News. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I just want to know what mistake I made in raising my children. Elena sighed after she finished watching the TV report. I think he is fine. Luna, who was sitting opposite her, said Theodore had 3 wives after all, and she was number 4. She really liked Victor. He was really nice to her. Theodore had already told her that it was Victor's idea to make her move here with Elena so that they can get to know each other. You don't understand. Victor is my 3rd child. I should have had enough experience in education. I made sure to educate him to be a sensible and respectable man. He was supposed to refrain from such brazen behavior in public. She began to complain. Other than announcing to the world that he will marry 2 girls this brazenly, didn't you see how he molested that poor reporter? I just want him to be a little more sensible, not like his 2 older siblings who have already crossed the line of no return. Elena wanted to cry. Really? Luna asked. This sounded like an interesting story. I don't want to talk about it. Elena said. Talk about what? A voice made the 2 women smile as they looked at the door. It was none other than their husband, Theodore. Husband. Elena jumped into his embrace. You didn't tell me you were coming to Golden Waterfall Town. She has been staying here with Luna since last week, and the 2 have become good friends. I just had some time, he said, hugging Elena and Luna, who slowly stood up to greet her dear husband. Did you watch the announcement? Elena asked him. Yes. Victor asked me to make sure to push for it to be broadcasted globally. He said with an admiring smile. This son of his was very much to his liking. Isn't this too much? She asked. No, Victor is only acting. This is a show of power. It might even help Mike in his bid to be the next patriarch. Theodore said. What about Lara? She is staying with Victor. What if his actions influenced her to be like her elder sister? Elena said with a worried tone. She stopped mentioning Alice's name 3 years ago when Alice came home with a group of leashed semi-naked macho men crawling on all 4. It nearly gave her a heart attack. Don't worry. Theodore pondered. I have been keeping a close eye on her. If she showed any signs of weird interests I would pull her away immediately, he said. After a couple of detours, Victor reached his meeting point with Alpha at about 11 p.m. The black van was waiting for him. It was on a side dirt road surrounded by trees. Did you like the feeling of kidnapping girls so much that you made it a habit? Alpha rudely asked as Camellia, who was driving the car, bowed slightly to Victor. In a way. He sighed. He really didn't want to kidnap Nova. She was supposed to come with him willingly to meet her Tom-Tom. Who is this one? She asked as she watched him throw Nova in the van, then cover her. My supposed fiancé? Victor said. Don't worry about it. I won't. Did you really have to change the meeting location at the last minute and then make me wait for you here in the wilderness? She asked again in annoyance. She was supposed to meet him in New York City, but he sent her new coordinates at the last moment. She was a busy girl. When dealing with people of the heavenly sect, we can't be too careful. Victor said. What? This girl is from the heavenly sect? She gasped nervously. Those were also her family's enemies. No, but her mother and loved one are. Victor said as he took out a talisman and began to add a set of strange symbols on it using his blood. What are you doing? Alpha asked. Enhancing this. Victor said, pasting the talisman on Nova's head where it burnt, turning into an ashen symbol on her forehead. This should work for about a month. Even if they used a bloodline tracker they won't be able to find her. Your base should have a secure cell or a hidden vault like the one in Golden Waterfall Town, right? He asked as he proceeded to take a sample of Nova's blood. Yes, there is a shielded prison. Her base used to belong to her family after all. Lock her in there. Don't treat her too badly though. And don't reveal any info, Victor said. She might have something to do with demons. Oh. Alpha inspected the fainted Nova. Is that all? She asked. Yes. You can go now, he said and turned to leave. I have some news for you, she said, making him halt. What? I was contacted by your grandfather. They want to cooperate with my organization. Didn't you already tell me that? Do it. Ask for access to their database in exchange for info about players. I already did that. I was just informing you. She spat. We found that crazy reporter Jane too. and her boyfriend too. Keep them locked for now, and try to recruit her as an affiliate agent in exchange for protection. We might use them later. Act as if we are her allies. I understand. That would be all. Where are you going now? Alpha asked. Downtown. Alex should have finished with. Victor paused as he closed his eyes, focusing on Alex. She was in the police station, waiting like a good girl in an empty interrogation room. Victor almost stumbled and fell. What did that idiot do now? Anything wrong? Alpha didn't like the look on his face. I am not sure yet, but probably yes, he said, as he began to run heading back to New York City. Alex was waiting in the interrogation room for 3 hours when some very rude young master smacked her head. Ah, young master, she said, noticing him. What happened? Why are you here? Victor asked as he began to take off his dirt-filled clothes and replace them with a purple suit, not caring about Alex, who was peeking at his well-built body with a slight blush. Ah, it all happened a few hours ago. Make it quick, he interrupted her. Ah. Well. In the brothel, I met some nice ladies, she said. And? Victor wondered, what nice ladies go to brothels? Hookahs. We chatted a little. Then, I don't have all day. Victor scolded again. They told me their story. Long story short, they were very pitiful, being forced to sell their bodies for money in order to pay off a loan shark and feed their children. She quickly said. Ah, okay. Every business has its dark side. He didn't notice that Alex was withholding some vital information here. So, I had to help them. They were really pitiful, she repeated, watching as Victor said nothing. I went with them to that evil loan shark and offered to buy their loans, but he refused to let them go. Then he insulted me. Then things got out of hand? He asked. Yes. They tried to use guns. 15 gangsters are now missing their hands. Someone called the police, and I ended up here, she said. You should have shown them my family badge to avoid an arrest, Victor said. Ah, I was not arrested. They just needed my statement. This was self-defense after all. I wanted to finish this case so that those women can move on with their lives, she said, earning herself another smack to the back of the head. You idiot. They are going to charge then arrest you, Victor said. I am 99% sure that they are cooking up a solid case against you at this very moment, he added. Ah. Alex didn't know what to say. She had no experience dealing with the corrupt police system in this world. She was only arrested once before after all, and it was for a crime she committed. From now on I will be acting as myself. You will be invisible to others, Victor said as flicked his fingers, making the astonished Alex return to her original form. Let's go, he said, heading to the door. Follow me silently, and make sure to touch nothing. Young master. The women. I will fix their troubles. Victor sighed. Although Alex was a dark scion, she was still a scion after all, and couldn't help herself getting involved in all kinds of trouble. He was not really angry about her getting arrested. This was an even better alibi than going to the brothel. From now on, the one who went to the von Astrom house and kidnapped Nova was a fake Victor. They can investigate to their heart's content. When Victor stepped out of the locked interrogation room, he was faced with the shocked faces of 2 police officers who were coming to arrest him, as he predicted. I will give you my statement later, he said. This young master is busy. Shut up, you piece of shit. You are under arrest. He didn't continue, but fell to the ground and began to scream like a beach. His friend quickly took out his gun but didn't have a chance to aim it as he was also grabbing his balls. Moments later, the Nutcracker attacked again. His aim was flawless, and the damage he caused was eternal. May all the world praise and yell his name. The Nutcracker. Victor was composing some stupid poetry as he sat down patiently, watching as the police station come on high alert with cops entering the hallway and aiming their guns at him while screaming some very incomprehensible words with letters made out of spit. He ignored them and waited. If any of them even dared to think of shooting, he would introduce him to the Nutcracker. Drop your guns, an authoritative voice ordered, making the cops slowly drop their weapons. The police chief ignored his cautious men and ran to Victor's side, kowtowing and rubbing his face into the floor as soon as he reached his side. That's what the men saw, But the truth was that the chief had tripped by Alex's foot, causing him to slip and fall. "You recognize me?" Victor asked, glaring angrily at the chief, who slowly stood up, wiping his bloodied nose with his sleeve. "Young Master Victor, you are a celebrity today," the chief said. He was in trouble, deep trouble. His dirty men were bullying the wrong guy. He had just got the news from one of his men. The guy whom they were planning to frame was not only a celebrity that was on national TV tonight, he was Master Mike's little brother. Hearing that, the chief ran here as fast as he could, but it seemed like he was a little late. "It is all because of his belly. He should go on a diet." "Then do you know why I am getting arrested?" Victor asked him slowly. Each letter felt like a dagger going into the poor chief's heart. I don't know." He lied as he looked at the two wailing men. "Why are you arresting Master Victor?" he asked rightly. "Chief, you told." The man didn't continue, as the chief kicked his mouth, knocking a few teeth out. "Lies." He couldn't let them say that he was paid by that loan shark to take revenge on Victor and the elderly women. Those two cops were not clean at all, though. They were the dirtiest and the most corrupt two in this station. "Men, arrest those two guys. They were cooperating with criminals," he told his other men, then turned to Victor and smiled nervously like a wimpy guy pleasing his angry girlfriend. "Master Victor, I will handle this perfectly. Don't worry," he said as his men began dragging the two poor guys away. "No." They wanted to speak, but the kicks of their colleagues silenced them. "Wait," Victor said, "I want those two to be castrated," he demanded unreasonably. This was one of the family rules. No offense should go unpunished. This is related to the family's overbearing image after all. And those two had just called him a piece of shit. If he was a piece of shit, then what was his father? What about his grandmother? Was his ancestor an ass? They dared to insult the family, and they should be punished. "Young master, this is, you do it or I will ask my brother to do it. And it will not be only them," Victor said. "Men, take those two offenders to cell 4, he said. "But chief, the man there is." "I know. Do you want to join them? Let's go." "What filthy criminals. How dare they use the badge to commit crimes? Disgusting." "Can I take the desk by the window now? Is that all you care about?" "No, not that maniac." The two men were dragged to their sorry destiny as the police chief looked at Victor. "Good. Now, the one who paid those two, make sure that his destiny is no better than theirs," Victor said. "Of course, young master," the chief said. "He will lose a lot of income from this, but it's better than losing his balls." "And the girls?" Victor asked. "Girls? Oh, they are already out waiting for you." "Men, drop any charges on them," the chief ordered. Victor nodded, feeling a little strange. When he hurried her, he didn't notice any girls outside, just some noisy grannies and middle-aged women. The girls must have come after he went in. "Then we are finished here. I hope nothing like this ever happens again," Victor said as walked out, making the chief sigh in relief. The disaster had left at last. "Who is that guy, chief?" one cop asked. "Master Mike's brother," the chief said, turning to leave. All the cops, who were listening in, gasped and looked at each other. This was close. Too close. They almost lost their heads. And maybe more. Victor, who walked out of the police station, didn't have a chance to look around as he was quickly surrounded by a group of very happy elderly women. "Thank you, young master. You are our hero." They quickly hugged him and filled his handsome face with kisses. Victor, as a gentleman, said nothing. First, he wondered why they were thanking him. Could it be that those were the ones Alex helped? He wondered. But that would also mean Victor didn't have to reach that conclusion, as a very considerate and charming granny helped spell it out for him. "Shall we return to the brothel, young master?" she asked while blushing. "We can't let you leave without paying you back. You were the one who asked for us after all," she added, making Victor freeze. "Wait. No, please no." Damn it. He slowly turned and glared at a certain guilty girl who was quietly sneaking away. "Alex, you piece of shit." Victor should have known better. Alex was a jinx who was going to get her ass spanked into oblivion tonight. Chapter 244, Some different news. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In a house at the center of the capital, a man was kneeling in front of an old mirror. Fourth master, please avenge my son. Tobias said, your son? Didn't Colma promise to take care of this through your family's channels? He was ordered by my grandfather to step down. Oh, wait. Isn't Harvey your father? Clint also called him grandfather. No, he is my grandfather. Uncle Colma is his son. But he doesn't like to feel too old, so the younger generation only calls him grandfather. Tobias explained while wondering why the fourth master was asking about this. Oh, I see. That kept me wondering all night yesterday. The fourth master nodded. Tobias could only see a shadow through the mirror, but for a second there he could swear that the fourth master was a woman. Fourth master. About Clint. Didn't you already find out who killed him? That Dave. Master, I believe that it was definitely Theodore von Weiss's son, Victor. He was at the mansion at that time and he is now taking care of that peach Monica. Oh. The one with the wedding? Yes. Then you will have to wait. We need this wedding to happen, and we are not yet sure what happened at Dave's mansion. But Master Aman will be there anyway. He will check on everything. Don't worry, we will get you your revenge. But not yet. With that, the connection was severed, and the mirror returned to normal. The fourth master relaxed in her seat, looking at a hexagonal chessboard that had pieces of different colors. This Victor's position is very strong. He can both attack and defend. Is he doing that on purpose or is this just a conscience? Anyway, let's see if he can live after this. She pondered. She quickly opened her phone and searched for his name out of curiosity. WTF. It was 3:00 a.m. when Victor returned to Mike's mansion, followed by Alex, who was nervously anticipating her punishment. You are late, young master. Margaret, who was trying really hard to keep a straight face, said. You don't have to tell me, he said, angrily glaring at Alex. Did you get the girl? She asked. Yes. But there were some complications, so I had to readjust my plan. Victor sighed. Did that include painting your cheeks with lipstick? She asked. Victor quickly used his sleeve to wipe his face. He was sure that he wiped all the lip marks earlier. He froze and put down his hand as he glared angrily at Margaret, who was giggling. I just had to make sure it was you, she said, sticking her tongue out. It's all over the internet, isn't it? He asked with a smile that was not really a smile. Alex shivered a little. He had been shooting her that same smile on their way back. Margaret was definitely a goner. Check it for yourself. I already sent them to your phone, Margaret said, giving him his phone back. He left it in her possession so that he can't be tracked. He couldn't give it to the Jinx Alex after all. He quickly grabbed it, ignoring the missed phone calls from Hilda and opening Margaret's series of very ominous messages. The first one was of a young master in a brothel, making a specific request. It was shot from a strange angle, so it was definitely some pervert with a hidden camera. The second video was shot in the street. It was of the same young master leaving the brothel with a group of elderly women in some very revealing dresses. The third one was in the business district. The young master was using an iron pipe to fight swarms of armed men as he protected the old ladies. It was better than any action movie. He looked heroic. The fourth one was when the police arrived and escorted everyone as a crowd of nosy people cheered for the brave young master. The last video was taken by some nosy girl in front of the police station. It was of a group of grannies surrounding a very handsome young master. The words "Let's go back to the brothel" could be heard perfectly. I can't wait for someone to montage those into one documentary and publish it, Margaret said, unaware that Victor was in some really bad mood ever since he encountered Nova. Is that all? He asked. Yes, there are some random comments here and there, but nothing major, she said. Good. Just when I thought I couldn't get my reputation any lower. I just hope that my mother doesn't get a heart attack this time. He sighed, glaring at Margaret. You should be worried about Lily instead. I am sure she will be going after old women for the next couple of days, she said as she began to chuckle again. Alex wanted to laugh too but didn't dare to. You think this is very funny, don't you? Victor asked. Yes. Why? She asked, then stopped. She didn't like the way he was looking at her. Her instincts were telling her to run. Run, Margaret, run. Did you think that you could get away with laughing at me without a punishment? Ah, your hands on the wall, he ordered the flabbergasted Margaret, then looked at the smug Alex. You do it, Alex, he said. Do what? Alex asked. Does he wants to punish them both together? Wasn't it supposed to be her who was getting spanked? She was looking forward. No, what was she thinking? You deliver the punishment. Spank Margaret's naughty butt. This young master is too tired to do this today. I just want to watch a good show. Victor said. He was really too tired, both physically and emotionally. He just sat down and gestured to the two girls, making them look at him and then at each other. This was not according to the script. Come on, this young master doesn't have all day. Oh, and use this, he said as he took out a very unique black bamboo stick that he got from that elder of the Flying Myth sect. The tutor's punishment rod. D. Physical damage 0.001%. Pain 200%. This was a real treasure. He was planning to give it to Alice, but as of today, he had other uses for it. He got another dark sign after all. Elena woke up with a frown and quickly turned off her ringing phone while looking nervously at her husband who was sleeping next to her. Hopefully it didn't wake him up. He was awake and ready for round 2. Damn him, how does he have all of this energy? Did he take some medicine before coming here? Is it important? Theodore asked. It is my father, he sent me some videos. Let's see, she said, opening one of them and watching it. Isn't that her son? For the next 5 minutes she said nothing. Her husband said nothing. Luna, who was supposed to be asleep on Theodore's other side, said nothing. They just watched. Whoa, my sweet Victor is gone. Elena wailed as soon as the video finished. Don't worry, this must be a misunderstanding. Theodore hugged her as he lied. He always thought that Victor was a lilican with all the little girls around him. He was wrong. His son was hiding his fetish as well. No wonder those girls were always looking at Victor with frustration. That kid had different hobbies. No wonder that Anne likes him. The butler Oran knelt in front of his master Mike. I didn't think that he liked them this old, Mike said as he watched the videos. Master, I think he likes them in all shapes and colors. Oran said. Why do you say that? Mike asked. I just went to his room to check on him. There were some very unique sounds. That poor girl must be having a hard time handling his strength, he said after some hesitation. Oh. As expected of my brother. Mike smiled and nodded. A child should not be picky about his food. Margaret grabbed her butt and glared hatefully at both Victor and Alex, who couldn't hide the stupid smile on her face. She got her revenge at last. She was hesitant at first, but when she heard Margaret's moans, she decided to do her best. And man, that felt good. Margaret had been bullying her a lot lately, and for the first time in a while, she managed to get back at her. Did that feel good? Victor asked Alex. Yes. She nodded. Good, it's your turn then, Victor said, throwing the rod to Margaret who was waiting for this. Wait. What? No. Alex was shocked as she quickly realized what was going on. Did you really think that you could ruin this young master's reputation without punishment? Victor said. No. Alex, who noticed the way Margaret was smiling at this moment, was regretting going hard on her. Damn it, she thought that Victor forgave her. Dear Margaret, use your full strength. Alex is a guy and has some thick butt skin. Victor said. No, I don't. Alex involuntarily said. Her butt is very tender. We will see about that. Margaret said after popping a healing pill that she didn't need it in her mouth, then flexed her muscles. Time for revenge. That night, Alex lost her butt. Zoe slowly stood up, wiping the blood from her mouth. She looked at her feet where heaps of damaged bones were scattered. She finally got rid of those nasty skeletons. Damn it! Wasn't this dungeon supposed to be an easy one? An F-rank dungeon for the noobs? That's what teacher Isabella told the class before entering. She even gave them monsters repelling spray that didn't work at all on the skeletons. For the last 3 hours, she had been getting chased around by those damn skeletons with their bone weapons. It was like some horror movie, and she was really going to die if she didn't find this narrow cavern where she can fight those one at a time. Damn it. She looked at her shipped sword. It was a freaking A-ranked artifact. This weapon was not suitable to fight those things. Not only were their bones rock hard, but they were also immortal. When a skeleton falls, it can use the bones of its dead fellows to repair itself. She was almost killed by one of them at first, as the ones she defeated reassembled themselves behind her when she moved on to fight the others. She sighed and wondered if she had to resort to using that rusty sword she got at the family vault. Maybe those guys had some good things. Looking around, making sure that no bone was whole, she began to check their weapons until she found one that she really liked. It was a club made of a huge silver-colored bone. Was this really a bone? She didn't notice it before, but the skeleton who was holding it was also silver-colored. It was not normal. She hesitated, then began to put those bones in her storage ring. They might be useful later. After that she stood and began to swing her new weapon around, crushing the hard bone fragments on the ground to powder. It took her 10 minutes to get proficient with it. This was one of the perks of her hero class. She can perfectly use any weapon after some training. Now, she should probably go to find and save her pitiful classmates. Her stomach growled. She should probably eat something first. She should try those mushroom energy bars Uncle Falcon gave her. He said that they were a new experimental family product. Chapter 245. Alice. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Having gotten a few hours of good sleep after having the entire bed for himself, Victor woke up refreshed in the morning. After a quick shower, the first thing he did was call Hilda. He was not in the mood to talk to her last night. He already knew what she was calling about after all. Young master, where were you yesterday? Busy, he stated. School called yesterday. They were going to raid a dungeon. I already sent the twins, she said. Noted. Anything else? He asked. No. Was that really you yesterday? She sounded worried. It was Alex. He hung up and glared at the poor Alex who could only sleep on her stomach last night, and was having difficulty sitting down at the moment. Even after taking a healing pill, she didn't feel better. The damage was not physical after all. Alex, I will be counting on you today, Victor said. You better not do anything stupid like yesterday. Ah. Isn't my role over? Would it be a different brothel? Alex asked, earning herself a spank on her already swollen butt. Why would I send you to a brothel in the morning? Is that the only thing you can think about now? Victor scolded. Something happened yesterday, so I might need you to act as a kidnapper. Then while you two boys are having fun, I will use the morning to go meet some old friends, Margaret said, ignoring the embarrassed Alex. Be sure to finish quickly. We will be heading back to Vane City to join the dungeon raid in the afternoon, he said as he sent a message to Lily. He wanted her to attend this dungeon raid too. What dungeon raid? I still haven't finished my investigation here, Margaret asked, raising her head from her notebook on which she was plotting her revenge. She was still holding a grudge over yesterday. You can return here later. The academy had finally found an F-ranked dungeon to train the students. So naturally, we can't waste this chance, and we will have to sneak Alex with us, Victor said. Why? Both Margaret and Alex asked at the same time. This dungeon will definitely turn up to be at least C-ranked, if not more. It will definitely contain many treasures to hunt and strong monsters to farm, Victor said. I will need Alex by my side to feel safe, he said, making her heart skip a beat. She was not aware he was bringing her along because he didn't dare to leave her unsupervised in the mansion, especially at such a sensitive time. Lately, she was in her full-throttle dark cyan mode. Damn it, she was definitely enjoying her time. You sound sure? Margaret asked. Do you know anything about it? He was a time traveler after all. No. But think about it, this raid involves two Cyans at the very least. Tom and Zoe. Cyans usually attract trouble. This time it's double trouble. Oh. She nodded, he had a point there. Going downstairs with the two girls, Victor was welcomed by a grand table full of food. Good morning, little brother. Mike, who was already seated with his wives and having his breakfast, said, come on, sit down and have a bite. Good morning, Victor greeted everyone as he sat down with Margaret at his side. Poor Alex, who was dressed as a maid, had to stand behind him and serve him. Do you plan on going to propose now or in the afternoon? Mike asked with a chuckle, giving Victor some approving looks. He suddenly noticed something. That maid. She was definitely a man. His brother was really amazing. He would not waste any food at all. Right after breakfast, Victor said, feeling his brother's strange gaze. Damn you, Alex. Oh good, be sure to leave a good impression, Mike warned. Brother, I need you to come with me. I'm a little nervous, Victor said after some hesitation. Just in case Juliana lost her nerves and wanted to hit someone, Mike would be a good shield. He had to act really shameless today after all. Oh, I don't mind, Mike said with a smile. It is natural to be nervous. Victor was still a teenager after all. Mike really liked being the eldest brother. Ah, and by the way, do you have Alice's phone number? Victor asked suddenly. You can ask your butler for that, Mike said as one of his girls cut down his bacon for him. Do you want to ask her to come too? No, it's something else. I want her private phone, Victor said in a low voice. Oh, Mike didn't ask why. He just took a notebook from his pocket and wrote a number on it, then gave it to Victor. Make sure to ask her nicely if you need anything, he said. I would, Victor said, taking a look at the paper. In a wooden gazebo in the middle of a training field covered with sand, a very pretty girl was relaxing on her reclaimed chair as two maids fed her some grapes. No, those two were macho men in maid clothes. She was busy watching naked men covered in oil wrestling with each other. This is where the men in her fighting arena train. She likes to watch. Her phone rang. This one was her private phone. Alice frowned, looking at the caller's ID that she didn't recognize, then answered. Yes, hi sis, it's me, Victor. Mike gave me your number. Little Victor. I haven't heard your voice in a long time, she said as she texted Mike using her other phone, making sure that this was really Victor. It was. Yeah, I miss you too sis, mother misses you too, he said. Last time I saw her, she kicked me out of the house, Alice said with a smile as that incident was part of her plan. Yeah, she was a little shocked. Victor said, next time try going to meet her without your entourage. That would not be any fun, she said as she glanced at her two maids. I am not asking you to go there for fun, Victor sighed. His mother really missed Alice. So, why are you calling me on this secure line? I heard that you became a big shot after passing the ceremony, she asked. Yeah, that's the problem. You might not have heard, but the family found me a few finances, he explained. Typical. She spat coldly. They come with a load of trouble. Naturally, and one of them seems to have a crush on someone else. Oh. Also typical, she said. Nothing about her shameless family surprised her anymore. Even if her father one day told her that he was not the patriarch's son but one of her grandmother's lover's bastards, she would totally believe him. That someone whom she likes is someone you might know. Victor hesitated. Don't tell me, Alice shouted as she sat up. Yes, it is your formal fiancé, young Master Caspian, Victor said. Caspian was Alice's finance. No, former fiancé. Alice pondered for a few minutes, in which Victor said nothing. Does Caspian know about the girl's feelings? She finally asked. I don't know yet. He might have only met the girl once or twice, Victor said. Then he knows. Is that girl pretty? Alice asked. Yes. As pretty as you are. Then you are as good as dead. Don't propose. Caspian is a guy that you should never make your enemy, she said, not aware that her brother knew much more than she did. That's not an option. Both of the families want this marriage, Victor said. It doesn't matter. Caspian is like a mad dog. Once something enters his mouth he will not let it go, she said. You will have to try very hard to cancel that wedding, or Caspian will definitely come crashing in. He will even choose the moment when she is about to say her vows. Alice said. Ah, are you sure? Wouldn't he try to stop the wedding a little earlier? Victor asked. Nope, that guy would definitely break into the wedding, and if the girl really likes him she would jump into his embrace. She spat angrily, frightening the two maids as she took out her whip and began to wave it around in anger. Caspian held a grudge against her and the Von Weiss family ever since the proposal party he prepared for her 3 years ago. She arrived on the shoulder of two macho men. Oh, Victor's plans changed again. He knew that Caspian held a grudge against Alice and his family for humiliating him. You should try asking the family. If they heard Caspian's name they might cancel the wedding. She hesitated. They won T. Father is getting targeted. Oh, I have some other plans, so don't worry, he said. He can't stop the wedding. Victor, don't try to provoke Caspian, that guy is really dangerous. Alice warned. You did it before and succeeded. I can do it too, he said, making her pause. Did her brother realize her plan? If he did, then he was smarter than she expected. The truth was that Alice was not a pervert at all. She might have some unique hobbies, but she was just a nice girl. She was also still a virgin. All of those macho men were in fact impotent. She found them broken and damaged, fixed them up, and offered them a chance for revenge in exchange for their life, and they accepted. She was giving them a unique drug that she found in a dungeon and kept a secret. This drug massively enhances someone's strength and stamina in exchange for their manhood. That's why she built her arena, both to train those men and get rid of the spies who might try to enter her service. The truth was something that no one knew. Victor only discovered it ages later when he inspected the Heavenly Sect's archives. It was all part of her plan to get rid of Caspian, whom she loathed ever since she was a child and had to play with him at the sect. She couldn't stand his smell. It was rotten. The more she interacted with him, the more she also realized that even his personality was rotten. He always acted like a gentleman, a noble prince. But when she investigated him behind the scenes actions, she found horrifying things. That man was a monster, a sick monster. Despite knowing many things, she didn't reveal a thing, as Caspian was the son of the Heavenly Sect Patriarch. She knew perfectly that no one would believe her. And even if they did, so what? It all didn't mean a thing to her until the day her family told her that Caspian was interested in her and that she should marry him. She had no other choice. Caspian was destined to be the next patriarch of the Heavenly Sect, and the family was not going to let go of such a big fish. Alice, having no other choice, decided to do the only possible thing to get rid of her troubles. Make Caspian back off by himself. That's why she began her plan to appear as a pervert, a big pervert whom Caspian would never risk his well-crafted image to marry. Her plan surprisingly worked. She could still remember how nervous she was when she rode those macho men around the streets, acting as if this was all normal. How desperate she was when she revealed many rumors damaging her own reputation. She still remembers Caspian's angry eyes when she sat on the two men who formed a chair with their latex-covered bodies. She told him directly that she didn't mind marrying him, but he must let her enjoy her hobbies, and that he should also fight for her in the arena. She also asked him if he was willing to try on some new clothes. Caspian could say nothing but turn around and leave in anger. He would never marry someone like her who would damage his reputation. He had bigger plans for his life. Ever since that day, Alice's position in the sect was no longer stable. She was getting marginalized and outcasted bit by bit. If it were not for her master, who was one of the sect's grand elders, Caspian would have definitely killed her long ago. Still, she didn't dare to drop her act. If Caspian knew that she was fooling him and was not really a pervert, he would definitely attack her and her family without caring about the consequences. Victor only discovered it ages later when he inspected the Heavenly Sect's archives. After the reckoning, Caspian used the chance when the von Weiss family fell to rape her thin kill Alice in anger when he discovered that she was still a virgin. He hated being made a fool. This was all recorded by an elder of the sects in his memoirs that was uncovered after the war. In fact, Alice had no idea that Victor, ever since his return in time, was using her exact method. He learned from the best after all. He was acting as a pervert to fool his enemies. He didn't have to work for a notorious reputation since he already had one, thanks to Linda and her mother. I have the protection of my master. Caspian might really kill you, Alice told him with a worried after pondering for a few minutes. I have my ways. I want you to attend my wedding, he said. To use me as a shield? She asked. No. As a distraction. I have a way to let the bride scold Caspian in public for being a pervert, he said with an evil smile. A new plan was getting formulated in his mind. Oh, what? Didn't you say she likes him? She asked. Don't try to use any hypnosis methods. Caspian has the S-ranked skill True Word. People can only speak the truth in his presence. She added, I can't tell you now, but I have more than one way to fool him. Victor said. You have to be 100% sure. Alice warned again. I am. Victor said. With his authority, Caspian's skills were useless. Then I will come. Reserve 10 seats for me and my entourage. She said, then hung up. Chapter 246. The wedding must go on. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At exactly 12 a.m., Victor left the mansion with his brother Mike in a grand convoy, heading to the von Astrom villa in style. When they arrived there, the street was jam-packed with journalists who began to heat up as soon as they saw the groom's convoy, which began to slow down to a stop. Ever since the news yesterday, all of the major news agencies in town was on high alert. They are all here because of you, Mike told Victor as he signaled his guards to clear a road for them. I know, right? Victor said with an evil smile that Mike didn't really get it. It reminded him of his father's mischievous smile. Did you really have to wear that striped tiger suit? Mike asked as he stepped out of the car, wondering if his brother had any decent clothes. He looked like a pimp. Yes, it was chosen for me by one of my girls, Victor replied as he followed his brother. Theta got him this one. She thought he would look dangerous and cool like a tiger. She was right that it made him look dangerous, but wrong about the cool part. He liked it nevertheless. As long as you are cool with it, Mike said as he walked next to Victor on the red carpet that was laid from the car to the villa's door. That's how a von Weiser proposed, ignoring the photographers and journalists who were screaming out some very disturbing questions. The two brothers quickly headed to the door. No, not completely ignoring them. Two paparazzi were asking some very inappropriate questions about Victor's mother. He heard them clearly. The nutcracker got to them from an impossible angle. The villa's door was opened quickly as soon as they reached it. Behind it was a very troubled man who invited the two brothers in before shutting the door, totally ignoring the ruckus outside. Young Master Mike. Young Master Victor. I am Sirius von Astrom. This easy please, Sirius greeted nervously as he gestured for them to enter the living room. Juliana was waiting there, sitting in anger. She barely glanced at them. Please sit down. This is my wife Juliana, Sirius said. Victor and Mike quickly took their seats after greeting Juliana with a courteous nod. Where is the bride? Victor asked directly as he licked his lips and looked around, making both Sirius and Juliana cringe. Now they were sure the one yesterday was definitely a fake. They could tell immediately from that pimp jacket he was wearing. She is not here, Juliana said as she glared at Victor. She had seen the recordings from yesterday. This guy was a pervert. And where is she? Victor asked as he frowned, making Sirius hesitate as his wife shot him a warning glare. She went with her friends somewhere to relax. She will return in a few days, Juliana answered. You don't have to worry, the engagement will go on as planned. She spat. This is the only way they can protect her daughter for now. Oh, that's good, Victor answered as he secretly signaled Alex by ripping a talisman in his pocket. Now, let's make things clear. I will not let my daughter marry in a double wedding. Juliana began to list her demands. That's not negotiable, Victor interrupted, standing up angrily, just when something suddenly broke the window and hit Victor on the back of his head and sent him wailing onto the ground. He wailed. Guards! Mike alerted, as he saw Victor slowly stand up while holding a stone in his hand. Are you okay? Sirius asked as he watched his wife swiftly jump out of the broken window and glare at the journalists outside who were now kneeling as Mike's guards swiftly took out the big guns and ordered everyone to lie down on the ground with their hands behind their heads. It was a mess. Juliana returned 2 minutes later having found nothing. She saw the shadow of someone running away toward a nearby building, but when she reached that guy had already disappeared as if he had evaporated in thin air. Entering the house, she found that her husband and the guests had moved to the dining room where they were standing silently. Sorry about that, the journalists. Juliana paused as she noticed that the men were reading a bloodied piece of paper. She could easily tell that it was wrapped around the stone as the purplish stains on it matched the blood dripping from Victor's forehead right onto her wall carpet. She froze for a few seconds, before running to the kitchen and grabbing a towel to wipe the blood quickly. The moment she entered the room again, her husband gave her the paper as he took the towel and gave it to Victor, who put it on his head as he angrily glared at the couple, not aware that the towel was meant for the carpet. "I need an explanation," Victor said very coldly while wiping his blood. "He would definitely punish that beach, Alex, later. Did she have to throw it using all of her strength? It was like a freak-in bullet." Mike said nothing and just watched in silence. He didn't like being made a fool. Juliana frowned as grabbed the paper and began to read it. Nova is fine. She is in good hands. She will never marry that pervert. That's why we helped her run away. She didn't want me to tell you anything, but this is my duty as her friend. She will change her name and disappear forever. Don't look for her. Nova's friend, young master. We better sit down first, Sirius said as he glanced at his wife, who forgot about her carpet as she began to shake a little. Her face was turning ghastly white. "What is the meaning of this? Were you fooling me?" Victor, who began to appear angry, didn't sit down. He just glared at the couple. "Let's take it easy. Sit down." Juliana interrupted her husband as she sat down on a random chair and rested her hands on the dinner table, hiding her shake. Seeing that Victor and Mike were ignoring her, she released her aura as a player as she ordered again after a deep breath. "Sit down." Mike grabbed Victor's arm and pushed him to one chair, then sat at the one next to him. "Speak," he said nervously. "No one told him that there was a tigress in this house." "Let's come clear then. My daughter was kidnapped yesterday," Juliana said after weighing his options. Her husband was activating an isolation talisman as she spoke. "What?" "The message clearly says that she ran away," Mike asked as he glanced at Sirius and then back at Juliana. "How could you let that happen?" "We are not sure about that. Yesterday, a man who looks exactly like Master Victor came to propose. We were fooled. He wanted to speak with her alone. Then they vanished." Sirius spoke this time, flipping his phone to show Victor and Mike a recording of Victor when he came in yesterday. It was shot from the house's security camera outside. "There is no recording of him leaving," Sirius explained. "Oh." Mike was surprised. He watched the video to its end. "That guy really looked like Victor." "No, not exactly. That guy was dressed in a white suit like a real gentleman." "Who else knew that you would come to propose?" Mike asked Victor. "He seemed to have believed them." "Everyone. This young master does not keep secrets," Victor said as he glared angrily at the couple. "I see." Mike looked back at the couple. "Can you find her?" he asked. "Many families have ways to trace their descendants. That guy must be using some talisman to cut us out, but we are doing our best," Sirius said, looking at his wife, who kept glancing at her phone as if she was expecting a call. The room went silent for the next 5 minutes. No one knew what to say. "So now what?" Victor asked at last. "I have already told the world about this wedding. Do you want me to appear like a fool?" he asked. No one answered. Juliana was about to tell him that he already looked like a fool with that striped tiger jacket, but her husband's glare made her hold her tongue. "We will have to wait. My wife will definitely be able to locate her," Sirius said. "The wedding will definitely go as planned. If the wedding failed, his future would be very grim, as his enemies in the family would definitely use this against him." And although his wife wanted to change the wedding plan, this was not an option anymore. And what if she was never found? Victor began to lose his nerves again. "I am planning the wedding of the century here," he declared. "Calm down." Mike nudged him and then looked at the couple. His brother was right. This would not look good. The family might even punish them for being incompetent. "Did you check her friends? Do you know if she has a secret lover?" Mike, who seemed to notice that something was wrong with Lulin, asked. None of her friends knew a thing. "But when Nova ran away before, she met a guy. We can't be sure it was him though, as she never revealed his name to us," Sirius said as he pondered. Victor frowned as he watched the couple. Could it be that those two didn't know that their daughter was already a full woman? That would be the only reason why Nova would not tell them about Tom, fearing that he might spill the beans. "Interesting." "It's not him," Juliana said. "Nova swore to me that she would never go near that guy again. And whoever helped her, she must have had a chance to ask him for help recently. We only knew that you were coming a few days ago, and she didn't communicate with anyone at that time. she explained. That's not entirely accurate. Sirius said after some hesitation. He really screwed up this time. What did you do? His wife, who knew him well, asked. A few days ago I helped her send a letter to that gay friend of hers. Sirius said, not daring to look at his wife. Which gay friend? Juliana asked as she squeezed her fist. Caspian or something. Sirius said after a sigh, not realizing that his wife was looking at him with her mouth wide open. Which Caspian? Why don't we go get that bastard and ask him then? Victor asked, hiding his shaking hand. That guy would definitely be at his wedding now. Plan B. No plan C. I don't know. Sirius was interrupted by his wife. It might be the young master of the heavenly sect, Caspian Drake. She said as she grabbed her phone and began sending some messages to her friends. She began to totally ignore her poor husband who would sleep on the floor tonight. Oh. Everyone in the room went silent until Mike exploded. What? He asked as he stood up, pushing the chair behind him to the ground. If this did involve the heavenly sect, then they were in trouble. Why are you saying that? Sirius asked. He never knew that there was a relationship between his daughter and that big shot. Juliana ignored him. Please explain, Mike said. Nova met him once at a martial arts exhibition in Redescent City and she was writing letters to him lately. I intercepted all of them. That's what I thought anyway. She said, glaring at her husband who nodded first, then slowly his expression changed from remorse to joy. Oh. Sirius said as he turned to Victor and Mike, it seems like we can't go on with this wedding. He said, isn't this better for him? Caspian is a big shot, and his position in the family would definitely soar. He didn't need to fear his brother anymore. If it were Caspian, he would not need to sneak in the night like a rat, Mike interjected, making Sirius pause and think. That's right, someone like Caspian would surely drag her from the front door. Caspian might not really care about her. It was a one-sided fascination as Nova only saw him one time. Juliana lied after a few minutes of silence, in which she checked her phone a couple of times. I called a friend at the sect, and young Master Caspian didn't leave the sect last week. It's definitely not him. She told the truth this time, sighing in relief. The only reason she approved her daughter's disadvantageous marriage was to make sure that she could never marry Caspian. This was related to a secret that she discovered and led to her finding her wimp husband as an excuse to run away from the sect. Why? Her husband asked, then quickly shut his mouth after a murderous glare from his wife. Mike looked at Victor. What do you want to do? This is your wedding, he asked. I will talk to father if you want to cancel it. Even if Caspian was not involved here, the fact that the girl was already sending him letters was a good excuse to cancel this wedding. Cancel? That's not an option. Victor exclaimed, we will go on with the wedding. Even if it is a Caspian or something, I don't care. This young master wants his bride, Victor said. But what if they didn't get her back? Mike asked, glaring at the couple. I don't care. Victor said, don't you have a son? Let him wear a skirt and marry me. I was promised a bride from this household and I will get it one way or another, Victor demanded unreasonably. My son is a man. Sirius, who was distressed, said after taking a few seconds to fully comprehend what Victor meant. Thankfully his son was out looking for Nova. This young master doesn't discriminate, I will just have to turn him into a woman, Victor said decisively as if this was not the first time he did that. I don't think that would be feasible, Sirius said as he wondered if this guy was serious or was joking. Then, Mistress Juliana is still very charming. We can, Victor said looking at Juliana then quickly dodging as she, feeling a shiver run through her spine, instinctively threw her slipper at him. She was not that old to be a granny yet. Victor, calm down, Mike said. He had the strangest feeling that his brother was acting. It was as if he knew that something like this would happen. No, that's impossible. I am calm. Do you guys want me to lose my reputation then? I already declared my wedding date to the world. Victor sighed and asked in great distress, as if he still had any reputation after yesterday's events. Relax, we will get her in time. This wedding will go on as planned. Just don't tell anyone about Nova's disappearance. Juliana said she really didn't like Victor at all, But if the wedding was really cancelled, the von Astrom family would surely use this against her husband and her son, maybe even her daughter. "Are you sure?" Victor asked. She didn't respond. The one she was tasked with locating her daughter didn't find her yet, so she wasn't sure. Why was that woman taking so long? Wasn't using fate to locate someone an easy task? It took everyone a few minutes to calm down. "We can help you keep this a secret," Victor said. "But what?" Juliano asked. "We have to make a contingency plan. Listen," Victor said as he calmly sat down again. "If by the time of the wedding you couldn't find the bride, we will find some other girl to take her place. You will attend and act as if she was Nova. The wedding will go on as planned no matter what," he said. "Like we would ever." Sirius got angry but was interrupted again by his wife. "It's a deal. We will play along." She said this was the best outcome. If Nova married Victor, Caspian would not be able to marry her, as the heavenly sect places a great emphasis on purity. What if Nova appeared with a new lover after that? Mike interrupted. He didn't like this at all. It was all messed up. "Didn't you hear? Nova likes that Caspian guy. She even sent him a letter a week ago." "This letter must be fake to cancel the wedding," Victor said. "This young master would not be fooled this easily." "What if she ran to Caspian's side?" Mike asked. This would be a big problem for his family. He didn't know a lot about Caspian, but he knew enough. The heavenly sect would never approve of such a relationship with an engaged woman. Juliana said. "Young Master Victor is right. This is our best course." Juliana nodded. Unknowingly both Victor and Juliana had exactly the same goals. "Oh." Mike, who was not entirely convinced, nodded. His brother was pinching his arm. On the other hand, Sirius, who wanted to ask his wife why she was against his daughter marrying Caspian, instead remained silent after getting his foot squished into the ground under the table. Victor didn't expect Juliana to help him. His excuses here were very weak. His plan was put in a hurry as Nova left him no other choice, as she would never cooperate easily. "Then it's a deal. Now let's go give those reporters outside a statement," Victor said with a proud smile. Chapter 247, Harem King. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A young woman was playing with the curls of her crimson hair as she sat comfortably on a leather chair while an ugly fat man squatted at the floor near her feet looking at her with awe. "Mistress Margaret, will you really help bail my company?" he asked, earning another slap at his ugly face with her black horsewhip. "As I said, I want 51% of the shares. Your company is drowning anyway. The bank will take everything in a few weeks," she said coldly. "This is too much." "How about 30%? he asked, trying hard to appear as docile as possible. If this speech was not supported by that young Master Mike, he would have fooked her ages ago. But her background was very strong, and he really needed the money. Although no one believed him, after years of trying and failing, he was sure that his company was about to discover a new energy generation method. Too bad that his loans were about to expire. He needed some extra funds straight away to finalize the research. He was sure that they were very close to a breakthrough. 51%. "And that's final," she said. "Look here, little piggy. This young mistress is still giving you face. If you don't want that, we can always establish a new company, buy out all of your employees, then send you to the bottom of the ocean." She threatened coldly as she used her whip to strike at him again. "Ah! But you will still be the head of the company, and I will even give you a salary," she said, looking at the golden watch on her wrist. "You have 30 seconds to consider," she said, crossing her legs and making him swallow his saliva that was about to dribble on the floor. Damn, this chick was hot. Maybe he would have a chance to get to know her more if she became his boss. And he really needs the money. His wife was about to divorce him because he could no longer afford her expenses. "I approve." "But," said after some hesitation. "No, buts sign," she said, pushing a stack of papers to him. He hesitated, but the sound of her whip hitting the table quickly reminded him that he should never hesitate, so he quickly signed the papers with great remorse. "Good, from now on I will be your mistress. The money will be transferred in an hour," she said coldly as she stood up and quickly left the meeting room, ignoring the inappropriate looks in his eyes. This bastard wasted a lot of her time. If she was not in a hurry, She would have taken her time and used the soul wine to convince him, but she had to visit many companies in a very small time frame. So she resorted to using a mix of her charm, soul-numbing perfume, and a trusty horsewhip. This piggy was her most crucial target, as his company will soon discover how to extract energy from some kind of rare rocks. It made the news in her past life, then no one heard about them again. After talking to Victor in the last couple of days, she realized that what he used as fuel were the most common rocks in dungeons. Those rocks were the waste left after mining dungeons. The families were distributing them to research facilities around the world to see if someone can develop a good method of using them. That's why when this company's discovery was announced, the company was silently bought and the technology was monopolized by some families. Now it was all hers. It technically belonged to Victor, but the name on the paper was hers. As for that pig, she met him in her past life. He was one of her uncle's clients. In this life, she was going to take her revenge on him very slowly. She liked being the dominating one, but that was something she could only do when Victor was not around. She had discovered it long ago. Victor's weakness was that he always likes to be on top. One day she might use this to tame him. She was smirking like a goblin when Victor sent her a message. "Time's up. Meet me at the airport." She could only sigh and get into the car. Thankfully she finished buying the really important companies that would turn a profit very soon. Finished already? Ron, who was tasked with driving her around today, asked with some admiration in his eyes. This girl whom he didn't put in his eyes yesterday, had already caused 5 businessmen to sell their life work in the span of a few hours. Even if his cousin was willing to pay a lot, it can't happen this fast unless he was using the family resources, which he clearly wasn't. Yup, another success. Where to now? Ron asked. He really wanted to ask if she was single, but after remembering that she came here with his perverted cousin, he knew the answer to that. But his cousin seemed to like older women. To the airport. "Our little date is over," she said with a sigh, totally ignoring his flirting looks. When Margaret reached the airport with Ron, Mike was the talking to Victor. They seemed to be disagreeing about something. "I will keep this a secret, but promise me to be more careful," Mike finally said, before turning to leave. He gave Margaret a nod on his way out with Ron, who quickly followed him after greeting Victor. "Did anything wrong happen?" Margaret asked. Mike's expression earlier was strange. "Some unexpected variables," he said cryptically. "I will just have to be extra careful for the next 3 weeks," he added as he climbed into the plane. Margaret frowned a little, then quickly followed him, noticing that Alex, who was still in her maid uniform, was standing behind with a smug smile as if she had completed her task. It was just her intuition, but Alex's smirk was always the prelude to a spanking. What did this idiot do again? She didn't have to wonder for long as she suddenly noticed the bandage on the back of Victor's head. She could easily connect some dots. "Do we really have to hurry to the dungeon? It could have already been conquered by the time we reach there," Margaret asked as soon as they relaxed in their adjacent seats on the private jet. "This is a chance for you girls to level up, and dungeon conquering time grows exponentially with its level. If my guess is correct, this one might take a week." They were totally ignoring Alex, who was getting some nasty looks from a poor flight attendant who realized that the Alex was in fact a male dressed as a maid. She was also feeling jealous because of Alex's beauty and smooth tender skin. She began questioning her existence. "But what if it took longer?" Margaret asked. "The wedding might be delayed." "Don't worry, according to my estimation, it's not that dangerous." He was saying that because he knew well about that dungeon after watching Tom's and Lynn's actions inside. He was the keeper of the Royal Library after all, and it included the dungeon's archive. Although it was not even 70% complete, it had most of the big dungeons that involved the great powers. The Skeleton King dungeon was one of them. It was a C-ranked dungeon. Conquering it would normally take about 5 weeks, but if he was there the time frame would be reduced to just 1 as he knew how to kill the boss. He was just wondering why this dungeon got mistaken for an F rank. Nothing like this happened in his previous life. Deciding to investigate this once they got there, Victor looked back at Margaret, who, like all the other girls, was getting prettier every day. This was the effect of being a player. "How did the deals go?" Victor asked, changing the subject. I finished 5. 3 emerging social media websites, 1 food processing factory, and the Rock Energy Company. She said, I also bought a small stock trading firm to act as a front for future operations. She added, all that in one morning? He asked in surprise. No wonder Rob was looking at her with admiration. Aha, she nodded proudly. Not bad. He was very impressed. Margaret, despite her image, had some real gifts in the business sector. Will I get a reward tonight? She asked mischievously. She also had some real gifts and accomplishments in other venues. I don't mind. That's if you can find me in the dungeon before Lily does, he said mischievously, making her pout a little as she looked out of the window. Lily was getting very possessive around Victor lately, like a fat kid and his candy bar. Thankfully she was sent away recently and Margaret finally got some time to spend with Victor alone. Alex was not counted. Where is Lily anyway? She asked. As far as Margaret knew, Lily was supposed to be doing some heist. We will pick her up shortly. Victor stopped talking as his face changed color, making Margaret frown but say nothing as she watched him look in midair. He was manipulating his system menu. Warning, artifact./15E224FF/ is attempting to a read operation on the following privileged properties: fate, power, birth, destiny. Insufficient authority for direct access. Permission requested. Allow? Yes, no. Victor frowned. Who the hell was accessing his fate? And why now? The only power with the means to know about fates was probably the Fate sect. He was not sure though. But how are they doing this? There was no one else on the plane, unless today he was sure to neutralize all the bloodstains in the von Astrom villa, but if he missed one, it might be able to be used against him. Cheat. Damn you, Alex. Victor quickly began to use the disguise skill on his fate. He had no access to the birth destiny property, but he can easily fake on. He pressed, yes, Fate power C. Birth destiny, a harem king with 99,999 wives. After that he quickly took out a talisman and lit its corner. A voice came out of the talisman as the smoke began to approximate the shapes of 2 women who were forming in the air between Victor and Margaret. One was Juliana, and the other was a young woman that he didn't know. She was wearing long robes, and despite the smoke having no colors, he could vaguely guess what color it was. Bronze. The color of the Fate sect's robes. What, did it work at last? This is the final sample I got. It was Juliana's voice. Yes, this time it did. A woman's voice that he didn't know answered. What is his destiny then? Juliana act. A harem king with a B-rated fate. The woman answered, hiding the number of wives. She was probably wondering how many of his wives were grannies. Oh. Juliana seemed deflated. Isn't that what you wanted? With him, Nova will be safe. I just want her to be happy. You know that's not possible. Nova is a dark scion. Her happiness would lead to trouble. You have already tested that. You just have to protect her from the shadows. She said, Victor is the perfect groom. He is a pervert and his family is on the verge of collapse. Yeah? Did you find her? Juliana asked as if she wanted to change the subject. No, something strange is blocking me. At first, I felt some sort of talisman, but since this morning, it is as if she is not in this world anymore, she said. She could be in a dungeon or a ruin. I can't really tell. Could it be Caspian? No, that guy is under our surveillance. He hasn't shown his true colors yet. Then what to do? Juliana asked. Just do what Master told you to do. Follow destiny, and the talisman was fully burned. What was that? Margaret asked as the smoke dissipated. Thankfully they were on a private jet where smoking was allowed. A listening talisman I planted today, he said. Victor had planted this in the rock Alex used to hit him today. It had to be small though, so he couldn't listen for more dialogue. Thankfully it wasn't damaged. And trouble, big trouble. Victor replied. He didn't expect that Juliana knew someone of the Fate sect. But this made many things make sense. Juliana was probably someone of the Fate sect. And those bastards apparently knew all along of Caspian's plot, and let it happen. Too bad that Victor had no real interactions with them in his previous life and couldn't tell what was their plot. However, The thing that was bothering him since this morning was cleared. The real reason Liuliana approved of this stupid marriage was that she wanted to make Nova miserable but safe. The same technique Victor was using on Alex. That reminded him. Alex, get your sorry ass here. It is time for your punishment. Victor yelled as he touched the back of his head, scarring not only poor Alex but also the flight attendants who would soon be witnessing a live spanking event for the first time in their lives. Chapter 249, Devil's Fork. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The awakening process took more than an hour for Yin, but only a few seconds passed in reality, in which Victor was watching nervously with crossed fingers. If this succeeded, this little girl would be a treasure. A deadly treasure. No matter what though. He had already decided to take this girl from Lily. She would be a good companion for Lara, who was getting slowly corrupted by Elle. This stoic strong girl would be a perfect counterbalance. He could also tell that she would turn into a great beauty in a few years. Then, damn it, control your desires, little Victor. Control your desires. Only for the next 3 weeks until the bloodline can be awakened. This youthful body of his was really annoying. Damn this Alex. Did she have to prick her swollen butt in his direction like that? He took a deep breath, calming himself as he watched the girls slowly open their pretty eyes, then let go of Yin, who took a few more seconds to open her eyes and looked around at the strange world around her. Semicolon. Yin Artis. Level, 0. Class, Demon Hunter, SU. Authority, 5. Health, 300. Stamina, 310. Mana, 300. Strength, 30. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 31. Luck, 26. Charm, 30. Order, 10. Recognized skills, Pain Tolerance D. Stun Resistance D. Inspection E. Studying E. Cooking F. Swimming F. Cleaning F. Fire Arts F. System Skills Soul Vision SSS. Hide Breath A. Fireball E. Class Skills Demon Sense S. Exorcism B. Slayer Strike C. Banishing Light E. Tracking Seed F. Fate Status Fate's Power C. No Defined Fate Destiny List 10 Order Points to Unveil HSSS. Victor gasped as he looked at Yin, who was looking back at him and the girls. This girl was more than a treasure. He really hit the jackpot here. You don't have to reveal anything, he said. You should never reveal your class or skills to others, he warned. She nodded. I have a skill that allows me to figure out what you got, he said, and it is a very rare, but very dangerous class at the same time. Isn't that what you wanted? He explained. She nodded with a serious face. Lily and Margaret frowned, wanting to ask what it was, but decided to say nothing. Both of them had the same idea. They would ask him privately later. Now, do you see anything strange? Victor asked as he smiled at her. A lot, she said nervously. Don't be afraid, those are our souls. Take a breath and adjust yourself. Try to turn your skill on and off a couple of times. I will need you to tell us what you are seeing, but we will talk when you are ready, Victor said as he relaxed in his seat. She said, closing her eyes and adjusting her body. You too, he told the others. Check your new systems. The three girls nodded and closed their eyes and began to explore their upgraded systems. Two of them now had titles. The first one has 2 titles. It was none other than Alex. Dungeon Sneaker, entered and exited a dungeon without clearing it. All creatures within a dungeon have 200% 300% aggro against you. Survivor, survived a certain death encounter. Health plus 15%. A sign was a sign no matter what. Victor sighed. The first title must have been obtained for the Thunder Sect's Sneaky Awakening method. As for the second one, Victor had no idea when Alex got it, before or after meeting him. Margaret was the second one. Love me not, killed your lover in a dungeon while looking them in the eye. X31. Critical hit chance against lovers 50%. Critical hit damage against lovers plus 1%, plus 31%. Victor was stunned. This title was amazing. No, Super amazing with an overlord potential. Didn't Margaret charm more than 31 enemies? This must have been only counting the ones she personally killed while glaring them in the eye. Do they have to be truly in love with her though? He will tell her to test it later. Anyway, this title had the potential to be very overpowered, but it required breaking a lot of hearts. Disgusting slimy goblins' hearts, but there were still hearts. Too bad that Lily didn't have any real chance to perform in a dungeon, so she had no titles. It took Yin 15 minutes to fully relax and then open her eyes again. They were shining with a new profound hope. Ready? Victor asked her as Margaret and Lily inspected her closely. Yes. She seemed more confident. Good. Tell us what you see. Let's start with me, he asked as he activated 3 talismans. Some secrets needed that level of protection. She nervously nodded as she looked at Lily, who also nodded encouragingly. You have a big purplish shining copy of you on top of your head. It's not exactly you. It has strange, shimmering scales and 2 horns. It seems to be a little injured, as if someone cut it with a knife, she said as she shrank a little in her seat. That's my soul. It looks like a dragon because of my bloodline, he explained. If I were a demon you would have felt it with your demon sense. She seemed to have figured some things out and relaxed a little. It has strange lines connecting you to a lot of places. And to that guy, she said, pointing at Alex, whom she could see a pretty winged girl in his soul. Is that what being transgender meant? Being a boy on the outside and a girl inside? Yes. Victor nodded. Those lines were his blood slave connections. Is that all? He asked. Your soul also has a fork imprint on its shoulder, as if it were burned. No, branded, she said, finding the right word. A fork? He quickly asked, closing his eyes and inspecting his soul. He saw no forks. There was nothing there. Was she scamming him? Yes, it's a round fork like the one they use in old movies. Like a devil's fork, she said nervously, taking the pen and paper he presented her and drawing a symbol on it. Okay. Try to look at Lily then now, he said with a frown as he took the paper and looked at it. He had no idea what this meant. He didn't like it at all, but hid it well, as he didn't like to freak the girls out. Soul brands were some really bad things. I am not finished with you yet, she said as if she began enjoying this. Your soul also has a strange, shining scribble in between your eyes, she said, making him scratch in between his eyebrows. This was way more than what he had expected to find. What was wrong with his world? It is like a strange circle. No, it's a snake eating its own tail, she said after squinting a little. Victor gasped. He knew what this was. The Ouroboros symbol was printed on the cover of the Book of Time. She couldn't have possibly fabricated that. She was definitely telling the truth. Did the Book of Time travel with him? It made sense, but he had no idea how to access it. Is that all? He asked, nervously this time. She lied as she looked at him. She was hiding one thing though. His soul was so damn hot. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. After Lily, that is. Good. Lily next, he said as if reading her mind. Mistress Lily. Yin looked at Lily for permission, which was swiftly granted. Well, your soul looks similar to you but with an extra vertical eye in her forehead and big black wings on your back. You are also wearing a silver crown on your head, Yin described. Does she have anything strange? Victor asked. A very faint crest shadow on her neck. Nothing more, she said. Victor knew that this was the family slave tattoo. Lily seemed to have realized that too as she touched her neck. Good, next is this girl. Her name is Margaret. She will be your big sister from now on, Victor said, introducing Margaret, who smiled at Yin, who nodded in response. Sister, Margaret, your soul is bigger than the others, much bigger. It has many strange marks all over it. Most of them are faded, but the one on the forehead is very prominent, she said, drawing a strange complex symbol on a piece of paper. Victor nodded and took it away. This was the talisman control symbol he used back then. Margaret, who also realized that, sighed and wondered whether this would have any effect on her. Anything else? Margaret asked nervously. No. She shook her head, not hiding anything for the first time. Then that leaves us with Alex the maid, Victor said, making Alex, who was sitting to the side still exploring her new system, tense up. "I see a pretty girl with wings of fire," she said, making Alex shrink a little as she looked at Victor nervously. He didn't even flinch. He was pondering about Alex's hidden bloodline. "She also has a strange rope around her neck." She wanted to say that it was connected to Victor, but she held her tongue when he winked at her. "A smart girl. Anything strange?" Victor asked as Alex nervously listened. "Her wings have strange wiggly lines like chains, as if someone had drawn on them with black ink," she added, "and she has this, I don't know, a gloomy aura around her, like some foul smoke. That's all." "Oh, good. Our little Alex has become a little girl inside." Victor chuckled. "Looks like my attempts to turn you into a girl are working." "No, they are not. I am a real girl." Alex wanted to scream but didn't dare to. Victor looked at Yin with admiration as he watched her deactivate her skill and then rub her eyes. "Using this skill must be very tiring. From now on you will no longer be an assassin, but will work for me," he said, winking at Lily, who nodded. What will you make me do?" Yin asked nervously. "Nothing much. Until you grow up and become strong enough to fight demons, I will let you work as a bodyguard," he asked. "A bodyguard?" she asked. She was not that strong. "As a player, you are much stronger than normal people. You will be protecting my little sister and attending school with her." "Don't you want to go to school?" She nodded. "I also want to learn how to fight," she said. This was a chance for her. "Good. I will arrange things for you when we return to my mansion. It will be your new home, and we will be your new family," he declared. "And Lara will have a new friend," he thought. Chapter 250, The Toys. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After the jet landed in Vane City, Victor and the girls quickly disembarked except for Yin, who was called by the nice flight attendant who kept asking her if she needed any help. Yin assured her that she was fine for the 100th time before running after Victor. The group was welcomed by Leo, who was tasked to drive them to the mansion. When manager Ario asked if any of the company's drivers was free to drive the CEO around, he quickly volunteered. Although he didn't get any benefits yet, he was sure to be rewarded one day. "Welcome back, young master," he said as he opened the door for Victor while secretly checking the girls. "There is a new young one, a Lily. And why was that guy in maid clothes now? Stop glaring, and drive. This young master is on a tight schedule." "Take me to the mansion," Victor scolded as he got in the car, ignoring the swarm of the Von Krona spies disguised as normal workers. They were busy informing their masters after finding the lost princess. "Straight away, young master," Leo replied as he got into the driver's seat and tried his best to ignore the perverted way the young master was getting pampered in the back, and ignore the male maid who was sitting beside him in a strange way. The trip was pretty much uneventful. Other than the couple of paparazzi and spy cars that were chasing them, there was nothing important. They reached the mansion 1 hour later. It was already dusk by then. Yin was still in shock from Victor's wealth when she was introduced to Hilda. "This is Yin. She will be attending school with Lara and acting as her bodyguard," Victor said, looking around and searching for his little sister. "Lady Lara is having a sleeping party at her new friend's house," Hilda said. "Oh, that's good. Did you check that friend's background?" Victor asked as he squinted his eyes. "It's clean," Hilda replied. "Good. Make sure to make Lara do her scheduled training when she returns," he said. "Where are Hannah and the girls?" he asked. "They went shopping. Hannah needed some things." "Good. Did you find a good contractor for the basement?" "Yes. The construction will start tomorrow morning." "Perfect. I will need you to supervise it all." "Oh, and teach Yin the family rules and regulations," Victor said, giving Hilda Yin's file. "Understood." "You are going to the dungeon?" she asked him after noticing that he didn't walk inside the mansion. "They should have already finished though." "I will go try my luck," he said, turning around. "If I guessed correctly, I might be away for 1 week or so." "Something wrong in the dungeon?" Hilda asked worriedly. "The twins have already gone there." And Victor didn't seem to be joking. "Yes, don't worry, I will take care of the girls." "You have an important task though. You have to take care of the wedding preparation. Call George if you need anything, and make sure that the cages in the basement are ready by that time too." he said as he walked out, followed by Margaret and Lily. Alex had already gone to get a car to drive them there as the dungeon was in a player-only zone. "What are the cages for?" Hilda asked, but Victor ignored her as he left with the girls. Would he put grannies in these cages? She quickly shook her head. That was a disturbing image. She could only sigh and look at Yin, who was nervously standing in the hallway. "Did you have dinner yet?" Hilda asked as she petted the little girl's head. "Master, we found the young lady?" A female spy suddenly broke into James Trove III's office and startled him. "What?" he said as he lifted his head from the document in his hand. "Where was she?" he asked as he swiftly hid the magazine under his desk. "We don't know. She is now with that pervert Victor. Thankfully he is not into young girls," the spy said, acting as if she had seen nothing. "Did you find out when she joined him?" "In Termia City's airport. That would be the only place possible. We have no idea what she was doing there though," she said. "It doesn't matter. Only a few months left until we bring her home," James said as he looked at the date on his phone. A new notification popped into the lock screen. He sweated a little, then opened it. He gasped. "WTF? Was that bastard intending to use those on the grannies?" "Is there anything wrong?" the spy asked. "No," he said. Thankfully that Victor had no eyes for his young mistress, or things would have been very ugly. In a mountainous region near the edge of Vane City's administrative zone, a car slowed down as it approached a wired fence where a few men in black suits were standing guard. "This is a restricted area," one guard hurried to the car and said politely. Those guards worked exclusively for the Players' Council, so naturally, they knew how to recognize their masters. Victor, who had already rolled down his window, nodded to the guard and flashed both his family token and academy ID. "The raid had already started yesterday, young master," the guard said politely. "They might go out at any moment now. I was delayed due to family business." "This young master just wants to try his luck," he said lazily. "I understand. This area is now under the supervision of the academy. Only those with academy ID can enter the dungeon," the guard said as he gestured to the other men to open the gate. Victor nodded and thanked the guard as Alex, who was dressed as a normal driver, once drove the car in, then parked it in the parking area next to the grand inflated tent that housed the dungeon. "Let's go in, Alex, drive the car out, park it somewhere nearby, then sneak back in after us," Victor said as he stepped down. "I will use my power to hide you on your way back in. This dungeon will be dangerous. Your mission is to use a disguise talisman to hide your looks and look for any jade keys you find inside." "Jade keys?" Alex asked. "Yes, I have a feeling that we might find some of those here. You have to get them even if you need to steal them from the participants inside," Victor said. Hopefully, Alex's sign luck would help him get those. No. He needed to give him more incentive. "If you find any, I will forgive you and no longer carry on with your punishment. There might even be more rewards." "There was more punishment? Wasn't it finished?" Alex asked, touching her butt. "Of course not. Do you think you can ruin my reputation without consequences?" "I was planning to try the new toys in the basement on you," Victor said. "Understood, I will try my best," Alex said as he shivered a little and got back in the driver's seat and started the car. She was wondering if she should escape the country. No way, Victor would surely find her and spank her butt again. Damn it. "Oh, wait a moment," Margaret suddenly said as if she remembered something. "The toys you got from me. I want them back," she said. About those?" "Ah." Alex paused, then sweated, then closed the car window acting as if she heard nothing. "Hey!" Margaret yelled, but it was too late. Alex had already started the car and driven away, leaving the dungeon complex in seconds. He nearly drove over one of the guards. "That car is really fast," Victor said with a smirk. "Oh, you think that's funny?" Margaret smeared back at him. "I bet you that Alex forgot the toys at the brothel. I wonder what people would say when they find those," she said as she turned around and quickly moved to the tent. It took a few seconds for Victor to realize what she meant. "What kind of toys were those?" he asked after her suddenly. He didn't care about normal things. "The type that you wouldn't even dare to show to a prostitute. The type that should have stayed as a concept art," she answered with a blush. She got those on a whim to scare Alex. She was not planning to use them. Maybe a little. Sheet. Victor cursed and then quickly called Kai. By that fucking brothel. He didn't need to continue. Young master, it is too late. My condolences. Kai answered in a tired, serene voice. He didn't even need to ask what brothel. Speak. Victor asked. Was he too late? This morning, some pervert journalists began to follow your trail. They found the room you were in yesterday. There, they discovered some very disturbing toys, if they can be called that. The journalist thought they were just some regular art installations and power tools at first, but a granny who was there helped clarify things out. I am sorry, young master. I was too late. Although I stopped the official news outlets, it's already all over the web. Kai pleaded. Victor could imagine him bowing deeply. How bad is it? Young master, after today, please avoid appearing in public. Your reputation had become worse than that spider boy. Some are calling you names like Grandma's boy and Giant Dio boy. Victor gasped and glared at Margaret, who blushed and looked away. Lily, who was listening to Victor's conversation, quickly searched the term and gasped. Just make sure to remove all the traces online one by one. Victor said after 1 whole minute. Mistress San had already ordered that. But things like this can't be erased. People would remember. Kai said. Kill anyone who dares to remember or call me names. Victor yelled. Call Master Alfred and ask him to help. And just make sure that my mother does not see those. Victor yelled again before hanging up. Thankfully, his mother was not too tech-savvy, and some things could still be hidden from her. Hopefully, the family censorship machine would be able to fix things to some extent before the wedding. Damn you, Alex. After 3 rounds of some very vulgar cursing that the guards around the area tactfully agreed to ignore, Victor stormed the dungeon tent followed by Margaret and Lily, who was glaring daggers into her. I better not meet you at the dungeon, slut. That was what she meant. Victor, who seemingly forcefully erased what happened earlier from his poor brain, smiled as soon as he entered the tents inside. The dungeon gate was a cyan-colored revolving vortex inside an iron structure that was built around the gate to absorb its energy. Gates generated some unique energy that was still under study. After the reckoning, people would learn how to harvest this energy wand and put it to good use. Young Master Victor, I presume? A very normal-looking girl with short hair asked. She was standing guard next to the gate, leaning her perfect body against one of the iron frames. Naomi Chill. Level, 40. Class, Imperial Jester, S. Authority, 6. Strength, 115. Intelligence, 130. Agility, 120. Luck, 20. Charm, 34. Order, 25. Skills, Appraisal, S. Killer Joke, S. Survival, A. Cooking, A. Bartering, A. Quick Steps, A. Laughing Ray, A. Charm, A. Disguise, B. Search Area, B. Dagger Arts, B. Self-Defense Arts, F. Shield Arts, F. Poison Resistance, E. Map Drawing, F. Equipment, Demon Slaying Dagger, A. Defense Talisman, B. Storage Ring, D. Fate Status, Fate's Power, A. Defined Fate, Thomas Watson's Left Hand, and Concubine, Destiny List, 10 order points to unveil. Cheat. He knew this Tomilova too. She was his assistant with teacher Isabella and an active agent for the Free Players Association. He remembers her giving stupid speeches in his previous life. He didn't expect to see her here. Thankfully, he was always disguising his status, so when the being apprised window appeared to ask for his permission, he just pressed yes. The one and the only. He said proudly as he began to boldly check her out. She was using her disguise skill to make her look normal, but Victor could easily see through that and check her body. This pervert was moving around naked while using the disguise skill to wear some clothes. He was not really interested in her. But, your class has been in the since yesterday. You are late, she said as she felt a chill up her spine. Why does she have the feeling that he was checking her? No. His disguise skill was perfect, he would only see through her if he had authority over 60. which was impossible. Wouldn't it be exciting if he could really see her? What was she thinking? Yes, he is handsome and younger than her, but she was not into men. She already had her Bella whom she was cooking slowly. I am always on time. They are the ones who got in early, he explained. Can I go in? He asked casually before winking at her. Those girls are with you? She asked coldly after noticing Margaret and Lily who were behind him. Men are all like that. Yes. Victor said. Show me your academy ID cards. She said, stretching her hand. Victor nodded, taking the cards from Lily and Margaret and handing them to her, making two of them fall to the ground behind her. Let me. He quickly wanted to kneel and get them, but she stopped him after realizing what he was after. No need. She spat coldly, before glaring at him and then doing what he wanted her to do, turning around then bending down to get the cards, giving him a wonderful 360-degree view of her amazing body. He had seen better. But this chick was not bad at all. Maybe he could achieve with this one what he failed to do with Isabella. Hopefully, he would be able to harvest enough order points in the dungeon so that he would be able to see her full destiny list when they leave. You can go in, she said after abruptly standing up, glancing at the cards then returning them to him. Why was her survival skill warning her against Victor? Victor just nodded in thanks. Although Naomi didn't know what he was thanking her about, she nodded in return and watched as Victor walked toward the dungeon's gate. The skeleton dungeon F. Victor paused. This dungeon was clearly F-ranked. Why did it feel like a higher-ranked one through Lynn's and Tom's eyes? Victor had multiple theories, but he can only confirm them inside. Be careful. If you encounter trouble, hide and wait for me, Victor told Lily and Margaret, then stepped into the vortex.